Chicago in February was still gripped by winter's chill. It was 1943. While Europe and Asia burned in the flames of World War, the Windy City remained a bastion of peace, untouched by bombs or fire. As the heart of America's wartime industry, Chicago thrived, its factories humming, its shops brimming with goods, and its streets alive with fashionably dressed men and women going about their business. If not for the occasional war posters plastered to lampposts or shop windows, calling for Liberty Bonds or Meatless Mondays, it would be easy to forget that across the ocean, the deadliest war in human history raged on. But for Josh, none of that mattered. He moved down the sidewalk in an oversized coat, one that clearly didn't belong to him. He kept his head low as he crossed the street, then pushed open the door to a modest general store tucked between a barber shop and a tailor's. A bell jingled overhead. "Look around if you need something," came a dry voice from behind the counter. The speaker, a gray-haired man fiddling with a dusty radio, didn't even look up. The shop was cramped but orderly, every shelf lined with odds and ends, scissors, pans, radios, and records. It smelled faintly of tobacco and old varnish. Josh didn't pause to browse. "I heard you buy gold," he said, stepping directly to the counter. That got the old man's attention. He glanced up, raising an eyebrow at the sight of a teenage boy, 15, maybe 16. But he gave a small nod. Josh pulled a cloth pouch from inside his coat and placed it on the counter. He untied the string and let the contents spill out. Gold jewelry, dull in color but unmistakably real. "Huh," the old man muttered, leaning closer. "Looks like Native American work, but something's off. Where'd you get this?" Josh didn't answer. Instead, he tilted his head. "Would it be worth more if it were?" The man snorted. "Nah, doesn't sell. Doesn't match what the society dames want. They like things shiny, clean. This stuff? It'll be melted down like all the rest." "Fine by me. So how much?" "Easy, kid," the shopkeeper said, tones softening a little. "Let me take a look." He turned around and began rummaging through a drawer for his testing kit. Scales, a beaker, a dropper, a shallow dish. Josh waited patiently. He already knew this shop was legit. It had been around a long time and quietly did double duty as a pawn shop for the neighborhood. It wasn't illegal to be here. Not exactly. Technically, selling gold privately had been banned by Roosevelt a decade ago, part of his war on hoarding and speculation. But by 1943, that law was barely enforced. With refugees pouring in and wartime pressures mounting, small-time gold trading was quietly tolerated, so long as you didn't flaunt it. Sure, Josh could have taken his gold to a bank and sold it for the official rate, $35 an ounce. But that would be foolish. On the street, gold went for $50, and he had 10 ounces, a $150 difference. In 1943, that kind of money stretched far. A hot meal in a city diner? 50 cents. A hamburger? 20. $15 was a week of eating like a king. 150? That was 2, maybe 3 months of comfortable living for most folks. Despite what the national averages claimed, most Americans didn't make over $1,000 a year. If you pulled an 800, you were already ahead of the curve. It's why so many boys enlisted. The military paid better than many jobs back home. The old man returned, grunted, and got to work. He tested the weight and density, dropped acid on a shaving to check its reaction, then leaned back with a conclusion. 80% purity. "I'll give you 40 per ounce." Josh nodded without flinching. "Deal." He already knew the metal wasn't pure. It came from another world, one with backward metallurgy, where steel was rare and gold, when found, was roughly refined. The man weighed the pile again. "Comes out to 9.8 ounces. I'll round it up. 10 ounces, $400. He pulled a thick roll of bills from beneath the counter, peeled off 2 for himself, and handed Josh the rest. 8 crisp, $50 bills. Josh counted them methodically. Not one more, not one less. "Mind breaking this one?" he asked, pushing a 50 back. "5s if you got him. 10s are fine, too." The shopkeeper silently nodded and handed over a roll of 5s. Josh counted those too, satisfied. Then he bundled the money back up and tucked it deep inside his coat. As he reached the door, the old man called out, "If you've got more, come back." Old Hawk's good for his word in this neighborhood. Josh paused, gave a small nod. I will. And with that, he stepped out into the cold again, $400 richer and the streets of wartime, Chicago, stretching ahead of him. Josh crossed 2 busy blocks before finally exhaling in relief. After confirming no one was tailing him, he slipped into a roadside diner, its checkered floors and warm yellow lights a welcome contrast to the biting Chicago cold. He hadn't eaten a proper meal in over a week. Since waking up in 1943 Chicago, 15 again, penniless, alone, the best he'd managed was a greasy hamburger. But now he had money, real money, and his stomach growled its approval. Yes, Josh was a transmigrator. Back in the 21st century, he'd been a low-level, white-collar drone in a third-tier city in Sia country. Nothing special, just a 30-something office worker with an aging sedan, a decent apartment, and an okay life. All it took was a few drinks with a heartbroken friend, and boom, next thing he knew, he was in wartime America, jammed into the underfed body of a teenage orphan. He still couldn't believe it. If anyone deserved to transmigrate, it was that sad sack friend of his, dumped, broke, and spiraling. But here he was instead. Maybe heaven misclicked. Now, he was a resident of St. Orphanage, as he'd mentally dubbed the city-run facility he'd been dumped in, surviving day by day in a world where war drained every resource. The only silver lining was that the body's parents had been U.S. citizens, killed just 6 months prior in a tragic accident. Their legacy? A tiny, aging apartment and American citizenship. Not much, but enough to stay off the streets. Josh slid into a booth and ordered something solid. Meatloaf, fries, mac and cheese, a salad, and a tall glass of Coca-Cola. Classic blue-collar fare. He devoured it all in minutes. The taste? Passable. But the Coca-Cola shocked him. It was richer, stronger than the watery version he'd grown up with. When the check came, 75 cents, Josh paid without blinking. It didn't seem expensive, but if you adjusted for gold official price, that was more than $30 in modern money. Just a few years earlier, during the Great Depression, this meal would have cost half that. But this was wartime. Prices had climbed. Since 1942, America had been under nationwide rationing. Every citizen received monthly ration books, 48 blue points for processed goods, 64 red for meat and dairy. Stores and restaurants got a little extra. Everything else went to the troops. It wouldn't ease until 1944, when production finally outpaced demand. Still, like with anything in America, if you had cash, rules could bend. Josh left the diner, checking his surroundings again, then flagged down a taxi. Yes, taxis existed, even in the 1940s. In fact, America's car culture was already booming. By 1937, 1 in 4 Americans owned a car. In cities like Chicago, they were everywhere. He gave the cabbie an address. 20 minutes later, they pulled up to a used car lot. Josh wasn't after a shiny new model. Those were impossible to get. Factories had stopped making civilian cars since the U.S. joined the war. Everything now went to the military. Even gas and tires were rationed. But used cars? Still available. Still functional. Josh shelled out $200 for a second-hand Ford sedan. Clean, full tank, road-ready. It halved his cash reserves, but it gave him something priceless. Freedom. He slid into the driver's seat and turned the ignition. The manual gears took a moment to get used to, after years of driving automatics, but the roads were less crowded, the traffic laws simpler, and Josh had always been a fast learner. With the wind in his hair, he drove across the city to a quiet side street and parked in front of a gun store. Inside, the walls were lined with an arsenal that would be unthinkable in his former life. Thompson submachine guns, 1918 bars, Colt automatics, even a few relics like the Colt M 1895, essentially a machine gun on a tripod. But Josh wasn't here to play gangster. The Thompsons were absurdly expensive, over $100 thanks to wartime inflation. Ammo was worse. The M1 Garand? A luxury at $150. Instead, Josh had his eyes on something practical. The M1917 bolt-action rifle, World War I surplus. Simple, reliable, and cheap. The U.S. had produced over 2 million of them during the Great War. Most have been mothballed afterward, reissued only for training or lend-lease during World War II. That meant plenty of inventory and rock-bottom prices. Rifle plus 1,000 rounds, $45, the chubby shopkeeper said, eyeing Josh with mild curiosity. Standing beside him was his son, about Josh's age, round-faced, wide-eyed, clearly curious about the sudden customer. "I'll take for him 1917s, Josh said calmly, and one him 1911 pistol. The rifles were inventory, meant for resale down the line. The M1911 was for himself. The shopkeeper blinked at the bulk order, but said nothing. He'd lived through the Depression, seen folks buy guns for all sorts of reasons. Even Dillinger once passed through his store. As long as the customer paid in cash, he wasn't asking questions. Josh handed over the money, filled out a minimal form, more for appearances than legality, and left with his new gear tucked into his trunk. He now had a car, a gun, and several rifles. Not much by modern standards, but in 1943 Chicago, it was a start. And for a man who had come from a third-tier office job in Sia country to become a teenage survivor in wartime America, that was already a major step up. He grinned to himself as he merged back into traffic. So far, so good.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Letting the shop owner help move the guns into the car and paying the money, Josh then got into the car and left. But after turning a few corners, Josh stopped again. He brushed his hand over all the guns and bullets, and everything disappeared instantly. Only then did he safely get back on the road. Half an hour later, Josh finally returned home. Very fortunately, he didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Perhaps because a large number of unemployed youths had joined the army, the public security in Chicago during this period seemed quite decent. At least in the week since Josh arrived, he hadn't witnessed any serious criminal activity. Nor had he seen any of those gangster movie-style scenes where the mafia wielded Thompsons and blasted away on the streets. Of course, just because Josh hadn't seen it didn't mean it didn't exist. After all, whether it was the past 20 or 30 years or the next 20 or 30, it was all a period of wild growth for the American mafia. If Josh had come a few years earlier, then those scenes in movies where gangsters wore trench coats, donned fedoras, and fired Thompsons on the streets would have been much more common. The reason it was rarely seen now was, for one, because the neighborhoods he frequented had good public security. In this era of ongoing racial segregation, you also wouldn't see any black people on the streets. And another reason was war. Don't think that war has nothing to do with gangs. There are deep connections. One is just what Josh was thinking. A large number of unemployed youths who used to roam the streets had all joined the army to earn money, so fresh blood for gangs was relatively reduced. The second is that most gangs were now busy making money. Why do people join gangs? Ultimately, isn't it just to make money? And during wartime, what kind of money is easiest to make? Smuggling? No, it can't even be called smuggling anymore, it should be called transport. During wartime, to support the European war and because of the great risks of maritime shipping, the United States had almost completely lifted restrictions on ocean shipping to Europe. As long as you had the guts, any Liberty ship full of cargo could bring back dozens or even hundreds of times the wealth from Britain, Europe, or Asia, still risking your life. But isn't that way better than scrambling for turf in America? So during the years of World War II, most American gangs were busy doing foreign trade. Of course, this wasn't all of them, but the rest either weren't prominent or had nothing to do with ordinary people. Therefore, overall, the white neighborhoods during wartime had significantly better public security than before the war. Back at home, Josh locked the door and sat down on a chair. System, connect to Daenerys. As soon as the words fell, a virtual screen appeared in front of Josh. This was Josh's most important safeguard for survival in this era and also his golden finger, a system from some unknown high-dimensional civilization called the interdimensional trader. The system's function was very simple. It had an interdimensional beacon, which would be randomly sent to an unknown world and select a host. Then Josh could trade with the host of that beacon. Additionally, the system would generate a new interdimensional beacon every year to search for new worlds. Besides that, the system also had an extremely powerful storage function. The reason all the guns in the car had vanished earlier was because Josh had used the storage function. And the system's first interdimensional beacon had located the world of a TV series Josh had watched in his previous life, Game of Thrones. And the host was none other than the famous Daenerys Targaryen. The 10 ounces of gold Josh had used before was his first trade with Daenerys. The items he used to trade were a .38 revolver left by his deceased father and a copy of The Prince. The M1917 he was preparing now was naturally intended for more trades with Daenerys. More gold, or silver would do too. Josh, did you get the goods? As the once dim screen lit up, Daenerys appeared on it, dressed plainly, but with a clean and striking appearance, and her signature silver hair. The time when the interdimensional beacon bonded with Daenerys was right during Season 6 of Game of Thrones, when she had been captured by the Dothraki, then killed many of their leaders with fire, earning the loyalty of the Dothraki horde, and was preparing to return to Slavers Bay to suppress the rebellion. By the time she reconquered Slavers Bay, she would lead her 3 dragons, unsullied army, and the Dothraki horde across the sea to begin the reconquest of Westeros. Of course. Look, this is a rifle. Its power and range are both several times that of a handgun. With a wave of his hand, a 1917 rifle appeared in Josh's hand from the system's warehouse. He then began explaining the bolt-action rifle's operation to Daenerys. A live demo wasn't possible. Of course, if he fired a shot, the police would surely come knocking. Very good. Still the same price as last time. Daenerys didn't mind. She had already used a handgun before and understood the power of this weapon called a firearm. Even a weak person could easily kill a trained soldier with it, many times more effective than a hand crossbow. That definitely won't do. A handgun is small in power and cheap in price, but a rifle is different. Its power is enormous. Trust me, Daenerys, no matter how good your world's armor and shields are, they probably can't withstand this within its firing range, Josh said, shaking his head. He wasn't trying to deceive her. Don't be fooled by the fact that the M1917 was basically phased out by the US military and relegated to training use. It didn't mean the gun was inferior. In many countries, it was still highly sought after. Even years later, Chinese soldiers were still equipped with large numbers of this rifle and used it to give the then arrogant US military a hard lesson on the Korean battlefield. This rifle had high muzzle velocity, high bullet kinetic energy, long range, flat trajectory, and excellent accuracy, far superior to well-known rifles like the Arisaka Type 38. Moreover, during WWI and World War II, most countries used full-powered cartridges with excessive stopping power. In terms of penetration, it was absolutely top-notch. Although A Song of Ice and Fire was a fantasy world, aside from the legendary Valyria, the metallurgy of most human kingdoms wasn't very advanced. The previously low-purity gold already said a lot. So Josh didn't believe Westeros had any armor or shields that could withstand a shot from this rifle. Oh, then what price are you asking? Seeing Josh so confident, Daenerys became quite interested. Although the previous handgun had impressed her, the classic .38 revolver's power was well known. At close range it might get through leather armor, but against steel it was uncertain. 3 times. Josh made an outrageous demand. And don't think it's expensive. That handgun only came with 50 rounds, but this time each rifle comes with 100 rounds of ammo. Josh had actually bought 1,000 rounds, but he planned to give only 100 and sell the rest separately. After all, this was a monopoly. He wasn't afraid of Daenerys refusing to buy. A gun without bullets was no different from a stick. If this gun's power is really as you say, then the price isn't unreasonable. Daenerys nodded. As for gold, once she returned to Slavers Bay, she really wouldn't lack it. The wealth accumulated by the slave masters was enormous. If this gun's power was truly as Josh claimed, then if the Unsullied and Dothraki were all equipped with such miraculous weapons, plus her now fully grown 3 dragons who in Westeros could stand in her way? With a ding sound, the transaction between Josh and Daenerys was completed. 4 rifles and 400 rounds of ammunition were added to Daenerys' warehouse, while Josh's warehouse gained 120 ounces of gold. Unlike the previous transaction, which involved some gold ornaments, this time all the gold was melted into bars, 12 in total. It was evident that Daenerys had prepared a large quantity of gold in advance specifically for trading. Although they were from 2 different worlds, with different languages, scripts, and units of measurement, all these discrepancies were automatically converted or translated by the trading system, making it quite convenient. Seeing such a large amount of gold all at once made Josh feel a surge of excitement. This was a full 3.4 kilograms of gold? If converted using the gold price from before he crossed over, it would be worth over 1 million RMB. Although his financial situation in his previous life was decent, apart from real estate, he had never seen this much cash before. He had seen more gold than this, but only in jewelry stores. Suppressing the urge to take out the gold and play with it, Josh prepared to close the system. How to convert this much gold into cash required careful consideration. Although the last gold sale went smoothly and the shop owner named Old Hawk seemed fairly honest, the amount of gold this time had increased 12-fold, so the situation might not be the same. Wait, Josh. But just then, Daenerys stopped him. Is something wrong? Josh asked in surprise. After all, Daenerys was currently leading the Dothraki army back to Slavers Bay to quell a rebellion. She should be quite busy. This book, The Prince, I really like it, especially the part about the qualities a ruler should possess. It resonated with me deeply. If I had read this book a few years earlier, perhaps Slavers Bay wouldn't be in such chaos now. However, the book's content is somewhat limited. For instance, it doesn't provide detailed information about the rulers it mentions. I'm very interested in their lives and experiences. Could you help me find more books related to that? Daenerys asked, holding up the copy of The Prince Josh had previously traded her. As an exiled princess, Daenerys had grown up constantly fleeing and had never lived a peaceful life. So let alone a royal education, even her basic education had been severely lacking. When her people and territory were small, this hadn't been a major issue, but as her power grew, these shortcomings began to show. how to reconcile the contradictions between the various forces and social classes in her territories, how to manage her subordinates, how to govern her regions, and what kind of ruler she should be. These were all things she needed to learn. This was also the biggest reason she remained in Slavers Bay. Because of her lack of administrative experience, the city-states of Slavers Bay were constantly rebelling. Instead of expanding her power, her forces were being steadily worn down. As for her most important advisors, although they were helping to guide her in becoming a better ruler such as Tyrion, who had only recently joined her, they all hoped she would become the kind of ruler they envisioned, rather than truly helping her become the ruler she wished to be. In the past, Daenerys hadn't seen through this. She simply thought she wasn't doing well enough, leading her to constantly compromise. But this seemingly thin, yet sharply insightful book, The Prince, had helped her realize many things. The reason Daenerys had come so far was because of her strong ability to comprehend and learn. What held her back was limited vision. But with the appearance of the dimensional trading device and her contact with Josh, and now after reading The Prince, a brand new world had opened up before her. Alpha and Bess. She was now becoming increasingly interested in the literature and history of Josh's world. Of course, I can. But it'll take some time, since there are quite a few books on that subject. Josh agreed without hesitation. At this stage, Daenerys was his only trading partner. Her rapid growth was a good thing for him. Only if Daenerys matured quickly and became a competent ruler would she avoid many of the pitfalls from the original plot and not die as tragically as she did in the series. Only then could Josh continue trading with her. If Daenerys died, the dimensional beacon would select a new host, a completely random process. If the new host happened to be a noble or lord, it would be fine, but if it bonded with a beggar or someone completely destitute, things would get very tricky. Josh would then have to spend time and effort helping that person rise up before they could trade with him. So the fact that the first beacon found a wealthy and powerful host like Daenerys meant Josh had been incredibly lucky. There was no guarantee he'd be this lucky again when the new beacon appeared next year. So besides making money through trades, Josh was more than happy to help Daenerys in other ways. In fact, if he weren't worried about shocking her too much, he'd already have told her the entire plot of Game of Thrones. Thank you so much. I was originally planning to head to Westeros as soon as I returned to Slavers Bay, but now I think I'll spend some more time studying and building up more strength. Also, if possible, I'd like to equip the entire Unsullied army with these rifles, Daenerys said. That probably can't be done in the short term. After all, I'm not like you. In my world, I'm still just a small fry, dozens or even hundreds of guns, sure, but 8,000? That's not so easy, Josh said with a wry smile upon hearing her request. Although guns were legal in America, buying 8,000 rifles at once would require dealing with arms dealers. And doing that would push Josh into the public eye. As a 15-year-old boy with a massive fortune but no matching power, he'd be eaten alive in no time. Ultimately, it came down to the fact that Josh was alone and lacked allies. And trustworthy, reliable allies weren't easy to find, especially for Josh. His full name was Josh Kane, of Austrian descent, making him, in a way, a compatriot of the little mustachioed man. 5 years ago, when the mustachioed man annexed Austria, Josh's original parents fled with him and eventually immigrated to America. Back in Austria, the family had some assets. But in the process of fleeing, they sold everything off cheaply. By the time they arrived in the US, they used what remained to buy a small apartment and essentially became impoverished. They lived off his father's dock job, supporting the family of 3. Even after 5 years in America, the family hadn't integrated well into society, as only the father spoke English. Josh had attended school in the US for a few years, but aside from some improved English, he hadn't learned much else. Because of his personality, he hadn't made any friends either. Worse still, just over 3 months ago, while Josh was out, his parents ate a poorly cured sausage, got food poisoning, and died just like that. For a naive 15-year-old, it was a devastating blow. If it hadn't been for the help of a community priest, Josh wouldn't even have known how to bury his parents, and that basically used up what little money they had left. Since then, Josh hadn't returned to school. After drifting aimlessly for 3 months, he was replaced by the current Josh. With such a sparse social circle, Josh couldn't think of a single trustworthy friend or relative. Hearing Josh's explanation, Daenerys nodded in understanding. After all, she had once experienced similar hardships. But speaking of reliable help, how about I send you a few Unsullied? Daenerys suggested after a moment's thought. Unsullied. Josh's interest was piqued when he heard that. That's right. When it comes to reliability and loyalty, who can compare with the Unsullied soldiers? Daenerys said. The plain trading system can trade living beings, but unlike regular trades, trading living beings is a bit more troublesome. The target must either not resist or be incapable of resisting. But clearly, this isn't an issue when it comes to the Unsullied. The Unsullied are a military force created by the slave masters of Slavers Bay, who castrated the slaves from a young age, then subjected them to inhumane training, stripped of freedom, status, emotions, leaving only endless obedience. Before meeting Daenerys, these soldiers had almost all traces of humanity erased, including physical sensation, emotions, even the sense of pain, retaining only 100% obedience to their buyer and complete fearlessness of death or torture. It wasn't until Daenerys came to Slavers Bay, tricked the slave masters into giving her the scepter that commanded them, and granted them freedom and dignity, that they became utterly loyal to her. So as long as Daenerys gives the order to trade them to Josh, they would not resist in the slightest. It must be said, Josh was very tempted by Daenerys' suggestion. Though unsullied warriors might lack brains due to their slave origins, they are ideal as bodyguards. If he had dozens of unsullied soldiers and taught them to use guns, he wouldn't need to worry about gangsters maybe not go head-to-head with the CPD, Chicago Police Department, but street gangs? He wouldn't need to be afraid at all. He wouldn't have to sneak around just to exchange a bit of gold, either. As for whether having a bunch of extra people around would cause trouble, Josh wasn't too concerned. After all, the whole world is at war. Major American port cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York are filled with refugees holding visas who can only live in designated refugee camps even though Chicago is technically inland. Its port connects via the St. Lawrence River straight to Europe. That's one of the reasons why Chicago has so many immigrants from Italy and other parts of Europe. So as long as Josh spends a bit of money, it would be easy to give the unsullied refugee identities and legally obtain American status. But after careful thought, Josh ultimately declined Daenerys' offer. Sorry, Daenerys. Your offer is a good one. But I also hope you understand the importance of the trading system to us. I still think it's not appropriate for anyone besides us to know of its existence, because that would be a risk for both of us even if that risk is minimal, Josh said, shaking his head. You're right, I was being too hasty. Hearing Josh's words, Daenerys thought for a moment and agreed, saying no more. After cutting off communication with Daenerys, Josh let out a light breath, waved his hand, and a heavy gold bar appeared in his hand. Mwah. Staring at the gold bar in his hand, Josh couldn't help but kiss it. Ah, gold, such a beautiful thing. After a few moments of self-indulgent joy, Josh stood up and packed his things. Seeing that it wasn't too late outside, he decided to go out for dinner. With circumflexy. There was still a bit of bread at home, but he'd been gnawing on that stuff for nearly a week and had no desire to touch it again anytime soon. Though he'd spent most of the dollars exchanged that morning, he still had a few dozen left. No need to be too stingy. He adjusted his clothes, checked the M1911 he'd bought earlier, chambered around, stored it in the system warehouse, and then leisurely headed out. Mr. Kane. Just as he was coming downstairs, he was stopped by a man in uniform. Josh recognized the man's outfit. He was from the property management company. What's the matter? Josh asked, puzzled. Mr. Kane, this is the bill for your property management fees for the past 3 months. We hadn't disturbed you before due to your parents' passing, but it's been a while now, so. Turns out the man was here to collect a debt, though his tone was polite. Josh was surprised. He hadn't expected property fees to exist in America during this time period. Of course, that just showed Josh's limited knowledge. In fact, the concept of property management fees had already emerged in the UK in the 1860s and soon spread to the US. Though it was only the 1940s now, the US already had a well-developed system in this area. Though surprised, Josh accepted the bill. Fortunately, the property fees weren't expensive. This was just an ordinary working-class apartment after all. 1 month's fee was 42 cents, so 3 months came to just over $1. He paid on the spot. Seeing Josh hand over the money, the other man smiled in relief. Property management companies in Western countries are notoriously powerful. If a homeowner accumulates enough debt, the company can go to court and legally auction off the property. Before he crossed over, Josh had just seen a news story about a Chinese-American PhD student who got into a conflict with her management company, refused to pay her property fees out of spite, and ended up having her $1 million house auctioned off cheaply. When the police came to serve the court decision, she violently resisted and was shot dead. But just because the company isn't afraid doesn't mean the employees aren't. If they can't collect payment or get complaints, it could affect their bonuses. For them, less trouble is better. By the way, does your company handle real estate sales? After paying and tipping 10 cents, Josh casually asked. Mr. Kane, are you planning to move? The man asked, a bit surprised. Yes, that's right. This place is full of sad memories, you understand. So I'm planning to leave, Josh said, feigning sorrow. Though he was faking the emotion, he really didn't plan to keep living here. The apartment was too small, not very secure, and someone had died in it. Even though it was this body's parents, Josh still found it unsettling. He had no choice before due to lack of money. But now, if he sold all the gold in his system warehouse, he could afford to buy a 6-bedroom house in a luxury neighborhood. Though he didn't necessarily plan to do that, since he didn't need so much space. And he needed to save most of the money as working capital. So for now, he just planned to rent a more upscale apartment. I see. Our company does handle property sales. In fact, small units like this sell quite easily. If you need, I can help arrange it. The man nodded. I'd appreciate that. Just let me know if anything comes up, Josh said, not bothering to explain how to contact him. The apartment might be modest, but it had a doorman, and anyone coming or going would be seen. No need to worry about not being found. After making arrangements, Josh left the building. Then, his previously good mood instantly vanished. Because in the spot where his newly bought second-hand Ford had been parked there was nothing. On the streets of Chicago in the evening, Josh stood in the wind, dazed. He had only been home for a few hours, and the car he had just bought had already been stolen. This was something he had never experienced before. Mainly because in his previous life in the safest country, car theft was something he had never encountered, and had rarely even heard of. But America was different. Just in New York alone, over 2,000 car thefts occurred between January and March of 2022. If things were like that in 2022, one could imagine how rampant car theft was in the earlier 1940s. So it was completely normal that Josh, who had let his guard down after buying the car, ended up falling victim. Then what should he do now that he discovered his car was stolen? Call the police? Josh looked at a patrol officer on the roadside in the distance and shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. Even after the 1960s, the clearance rate for car theft in America was low, let alone in this era. Moreover, police corruption was rampant during this time in the US. Without money or power, you couldn't expect them to do anything. And, most importantly, Josh hadn't even had time to register the car he bought at noon. So even if he was frustrated, he could only chalk it up to bad luck. No car? Then walk? Originally, Josh had planned to drive around and see what kind of fun places Chicago had at night. Now he could only grab a bite nearby and go straight home to sleep. Without a car, Josh would absolutely not wander aimlessly through American streets at night during this era, not even with a gun. Soon, the next day arrived. After tidying up and heading out again, he didn't walk this time. Instead, he booked a taxi in advance and returned to the grocery store he had visited yesterday. Ano Thailand Bodies. Upon entering, he noticed that the person behind the counter was not Old Hawk, but a young girl around 20. Good morning. Can I help you with something? The young girl greeted Josh warmly as he walked in. Is Old Hawk not here? Josh asked instead of stating his purpose. After all, Old Hawk was the shop owner. When it came to selling gold, the girl in front of him couldn't possibly make that call. You're looking for my grandpa? Hold on, he's working in the back. I'll go get him. The girl wasn't bothered by Josh's bluntness and turned to go into the back of the store. She was Old Hawk's granddaughter and often came by to help. She'd seen plenty of mysterious customers like Josh and wasn't surprised at all. Soon, Old Hawk came out. Seeing Josh again, he looked rather surprised. We meet again, young man. Still gold? Yes. Your price was fair yesterday, so I've decided to exchange a bit more. I just don't know if you can take it all. Josh nodded. Young man, I know what you're worried about, but don't underestimate Old Hawk. This shop has been here for decades. It may not look like much, but there are quite a few priceless items inside. See that? Even though they're second-hand, just the little bit of gold you exchanged yesterday wouldn't be enough to trade for a random watch in that cabinet, Old Hawk said, pointing at a watch display case. If Old Hawk hadn't mentioned it, Josh wouldn't have noticed. But after taking a closer look, he realized Old Hawk wasn't exaggerating. There weren't many watches in the case, just 7 or 8, but each one was in excellent condition. Although Josh didn't know much about watches, he couldn't afford high-end ones in his past life, he still recognized the brands. Patek Philippe, Rolex, Breguet. Even though it was the 1940s, these name-brand watches were still worth at least $1,000 assuming they were real. Even if only half of them were authentic, their value would far exceed the gold Josh had. Josh could only silently acknowledge his own lack of knowledge. 120 ounces, purity should be about the same. Since Old Hawk was so confident, Josh didn't hesitate. Just like yesterday, he pulled out a small pouch and placed it on the counter. 12 gold bars, totaling more than 3.4 kilograms. It sounded like a lot. But volume-wise, it wasn't that much after all. Gold was dense. Each 10-ounce gold bar was smaller than a Snickers bar. So even though Josh took it out from the system, it didn't raise any suspicions. Nice stuff. I'll take it all. Same price as yesterday, how about that? Old Hawk said with a smile as he weighed one of the bars in his hand. Deal. Since the offer was fair, Josh had no objections. Soon, the 120 ounces of gold were exchanged for $4,800. Holding the money, Josh felt a surge of excitement. He stuffed the thick wad of bills into his pocket, directly into the system storage, said goodbye to Old Hawk, and walked out of the grocery store. After turning 2 corners and making sure no one was following or watching him, he planned to call a taxi to go buy another car. After all, as the 3rd largest city in the US, Chicago was huge and American public transportation was notoriously bad. Without a car, life was inconvenient. As for the stolen car, Josh had already thought it through. When parking, he'd find an empty spot and just store the car in the system. That way, how could it possibly get stolen again? But hailing a taxi wasn't so easy. Yesterday, he'd gotten lucky and found one right away, but today he waited more than 10 minutes without seeing a single available cab. Just as he was growing impatient, a Ford car sped past him. Even though cars from this era mostly looked the same, Josh instantly recognized the one that just drove by. It was the exact same one that had been stolen the day before. Because there was a very noticeable scratch on the rear of the car when he bought it, and this one had the exact same mark. Without thinking, he dashed after it. Even though cars of that time could go over 70 miles per hour, since this was the city and wartime restrictions were in place, Roosevelt had banned high-speed driving even on highways. The speed limit was only 35 miles per hour. So the car wasn't moving fast, only around 20 miles per hour. Fueled by youth and a sense of justice, Josh managed to keep up for a short while, but as the car turned a corner up ahead, Josh came to a stop. Because ahead was no friendly place, it was the immigrant district known as Little Italy, and just 2 more streets over was Chinatown. Unfortunately, unlike the famous tourist attractions and bustling markets that Little Italys and Chinatowns would become in later generations, these areas during this era were still synonymous with slums, barely any better than the segregated black neighborhoods. From his predecessor's memories, Josh recalled that his parents had repeatedly warned him not to go near Little Italy or Chinatown. So now, Josh was quite hesitant. Influenced by mafia movies from later generations like The Godfather, and legendary mafia figures such as Al Capone and the Five Families, it's easy to fall into the illusion that Italian Americans had it easy in the US. But the truth is quite the opposite. For a considerable period in the US, the most unwelcome group among white ethnicities wasn't the Irish, as many believe, but the Italians. The fact that mafia bosses in nearly every gangster movie are portrayed as Italians is, in itself, a form of discrimination. Moreover, in the film Green Book, the police refer to the Italian protagonist as half a black, which aptly reflects the awkward position of Italians in America at the time, half a black being a derogatory term used by Anglo-Saxon Americans for Italians. This term accompanied Italian immigrants from the 19th century through the mid-20th century. So why did Italian immigrants, who once came from the cultural center of Europe, fall into such a predicament? The reason is simple: most Italians who immigrated to America came from southern Italy. Just like the north-south divide in the US, Italy also has its own. Northern Italy is developed in industry and commerce, making it relatively wealthy. In contrast, the south is mountainous, resource-poor, and thus quite impoverished. Wealthier northern Italians who chose to emigrate generally did not consider the US as a destination. Instead, they opted for South America. Because the Italian immigration wave was relatively late compared to other European countries, by the time Italians started arriving, most of the resources in the US were already divided among existing ethnic groups. The wealthy Italians preferred the broader opportunities in South America, where they could hire natives and black laborers to clear land and become bosses themselves. In contrast, poor southern Italians had no capital and thus chose to migrate to the wealthy North America to work for the already developed Americans. In other words, the Italians who came to America were mostly poor and poorly educated. Furthermore, as Southern Europeans, Italians had more Latin features, with distinctive appearances. Combined with their tendency to cluster in communities, work in industrial jobs, low status, and lack of education, these traits made them easy targets for negative stereotypes. This also meant that for a long time, Italians in America could only do the lowest level jobs and had no access to the upper classes. Chinatown next door faced the same plight. Especially during President Coolidge's administration, there was even a 1924 Immigration Act specifically targeting Italians. Though not as well known, the impact of this act on Italian immigrants was on par with the infamous Chinese Exclusion Act. Naturally, this stirred discontent among many Italians. So what to do? Obviously, turn to the underworld. The mafia system from Italy was directly transplanted to the U.S. and it worked surprisingly well. In addition to being discriminated against, Italian Americans now had a new label: gangsters. Feared but even more rejected. Alphan. It was precisely because of this reputation that Josh felt a certain apprehension about entering Little Italy, but after much hesitation, Josh decided to go in. After all, the car he had bought that noon was stolen by the afternoon. He had never been this humiliated in his past life, but before entering Little Italy, Josh pulled up his collar to cover his face and walked into a gun store across the street. Well, gun stores are abundant sometimes, that's convenient. To enter the infamous Italian district, Josh figured a single M1911 pistol wasn't enough. He needed at least a Tommy gun and a shotgun. Even though he was a time traveler and had never served in the military in his past life, Josh did know how to use guns. Be it submachine guns, automatic rifles, bolt-action rifles, or shotguns, Josh had handled them all at shooting clubs when he traveled to Russia, and he had gone hunting in the Far East, spending quite a bit of money on it. Even in this life, his former self had been taken hunting by his father before he passed away, though he only used rifles. So while not an expert, he could handle a gun. Soon, Josh picked out a classic Chicago typewriter, the Tommy gun, plus a Browning M1918 automatic rifle, a shotgun, and matching ammunition. Including the gun cases, it cost him nearly $200. After purchasing the guns, Josh carried the case into a deserted alley, assembled and loaded the weapons, and stored them in his system's warehouse along with the case. Only after all this did he stroll into the Italian district. Perhaps because it was broad daylight, the streets of Little Italy, though somewhat dirty and filled with the smell of sewage, weren't swarming with idle thugs. It was quite different from the black districts of later generations. Though many Italians joined gangs, most were hard-working laborers just like those in Chinatown, busy making a living during the day. It was only at night that things got messy. So all of Josh's preparations turned out to be unnecessary. But after patrolling 2 streets and failing to find the car, Josh felt a bit discouraged. It seemed the thief had only passed through Little Italy. Just as Josh was about to give up, he suddenly spotted the rear half of a car peeking out from the entrance of an old warehouse. Looking around and confirming no one was watching, Josh walked toward the warehouse. As he got closer, he saw the full rear of the car and the unmistakable scratch on the tail. At that moment, he also heard voices coming from inside the warehouse. "Listen, Joe, this is just a Ford from over a decade ago. Even on the second-hand market, it would only fetch $200 at most. I still have to deal with moving the parts, so the best I can give you is $50 for the scrap. If you don't like it, go find someone else, said a slightly hoarse voice with a thick Italian accent. Come on, Mike, you know how tough things have been lately. At least toss in 10 more bucks, just 10. What do you say? Replied a somewhat slick voice. Sneaking closer, Josh easily saw what was going on inside the warehouse. There were two people. One was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut and oil stains all over, and the other a short, slightly chubby young man. From their conversation, it was clear, the young man was the car thief, and the older one specialized in buying stolen vehicles. The piles of car parts scattered throughout the warehouse confirmed it was a chop shop. Besides his stolen Ford, there was another car parked inside. Josh's eyes were quickly drawn to it. It was none other than the legendary Cadillac V16. The Cadillac V16, released in 1930, discontinued in 1940. One of the top luxury cars before World War II, it was the world's first mass-produced 16-cylinder engine vehicle. It was custom-only, with low production, just over 4,000 units sold in 11 years, and an average price of $8,000. Josh saw one yesterday when he was buying a car. That used car dealership was also one of the biggest in Chicago. The seller at the time asked for $9,000, double Josh's entire net worth. The terrifying price made Josh retreat immediately. That's right, it was also a second-hand car, but while other second-hand cars depreciated, this one appreciated. And this one in the garage was a silver convertible overflowing with artistic flair. By comparison, Josh's own 1934 Ford 730 Deluxe was basically industrial trash. Josh fell in love with this imposing luxury car at first sight. He didn't expect a black market car dealer to be able to get a hold of a car like this. Since the Cadillac V16 was custom-only, its owners were undoubtedly wealthy or noble. After all, the steep price of $8,000 wasn't something an average rich man could afford. So theoretically, people capable of owning this car were definitely not to be messed with by ordinary car theft rings. Even car thieves wouldn't dare steal it. That's why seeing this car in a place like this was rather jarring. But Josh didn't care since he saw it here, then it was his. However, Josh didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he first took off his overcoat, pulled a leather jacket from his system warehouse and put it on, then put on a hood. God knows when he had prepared that. After getting fully ready, Josh finally pulled out the newly bought Thompson and walked out. Who are you? Whoa, sir, let's talk this over. Hearing the noise, the two men inside the warehouse immediately turned alert and shouted. But upon seeing the Thompson in Josh's hand, they instantly raised their hands, their tone softening right away. Josh was quite pleased with their attitude. Look at that, aren't these Italians rather friendly? Not nearly as bad as in the movies. Don't worry, I just need a car. Where's the key for this one? Josh asked the Mediterranean-looking middle-aged man in a muffled voice through his mask. Yes. Oh no, sir, you can't take that car. It's reserved for Mr. Scarpa. If you take it, he won't spare us, the middle-aged man said anxiously upon hearing Josh was after the Cadillac V16. Scarpa? Who's that? Josh asked curiously upon seeing the man's reaction. Mr. Scarpa is a high-ranking member of the Moretti family. He runs all the red light businesses in the east side of Chicago, the man answered. This car is for him, just temporarily stored here. Someone will come pick it up this afternoon. If you take it, we're all dead. The Moretti family? And who are they? Josh asked. Sir, you must be new to Chicago, the slightly chubby young man on the side chimed in. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Josh shot back. In a way, he really had just arrived in Chicago. The Moretti family is one of the biggest mafia families in Chicago. Anyone who's been around here for a while would know their name. Friend, let me give you some advice if you want to keep living in Chicago, don't mess with them, the young man said with a sycophantic smile. Oh, sounds impressive. Why don't you tell me about the major powers in Chicago? Other than Al Capone, I really don't know anyone else, Josh mused. Haha, Mr. Capone is certainly worthy of our admiration, but that was more than a decade ago. Now, Chicago is ruled by the Moretti family, the Clemente family, and the Vinci family. Maybe the triads too, the young man explained to Josh. Although Josh had no plans to join the underworld, he listened with great interest. The guy had a good storytelling voice, it felt like listening to a live radio drama. Didn't expect a car thief like you to be so well informed. What's your name? Josh asked after the explanation. I'm Joe Barbaro. Just call me Joe. He's Mike. Sir, since we've met, that makes us friends. We can't let you leave empty-handed. As long as you don't touch this car, you can take anything else you like from this warehouse. Oh, and there should be some cash in Mike's safe too, you can have that, Joe said with a greasy smile, trying to curry favor with Josh holding the Thompson. You're quite sensible. But too bad I only want this car. I'll say it one more time, give me the keys, Josh said coldly, making it clear he had no intention of heeding their warning. Josh's words made both Joe and Mike's faces drop. Clearly, everything they had just said went in one ear and out the other. Sir, Joe tried to speak again. Shut up. Either give me the key or die here. Don't think I'm easy to fool. Since this car is here, that means you either work for the Moretti family or are in business with them. Even if I don't take this car but take something else, would you really let me go afterward? Josh sneered. So what if it's the mafia? I'm robbing the mafia. Indeed, getting tangled with the mafia wasn't a good thing. But ever since they stole his car, the grudge had already been formed. If he didn't take the Cadillac, it would only make it easier for these two to explain things later. There was no benefit for him. Besides, Josh wanted revenge specifically on the one who stole his car, Joe. How could he let him off easy? Honestly, if he didn't want to attract the cops, Josh even felt like spraying them both right now. That's why Josh didn't care one bit about offending the mafia. More importantly, ever since he entered Little Italy, he had kept his face partially hidden with an overcoat, and now he wore a hood. Given the tracking and investigation tech of this era, unless he showed his face, no one could find him. Faced with the threat of a gun, Mike, though extremely unwilling, could only slowly pull the keys from his pocket. The keys for that other car too. And the safe key. Tell me the combination. Josh pointed to his old Ford. You'll regret this. Mike complied, but couldn't help throwing in a threat. Whether I'll regret it or not, I don't know. But if you say another word, I'll make sure you don't even get the chance to regret it, Josh replied disdainfully. Now, both of you get in the car. Josh opened the Ford's car door after taking the keys. Once the two obediently got in, Josh closed the door and locked it. The door locks on cars from this era worked just like house locks. They could be locked from either the inside or the outside. If the people inside didn't have a key, they weren't getting out unless they smashed a window. And if they dared smash a window, even though Josh had never killed anyone before, he wouldn't mind pulling the trigger. After locking them in, Josh, rather wickedly, poured a kettle of coffee into the Ford's gas tank under their watchful eyes. After that, he began searching the warehouse. His main targets were the desk and the safe. Inside the safe, there wasn't much cash, only a few $100. But there were a decent number of ration coupons. Gasoline, candy, liquor, coffee, all ration supplies. Not a huge quantity, but enough for 4 or 5 people. In this particular time period, these things were more valuable than simple money. Josh pocketed them without hesitation. He searched the desk, but didn't find anything useful except another M1911, same model as the one he bought earlier. Following the pluck every feather principle, Josh took it too. Then Josh stashed a bunch of spare tires from a corner of the warehouse out of sight from the two men into his system warehouse. In this era, synthetic rubber was still only mass-produced by the Axis powers. The US was still relying entirely on natural rubber for tires. With Southeast Asia the major rubber-producing region cut off by Japan, America's only remaining rubber source was South America. As a result, during the war, tires became a more critical strategic resource than gasoline. Finally, with his loot in hand, Josh left the warehouse in the Cadillac under the furious gazes of the two Italians locked inside the Ford. After driving the car out of the warehouse and onto the road, Josh took off his hood. Although it was a convertible, Josh had already raised the soft top before leaving, so as long as he kept his collar up, no one outside would be able to clearly see his face. Additionally, Josh did not drive the car straight home. After all, a Cadillac V16 from this era is extremely eye-catching. If Josh drove it home, it would be like telling the mafia that the car was stolen by him. So Josh drove out of the city directly. He then found a secluded forest not far outside the city, parked the car, and changed into a new outfit from his system storage. He burned his old clothes in a fire. Perfect. Let the mafia search for it. Let them turn Chicago upside down and see if they can find it. The only problem was that without the Cadillac, he had no mode of transportation. The distance from the outskirts to the city was a few kilometers, not too long, but also not short. Josh didn't want to walk back, so after leaving the forest he walked to the side of the road, preparing to hitchhike. Hitchhiking culture in America began to emerge in the 1920s when automobiles became more common, so it wasn't anything new. Of course, there were risks involved, but this was the outskirts of Chicago, where professional highway robbers wouldn't typically operate. If by bad luck he did encounter trouble, Josh had plenty of weapons in his system storage. However, even though hitchhiking culture was widespread, not all drivers were willing to stop. The first few cars completely ignored Josh's wave. Fortunately, his luck wasn't that bad. After a few minutes, a car that had just passed him suddenly slowed down and stopped. Josh quickly ran a few steps to catch up. It was a very beautiful convertible car, similar to his stolen Cadillac V16. Of course, just like Josh's car earlier, this car's top was up because the weather was still quite cold. If the top had been down, it would have been enough to turn someone into an ice pop. The car's emblem, a flying goddess, revealed its identity: Packard. People in the 21st century rarely hear of this name, as the brand ended its history in 1958. However, in the 20s and 40s in America, Packard was as renowned as Cadillac for luxury cars. The brand's emblem wasn't just one design. Depending on the time of production and the model, there were 3 variations of the emblem: flying goddess, swan, and crystal goddess, with the flying goddess being the most common and representing the brand at its peak. For example, the Packard 8 seen here was a very classic model. Although its price didn't reach Cadillac V16's level, it still cost over $2,000, definitely in the luxury car range. However, when Josh got a clear look at the driver, he realized that not only was the car beautiful, the person inside was even more stunning. Yes, the driver was a woman, and a very beautiful young lady at that. With snow-white, delicate skin, bright red lips, exquisite features, and golden curly hair typical of the era, wearing a smooth fur coat that exuded elegance, she was the epitome of an American beauty. Hello, handsome boy. Did you run into some trouble? The woman, smiling from the driver's seat, asked Josh. Actually, she was originally planning to ignore Josh, but when she casually glanced at him, she saw his looks and instinctively stopped the car. What could she do? Even though Josh seemed somewhat young, his looks and figure were impressive. With his distinct golden brown hair and light blue eyes typical of Germans, paired with delicate features and no freckles, he was quite striking. Though he was under 16 years old, he was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a strong, upright posture. The only flaw was that his front torso appeared slightly underdeveloped and skinny, but that only added to his delicate beauty, though this was more akin to an older brother's charm than anything else. So, it's true that, no matter the era, having a good appearance is never a bad thing. This beautiful young lady also noticed Josh's attractiveness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped the car in this remote place. Good afternoon, beautiful madam. I'm sorry to bother you, but I was left here in the wilderness by a prankster of a friend, and I was hoping you could give me a ride. Josh politely asked for help. Oh, poor thing. It seems like your friends aren't very nice. Come on in, don't freeze out here. The lady immediately invited him into the car. What's your name? After Josh got in the car, the lady asked while starting the car. Josh Khan. And what do I call you, madam? Josh asked. The use of madam was entirely natural, as the lady wore a huge diamond ring on her left-hand ring finger, clearly visible on the steering wheel. Diamonds in this era were still far from the inflated values of the future, but they weren't cheap either. The diamond on her finger was at least 10 carats, which would be called a pigeon's egg in later years. In 60 years, it would likely be worth over $1 million. Even though diamond marketing was only just starting at this time, such a ring would probably be worth close to $10,000. Wow, this was a wealthy woman. Of course, it was also possible that the diamond was fake, but considering her clothing and this car, the probability of that being the case was low. Margot Wendy's, the lady smiled and answered. Hello, Mrs. Wendy's. You're such a kind and beautiful angel. Without you, I'd probably have had to walk several kilometers home on an empty stomach, Josh complimented. Oh, Josh, you sure know how to flatter people? Mrs. Wendy's seemed pleased with Josh's compliment. Madam, I'm not flattering you. I'm completely sincere. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, Josh said earnestly. At least in this life after my rebirth, you are the most beautiful woman I've seen. Even Daenerys doesn't compare to you. Indeed, he wasn't lying. At least in this reborn life, Mrs. Wendy's was the most beautiful woman he had seen, even more so than Daenerys. Especially her mature feminine charm, something that the small-framed Daenerys simply couldn't match. And for some reason, Josh felt that this lady looked a bit familiar. Could she be some celebrity? But he didn't know much about celebrities from this era, so he couldn't place her right away. Enough with the compliments. Go charm those little girls. It won't work on me, she said dismissively, though the smile on her face indicated that she actually enjoyed hearing it. Are you a movie star, madam? I feel like those Hollywood actresses don't have your kind of grace, Josh asked, testing the waters. Is that a compliment? But I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, I'm just a regular housewife. Mrs. Wendy's smiled and shook her head. A regular housewife? Sure, I believe that. Josh glanced at the luxury car beneath him, the huge diamond, and the luxurious fur coat, and silently rolled his eyes in his heart. Under Margot's driving, the car quickly returned to downtown Chicago. Along the way, due to Josh's deliberate flattery and the insight he possessed as a transmigrator, Margot found the conversation with him quite enjoyable. Because of this, Josh gained a certain level of trust from this beautiful woman, and through their conversation, he was able to roughly understand her family's situation. Just like Margot had said earlier, she really wasn't a movie star, just a housewife, but this housewife, just as Josh had guessed, was far from ordinary. Her husband was a tennis star, frequently active on courts across the US and rarely home, but that wasn't the main point. The key was Margot herself. Her father had been a well-known jeweler and real estate developer in Chicago, and she was his only daughter. 2 years ago, after her father passed away, all the wealth naturally fell into her hands. So, whether it was the luxury car, the diamond ring, or other extravagant items, they were all purchased with her own money. In comparison, although her husband was a tennis star, in this era, athletes' income was nowhere near what it would be in later generations. He couldn't support such a luxurious lifestyle on his own. Instead, he even relied on Margot's financial support to maintain appearances. So, Margot was undoubtedly a genuine rich woman. Faced with this, Josh couldn't help but marvel at his dog-like luck. He randomly hitched a ride and ended up meeting such a top-tier woman. However, from their conversation along the way, Josh could also sense that this lady was relatively simple-minded and not satisfied with her current life, especially complaining quite a bit about her husband who was always away. Although this didn't make Josh develop any special feelings for Margot, one thing was certain: getting to know a woman from the upper class of Chicago society wasn't a bad thing. Especially since her late father had been a jeweler. That meant if Josh could maintain a good relationship with Margot, he might have a safe channel to offload gold in the future. After all, for the jewelry industry, dealing with hundreds or thousands of kilograms of gold was no big deal. And it would be a win-win. Because for jewelers, gaining an extra source of supply was also beneficial. Due to the Roosevelt administration's control over private gold, it wasn't easy for the jewelry industry to obtain enough gold either. Of course, while extracting personal information from Margot, Josh also casually revealed some of his own. For instance, the death of his parents and how he, now alone, was looking for a new place to live. This somewhat aroused Margot's sympathy, and she even proactively began offering help. Speaking of housing, my father once developed a neighborhood in Evanston. While it's not the best, it's a very safe community. Most of the houses have already been sold, but I still have a few. You can go check them out, Margot recommended. Oh, I wonder how much they cost? If they're too expensive, I might not be able to afford it, Josh asked with interest upon hearing this. Evanston is considered a satellite city of Chicago, but that didn't mean Evanston was bad. On the contrary, it was excellent because it's located in the northern part of Chicago, with circumflex. What's in the north of Chicago? It's a bona fide wealthy district. Even though Evanston was just a satellite city, its environment wasn't much worse than that of the north side. The renowned Northwestern University is located there. Josh's previous residence was in the near north side. Though it also had north in the name, the addition of near meant that the environment was drastically different from the real north side. Of course, it was still much better than the black communities in the south, the Little Italy and Chinatown in the southwest, or the Irish communities in the west. What? You ask why there's no east side? Of course, there can't be one because to the east lies Lake Michigan. So there isn't an east side in the strict sense, only a lakeshore district. Buy? No need to buy, just go and live there. They're sitting empty anyway. Margot shook her head. You're still just a child. Wait until you grow up and start working, we can talk about it then. She was genuinely thinking for Josh's sake. Right now, Josh was alone and not yet 16, so it would be hard for him to find a good job. That won't do, ma'am. Rest assured, before my parents passed, they left behind some assets. While not a lot, it should be enough to buy an average house and support me until adulthood. However, Josh rejected Margot's goodwill without hesitation. Though he did intend to make use of Margot, he wouldn't stoop to taking advantage of this kind of small benefit. The property prices in Evanston might not be low, but they wouldn't be sky high either. Well then, no rush on the pricing. Let's take a look first. Do you have anything else to do? If not, why don't I take you to see it now? Margot asked. I don't have anything urgent, but I haven't had lunch yet. You just came back from outside the city too, so I imagine you haven't had a chance to eat either. Josh hadn't expected this lady to be so concerned about his affairs, so he didn't want to refuse. But first, he wanted to fill his stomach. After all, Josh was at the age of rapid growth. Skipping a meal made him very hungry. And Margot had gone horseback riding that morning at a racetrack in western Chicago. Yes, that racetrack was also her private property, so based on the time she got back, she probably hadn't eaten lunch either. I had some light refreshments at the racetrack, but now that you mention it, I am starting to feel hungry, Margot nodded. Then may I have the honor of inviting the beautiful madam to lunch? As a token of my gratitude, Josh immediately offered. Of course, I just happen to know a good restaurant nearby. Margot agreed happily, then turned the steering wheel and headed toward the lakefront. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a restaurant that looked quite upscale. However, to Josh's surprise, the place Margot described as very good wasn't the French restaurant he had imagined. It was a Turkish restaurant. Alright then, it is one of the world's top 3 cuisines, after all. Honestly, whether in his past life or this one, Josh hadn't really eaten Turkish food before. Of course, in this era, there was no such saying as the world's 3 major cuisines, especially since Chinese cuisine, later hailed as the top of the big 3, wasn't popular yet. Nothing could be done about that. It was a limitation of the era. After all, food culture is still culture, and whether it becomes popular is closely tied to a nation's strength. Chinese cuisine only began to gain popularity worldwide after Nixon's 1972 visit to China was broadcast in the US. But Turkish cuisine was different. Turkey's geographic position at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa meant it had more contact with Europe and was heavily influenced by Mediterranean culture. In terms of cooking methods, serving order, and dining etiquette, it was closer to Western cuisine, making it more well known in Europe. So, in this era, Turkish cuisine was far more recognized in Western countries than Chinese cuisine. In Josh's impression, the most famous things about Turkey were kebabs and ice cream. It was only after looking at the menu that he realized there were actually quite a few varieties, though the primary cooking method was still grilling. However, there was no trace of the globally popular rotating kebab that would appear in later years. That dish, although called Turkish kebab, was actually invented by a German in 1971. For the main course, he ordered a swordfish skewer, a beef skewer, and grilled eggplant. He didn't order more because Turkish food portions were rather large. Margot kept it simple, just a serving of lamb chops and a salad. Once the food arrived, Josh eagerly dug in. For breakfast, he had only bought a hot dog from a street vendor before leaving, so he was already starving. And while Josh was leisurely enjoying a meal with a beautiful woman, down in the south of Chicago, a group of people were getting stirred up because of him. It was still that old warehouse, but where once there were few people, now it was crowded with more than a dozen. A middle-aged Italian man with a grim face sat behind the office desk, holding a cup of coffee in one hand, looking very commanding. He was Eddie Scarpa, a high-ranking member of the Chicago Mafia, the third-ranking figure in the Moretti family, and kneeling before the desk were the original owner of the warehouse, the black market car dealer named Mike, and the car thief Joe. Judging by their bruised and battered faces, it was clear they had received some enthusiastic attention from Eddie's men. The atmosphere in the warehouse was tense. As a top figure in the mafia, Eddie Scarpa was a classic antisocial criminal. Back in the Prohibition era of the 1920s, he had followed the current Moretti family boss, Carlo Falcone. Of course, back then, both of them were around Josh's current age. After nearly 2 decades of grinding, the two had grown from lowly street bootleggers to top mafia bosses in Chicago, with more blood on their hands than one could count. Facing such a fearsome figure, Mike and Joe were terrified to their core. Mike especially regretted ever taking on this business deal. Just as the two were trembling with unease, another of Eddie's men walked into the warehouse. "Boss, we've got news. Someone saw the car leave the city from the west side and never return," the subordinate whispered in Eddie's ear. Eddie nodded slightly upon hearing this, then stood up and walked over to Mike and Joe. "My guys got some intel. Looks like you weren't lying, the guy wasn't local and has already left Chicago. That car's probably gone for good," Eddie said slowly. "Boss Eddie, since everything's clear now, does that mean I can go?" Joe forced an awkward smile, trying to flatter Eddie, but Mike gave him a look like he was an idiot. Thinking this guy would let them go just because the situation was clarified? How naive. If the mafia were reasonable, would they still be called the mafia? "Hey, go? Sure. That car was worth $8,000. Mike pays half, you pay the other half. Bring the money, and you can leave," Eddie said with a cold chuckle. A Nigerian Naira beta. Huh. Joe was dumbfounded. $4,000? He was just a petty thief. Where would he get that kind of money? "What do you mean? Huh. That's right, I couldn't find the guy who stole the car, but it disappeared under your watch. You didn't protect what you should have, so you're responsible. And don't say I'm not being fair. I'm giving you 1 week. I don't care if you steal or rob, get the money together. Of course, if you can get me the exact same car, that works too. If I don't see the money in a week, I'll have you dumped in the lake. And don't even think about running. I'll have people watching you and your families. If you try to skip town, I guarantee it won't just be you who dies. And Joe, I know you don't have family, but you have friends. You wouldn't want your little buddies getting dragged into this mess because of you, right?" Eddie patted Joe's face and snarled. Then, without looking back, he left the warehouse, followed by his men. Only Mike and Joe were left behind, looking ashen. That was $8,000. To mafia bosses, sure, that kind of money was pocket change, but not to Joe and Mike. In fact, they weren't even formal mafia members, just fringe affiliates living off mafia scraps. For people like them at the bottom, even if they saved every penny for years, they might not come up with that kind of money. And now they only had 1 week. "What should we do?" Joe asked Mike, voice trembling. To him, this was utterly unfair. He'd just come to fence a stolen second-hand car and didn't make much money only to get dragged into this mess. "I don't know. Figure it out yourself." Mike avoided Joe's pleading eyes and replied evasively. Unlike Joe, Mike, while also a fringe member, had access to many channels in the black market car trade and had some savings. He couldn't come up with $8,000, but maybe $4,000 by pawning everything and gritting his teeth. So for him, sharing the blame with Joe was a stroke of luck. If Josh had robbed the car from him alone, he'd be the one in deep trouble now. At least now, he'd lose some money but not his life. As for Joe, that wasn't his problem. Of course, if he knew that Josh had shown up because of Joe's car theft, maybe he wouldn't be feeling so lucky. Seeing Mike avoid his gaze, Joe realized he wasn't going to get any help from this old fox. He could only drag his bruised body out of the old warehouse, spirit broken. Watching Joe's back as he left, Mike sighed to himself. To raise $4,000 in such a short time, robbing a bank might be the only option. Of course, there were other gigs: stealing, robbing, smuggling, but most of those needed time to convert to cash, and a week just wasn't enough. As for the events in that rundown warehouse, Josh knew nothing. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. After all, the whole thing started because Joe stole his car. You do the crime, you pay the price. That's how the adult world works, simple as that. At that moment, he was being led by Margot to tour his new home. Screech. With the sound of brakes, the Packard stopped in front of the garage of a small villa. This caught the attention of a middle-aged man watering his garden in the neighboring yard. Then, a handsome man and a beautiful woman stepped out of the car together. It was Josh and Margot. However, upon seeing the pair, the middle-aged man's expression turned a bit strange. Although, in terms of appearance, Josh and Margot were well matched, and Josh was tall, the man could still easily tell from Josh's face, which hadn't completely shed its youthful innocence, that he was quite young. Margot, on the other hand, was clearly a mature, ripe woman. Moreover, the clothing Josh wore, while not bad, was definitely nothing impressive. It was essentially a $10 coat worn by the working class, which theoretically made it impossible for him to afford a house here. In contrast, the fur coat Margot wore had to be worth several $100s at the very least. So, the middle-aged man couldn't help but develop some curiosity toward this rather mismatched pair. After all, judging by the situation, it seemed they might become his neighbors. And next door, Josh, who had just stepped out of the car, seemed to sense something, instinctively turning his head and meeting the man's gaze. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded in greeting. Josh, though a bit surprised, nodded politely in return. Then he turned his attention back to the house in front of him. It was a standard American-style two-story villa, with an exterior design identical to those commonly seen in future American suburbs. The only difference, perhaps, was the interior furnishing and decoration. What do you think? Do you like it? Margot asked from the side. It's a very nice house, but it must be expensive, right? Josh asked instinctively. Although he had already expected that Margot wouldn't bring him to see a cheap place, actually seeing it still exceeded his expectations because while this style of villa would be common in future America, in this era, it definitely counted as high-end. What's more, this house was large. Although he hadn't yet seen the back, judging by the front alone, its area was likely no less than 500 square meters. Additionally, the house had spacious yards both front and back. So Josh suddenly felt that maybe he didn't have enough money after all. Don't worry, it's not expensive. Just $500 and it's yours, Margot said with a bright smile. Hearing that price, the corner of Josh's mouth twitched. This woman was really treating him like a kid. Okay then, the real price is $2,000. Do you have enough? Seeing Josh's expression, Margot realized her quoted price was too fake and immediately corrected herself, cautiously asking, Mrs. Wendy's, you really don't need to do this. I'm not as broke as you think, Josh said helplessly. All right, $4,000. Not a cent more. That's what this neighborhood cost when it was first built. You're not allowed to haggle. Otherwise, it means you don't see me as a friend. Are a Nigerian Nairo. Seeing Josh's tone stiffen, Margot could only compromise, but also firmly locked in the price once and for all. If you argue more, you're not treating me like a friend. Hearing that number, Josh nodded. That price was finally not too outrageous. Of course, Josh knew that even this price was definitely still below the market value, but from the look on Margot's face, if he kept refusing this kindness, she might genuinely get upset. All right then, this price it is. But I'll have to go get the money and pay you later, Josh said. No rush with the money, whenever is fine. Let's go in first and look at the interior. See if you like it. If not, tell me and I'll find someone to redecorate for you. Seeing Josh no longer bargaining, Margot's face finally showed a satisfied smile, and she dragged Josh toward the house. Thanks to the large yard and enough distance, their conversation hadn't been overheard by the middle-aged man watering his plants, otherwise he'd have probably coughed up blood. Margot's final offer of $4,000 actually wasn't a lie. When this neighborhood was first built, that was the price. But one needed to consider, when was the neighborhood built? That was in 1934, right after the Great Depression ended. Prices back then couldn't compare to today's at all. That middle-aged man's family had only moved here last year, and for a house of the same size, he'd paid a full $12,000. In fact, once Josh stepped inside, he realized he'd still underestimated the house's value because while the interior decor couldn't be called luxurious, it was exquisitely done. And appliances like a radio, refrigerator, and telephone were all present. Josh even saw air conditioning and a television. In America, refrigerators became popular relatively early. By the early 1940s, about 85% of homes had one, so that didn't surprise Josh. But air conditioning and television were different. Although they were invented around the same time, especially air conditioning, which predated TVs and refrigerators by 20 years due to technical limitations, ACs and TVs were still luxury items before World War II. It wasn't until after the war that they became widespread in ordinary households. So, in 1943, both appliances still counted as luxuries. What do you think? Is the interior decoration acceptable? Seeing Josh staring in awe, Margot asked expectantly. It's excellent. So good that I'm at a loss for words, Josh replied earnestly. This was absolutely heartfelt and not at all exaggerated. After all, back in his past life in the 21st century, in China with its terrifying housing prices, he had worked half a lifetime and with help from his parents only managed to buy a 150 square meter property. And by help, he meant his parents covering 80% of the cost. Even then, it had cost over 2 million yuan. Worse still, of those 150 square meters, a full 30 were shared public space. Just thinking about that made Josh want to string up certain Hong Kong property developers on utility poles. As long as you like it. The bedding in the rooms is all new, so you can move in today. But the traffic around here might be inconvenient, so you'll need a car. I have connections to get you a new one. Oh, and you probably don't have a driver's license yet, right? I'll go with you to get one, Margot said, talking non-stop. Looking at Margot giving instructions so seriously, Josh suddenly felt emotional. Life is unpredictable. Just a week ago, he was still worrying about how to fill his belly. And now he was living in such a luxurious home. So this counts as marrying into wealth and living off a rich woman? But honestly, this kind of soft life really tastes good. Josh and Margot spent the entire afternoon in the new house, but in the end, Josh did not stay there that night. Although he already had the key and the house was fully equipped, the problem was that the refrigerator and everything else were empty, and the nearest restaurant was quite a distance away. So without a car, it was indeed very inconvenient. Though Josh had snatched a luxury car, that thing couldn't be seen in public anytime soon, and could only be kept as a collectible or used in special situations. As for the new car, although Margot had already arranged for someone to take care of it, the earliest it would arrive was the next day. So as the day wore on, the two returned to the city, had dinner together, and only then did Margot drop Josh off at home. Aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? Margot leaned on the steering wheel with a smile, watching Josh get out of the car. Ma'am, you know, I live alone, so it's a bit messy inside. Of course, if you don't mind. Josh scratched his head at Margot's teasing. In truth, he wouldn't mind getting involved with this beautiful woman, but the apartment was indeed messy. He'd been busy making a living and hadn't really tidied up. In his past life, as a man from China, he really wasn't used to bringing a woman he hadn't known long back home under such circumstances. Haha, just teasing you. Go on, get some rest. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Margot laughed, seeing the youth's bashful and awkward look. Though they had only known each other for a day, Josh had left a very good impression on her, even giving her a feeling like first love. However, during their previous time together, Josh had seemed a little too mature. His attention to detail made Margot feel very comfortable, but also gave her a trace of heartache. After all, in her eyes, for a mere 15-year-old boy to be so thoughtful and composed, he must have gone through a lot. Only now did she see in Josh a bit of the awkwardness that belonged to a true teenager. How about in the afternoon? I have some things to handle in the morning. Josh relaxed slightly, seeing that Margot wasn't pressing him, then replied. That morning he had taken revenge on the car thief and then gone house hunting with Margot, completely disrupting his original plans. Though these things related to his life, what was even more important was the arms deal with Daenerys. But it was already late today, and without a car, he had no choice but to wait until tomorrow. In both this era and the future, American stores generally closed quite early, usually around 5 or 6. Only a few community stores might stay open later, but generally no later than 9. Gun stores typically belonged to the former category, so if Josh wanted to buy guns now, it was already a bit too late. Therefore, he planned to get a car tonight and buy guns the next morning. Although Margot had said she'd get him a new car tomorrow, that didn't stop Josh from acquiring a few extra ones, especially those with no records or that were stolen, to use in special situations like going to the suburbs in the morning with no car. Anyway, the space in the trading system was big enough, though not infinite. It held a whopping 1,000 cubic kilometers, enough to store a whole international metropolis. Also, time was frozen within the system space, so there was no concern of spoilage for stored items. In fact, with such a massive space, even without trading partners, Josh could make big money through smuggling. Customs could tear him apart and still not find anything suspicious. The only problem was that Josh currently lacked power and backing. The risks were too high. After all, judges needed evidence, but people in that line of work didn't. As long as they suspected you of stealing business, that was reason enough to act. In this relatively lawless era of commerce, a few people disappearing wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Okay, then I'll come by at 1 in the afternoon. Margot didn't press Josh after hearing he had things to deal with, and simply agreed on a different time. And Josh had no objection. With that settled, the two formally said goodbye, but once Margot's car disappeared from sight, Josh turned and walked off in another direction. About 10 minutes later, Josh arrived at a parking lot and, taking advantage of a lapse in the guard's attention, slipped inside unnoticed. The rest was simple: pick a car, and directly store it in the system warehouse. At this point, some might wonder what good is taking a car without the keys? But in reality, cars from this era didn't require a key to start, as long as you could get the door open. That's because car keys of this time were only used to unlock the door, serving a basic anti-theft function. As for starting the car, it was a one-button start, very familiar to people from the 21st century. Yes, a one-button start, not ignition by key. The only difference was that modern cars require a chip-enabled electronic key to initiate the start, while cars from this era didn't. In fact, the first generation of car ignition didn't need a key at all. Cars before 1927 were started with a crank, like tractors from the 80s or 90s. After the invention of electronic ignition in 1927, push-button start became available. The mechanical key ignition familiar to modern people wasn't invented until 1949 by Chrysler. This was why, when Josh hijacked a car at the old warehouse and locked Joe and Mike inside, he still had to pour a pot of coffee into the gas tank of the old Ford. As for insisting on the Cadillac V16's car key, it was just to avoid breaking the window. Otherwise, if he wanted to be rough, smashing the window would have worked just fine. But for a collectible luxury car with only around 4,000 units worldwide, Josh was reluctant to use brute force. As for some backup cars to be used in temporary situations, that wasn't a concern. Just find a deserted spot, smash the window, and it's good to go. So once inside the parking lot, Josh didn't bother being picky. He casually borrowed 7 or 8 black standard model sedans, then avoided the main entrance guards and quietly slipped away. The whole process went very smoothly, but Josh wasn't smug about it. Nor did he think that having the system warehouse allowed him to steal things at will. After all, not every place was like a parking lot nearly unguarded. Even if he were caught, at most he'd be questioned a bit. After returning home, Josh checked the time. It was around 7 p.m. After a moment of thought, he summoned the trading system. However, this time, Daenerys appeared a bit late. Josh waited a full 15 minutes, and just when he was about to lose patience, Daenerys finally appeared on the screen, dressed scantily. Oh, looks like I interrupted something good. Seeing Daenerys flushed and full of lust on the screen, Josh grinned teasingly. Clearly, the queen from another world had just been through an intense battle. It seemed Daenerys had already returned to Mirian, and Josh guessed the person she had just battled with was probably the leader of the Second Son's mercenary group, Dario. Since you know that, pick a better time next time, Daenerys replied with an unchanged expression, unfazed by Josh's teasing. On the continent of Westeros, people were very open-minded. Daenerys had experienced even more awkward situations, so Josh's remarks didn't stir any waves in her heart. But that is indeed an issue. Trade is important, but if it interferes with our personal lives, that's not good either. So let's agree on a fixed time. If either of us happens to miss it due to unforeseen circumstances, we'll simply postpone the trade to the next day, Josh said. That makes sense. You pick a time then, Daenerys responded without much objection. Let's go with 7 p.m. system time. Each session will have a 10-minute waiting window. If neither of us shows up by 7:10 p.m. system time, then the trade automatically rolls over to the next day. That way, unless there's an emergency, we won't bother each other, Josh said, looking at the system time. Though they were in different dimensions, the trading system synced all transaction partners' time flows with Josh's timeline. The system now used Chicago time as the standard. All right. Daenerys agreed after a moment of thought. This time roughly coincided with her rest period anyway. The nightlife in Westeros was quite dull, so finding time wasn't hard. It had just been a while since she'd last seen Daario, and that beast had been holding back. He'd performed so well she couldn't stop, which caused the delay. With the time set, what surprise do you have for me today? Having confirmed the regular trading schedule, Daenerys asked. Sorry, something unexpected happened today, so I didn't have time to prepare supplies. To apologize, I've brought you something else, Josh said as he placed 2 brown paper bags in the system's trading slot and initiated the trade no charge. What is it? Daenerys didn't blame him. While she did value firearms, her military strength in Westeros was already among the most powerful, so her need for guns wasn't immediate. Still, she was curious about what kind of novelty Josh would bring from his world. Some sugar and chocolate, Josh shrugged. Just as he said, the 2 brown paper bags each contained 1 pound of sugar and 1 pound of chocolate, just under half a kilo each. He had bought them at a store he passed during lunch, before going house hunting with Margot. Though the quantity looked small, don't think Josh was being stingy. In fact, during wartime America, sugar was one of the most strictly rationed civilian commodities, more than tires or gasoline. Each person's weekly sugar ration, including chocolate, was only 0.25 pounds, or about 2 ounces. This 1 pound of sugar and 1 pound of chocolate already accounted for all the sugar coupons black market dealer Mike had in stock. I know sugar, but what's chocolate? Daenerys didn't think much of the sugar as Queen of Mirian. She wouldn't be deprived of it, but she was very curious about the chocolate Josh mentioned. It's a candy made from a unique fruit of our world. It can improve your mood, Josh explained. Wait, this is sugar? This pure sugar? Daenerys was clearly intrigued, but when she opened the bag of sugar, she was stunned. Though Westeros had dragons, magic, and possibly gods, its productivity was, frankly, likely lower than that of medieval Europe. So even if sugar existed, it was usually in the form of rough brown sugar blocks. Refined white granulated sugar was unheard of. That's right, that's sugar. Because it's fine and resembles white sand, we call it white granulated sugar, Josh nodded. Oh, gods, the taste such pure, sweet flavor. Once Josh confirmed it, Daenerys delicately used the edge of her slender pinky fingernail to pick up a pinch of sugar and slowly brought it to her lips. Then, as if tasting some heavenly delicacy, she closed her eyes and savored it. Watching Daenerys' careful tasting and intoxicated expression, Josh couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. For a moment, he suspected what he'd given her wasn't sugar but some kind of forbidden, sinful substance. Sorry, I lost myself for a moment. But I've truly never tasted such pure sweetness. After enjoying it for a long while, Daenerys finally returned to her senses and spoke to Josh. No problem. But I think once you try the chocolate, you might like it even more, Josh shrugged. Thank you. I'll savor it carefully. But sugar this pure must be expensive, right? Daenerys asked curiously. Yeah, it's pretty pricey, strictly controlled wartime material, Josh nodded. Those 2 pounds of sugar and chocolate cost him $4 even with ration coupons. And how much was regular beef? 40 cents a pound. That was with ration coupons. On the black market, prices could be several times higher. Without question, compared to the cheap sugar prices of the future, this was astronomical. In fact, sugar in the US was still considered relatively cheap. During World War II, the country with the most outrageous sugar price hikes was Japan. At its peak, Japan's sugar prices had increased by 770 times compared to pre-war prices. Meanwhile, grain and fuel prices had only risen 50-fold. By the end of World War II, American soldiers could buy the affection of a gentle Japanese girl with just a piece of chocolate. But when Josh said pretty pricey, he was comparing it to the low future prices. Daenerys, however, misunderstood, thinking Josh had spent a significant chunk of his gold reserves. As anyone who watched Game of Thrones would know, Daenerys, as a queen, was extremely generous to her subordinates. And while Josh wasn't exactly her subordinate, he had just tribute such valuable food, and she didn't want him to suffer a loss. So with a wave of her delicate hand, the system made a transaction notification sound. Josh was dumbfounded, because the trade bar now displayed 1,000 ounces of gold. This woman had lost her mind? Josh knew sugar was expensive in ancient times, but even comparing it to sugar-starved medieval Europe or wartime Japan, it was, at most, equal in value to gold. But trading 1,000 ounces for 2 pounds of sugar that was 30 times the price of gold. Forget selling guns, shouldn't he just sell sugar instead? Fortunately, Daenerys' next words made Josh realize she hadn't lost her mind. I know this might be difficult, but I still hope you can find a way to provide me with as much sugar as possible, and oh, also this kind of chocolate. Half of this gold is my thank you gift to you, and the other half is a deposit. I don't care what price you actually pay for the sugar, but I'll purchase it at 5 ounces of gold per pound. What do you think? Daenerys said solemnly. After all, she was a queenly figure. Though still young, she had already been through many ordeals and was not some naive little flower. Daenerys was well aware of the importance of refined sugar. If powerful firearms could help her conquer enemies by force, then refined sugar would be the key to maintaining her army's strength and winning allies. Once she returned to Westeros, if she wanted to win over some lord or noble, gifting them sugar of equal weight would be 100 times more effective than gifting gold of the same weight. As for the price of 5 ounces per pound, it was a figure Daenerys estimated based on the rough sugar blocks in her own world. Undoubtedly, refined sugar of this quality was worth far more than the price calculated using the standard for Westeros crude sugar. But Daenerys also figured that sugar in Josh's world probably wasn't cheap, though definitely not as exorbitant as in Westeros. She hadn't come to this conclusion blindly, it was based on the previous firearms Josh had sold her. Why? Because of the metal. During World War II, Earth's industrial level had already become very advanced. While the steel produced wasn't comparable to the special alloys of future generations, it was leagues ahead of anything in the medieval era. When Josh first recommended firearms to her, Daenerys was only interested in their power. But once she got her hands on the real thing, her interest extended beyond the weapons themselves to the metal used to make the guns and bullets. When she first traded for the .38 revolver, Daenerys had already tested it. The best weapons used by her warriors could barely leave faint scratches on the gun's surface and couldn't cause any real damage. Upon closer inspection, she found that even the so-called scratches had only marred the unknown coating on the gun's surface. It was nickel-plated. Such robust steel could completely rival the legendary Valyrian steel. In Westeros, steel of this level was several times more valuable than gold. Much like the famed swords in martial arts novels like the Heaven-Relying Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber, it wasn't something that could be bought even with money. And how much did the .38 revolver weigh? Over a kilogram. Even excluding the non-metal parts, it wouldn't be less than 30 ounces in imperial units. And Josh sold it to her, with a free copy of the Prince, for only 10 ounces of gold. As for the M1917 rifle he sold her later, don't even mention it. It weighed 8 kilograms, and even after removing the wooden parts, it still weighed at least 2 kilograms. Plus, it came with 100 rounds of ammunition. And both the .38 and M1917 rounds were made of fine copper. So even though the price had tripled, Daenerys had not lost anything. In fact, if one day Josh stopped supplying her with bullets, these guns wouldn't become useless clubs as he imagined. Just recycling the steel and copper casings would be enough for Daenerys to recoup her investment and then some. And there wouldn't be any issue reusing the recovered steel. Yes, producing steel required advanced technology, but reforging existing steel was far easier. Just like Valyrian steel, while the people of Westeros couldn't forge it, they could still reforge weapons made from it. So Josh thought he had scored a huge profit. But in reality, he was just at level 3, while Daenerys was already in the stratosphere. This was one of the greatest advantages of interdimensional trade. Now, Daenerys was using this same information gap to estimate the value of sugar. Faced with Daenerys' offer, Josh was undeniably tempted. Was sugar expensive? At $2 per pound, sure. And if he wanted to trade large quantities, that price was unrealistic. He would have trouble getting enough ration coupons. So he'd have to buy it on the black market. There, the price was at least $5 per pound. But compared to Daenerys' offer of 5 ounces of gold per pound, at 80% purity, which was around $250 per pound, it was still ridiculously cheap. A full 50-fold profit? Even the M1917 rifle he sold earlier barely made him 25 times the profit. This business was worth doing. I can try my best, but I can't guarantee the quantity. Josh thought for a moment and immediately agreed, but didn't dare make too many promises. After all, sugar was a tightly controlled resource. Aobes. That's fine, doing your best is enough. Daenerys also knew it wasn't going to be easy. After finishing their discussion, the two said their goodbyes and ended the call. Afterward, Josh looked at the 100 more gold bars in his system storage and felt another wave of excitement. Although he had seen gold every day recently, each transaction brought more wealth than the last. The feeling was absolutely wonderful. If it were all US dollars instead of gold, Josh would have been tempted to pull out a bill just to light a cigarette and act cool like Mark Gore. Of course, that was just a thought. For one thing, Josh didn't smoke. For another, while Mark Gore looked suave lighting his cigarette with cash, the guy was actually printing counterfeit bills. He was burning fakes. Soon, the night passed. The next day, Josh woke up late, and his plans changed again. Originally, he had planned to visit several gun shops that morning to buy more firearms. After paying for the house, he wouldn't have much cash left to build up inventory, so he had intended to make a purchase early and trade with Daenerys at noon. But because of the sugar, he had suddenly gained 1,000 ounces of gold, so there was no longer any rush. What? Half of that was a deposit? Come on, once something went into Josh's pocket, there was no way it was coming back. Less than 100 pounds of sugar? He'd buy out the entire black market if he had to. He casually ate some bread and milk from his supplies to fill his stomach, then started packing. There wasn't much to pack, since most of the important stuff had long been stored in the system inventory, so he just stuffed some clothes into boxes. He also prepared a fine little wooden box and placed 50 gold bars inside. All that was left now was to wait for Margot's arrival. Josh, have you been waiting long? Around 1 p.m. in the afternoon, a brand new car pulled up in front of Josh. Margot got out of the car and warmly gave Josh a hug. Not at all. Waiting for the most beautiful lady in the world is my honor, Josh flattered. Oh, Josh, you're such a sweet talker. Hearing Josh's compliment, Margot burst into laughter and then pointed at the driveway. This is the car I prepared for you. How is it? Do you like it? A little flashy, but very beautiful. I like it. Josh looked at the car and raised an eyebrow. No doubt, a wealthy woman like Margot wouldn't offer anything cheap. Although this car was slightly inferior to a Cadillac V16, it was in no way lesser than Margot's own Packard. It was a 1942 Lincoln Continental, the last model Lincoln released before America joined the war. Although the redesign had lost the European-style curved fenders of the original 1939 model, it actually appealed more to Josh's aesthetic. The only drawback was, as Josh said, it was a bit too flashy. Well, not the model itself, but the color. The car was burgundy. Young people should be a bit more lively and bold. You act too mature, Margot said unconcernedly. Come on, get in. You drive. When they went to see the house yesterday, Josh said he could drive. Margot didn't quite believe him at first, but after letting him try, she found Josh's driving skills were even better than hers, so she had no worries now. As she spoke, Margot reached out to grab the suitcase beside Josh. Josh had 2 suitcases, one large and one small. The big one was a classic 28-inch leather suitcase of the era. The small one looked only about 7 or 8 inches. Margot didn't overestimate herself by trying to lift the big one, as it already looked very heavy. So, she decisively went for the small one. And then, as soon as she lifted it, she nearly fell over. Luckily, Josh was quick and caught her. Good thing he was fast. If Margot had fallen, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but if the box got damaged and its contents spilled out, that would be a real mess. What's in this box? Why is it so heavy? Margot asked in shock after nearly falling. It was heavy, yes, but only about 30 pounds, not too heavy to lift. It was just that the actual weight far exceeded her expectations, and she had used too much force, almost causing her to fall. It's not convenient to say here. You'll know once we get to Evanston, Josh said mysteriously, then put the small box in the car. Wow, now I'm really curious. Seeing Josh's mysterious expression only made Margot even more curious. There were no delays on the road, and Josh soon drove to the house in Evanston. This time, the middle-aged man next door wasn't watering his garden but enjoying afternoon tea in the yard with his wife, basking in the late winter sunshine. "Yes. Tommy, are they new neighbors? Looks like we're going to have neighbors from now on," said the wife, who wasn't around yesterday and was now curious at the sight of the young couple. "No, we've always had neighbors. It's that girl. She just doesn't live here. But it looks like the boy is going to be the one living here from now on," the middle-aged man named Tommy replied. After Josh and Margot came yesterday, he did a bit of digging and found out that the house next door was always owned by a rich young girl. So he immediately connected the dots to Margot. "Do you think we should invite them over for some coffee? After all, we'll be neighbors," Tommy's wife suggested. "Hey, let's not disturb the young couple. That boy brought luggage. Clearly he just moved in today. Who knows, they might be going at it inside already." Tommy laughed jokingly. "Ah, you might be right." His wife paused for a second, then nodded. If it were mid-20th century China, doing such things in broad daylight would be frowned upon. But in the West, it was perfectly normal. Back when she and Tommy were young, they'd done even crazier things. Thinking about that, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks grow warm. "What's wrong, Sarah?" Noticing his wife's unusual expression, Tommy became interested. He put his hand on her leg and asked, pretending not to know. Though they were an old married couple, they had been apart for 4 of the past 5 years. It wasn't until they moved here last year that the family reunited. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and after 4 years apart, the feelings between them only deepened. Plus, they weren't that old. Tommy was in his early 40s, and his wife had just turned 40. Both were still full of energy. "Cut it out, don't mess around. You still have to pick up the kids later." His wife rolled her eyes and slapped his hand away. In America, school ends early. Even in the 21st century, kids are usually out by 3 p.m. Back in the 1940s, school was even less demanding, so classes ended around the same time or earlier. It was already past 2 p.m., so it definitely wasn't time to be fooling around. Understanding this, Tommy reluctantly withdrew his hand. At the same time, inside the house next door, Josh and Margot were not, as the Tommy couple speculated, engaged in any passionate activities. After all, they had only known each other for 2 days. Though Margot was very fond of Josh, she wasn't the type to throw herself at him so easily. She still had the reserve of a well-bred lady. If it weren't for the fact that her husband changed drastically after marriage, rarely home and constantly partying, Margot might not have developed feelings for Josh either, something she hadn't told Josh. Margot had long since discovered that her famous athlete husband had more than one mistress outside and was spending her money to do it. At this point, Margot's situation was a bit like Rose from Titanic, yearning to escape the cage of her former life. The difference was, Margot had the upper hand in two ways. First, her husband cheated first, while Rose betrayed Cal while still engaged. Second, though Rose was a bankrupt aristocrat, Margot wasn't nobility but was the one who actually controlled the money. Marriage laws of the time weren't as sound as they would be in the future, and the family wealth originally came from Margot's inheritance. If she made her husband's infidelity public and filed for divorce, that tennis-playing husband wouldn't see a dime. Likewise, Josh wasn't Jack. Jack was a genuine poor guy. He won his steerage ticket through gambling. But Josh wasn't poor. For example, when Josh opened the small suitcase and revealed 500 ounces, nearly 15 kilograms of gold bars, Margot was momentarily stunned. Not that she hadn't seen money before. 500 ounces of gold was only worth a little over $20,000 on the black market. Margot's fortune was hundreds of times that amount. It was just that when Josh said he had money, she thought it was just pride talking. She didn't expect he really had quite a bit of money. This was left to me by my father. I once took a piece to have it appraised. They said the quality wasn't very good, with only about 80% purity, Josh said, pointing at the gold in the box. As long as I exchange this gold for US dollars at the bank, I can pay for this house. What? The bank? No, you can't exchange it at the bank. Hearing Josh's words, Margot immediately spoke up. Why not? Josh asked, feigning ignorance. It's not worth it. The bank's exchange rate is just a government money-grabbing scheme to fool the general public. If it's a normal transaction, based on current market rates, it should be at least $50 per ounce, Margot explained. Though she was a wealthy heiress and not particularly business savvy, Margot wasn't some clueless naive girl. She still understood some basic economic principles. Then where should I exchange it? Josh asked. That's easy, leave it to me. Uncle John happens to need a lot of gold, and this amount of yours, he can easily take. Margot confidently took charge of the matter. Uncle John. Josh was puzzled. He's the one who took over my father's jewelry company, also my father's partner. He had a great relationship with my dad. After my father passed away, because I wasn't good at running a business, I sold most of the shares to him and only kept a small portion, Margot explained. That's great. But won't this trouble you? Josh said gratefully. It's no trouble at all. This is a mutually beneficial deal. Don't be fooled by the bank's price of $35 per ounce. It's just a facade. When they sell to companies in need, although the official price remains, after all the fees and bureaucratic approvals, the actual cost isn't much lower than buying from the black market at high prices. And it's also limited in supply. Uncle John's business hasn't been easy these past years either, Margot said, shaking her head. Hearing this, Josh nodded. He understood this well. When it came to harvesting wealth from the public and the world, the US government was a master. Don't be misled into thinking Roosevelt's New Deal saved the American economy. At the time, the government was deeply in debt and had no money to implement any such plan. And yet, the New Deal was carried out smoothly, so the question was, where did the money come from? The answer, by reaping the public's wealth. The very first act of Roosevelt's New Deal was the Emergency Banking Act, which devalued the dollar against gold and banned gold exports. Then, he forced citizens to turn in their gold at $20.67 per ounce and required American gold mine owners to sell their output to the Treasury at the same price. Then, just a year later, the government raised the official gold price to $35 per ounce, effectively devaluing the dollar by 40%. This meant that the wealth of the public was instantly cut by 40%. The state got rich, and the people became poor. Such ability to reap the public's wealth was truly impressive. And looking ahead, whenever the US faced trouble, they would just devalue the dollar or hand out money to citizens. So this wealth harvesting game had long been a traditional skill of the US government. I helped you again, shouldn't you thank me? With the matter settled, Margot teased. Of course. So I've decided to cook dinner myself and invite you to join me, Josh said with a slight smile. Oh, you can cook? Margot was very surprised to hear that. Of course. Just wait and see. But we'll need to buy some ingredients first, Josh said. Oh ho, I'm already looking forward to it, Margot replied with a big smile. So the two of them headed out again and drove to the nearest farmer's market. Actually, supermarkets already existed in 1940s America, but at that time, they mainly sold national brand packaged goods and rarely carried fresh food. With Daenerys. Most supermarkets were also built in remote suburbs. Refrigerators weren't yet widely used in the early 1940s, and there weren't many ways to preserve food, so faraway supermarkets didn't meet people's needs. So back then, people still mainly bought fresh food from small local shops, roadside stalls, or farmers' markets. Local farmers would bring their fruits, vegetables, honey, and other agricultural products from their own farms to sell. After walking around the market, Josh quickly bought some beef, a chicken, a salmon, and ingredients like lettuce, onions, potatoes, mushrooms, and carrots. He didn't plan on cooking authentic Chinese dishes not because he didn't know how, but because the conditions didn't allow it. Because here, you simply couldn't buy scallions, ginger, garlic, or other essential Chinese seasonings. There was no soy sauce, vinegar, or cooking wine. There were only Western seasonings like rosemary, cinnamon, ketchup, and pepper. Chili peppers, however, were available after all, they originated in the Americas. Besides the ingredients, kitchenware was also an issue. There was no wok in the house, only an oven, frying pan, and a barbecue grill. So he could only adapt and make some semi-Western, semi-Chinese dishes. For example, the beef could be stewed with tomatoes and potatoes. The chicken could be made with ketchup and starch into what would become known in future America as General Tso chicken, something Chinese people would find baffling. It was basically a sweet and sour chicken made using the same method as sweet and sour pork. Very simple. A chef from Taiwan had whipped it up in the 1950s to please a US Navy commander from the 7th Fleet. As for the salmon, that would be grilled Western-style, drizzle with lemon juice, sprinkle with salt and pepper, add some rosemary. Lastly, the vegetables lettuce, carrots, and mushrooms were sliced and stir-fried casually in a pan. As for the staple food, of course, it was bread. 2 freshly baked baguettes solved that problem. Let's just say, if a Chinese person saw these dishes, they'd probably turn up their nose, but to fool a foreigner, it was more than enough. To make real Chinese food, Josh would have to go to Chinatown one day to buy the proper seasonings and kitchen tools. Wow, this is amazing. This chicken is so delicious. Is it an Austrian specialty? What's it called? Though Josh considered it a very makeshift dinner, most of the dishes had a sweet and sour taste, which clearly suited Margot's palate. She was eating with great enjoyment, especially the awkwardly not quite General Tso chicken. Yes, that's right. It's an Austrian dish called Ferdinand chicken, Josh said, looking deeply at the dish. And he would absolutely not admit that this thing was Chinese food. Besides, as someone of Austrian descent, cooking Chinese food wouldn't make sense at all. So yes, it was Austrian cuisine. Ferdinand chicken. No problem there. As for why it was called Ferdinand, well, at that moment, besides that failed art student, Josh could only think of the guy who was the spark for World War I. Thus, under circumstances completely baffling to all of Austria, a dish that would later sweep through America as a popular Austrian classic, Ferdinand chicken, was born. After dinner, Josh drove Margot home. Margot's residence was located in the real wealthy district of North Chicago, a small estate. Looking at the vast grounds of the estate and the scattered lights from the servants' quarters, Josh seemed to understand a bit of Margot's loneliness. He gave Margot a gentle hug, and only after watching her walk into the estate did Josh drive away. What Josh didn't know was that just as Margot entered the estate, she saw someone in the living room. For someone to appear at this time, it naturally couldn't be a stranger to Margot. That person was none other than Margot's nearly absentee husband, the tennis star Tony Wendy's. What a rare guest. I almost thought you'd forgotten you had a home, Margot said sarcastically upon seeing Tony. At first, she was slightly flustered, but she quickly calmed down. After all, what did she have to be flustered about? She and Josh were completely innocent, at least up to this point. Aside from a courteous hug, there had been nothing overly intimate between them. But this man before her, she had caught him red-handed more times than she could count. Who is he? Tony Wendy's ignored Margot's sarcasm and asked stiffly. Just a friend. And what does that have to do with you? Margot responded disdainfully. I'm your husband. How does that have nothing to do with me? Tony Wendy's snapped. Oh, so you still remember you're my husband? How many days have you actually been by my side in the past year? If you hadn't shown up today, I'd have almost forgotten you even existed. Margot replied with biting sarcasm as she walked upstairs toward the bedroom. That was for work. Tony Wendy's shouted, getting angry at Margot's continued mockery. Work? Oh, what a perfect excuse. And then what? How much money have you made? How much of it have you spent on this house? To maintain your dignified image, you even take a large sum from me every year? If that were all, it might be bearable, but where did you spend my money? That little actress Amy? Or that singer Carly? Or those chicken farms? Margot shot back without mercy. You've been investigating me. Tony Wendy's was stunned by what Margot said. Investigate? Do I need to? You think your actions are so secret? Plenty of people tell me these things. Don't think just because my father passed away, no one cares about me anymore. And don't think I can't survive without you. Tomorrow, I'll have the lawyer draft the divorce papers. Now, get out of my bedroom. Margot grew angrier as she spoke, finally slamming the bedroom door shut before Tony could react. Hey, Margot, don't be like this. We can sit down and talk about it. Hearing her mention her father's friends and say she wanted a divorce, Tony Wendy's panicked. Just as Margot had said, his current luxurious lifestyle didn't come from his identity as a tennis star. The money he earned from competitions and endorsements wasn't even enough to support one mistress, let alone two. If they really divorced, with Margot's family connections, he probably wouldn't get a single cent of her wealth. Margot, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Let's talk this out. I promise I'll change, Tony Wendy's said, constantly knocking on the door and apologizing, trying to smooth things over with Margot. As for whether it was shameful to act like this, he didn't care. As long as he could avoid a divorce and keep his current comfortable life, he didn't mind losing a bit of face. Only this time, he misjudged the extent of Margot's anger and determination. No matter how much he softened his tone or apologized, Margot inside the room completely ignored him. He didn't dare try to force his way in. If he made her angrier, things would get even worse. Damn it, Margot wasn't like this before. Thinking of the once weak-willed Margot, Tony Wendy's couldn't help but wonder what exactly had caused such a drastic change in her. Soon, Tony Wendy's thought of Josh, who had driven Margot back. Even though it was dark outside and the streetlight at the entrance was dim, he could still tell that the man was tall, young, and handsome. So she found a replacement. Tony Wendy's immediately blamed the unfamiliar Josh for everything. With this thought, his mood became even more irritable. Since Margot wouldn't open the door, Tony Wendy's had no choice but to go to the guest room downstairs. But clearly, Margot's attitude made it impossible for him to rest at ease. After just a few minutes in the guest room, he drove off to find a place to drink. Inside the house, Margot heard the sound of the car engine starting. She walked to the window and watched Tony Wendy's drive away, a trace of disdain on her face. Probably off to mess around again. She'd seen through this man completely. At the same time, her resolve to get divorced grew even stronger. On the other side, after leaving the estate, Tony Wendy's, just as Margot had guessed, quickly arrived at a brothel. Brothels in America had been illegal since the nation's founding. However, despite their illegality, there were no specific restrictive laws. Moreover, these establishments usually paid their taxes and protection fees to the local police, so the federal government often turned a blind eye. This situation persisted until Pennsylvania passed specific legislation in 1978, after which brothels that had previously operated semi-openly in many states were gradually shut down, leaving only Nevada still allowing them. The brothel Tony Wendy's visited was the largest in Chicago, located in the West Side. But as soon as he got out of the car, he saw a few Italians in a nearby alley cursing and beating someone up. Tony glanced at them briefly but didn't interfere and walked inside. "Mr. Wendy's, welcome back. The girls have been talking about you non-stop," said a doorman warmly upon seeing Tony enter. "Bring Mary and Nancy." "Oh, and what's going on in the alley? The Italians are making trouble all the way over here? Isn't Brian going to do something?" Tony named 2 girls and tipped the doorman $5, then asked. The West Side was Irish territory. The Brian he referred to was the brothel's guard. Italians making trouble near Irish turf was certainly unusual. "Thank you, sir. Normally, Mr. Brian would never allow Italians to cause trouble here, but that guy they're beating up is also Italian. I heard he owes their boss a huge sum. That alone wouldn't matter to us. We welcome anyone, but this guy came here for girls even though he's broke. Isn't that just asking for it?" The Italians wanted to deal with him, so Mr. Brian didn't bother intervening. "I heard this guy used to be a big shot in the Southwest Side, but now, huh? Probably won't live much longer," the doorman said gleefully, pocketing the tip and spilling everything he knew. "Oh, how much does he owe?" Tony asked casually. He understood if the man couldn't repay, his life would likely be forfeit. "I heard it's several thousand," the doorman replied. "Just a few thousand, and they're going to kill him." Tony blurted out. "Mr. Wendy's, you must be joking. For someone like you, a few thousand is nothing, but for people like us, unless we rob a bank, it'd take 10 years or more to save that much," the doorman said with some self-deprecation. Tony Wendy's instantly understood what he meant. Yes, before he met Margot, if he could save a few $100s in a year, it was a blessing. A few $1,000s really could buy a life. At that thought, he shivered involuntarily. If Margot really divorced him, would he end up like that poor bastard outside? With that, a certain thought began to swell uncontrollably in his mind. "Sir, were you looking for me?" In the luxurious private room of the brothel, Joe, with a bruised and swollen face, cautiously looked at Tony Wendy's, who was sitting with 2 beautiful women in his arms, and asked. Indeed, the one who had been beaten up in the alley earlier was none other than Joe Barbaro, the same guy who had previously stolen Josh's car. By now, it had been 2 days since the deadline given by Mafia boss Scarpa had passed. These past 2 days, Joe hadn't been idle. He had been planning a bank robbery because that was the fastest way he could think of to get the money, but banks aren't that easy to rob. It hadn't been long since the Great Depression ended. The Chicago police, having gone through the chaos of that period, were extremely well prepared in terms of firepower. While they might not use submachine guns or automatic weapons, shotguns and rifles were standard issue in nearly every police car. You'd know this if you've seen Public Enemies with John Dillinger. Without 4 or 5 people, enough firepower, and a getaway vehicle, trying to rob a bank was practically suicide. And not just the police, most bank security guards were also armed with shotguns. What did Joe have? Besides an M1911, he had nothing. Sure, he could steal a car, he used to do that often to make some spare change, so he was pretty skilled at it. But weapons and manpower? That was a problem. Good weapons had to be bought with real cash, and trustworthy people were hard to come by. None of this could be prepared in a short time. It would take serious planning. There were people who'd just heat up, grab a gun, and rush into a bank with no prep, but 99% of them ended up dead on the street. Joe's goal was to get the money, not to die, so he couldn't act that quickly. Today, he had originally come to the West Side to find an old friend, hoping to rope him in. But as soon as he brought it up, the guy flatly refused. He had just gotten in with the Irish mob and found a decent source of income, nothing huge, but stable and low risk. Given the situation, he wasn't about to throw all that away to rob a bank with Joe. He even unceremoniously kicked Joe out. Back in the day, they'd only hung out on the street during rough times, no deep bond there, so he wasn't going to cut Joe any slack. Joe was dejected after being turned down. Wandering aimlessly, he drifted over to the brothel. In a moment of impulsiveness, he decided to splurge, despite not having a dime in his pocket. He had been here a few times when he actually had money, so the doorman and girls inside didn't suspect that he was planning to skip out on the bill. He even almost got away with it, claiming he was going to the bathroom after the deed was done. But the moment he stepped out the door, he was cornered by some of Scarpa's men. Scarpa had kept people tailing him to make sure he didn't run. The tail had seen Joe enter the brothel and assumed he had gotten money from his friend and was out blowing it instead of paying his debt. So they called a few others to block him. They hadn't expected Joe to actually be trying to dine and dash. That put them in a bad spot. They didn't get the money and nearly caused trouble with the Irish mob who ran the place. Fortunately, the brothel's enforcer, Brian, didn't want a conflict with the Italians. Once he found out the Italians were only trying to pressure Joe for payment and Joe was already planning a bank robbery, he agreed to let Joe go on the condition he repay triple today's expenses once he got the money. Otherwise, by Brian's usual methods, he wouldn't have let Joe leave without at least 3 broken legs. As for if Joe failed in his robbery attempt, that didn't need explaining. He'd either die at the hands of the cops or bank security or be killed by the Italians. The Irish didn't need to do a thing. Still, even though Joe avoided a beating from the Irish, the Italians needed to let off steam, so Joe was dragged into the alley and given a solid thrashing. Which was when Tony Wendy's happened to show up and see it all. Then, still totally confused, Joe was brought by a staff member into the presence of this big shot. While Tony Wendy's was just a tennis player, being married to a high society heiress like Margot gave him real status in the eyes of regular gangsters, especially someone like Joe, a street thug. Ladies, why don't you step outside for a bit? I've got some business to discuss with this gentleman. After giving Joe a once-over, Tony Wendy's waved at the 2 beauties beside him. The 2 women immediately got the hint, rubbed flirtatiously against Tony, then obediently left the room. Sit down. Want a drink? Tony gestured for Joe to sit. Whiskey's fine. Joe glanced at the whiskey in front of Tony, licked his lips, and said, after that beating, he badly needed a drink to dull the pain. Tony nodded, picked up the bottle, and poured Joe a glass. I heard you owe quite a bit of money. Tony asked after Joe took a sip. Yes, sir, Joe answered cautiously after putting down the glass. How much? $4,000. Joe answered directly. It wasn't some big secret. 4,000, huh? Want to make money? A lot of money. Tony smiled. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. Joe blinked, unsure of Tony's angle, but one thing was for sure, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Just answer me. Do you want to make that money or not? Tony said. But sir, I at least need to know what you want me to do. Joe couldn't help but ask. Joe Barbaro, I know your situation. I know if you don't pay back that money within a week, the mafia won't let you off. I even know you're planning a bank robbery, Tony said. You're desperate. Then sir, you should also know that sometimes kidnapping pays even better than robbing banks. Joe, clearly annoyed by Tony's condescending tone, threatened back. Oh, is that so? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Aside from my wife, I have no family. And to be honest, my relationship with my wife is pretty awful. So even if you kidnapped me, no one would pay up. Also, I have a good relationship with Brian. Even if you got money out of me, how likely do you think it is you'd live to spend it? Tony replied, unfazed. Fair enough. Then sir, what exactly do you want me to do? And this big money you're talking about, how big are we talking? Joe asked, sounding a little deflated. $10,000. Seeing the moment was right, Tony enunciated clearly. How much? Joe immediately looked up, shocked. 10,000, Tony repeated. I'm in. Joe made his decision on the spot. $10,000 was no small sum. At this time, even professional mafia hitmen usually charged between $2,000 to $4,000 per job. He still didn't know exactly what Tony wanted, but Joe figured, how bad could it be? Surely not worse than murder, right? Joe didn't know that his casual guess was actually correct. What Tony Wendy's wanted him to do was nothing other than murder. And the targets were none other than Tony Wendy's wife, Margot, and Josh, Margot's lover. Of course, the main target was still Margot. Didn't Margot want a divorce? Didn't she want to kick him out of the house with nothing? Then let her go to hell. As long as Margot was dead, and with no other surviving relatives, the large fortune that originally belonged to her would naturally fall into his hands. However, this wasn't as simple as just hiring someone to kill her. The usual mob revenge style didn't work among the truly upper-class elites. After all, in a free country, it's the capitalists who are the real rulers. So-called gangs were, most of the time, just lapdogs that picked up scraps from them. A similar example, during the peak arrogance of the gangs in Hong Kong, they dared to confront the military and police, but unless it was someone like Chung Zakong, a bold criminal from across the border. Have you ever heard of any local-born gang going head-to-head with the old money elite? If Tony Wendy's really dared to tell Joe to just go kill Margot directly, and if one day Joe was caught and gave him up, even if the police didn't come for him, Margot's father's influential friends definitely wouldn't let him go. So Tony Wendy's needed a flawless plan, one that completely distanced himself, so even if Joe gave him up, no one would believe it. And before calling Joe over, this plan had already basically taken shape in Tony's mind. But Tony Wendy's wasn't about to tell Joe the whole plan from the start. What I need you to do isn't just one thing, but a few. Don't worry, none of it is hard, Tony Wendy's said slowly. For example, the first task is for you to follow my wife, take photos of her with her lover, then find a chance to steal her handbag. This $1,000 is your pay for step 1. As for what's next, I'll let you know once this part is done. I understand, Joe nodded. Neither Josh nor Margot had any idea about Tony Wendy's plot. For Josh, Margot's husband was just a name. He hadn't even seen him in person. And for Margot, the rather innocent wealthy young wife, she never imagined that her husband would become so deranged as to want her dead just because of one argument and her mention of divorce. The next day, not wanting to see Tony Wendy's, Margot left early in the morning to find Josh. She didn't even want to face him. When she arrived at Josh's house, Josh was chatting in the yard with his middle-aged neighbor Tommy through the picket fence. "You're here early today? Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Thomas Tommy Angelo, my neighbor. A very kind gentleman. We get along well," Josh greeted Margot while introducing his neighbor, A with grave Thailand body. "Hello, Mr. Angelo, nice to meet you. I'm Margot," Margot said politely, giving Josh face and greeting the man with a refined demeanor. Though for some reason, she didn't mention her last name. Perhaps in her heart, she felt that she wouldn't be using the surname Wendy's for much longer. "Hello, beautiful lady, just call me Tommy." "Well, I won't interrupt you young folks now. Besides, I haven't finished watering my flowers." Tommy smiled at Margot and then shook his watering can, using it as an excuse to end the conversation and leave. Seeing Margot's expression, it was clear she had a lot to say to Josh, so this old man naturally wouldn't hang around awkwardly. "What's wrong? You look in a terrible mood. And a bit worn out too," Josh said to Margot after Tommy left. Not just Tommy, Josh had also noticed that something seemed off with Margot. "Huh? Is it that obvious?" Hearing this, Margot instinctively touched her face. After arguing with Tony Wendy's, she hadn't slept well the night before. "Of course. Come on in, the weather's still pretty cold. By the way, have you had breakfast yet?" Josh asked casually. Not yet." Margot shook her head. Her housekeeper usually prepared breakfast early, but not wanting to see her husband, she just ignored it. "Perfect, I made some buns this morning. I'll heat some up for you. We can talk after you've eaten," Josh immediately said when he heard she hadn't eaten. Then the two of them went inside. The buns were made by Josh that morning. He'd gone to the farmer's market early to get flour, and the filling was fresh onion and beef. It actually tasted pretty good. He even sent some to Tommy's wife, Sarah, who happened to also be making breakfast. That was why he'd been chatting with Tommy earlier. Since arriving in this era, Josh rarely slept in, and his so-called sleeping in never went past 8 a.m. The main reason was the lack of entertainment in this era. No phones, no computers, no internet, no video game consoles. There were TVs, but since TV was still just starting out, programming was extremely limited. The three major US broadcast networks were still mainly radio-focused. ABC hadn't even officially formed yet and was still just part of NBC, known then as the Blue Network. And the low-quality programming of the time was also something Josh couldn't really get into. With all this, Josh naturally adopted an early-to-bed, early-to-rise lifestyle. Of course, nights in the city still had plenty of entertainment like the poultry clubs and other venues. The nightlife wasn't actually dull. But previously Josh's finances didn't allow for that, so he never had the chance to explore the decadent and corrupt side of capitalism. And perhaps because he was in a new home today, he woke up even earlier, before 6 a.m. when it was still dark. So he drove to the farmer's market to see what was good. Yesterday he went in the afternoon and there weren't many stalls left. Back then, he had asked and learned the market opened at 6 a.m. To this, Josh could only say working people in every country are quite hardworking. He reheated the buns and warmed a glass of milk. Margot really was hungry. She ate 3 large meat buns and still seemed to want more. "So, what happened?" Josh finally asked after seeing she was full. "My husband came back," Margot said. "I want a divorce." Meanwhile, after Josh and Margot had gone inside, Tommy, who was watering his flowers, seemed to sense something. He looked around and noticed that at some point, a black car had parked across the street, and someone inside appeared to be watching the house. Seeing this, Tommy furrowed his brow. "I want a divorce." Hearing Margot's words, to be honest, Josh felt a bit baffled. "If you want to divorce, just do it. Why tell me? We've only known each other for a few days, lady." Of course, although Josh had never been married in his previous life, it didn't mean he was slow in this regard. If he really said that out loud, the goodwill he had built up with Margot so far, though not entirely gone, would surely take a big hit. "From what you've said, it sounds like he never really loved you. He probably married you for your vast wealth. It's better to divorce him sooner rather than later. You're still young, with a bright future ahead. There's no need to waste your life on someone like him." After Margot poured out her grievances, he comforted her accordingly. He meant what he said. As long as Margot wasn't lying, the character of that Tony Wendy's was pretty clear. Relying on his reputation as a sports star, he had charmed the then young Margot into a daze. When Margot's father was still alive, he behaved himself at home, completely the model husband. But after Margot's father passed away and he felt she was easier to manipulate, things changed. He used competitions as an excuse to travel the world. The competitions were real, but outside of them, he indulged in luxury and women. His so-called results were getting worse and worse, comparable to a certain soccer team. But he didn't care Margot was rich. What use did someone like that have staying by Margot's side? Moreover, although Margot had been married to him for 7 years, she was only 26. He went after her when she was just 18, and they married when she was only 19. With Josh's comforting words, Margot's mood improved significantly compared to when she arrived, and her determination to get divorced also became firmer. But nearing noon, she still prepared to say goodbye to Josh. Not staying for lunch. Josh was a bit surprised. No, I have an appointment with Uncle John at noon. I want to talk to him about your gold, and I also need his help with the divorce. Margot explained. Josh understood immediately and offered to drive her. But Margot politely declined, saying she could handle these matters on her own, so Josh just saw her off at the door. Watching Margot drive away, Josh returned inside, preparing to head out himself. Due to moving and his dates with Margot the past couple of days, he hadn't accomplished much during the day, leaving only idle chatter with Daenerys during trading hours at night. That wouldn't do. It was time to stock up, and he also needed to prepare those books Daenerys wanted. But just as he was about to leave, his neighbor Tommy called out to him. Something up, Tommy? Josh asked curiously. Yes, I wanted to ask, has Ms. Margot offended anyone lately? Tommy organized his words before asking. Why do you ask? Josh was a bit confused. When Ms. Margot came by earlier, I noticed a black car parked across the street, seemingly watching your house. At the time, I wasn't sure, but just now, when she left, that car followed her. That's when I became certain it was targeting her. Tommy quickly explained the details and even gave Josh the license plate number. What? Margot's being followed? Josh was stunned by Tommy's words. Then came a wave of worry. Though they hadn't known each other long, and Josh admittedly had mixed motives toward her, he could still feel her affection and support. He wasn't a heartless person and couldn't just ignore it if Margot might be in danger. He immediately thanked Tommy, then drove off in the direction Margot had gone. Since it had already been a while since she left, under normal circumstances, catching up to her would be impossible. And in this era, there were no mobile phones or pagers, he had no way to contact her. Fortunately, during their earlier conversation, Margot had mentioned the name and address of her Uncle John's jewelry company. He figured he could catch her there or at least ask about her whereabouts. So now Josh could only hope that if the person tailing Margot really was targeting her, they wouldn't act too quickly. Watching Josh drive away, Tommy couldn't help but think of his younger self, also full of energy. But he quickly shook his head. When he started out, he was a penniless refugee. It took him decades of hard work to afford his current home. This young man had a much better starting point. Besides, he had once walked the despised path of the underworld. Not comparable at all. Josh drove fast and even got stopped by traffic police on the way. After all, Roosevelt's orders weren't just for show. But in his anxious state, Josh used the power of money whenever a cop tried to stop him. He simply handed over $100 bill. There were no body cams in this era, and corruption among federal agents was rampant. But even in any era, regular beat cops earned the least. $100 was already more than they could usually skim in a month. So Josh had a smooth journey and soon arrived at the building housing the jewelry company. After circling the parking lot, he finally spotted the familiar Packard. His tense nerves relaxed slightly. If the car was here, it meant Margot hadn't run into trouble on the way. And this was a downtown area. If anyone wanted to make a move, they likely wouldn't do it here. So at this moment, Margot should be safe. With that thought, Josh didn't get out right away. Instead, he drove a bit further and parked in an unnoticed corner, then carefully circled back to observe the area around the Packard. This was a business district parking lot, regularly patrolled by security, so he wasn't too worried about theft. Plus, he was driving a Lincoln luxury car. Thieves usually avoided those too hard to sell. After some careful observation, Josh did indeed spot the black sedan, but when he saw who was in it, he froze. It was that fat Italian guy who had stolen his car a few days ago. Why him? Josh frowned. He thought for a moment, then backed off. It wasn't that he didn't want to act, it was just that cars and people passed by frequently here. Not a good spot for sneaky business. If he was watching Margot, then he'd just watch him. With that in mind, Josh returned to his hidden corner. After making sure no one was around, he stored his Lincoln in the system warehouse and swapped in a regular old car he had previously borrowed and broken into. In the business district's parking lot, Joe's attention remained focused on the people entering and exiting the nearby office building, waiting for Margot to come down, completely unaware that he had already been exposed. Going upstairs was out of the question. Even in the 1940s, access to such business districts was relatively strict. Without preparation, it was difficult to sneak in, so he could only wait in the parking lot. About half an hour later, Margot finally came down from the building, but she wasn't alone. Leading the way was a spirited man in his 50s or 60s. If there was no mistake, this should be the Uncle John Margot had mentioned. Margot followed closely behind him, but what was unexpected was that there was also a very attentive young man beside her. Behind the trio were two stern-looking men in coats, likely bodyguards. Seeing this scene, Joe, who was watching Margot, immediately took out his camera in secret and snapped a few photos. At this time, Margot and the others also got into a car. However, Margot didn't drive her own car. Instead, she followed Uncle John and the attentive young man into another vehicle. The attentive young man was the driver, while Margot and Uncle John sat in the back. The two bodyguards got into another car, trailing them. Once the two cars drove a certain distance, Joe then started his own vehicle and followed. Noticing this, Josh didn't hesitate either and slowly started his car, tailing behind. This was actually the first time Josh had ever done surveillance like this, and honestly, he wasn't entirely confident. Fortunately, Joe's attention was probably all on tailing Margot and avoiding being discovered by her bodyguards, so he didn't notice Josh behind him. In fact, it was also thanks to the fact that, due to Tony Wendy's orders, Brian from the Irish gang had vouched for Josh, and part of the $1,000 fee had already gone toward paying off some of his debt, so the people Scarpa sent to watch Joe Barbaro had been withdrawn. If those people were still around, with Josh's lack of surveillance experience, he would have already been discovered. Josh ended up following them for the better part of the day. Margot's group first went to a high-end restaurant for lunch, then returned to the jewelry company for discussions. This time, it wasn't until after 3 p.m. that Margot was brought downstairs by the attentive young man. After saying goodbye to him, Margot got into her own car and drove off. Joe Barbaro, determined as ever, kept following. Josh wasn't about to let him go either. Though Evanston was a satellite city, between Chicago and Josh's home there was still a considerable stretch of uninhabited land. Of course, there were still cars on the road, but compared to the city, it was much emptier. It was in this area that Josh put on a mask, then sped up, catching up to Joe Barbaro's car, and at just the right moment, rammed him from the left. In both America and China, the driver's seat is on the left, so this kind of ramming directly hit Joe Barbaro's side. With one strike, the car was sent spinning, losing control, and crashing into a farmland on the right side of the road, flipping over. Seeing that the hit had succeeded, Josh didn't hesitate. He drove in after it. Because it was still the end of winter, the so-called farmland was actually just a barren field, and thanks to the low temperatures, the ground was firm. So Josh was able to drive smoothly to the side of Joe Barbaro's overturned car. Joe Barbaro wasn't stupid. Though dazed from the crash, he still instinctively tried to reach for the gun hidden under the front passenger seat. But before he could touch it, a cold and heavy barrel was already pressed against the back of his head. Joe Barbaro had no choice but to raise both hands. "Get out," came a low command, and the barrel was slightly pulled back from his head, but he still dared not make any sudden moves. Because he was quite familiar with firearms, from the feel of it against the back of his head, it was likely a high-efficiency close-range killing weapon, a shotgun. At close range, this kind of weapon was more effective than any gun. Within 10 meters, all are equal. It wasn't a joke. Facing this, Joe Barbaro gave up on resisting and obediently crawled out of the broken car window with great effort. By this time, cars passing by on the distant highway had already noticed something unusual. But upon seeing Josh wearing a mask and holding a shotgun, they all wisely stepped on the gas and quickly left. As for the police, in this era without mobile phones or pagers, even if someone called them, it would take at least half an hour to reach this remote area. After struggling to climb out, Joe Barbaro finally got a clear look at the masked, tall and thin man pointing a gun at him. But this mask looked oddly familiar. "It's you?" In the next moment, Joe Barbaro recognized the figure, his eyes widening. No surprise, Josh had left too deep of an impression. If Josh hadn't stolen his car, he wouldn't have ended up in his current miserable state. He never expected to run into this cursed man again. He hadn't even provoked him. "Who told you to follow that lady?" But at this moment, Josh had no intention of reminiscing. He went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Joe Barbaro finally realized that the task Tony Wendy's had assigned him might not be so simple, otherwise he wouldn't have attracted this mysterious guy. But what was the relationship between this man and the lady he was following? Suddenly, Joe Barbaro remembered the young man he had seen in Evanston that morning while tailing Margot. "Speak. Who told you to follow that lady?" Josh didn't know Joe Barbaro had recognized him. Seeing him in a daze, he questioned again. "It was Mr. Tony Wendy's who told me to. He asked me to follow Mrs. Wendy's, to find evidence of her cheating and identify her lover." Faced with the gun, Joe Barbaro decisively chose to sell out his employer. People like him had no bottom line to begin with. So long as it meant staying alive or making money, they'd do anything. But when he mentioned lover, the slight change in tone and the probing look he gave Josh didn't escape Josh's notice. "He recognized me?" Josh frowned. Originally, he only intended to teach this Italian fatty a lesson and find out why he was tracking Margot he hadn't planned to kill. But if the guy had really recognized him, Joe Barbaro still tried to test Josh with his words. However, boom, a gunshot rang out, echoing across the sky. By the time the police arrived at the scene of the car accident, it was already half an hour later. Any findings? A tall, burly man in plain clothes stepped out of the car and asked a nearby uniformed officer. His name was Dietrich, a lieutenant sheriff at the 3rd Precinct in the North District of Chicago. As a federal country, the United States had never established a unified police rank system since its founding, so the mixing of military and police ranks was quite common. The Chicago area wasn't as large as it would be in the future, so there were only 13 precincts at the time. And Lieutenant Sheriff Dietrich, being second in command at the 3rd Precinct, held quite a bit of power and influence. There are only some bloodstains, tire tracks, footprints, and a few bloody pellets at the scene, likely deer shot, but there are no casings, no vehicle, and no corpse. What's even stranger is that there are clearly signs of 2 cars at the scene, but we only found tire tracks from 1 car, leaving it as if the other car never existed, the police officer said grimly. "And the witness?" asked Lieutenant Dietrich. "We found the person who called it in, but they only saw an armed figure from a distance and didn't dare get close, so they couldn't even tell if it was a man or woman," the officer said with a sigh. Dietrich nodded upon hearing this, understanding why the officer was sighing. No body, no weapon, no witness, not even any solid evidence in an era with limited investigative tools. This case would basically be a dead end. Pack it up and withdraw. I'll speak to the chief, Dietrich ordered after surveying the scene. There were simply too many cold cases like this in those days, and the police were unwilling to waste too much effort on them. Meanwhile, while the police were searching in vain and reluctantly retreating, in Evanston, Josh, now wearing a fresh set of clothes, leisurely arrived home driving the Lincoln Continental Margot had helped him buy. Seeing the Packard parked in front of the house, Josh knew Margot was inside. When they had moved, Josh had given her a spare key. How did it go? Just as Josh got out of the car, Tommy from next door came out of his house and walked over to ask. A minor issue, it's already been dealt with. Thanks for the heads up, Josh replied. Of course, how exactly it was dealt with was not something he intended to disclose. Tommy, understanding this well, didn't pry. He simply accepted Josh's gratitude with a nod and returned to his house. Watching Tommy go inside, Josh let out a soft sigh. If one looked closely, they would notice that his hands were still trembling slightly. The reason was simple, he had killed someone. It was his first time killing. The scene of blood and flesh splattering as the shotgun blast hit a human body lingered vividly in his mind. In fact, the mutilated corpse, the shotgun used, and the two vehicles involved, all the evidence were now quietly stored in the system's warehouse. There was no thrilling perversion, no overwhelming fear, only a bit of tension and confusion. Josh still didn't quite understand how he had managed to pull the trigger so decisively or handle the aftermath so calmly. Josh, where did you go? I've been waiting for you forever. Just as Josh was lost in thought, Margot opened the door and came out, looking puzzled when she saw him standing at the door dazed. NB Epsilon. Then she noticed the strange look Josh was giving her. What? Is my makeup smudged? Margot felt a little uneasy under Josh's gaze. She only had time to let out a startled yelp before Josh scooped her up and carried her into the house. By the time Margot came back to her senses, she was already lying stark naked on the large bed in the bedroom. Lying in Josh's arms, looking at his somewhat youthful yet handsome face, Margot felt something strange and complex in her heart, but also very satisfied. It was something she had never experienced with Tony Wendy's. Did something happen? Margot gently caressed Josh's face and asked softly. Your husband had someone follow you all day and took quite a few pictures, Josh replied casually while gently running his hand along Margot's body. No wonder people say women are the best emotional regulators. After a round of rather wild intimacy, all the pent-up negativity in Josh had been thoroughly released, and he returned to his usual calm state. He then told Margot about Tony Wendy's having someone follow her. Josh wasn't one to play the anonymous hero. Since he had made an effort, he would speak up, otherwise, who would know what he had done? Of course, the part about killing was left out. He simply said he used money to buy off the stalker. What? How dare he? Upon hearing this, Margot instantly lost her composure and exclaimed in fury and shock. Why wouldn't he dare? Not only did he have you followed, he probably even planned to have you killed. Otherwise, after the divorce, he'd be kicked to the curb. Josh sneered slightly. The ridicule was directed at Tony Wendy's, not Margot beside him. To be fair, in this matter, he's actually being quite decisive. Once you're dead, all your vast fortune becomes his. But how did Josh know about Tony Wendy's plan? After all, Joe Barbaro had only been carrying out the first phase of Tony's plan, the tailing. The subsequent murder part had never been mentioned to him, so Josh shouldn't have known that Tony wanted to kill Margot. Then how did Josh say such a thing? Because during the earlier intimacy with Margot, Josh had finally recalled where that sense of familiarity upon first meeting her came from. Margot, rich heiress, Tony, tennis star. These were the characters from Alfred Hitchcock's film Dial M for Murder. Josh knew this film only because of the actress who played Margot, Grace Kelly. When speaking of iconic Hollywood actresses of the 1950s, most people would think of Audrey Hepburn or Marilyn Monroe. But in reality, there was another actress from the same era who was even more popular than the two. That person was Grace Kelly. The reason she wasn't as well known in later years was simple. Just after reaching the peak of her fame, she retired from acting and married into the Monegasque royal family, becoming a legendary princess. In the hearts of the Monegasque people, she was as revered as Princess Diana was to the British. Josh had only seen Dial M for Murder by chance and didn't remember it very well, which is why he hadn't made the connection earlier. But once he remembered, Josh realized he might not have traveled to a historical version of his own world's World War II era, but rather to a parallel world. Moreover, the current situation was quite different from that in the movie. For instance, the film's setting was in London, not Chicago. Also missing was a crucial character, Margot's writer-lover, Mark. But looking at Josh's relationship with Margot now, it seemed he had taken that guy's place. Another difference was that the film's events took place in the early 1950s, over a decade later than the current timeline. When Josh said that Tony Wendy's was planning to murder her, Margot was both terrified and shocked. She immediately tried to get up, but Josh held her back. What are you doing? Josh asked. Of course I'm calling the police, Margot said, flustered. Call the police? And then what? Tell them your husband wants to kill you? Do you have any evidence? Josh rolled his eyes. Didn't you say he sent someone to follow me, planning to kill me? Where's that person? He can testify. Margot calmed down a bit and said, it's useless. Although I bribed him, he made it very clear at the time that he'd never testify against your husband. He's a mafia member, and your husband didn't contact him directly, but went through his boss, you get what I mean. Josh half-truthfully explained. And unless I'm mistaken, he's already taken the money I gave him and left Chicago. Then what should I do? He won't stop. Margot realized from Josh's words that calling the police wouldn't help her deal with Tony Wendy's. As long as they weren't officially divorced, Tony Wendy's probably wouldn't let her go. No, Margot quickly realized given how vicious Tony Wendy's had shown himself to be, even if she managed to divorce him, he'd probably still do everything he could to get revenge on her. It's simple. Strike first, or be struck, Josh said coolly. What? Margot was startled by his words. Although what Josh had revealed made her hate and fear her husband, the idea of murder was still far too extreme for a relatively naive wealthy housewife like her, something she had never even considered. But then again, it did seem like a very effective solution. It must be said, everyone has a devil inside them. The only question is whether someone lets it out. But, how would we do it? And it's illegal? Josh, we're still young. If the police find out, it'll ruin us. Margot, though tempted, was still a law-abiding citizen and naturally felt fear and aversion towards such a serious crime. Of course I understand that, darling. But I never said we'd do it ourselves. If he can bribe the mafia, so can we. After all, there are countless unsolved cases in the US every year. As long as he disappears quietly, no one will ever know what happened. Josh wrapped his arms around Margot's enticing body and whispered like a devil in her ear. Though he spoke of hiring a hitman, Josh had already made up his mind to do it himself. Because with his dimensional trading system as a cheat, doing it himself would leave far fewer clues and evidence than using someone else. In the US, where evidence is key to the legal system, as long as there's no body, no murder weapon, no complete chain of evidence, even if someone suspects you, it's hard to convict if you don't confess. With circumflex Thailand but. If it had been before today, Josh would never have so easily decided to commit murder. Clearly, that shot he fired today had opened Pandora's box within him. When one has power beyond the ordinary, and once they cross their original moral boundary, it's extremely difficult to return to the right path. Not becoming a monster is already a sign of conscience. That's exactly where Josh was now. But, though Josh's words were tempting, it still wasn't easy for Margot to fully make up her mind. Josh, however, didn't want to waste any more words. He directly silenced the beautiful housewife. Margot, for all her apparent maturity, was no match for him. That night, Margot didn't even return home. The next morning, Margot and Josh had breakfast affectionately, like a newlywed couple. If we go through with your idea, how much money do you think it'll take? And how should we find someone trustworthy to do this? Margot asked Josh in a low voice. A hero may falter at a beautiful woman, but often, it works the other way around too. And since women are typically more emotional, once they fall in, it's even harder for them to get out than it is for men. That was exactly Margot's situation now. She was already an emotional woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily infatuated with Tony Wendy's back then, marrying him despite her father's fierce opposition. And if Tony hadn't gone so far over the years, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Now, being with Josh made Margot feel enchanted. She just wanted to be with Josh. So Tony Wendy's had become the biggest obstacle in her path. It won't cost much, a few $1,000, maybe 10 grand tops. As for the people, whether it's an immigrant neighborhood or a refugee camp, I'm sure there are plenty who'd be willing. Leave this to me. Josh readily took the task upon himself. All right, I'll provide the money. I'll go to the bank later. Margot nodded. Josh didn't refuse. Margot provided the money. He did the job. The two of them were now truly bound together in conspiracy. It wasn't that Josh was especially sinister, just that having a shared dark secret would bind their relationship more strongly than mere love or physical intimacy ever could. After breakfast, the two headed out together, planning to go to the bank. You know what I just thought of? In the car, Margot looked at Josh as he drove and said, "What?" Josh asked. "Bonnie and Clyde," Margot said. At that, Josh twitched the corner of his mouth. Although the Bonnie and Clyde movie hadn't come out yet, the real-life story like that of the legendary outlaw John Dillinger was already famous across America since the Great Depression era. It had even inspired a psychological condition named after them, but the comparison wasn't exactly a lucky one. After all, that couple ended up riddled with bullets. This is $50,000. Outside the bank, Margot had just come out and handed a large manila envelope to Josh after getting in the car. Hearing the number, Josh's hand trembled as he received the envelope and nearly dropped it. He immediately opened it and saw that it indeed contained 5 neat stacks of $100 bills. "Why so much?" Josh asked in confusion, holding the envelope. Hadn't he said that even a few thousand, 10,000 tops, would suffice? Also, lady, your heart is really bold. Aren't you afraid of getting robbed? Is that a lot? Anyway, just spend it as you see fit. Keep the extra for yourself. A man needs money for all kinds of things out there. Carrying more on you isn't a bad thing," Margot said sweetly, planting a kiss on Josh's cheek. Just that one sentence nearly made Josh lose control emotionally. What a wonderful woman. Compared to the women in the future who demand cars and houses right away, Josh was filled with emotion. Truly, living off a woman is sweet. At that moment, Josh felt incredibly grateful to Tony Wendy's. If that guy hadn't made a mess of things, how could he possibly have gotten such a wonderful woman? As repayment, Josh decided to make Tony Wendy's die more painfully, to vent some anger for Margot. Otherwise, he'd feel unworthy of the deep affection this pitiful beauty had for him. So Josh nodded and didn't refuse Margot's kindness, accepting the money. Seeing this, Margot didn't think he was greedy at all. Instead, she was delighted, believing Josh had fully accepted her, unlike before when he insisted on paying rent for staying with her. Right, let's go buy some clothes first. What you're wearing now isn't quite good enough, it doesn't match your handsome face. Your shoes need to be changed too, Margot said excitedly, holding Josh's arm. Sure, I'll listen to you. Josh nodded. He didn't really care about clothing, but faced with this sweet and lovely woman, he truly couldn't say no. But I don't have any clothing coupons, Josh added. Just like sugar and gasoline, during this period even in the U.S. you needed special clothing coupons to buy clothes and shoes. Starting in 1942, each federal citizen received 24 clothing coupons per year to buy garments and footwear. Sounds like a lot? You think one coupon equals one piece of clothing? Not at all. The actual standard was, a coat required 18 coupons, a full suit 26, one pair of shoes 9, slippers 5, a slip, underskirt 3, trousers 8, a brassiere 3, and so on, a with a cute new epsilon. In other words, with just 24 coupons, it was basically impossible to buy a complete outfit from head to toe. Shoes were even under a real name purchase policy, with a limit of 2 pairs per person per year. To get more, you'd have to buy second-hand. Regular clothes at least were buyable with coupons, but some items were nearly impossible to get. What items? Stockings. Yes, stockings. A rather absurd fact to future generations, during World War II, stockings were considered strategic materials like sugar and gasoline. Why? Because of parachutes. Before the war, the US military's parachutes were primarily made not from nylon, but from Asian silk. But after war broke out with Japan, the silk supply was cut off, so parachute material was switched to nylon. From then on, all nylon manufacturers, including DuPont, were ordered by the federal government to stop producing nylon stockings and related products, and instead make parachutes and other military supplies. That's when the civilian price of stockings began to skyrocket, eventually reaching $20 per pair. And that was just the beginning. During the war, stocking prices once soared to a terrifying $4,000 per pair. That's insane, put that in the 21st century, and even celebrity-used lingerie wouldn't dare fetch that price. Yet even so, nylon supply still couldn't meet demand. So the military launched a civilian donation campaign. They used photos of handsome soldiers in advertisements to encourage women to donate their stockings. Absolutely ridiculous. And it gets even more absurd. According to a report by FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, during wartime, among the top 3 targets for street robberies in the US, neither dollars nor gold made the list. Instead, it was alcohol, stockings, and shoes. That's why Josh had been wearing ill-fitting coats on the street. They were hand-me-downs from his late father. Even when he took revenge by hijacking a car or tailing and killing Joe Barbaro, most of the clothes he wore were second-hand. Burning them didn't hurt too much. As for new clothes, he had only bought 2 or 3 sets recently when he had some money, and even then, it cost him all the clothing coupons he and his deceased parents had saved up over 2 years, 42 and 43. Thinking of this, Josh's eyes glanced at Margot's smooth thigh, and he couldn't help stroking it. Yesterday, Margot had been wearing stockings, but he had torn them off in the heat of passion. Thinking about it now, he felt a little regretful. There are a lot of people here, cut it out. Don't worry about coupons because we don't need them, Margot said, then leaned in close and whispered into Josh's ear, if you really can't hold it in, we can go somewhere quieter. The soft words in his ear gave Josh a shiver. Damn, this woman is too good at this. No, he was still growing, he couldn't burn the candle at both ends. So Josh pretended not to hear Margot's last sentence, started the car, and drove toward their destination as she directed. When they arrived, Josh realized the place Margot meant for shopping wasn't some department store. It was a high-end custom clothing shop he'd only heard of in his past life. But in this era, such tailor shops weren't as pretentious, as in the future they still sold ready-to-wear clothing. After being sized and adjusted by the tailor, Margot helped Josh pick out 3 full sets of off-the-rack clothing and ordered 3 custom sets. And indeed, no coupons were used, it was all paid in thick stacks of cash. Of course, Margot's social standing as a wealthy lady in Chicago's upper class also played a role. So this so-called material shortage and rationing was, in the end, something that mainly applied to ordinary people without power or influence. After buying clothes, they went to a shoe store and did the same. They also visited a watch shop and spent several thousand on a Breguet timepiece. Although in later years, Breguet would be overshadowed by brands like Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin, in this era, Breguet was the unrivaled king of watches. Moreover, Breguet didn't just make watches at this time, they also made all kinds of aviation and nautical instruments, even fighter planes. After this round of shopping and sprucing up, Josh was completely transformed from head to toe. Combined with his already handsome face, tall figure, and the confidence of someone who had traveled through time, his entire demeanor was elevated. From a small-town pretty boy, he had become a modern-day aristocrat. Clothes make the man, just as saddles make the horse. The ancients did not lie. It was another night, and Tony Wendy's once again arrived at the chicken farm. Any news from Joe? Tony Wendy's asked the doorman. No, sir. He hasn't shown up since that day. The doorman shook his head and then asked, "Are you here for Mary and Nancy again tonight?" Hearing that Joe still hadn't appeared, Tony Wendy's frowned. They had agreed to complete the first step within 3 days. But now it was already the 4th day, and there was no sign of him. Could that guy have skipped town? That didn't seem likely, although he had paid some money. Apart from the $200 for expenses, the other $1,000 had gone directly to Scarpa of the Moretti Mafia family. The rest of the large payment hadn't been made yet. It wouldn't make sense for the guy to disappear halfway. Could something have gone wrong? Thinking back to his wife's recent behavior, aside from one night she didn't come home and not allowing him into the bedroom, there hadn't been anything too unusual. She even seemed a little calmer and hadn't brought up divorce again. That was a good thing. It meant he didn't need to act so hastily. "Sir, shall I call Mary and Nancy for you?" Seeing Tony Wendy's lost in thought, the doorman reminded him again. "Oh, no, that can wait. Is Brian here?" Tony Wendy's waved him off and asked. "Boss Brian is in the back." The doorman nodded. "Same old room, get me a bottle of whiskey, and have Brian come over," Tony Wendy's ordered, handing over a $10 tip. "All right, I'll have it arranged right away." The doorman beamed as he walked off. Even though this was Chicago's biggest chicken farm, big spenders like Tony Wendy's were still rare. Soon, Tony Wendy's was in a private room, waiting for Brian, a fierce-looking Irishman. "Good evening, Tony, my man? Looking for me?" Brian greeted him with a wide grin. "Who the hell is your man? You think you're worthy?" "Yes, Mr. Brian. Do you remember Joe Barbaro, the guy you vouched for the other day?" Tony Wendy's suppressed his disgust and kept a calm face. "Oh, of course. That stinky little Italian fatty. You had me vouch for him." "What? He screwed up? I told you want something done, come to me. Those Italians are completely unreliable," Brian said loudly, full of disdain and contempt for Italians. "Maybe you're right, but I'm not letting this slide. He's gone missing. I need you to help me find him." "This is your compensation," Tony Wendy's said, putting an envelope on the table. Tony Wendy's was of pure English descent, and he disliked the Irishman in front of him even more than he did Italians. Equality? It was just a slogan. Since the founding of this country, real equality had never existed. The English discriminated against the Irish. The Germans discriminated against the French. The French discriminated against the Italians. Everyone discriminated against each other. And then all white people discriminated against people of color. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Wendy's, you're too generous. I'll make arrangements right away. As soon as I find that little fatty, I'll bring him straight to you." Brian laughed heartily after checking the envelope's contents. But the scar on his face made his smile even more menacing. "Omicron. Go," Tony Wendy's said impatiently, waving him off. Brian didn't mind. Guys like him grew up in environments full of discrimination. A little rudeness didn't bother them so long as they got paid. They didn't care about anything else. After Brian left, Tony Wendy's finally called in the 2 girls to indulge himself. He stayed until early morning before leaving. Not because he couldn't spend the night there, but because Tony Wendy's was something of a public figure. If he left during the day and got seen, it wouldn't look good. So he usually left in the early hours when there were fewer people around, rarely spending the night. What he didn't know was that his routine made things easy for Josh. Josh had been following the guy for 2 days. He planned to take out Tony Wendy's just like he had with Joe Barbaro, but unlike last time, in 2 days Tony Wendy's had shown no sign of leaving the city. Margot's estate was in the North District, quiet, but still within Chicago city limits, not like Evanston with its long stretches of desolate countryside. And as a standard rich neighborhood, police patrols were frequent. If Josh made a move at a regular hour and got chased by police, it would be hard to get away clean like last time, so Josh hadn't found an opportunity. But the early morning was different. At that time, with the cold weather, no one came out unless there was an emergency. Chicago cops made just $200 a month. Risking their lives was one thing, but coming out in the freezing night? No thanks. So at that hour, if you wanted to do something illegal, your worry wasn't the police, it was running into the mafia. That time of night belonged to the gangs. Of course, mafia here meant all gangs in general, not just Italians. Tony Wendy's, drunk and starting his car, had no idea he was being followed. It was actually the doorman who noticed a car trailing after Tony's but didn't think much of it. Maybe just a coincidence? None of my business was the golden rule in their line of work. Too much curiosity and you might end up in Lake Michigan feeding the fish, one of the top 10 scariest lakes in the world, with countless lives disappearing into it every year for various reasons. Driving slowly behind Tony Wendy's, Josh didn't strike immediately. Even at dawn, the farm area was still fairly active, and making a move would attract too much attention. But a little farther ahead was a small park, with no buildings or people around, a perfect spot. However, before they reached it, something unexpected happened. At an intersection, Josh watched as Tony Wendy's suddenly hit the gas and crashed into a parked car on the roadside. Josh. See, this is what happens when you drink and drive. But in the US, DUI laws wouldn't come into play until the 1970s. In the 1940s, it wasn't even illegal. Still, because of the crash, Josh probably couldn't make his move. Just as he was driving past the accident to leave, something changed. Because in his rearview mirror, Josh saw 4 men in cheap suits get out of the car that had been hit, cursing as they did. Clearly, they hadn't parked there by chance, they were lying in wait. At this hour, lurking by the roadside. Josh began to speculate. Calmly turning at the next corner, he parked, put on a mask and gloves, stored his car in the system warehouse, and circled back on foot. By the time he returned, Tony Wendy's had already been dragged out of the car and was being beaten on the roadside by the four men. After a brutal round of punching, the four finally seemed satisfied. They searched Tony Wendy's and took his wallet, watch, and other belongings before heading back to their car. But after a few failed attempts to start it, they cursed and got back out. Turns out their car wouldn't start after the crash. One of them quickly turned his eyes to Tony Wendy's car. He tried it, but soon got out again. It was busted too. Furious, the four men gave Tony Wendy's another savage kicking before grabbing some things from their trunk and leaving. Despite the distance, Josh clearly saw what they grabbed: guns. Looking not far ahead. Sure enough, a high-end jewelry store. What else could Josh say? Just that Tony Wendy's was damned unlucky. Those four were clearly staking out the jewelry store, but before they could act, he crashed into them. As for why they gave up, that was obvious. With no working car, they couldn't carry much loot. If the alarm went off, they couldn't even run. Not giving up would mean waiting to get shot or jailed. Once the four had fully left and no one else had passed by, Tony Wendy's lay motionless by the roadside, his condition unknown. Josh finally stepped out of the shadows and walked over to him. He took a look, unconscious but still breathing, not dead. Without hesitation, he grabbed Tony's hair and slammed his head hard into the ground. The thud of his skull hitting the pavement rang clear in the silent night. Just one slam. Without checking if he was dead, Josh immediately left the scene. Once he was far away, he pulled out his car and quietly drove off. Even if Tony Wendy's didn't completely disappear, Josh was confident no surveillance, no witnesses, no fingerprints, no weapon, no blood. There was no way 1940s cops could trace it back to him. Most likely, they'd pin it on those four guys. A car accident followed by a fight ending in death, completely plausible. What's that got to do with Josh Kane? Besides, those four were planning a robbery. They definitely weren't clean. Not using them as scapegoats would feel like a waste. He'd even have Margot apply some pressure as the grieving widow. Given how corrupt the Chicago police were in those days, they'd rather close the case quickly and move on. No way would they connect it to Josh. So yeah, never drink and drive. Look how much effort it saved Josh. Of course, if that heavy blow didn't kill Tony Wendy's, then the guy just had incredible luck. And if that were the case, Josh wouldn't mind taking a little extra effort to make him disappear for good. Ring ring, ring ring. The shrill ringing of the telephone startled Margot awake from her sleep. She turned on the bedside lamp and looked at the clock by her bed. 3 a.m.? Who would be calling at this hour? The question didn't linger for long. Margot quickly remembered her beloved, irresistible lover, and immediately picked up the receiver. Hello. Margot greeted tentatively. Margot, it's me. Josh's voice came through the line. Josh, why are you calling so late? Do you have news about that matter? Margot's voice trembled slightly when she realized it was really Josh. There's news, but it has nothing to do with us, Josh said. His tone was a bit strange, but Margot didn't notice. Yes, I understand. It has nothing to do with us. Margot took a deep breath. No, I mean it literally. Tony Wendy's is dead, but it wasn't our people who did it. As soon as Josh heard Margot's words, he knew she misunderstood, so he bluntly recounted what had happened. Of course, the part where Josh finished him off was deliberately omitted. As long as that part was left out, then even if their call was being tapped, Tony Wendy's death would have nothing to do with Josh. It was all because Tony Wendy's drove drunk, crashed into another car, got into a conflict, and was accidentally killed. As long as the police investigated the scene even slightly, they would easily come to that conclusion. Upon hearing Josh's words, Margot was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. After all, she had always been a well-behaved girl. Even though she had resolved to get rid of Tony Wendy's, it would be impossible to say she wasn't nervous inside. Now, Tony Wendy's was dead and it had nothing to do with her. That made her feel completely at ease. Josh, I miss you. Elated, Margot began to sweet-talk Josh over the phone, completely ignoring the fact that the dead man was her husband. Baby, I miss you too. But now's not the time. I estimate the police will probably come find you tomorrow morning. When they do, apply some pressure depending on the situation and get them to wrap this case up quickly. Once it's settled, we can be together openly, Josh comforted her over the phone. No. Margot expressed her understanding. The two lingered in sweet conversation for a while before Margot reluctantly hung up. After hanging up, Margot, slightly giddy with excitement, didn't go back to sleep. Instead, she happily opened a bottle of champagne. As she sipped alone, Margot suddenly remembered something. That dead husband of hers, he was a tennis player and had taken out quite a few insurance policies. Now that he was dead, it seemed she might be entitled to a large compensation payout. She hadn't thought of this earlier because Josh had originally said they would make the bastard disappear. If someone just disappears and death can't be proven, the insurance company has grounds to refuse the claim. So Margot hadn't thought about that angle. But now, if the bastard was officially ruled to have been accidentally killed, then as long as the policy didn't have a clause stating that losses caused by a third party are the third party's responsibility, the insurance company would have to pay in full. The bastard's premiums weren't cheap and Margot had been the one paying them. Naturally, she was also the beneficiary. How much was the total compensation again? Could it be a few million? Wow. With his death, Margot's net worth was probably going to double overnight. What a good guy. Thinking of this, Margot felt the same kind of sentiment Josh had. All the hatred she once had for Tony Wendy's vanished completely. As a thank you, she decided she must give the guy a grand funeral. Otherwise, it would be unworthy of those millions in compensation. Time flew by quickly, and morning arrived. Just as Josh predicted, a little after 8 a.m., while Margot was enjoying her morning tea, the police arrived. And it was none other than Lieutenant Dietrich, the officer in charge of Josh's previous case. Although Tony Wendy's didn't die in Dietrich's jurisdiction, he was still a resident of Dietrich's area. Yes, there were no surprises. Tony Wendy's was dead. Thoroughly dead. It was around 5 a.m. when his body was discovered by a passerby. Due to the low temperature, the body had already gone stiff. Police found numerous bruises on his body from a beating, but the real cause of death was a massive head injury to the back of the skull. Hello, Lieutenant. What brings you to me so early? In the sitting room, Margot instructed a servant to make coffee while asking the visiting Dietrich. I'm sorry to disturb you so early, Mrs. Wendy's, but I regret to inform you your husband has passed away, Dietrich said. What? My husband is dead? What happened? Margot feigned shock but showed no signs of sorrow because she truly wasn't sad, and there was no need to pretend. Any competent officer would be able to uncover the fact that their marriage had been strained. Under such circumstances, pretending to be grief-stricken would only raise suspicion. Mrs. Wendy's, it seems your relationship with your husband wasn't very harmonious. Dietrich asked curiously. Hey, Lieutenant, what kind of reason do you think would make a husband with no job stay out all night without coming home? Margot replied calmly. Hearing this, Lieutenant Dietrich suddenly realized he had asked a stupid question. From the preliminary investigation, he already knew the victim's movements before his death. The guy had just left a brothel. With such a young and beautiful wife like Margot at home, and he was out all night at places like that? No one would believe their relationship was fine. But just as Josh had predicted, Dietrich did not suspect Margot because based on the crime scene, the police had basically concluded that Tony Wendy's was killed in a drunken crash and then beaten to death by the other party. And it wasn't just one assailant. More importantly, based on the evidence found at the scene like the damaged car left behind, the police had already locked onto suspects and linked them to a jewelry robbery gang that had recently caught police attention, the same 4 men in suits Josh had seen. By sheer coincidence, those 4 weren't just involved in shady dealings in the past few months, they had robbed 3 jewelry stores in Chicago and already had a murder charge hanging over them. And the one handling their case? None other than Lieutenant Dietrich. For Josh and Margot, this was another group of good people. All that can be said is, so many good people. Tony Wendy's funeral was scheduled for the 3rd day after his death. It was held at the famous Rose Hill Cemetery in the northern suburbs of Chicago. Although the guy didn't have many relatives, quite a few people still came to the funeral. After all, he was a tennis star, even if only a second-rate one, he still had some clout. But Josh didn't join the crowd. Others might not know, but he was fully aware of how the guy had actually died. Pretending to mourn someone he helped kill felt rather awkward, so he just sat in a car parked at a distance, playing the role of chauffeur, waiting for Margot. After spending over 2 hours seeing off all the guests who came to pay their respects, Margot finally got into the back seat of the car. How are you? Tired? Josh looked at Margot through the rearview mirror and asked. Today, Margot was wearing a conservative, elegant black dress, a small black veil hat, a refined pearl choker, and sheer black stockings, making her look composed and graceful, full of charm. Although, according to an old saying from Sia country, a woman looks most charming in mourning, and white is the most soulful color, pure black actually wasn't bad either. It gave off a mysterious allure that invited curiosity. Not too bad. Anyway, the priest and the funeral company handled everything. I just had to show up and keep up appearances. What's there to be tired about? Margot shook her head to show she wasn't tired. By the way, what's with that guy? Josh nodded, then looked toward a young man in the distance who had been glancing their way. That man also attended the funeral, but had been trying to cozy up to Margot before the ceremony even began. That's why Josh asked. And this wasn't the first time Josh had seen the guy. Last time when Joe Barbaro was tailing Margot, Josh had seen this man at the jewelry company. He seemed to be connected to the Uncle John Margot mentioned, and had been fawning over her that day too. Him? He's Uncle John's second son, David Leibler, a notorious playboy. He used to manage their family business in New York and just recently came back. I happened to run into him last time when I visited Uncle John. He found out I was planning a divorce and hasn't stopped pestering me since. I made it clear last time, but he still won't give up. Following Josh's gaze, Margot frowned and answered with clear disdain. That disdain wasn't fake because in Margot's view, David Leibler was basically the same type as the now dead Tony Wendy's. Though David was only in his early 30s, he'd already been divorced twice, both times for cheating after getting bored of his wives and stirring up endless scandal. Worse, he was even more reckless than Tony. At least Tony, being a sports celebrity, still made an effort to protect his public image. But David, as a rich heir, played around with utter disregard. So after the painful experience with Tony, there was no way Margot would have any favorable feelings towards someone like David. Want me to teach him a lesson? Hearing Margot's words, Josh frowned and asked. Damn it, he'd only just secured this diamond VIP meal ticket, and someone was already trying to poach her? Not acceptable. Should he send this guy to keep Tony company? Forget it, just stay away from him. After all, Uncle John has been good to me. If things get too ugly, it'd be awkward. Margot quickly stopped Josh's dangerous idea. Ingo. After spending time with Josh and going through the Tony Wendy's incident, Margot now fully understood. This little man she picked up from the roadside looked like a sweet and harmless puppy on the outside, but deep down, he was more like a fierce little Bavarian wolf. Of course, Margot didn't distance herself from Josh because of that. On the contrary, she loved this bad little man even more. Maybe this was the infamous Bonnie and Clyde syndrome and obsession with bad boys. Precisely because of this, Margot really feared that if she let Josh warn David, David might end up like Tony. She didn't care about Tony's death, but David's father John Libler had truly been kind to her. She didn't want that kind old man to suffer the pain of losing his son. Josh was still unhappy about someone trying to steal his girl, but since Margot had spoken up, he couldn't say much more. He started the car and drove away from the cemetery. Out of sight, out of mind. As a transmigrator, Josh had never felt any real attachment to this era before, but now that he had Margot, a woman completely devoted to him, things were different. So he didn't care how others felt, but Margot's emotions were something he had to take care of. After leaving the cemetery, the two didn't return to Margot's estate but instead went back to their love nest in Evanston. That estate had been bought after Margot married Tony Wendy's. Now that they had completely parted ways, she had no sentimental attachment to it, rather, she felt some distaste. So she simply brought a few longtime loyal servants and moved in with Josh in Evanston. The house in Evanston was big enough, 8 rooms in total, plenty of space. As for her moving in with another young man right after her husband's death, the servants didn't show any unusual reaction. Because these servants had originally been left by Margot's father and had nothing to do with Tony Wendy's. After getting home and greeting the neighboring Tommy family, who were having afternoon tea in their yard, Josh embraced Margot as soon as they entered the house. Wait, let me change first. Margot slapped away the mischievous little man's hand. No need. I love you in this outfit. But it was no use. Josh grabbed her arm again, leaning in close and whispering in her ear. Feeling the heat of his breath at her ear, Margot quickly melted. Seeing her stop resisting, Josh swept her up with a yelp from her, and carried her upstairs. But while Margot and Josh were celebrating their unburdened future together, on the other side of the city, in a small bar, another group of people was far less cheerful. They were the 4 thugs who had planned to rob a jewelry store, only to have their plans ruined by the unexpected appearance of Tony Wendy's, leaving them with a dead body on their hands. Who in their right mind would be happy in that situation? Still in the western suburbs of Chicago, in a small tavern with a closed sign hanging outside, the inside was thick with smoke. There was a bartender and 4 burly men in suits, smoking and drinking quietly. Who would have thought that damn drunk was so easy to knock out? Now, great, he died and not only messed up our plan, but also got the police investigating more thoroughly. What a stroke of bad luck. Goss, pour me another drink. One of the men in a suit finished his whiskey in one gulp, then cursed as he placed the glass on the counter. These 4 burly men were the ones who had tried to rob a jewelry store the night Tony Wendy's drunkenly interfered, causing their plan to fail and ultimately having Josh framing them for the crime. From this man's words, it was clear that they didn't realize Tony Wendy's had been killed by Josh later. They thought they had beaten the man to death themselves. That's enough. You've already drunk 2 bottles of my whiskey. This is genuine Kentucky bourbon. The bartender, named Goss, rolled his eyes and didn't refill their drinks. Not only was he the bartender, but he was also the owner of the small tavern, and an accomplice to these 4, handling their logistical needs like buying guns, getting cars, and disposing of stolen goods. Oh, come on, Goss, it's just 2 bottles of whiskey. The burly man named Cody grumbled in displeasure. Just 2 bottles? You're using that word well, Cody. You want to go outside and see how much a bottle of whiskey costs now? $200, that's right, $200, and you can't even get it if you have the money. Goss muttered discontentedly. Although prohibition had long passed, due to the war, alcohol prices in the US had soared again. By 1943, it was nearly impossible to find properly distilled alcohol, as much of it had been requisitioned by the military. Even the whiskey imported from Ireland had mostly been seized. A proper bottle of whiskey could easily cost dozens or even hundreds of dollars. As for high-end bourbons, $200 was not expensive at all. Of course, cheaper options were available, like those from small distilleries or farm-made batches, which could be bought for about $10 a bottle. However, those who knew about alcohol would understand that such homemade spirits were of poor taste, lower proof, and might even be dangerous. Hey, just $200. We robbed so much jewelry before, Cody said unbothered. He knew the whiskey was expensive, but so what? In their line of work, what was the point of living if they weren't drinking away their misery? How much, huh? Yeah, you guys robbed quite a bit before, but how many high-end items did you get? Even the gold was just $18K, platinum was rare, and the silver was the best stuff. The total value barely hit $100,000. And that's not even factoring in the costs. Even if we managed to sell everything, we might get more than $20,000, thank God for that. After deducting costs for the guns, cars, and other expenses, how much do we have left? Goss scolded. That's right, this gang had already robbed 3 times in Chicago, but each time, their targets were just regular, low-end jewelry stores. These stores didn't carry any high-end items. So, even though they stole a lot, the jewelry's quality was low, worth only a few dozen to a couple $100 each. Compared to jewelry in the 21st century that costs thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, these items were nothing. Anyone with knowledge would know that, apart from the precious metals used in jewelry, the gemstones were worth very little unless they had commercial value added. With circumflexoe. So, although they had stolen hundreds of pieces worth over $100,000 on paper, their actual worth was closer to 40 to 50,000. But it didn't end there. The middlemen who bought stolen goods would always take a hefty cut of at least 50%, and the more shady ones might take 70% or 80%. After all, who would risk their necks to help dispose of stolen goods? When you added it all up, Goss' estimate of 20,000 was actually pretty good. If you split it between the 5 of them, each person would only get about $4,000, enough to buy a few bottles of whiskey. Cody, the robber, didn't say anything anymore. He was a bit stunned but knew Goss was telling the truth. All right, Goss, open another bottle. This one's on me. Just then, the smallest of the 4 burly men, but the one who looked the oldest, spoke up. When Goss heard him, he didn't argue and nodded, pulling another bottle of his private stock from the counter. Lewis, you're always generous. Cody exclaimed, eagerly opening the bottle and pouring a drink for Lewis, then filling his own glass. I don't have much of this good whiskey left. Before long, I'll be stuck selling homemade stuff. Goss shook his head and said. Don't worry, Goss, everything will be all right. Lewis smiled and took a sip, then looked at the other 2 men. Frank, Dix, why are you so quiet today? Don't worry, once the heat dies down, we'll hit another big one. Of course, Lewis, I trust you, said the tallest of the men, Dix, in a deep voice. Lewis, I want out, the last man, Frank, said after hesitating for a moment. His words caught the group off guard. Why, Frank? We've only just started, and we've been doing well, Cody asked, his voice anxious. Are you planning to betray us just because of a little trouble? Cody, shut up. Lewis snapped, then turned to Frank. Frank, what's going on? It's Macy, she doesn't want me to keep going down this path, Frank hesitated, explaining. Macy was a country girl and Frank's childhood sweetheart, his lover. Oh, come on, Macy again. What's so special about her? Look at Vanna, she never tries to control me, Cody sneered at Frank's response. Cody. Lewis spoke firmly again. Cody shrugged and fell silent. All right, you want to quit, that's your choice. But what do you plan to do after? Lewis asked Frank. I'm planning to join the army, Frank stated his decision. Great. Cody rolled his eyes. Although the federal government's propaganda had many young people joining the army, Cody was definitely not one of them. But Lewis, as the leader, didn't have much to say. Their group was just a temporary one, thrown together, and there weren't many rules. If you want to quit, that's fine. But, Frank, there are some things I need to say up front. First, because you're quitting early, your share will be cut in half. Also, don't ever betray your brothers, or you know what the consequences are, Lewis said as he downed his drink. Of course, Lewis, I understand. Thanks for understanding, Frank said gratefully. Just then, there was a knock on the tavern door. The group immediately tensed up. Goss motioned for them to stay calm, then carefully moved toward the door, peering through the blinds before relaxing. It's Colby, Goss told the group. At the mention of his name, everyone relaxed. Colby was a well-known underground broker in the area, someone who made connections, helped sell stolen goods, lent money, ran underground casinos, and organized underground horse racing. He was a major figure in the underworld. Lewis and his group often worked through Colby for many of their deals. Lewis, someone wants to see you. Colby walked in and looked around the tavern before addressing Lewis. See me? Who? Lewis furrowed his brow and asked. Dr. Schneider, Elvin Linden Schneider, have you heard of him? Colby asked. Schneider? Dr. Schneider from Philadelphia. The others were confused, but Lewis' eyes lit up. Josh had no knowledge of, nor any interest in, the less than pleasant situation of those good guys who took the blame for him. As long as he was living well, that was all that mattered. He slept in every day until broad daylight, and in his free time, he'd go horseback riding on a countryside farm with Margot, soak up the sun, play golf, or bowl. Or perhaps sail on Lake Michigan, watch plays at the theater, or catch a movie at the cinema. His leisure life was exceedingly rich. The two of them, always seen together, looked exactly like a pair of newlyweds on their honeymoon. Of course, while spending so much time with Margot, Josh hadn't forgotten his business's interdimensional smuggling trade with Daenerys. Although most of his time was spent clinging to Margot, he still managed to find moments of free time. So occasionally, he'd run around the major gun shops, bookstores, and black markets in Chicago to purchase the items Daenerys needed. Every evening at 7 p.m., whether or not there was a transaction, he would set aside at least half an hour to lock himself in his study and connect with Daenerys. As for Josh's peculiar habit of locking himself in the study for half an hour each day, Margot, though a little curious, never questioned it. After all, she wasn't some naive young girl anymore. She well understood the importance of giving one's partner personal space. What's more, Josh still maintained many of the good lifestyle habits of an urban youth from his previous life. He didn't smoke, didn't drink excessively, didn't gamble, didn't visit brothels, hadn't had the chance. To Margot, a man with such good habits was nothing less than a rare treasure, a true gem. It was only when things involved her personally that he got a little overbearing, but in Margot's eyes, that was totally a good thing. So under such circumstances, why fuss over such a trivial, insignificant little issue? Daenerys, I brought you something new. Once again, at 7 p.m., Josh looked at the screen where Daenerys, dressed in a luxurious court gown, appeared. That court gown was a gift from Josh, the same style as Queen Elizabeth's, and had been custom-made at great expense. Yes, that's right, Queen Elizabeth, not the Queen, as in the current one. After all, in 1943, the British monarch was still the stuttering King George VI. And the future famously long-lived Queen was, at this time, just an 18-year-old girl. Due to limitations in productivity and Daenerys' current environment, the clothes she wore in her world were considered high-end, but when placed in Earth's context, let alone 20th century America, even compared with the attire of 15th and 16th century European nobility, they looked rather plain. With tilde beta. Of course, if you go back further to pre-Renaissance Europe, court fashion there didn't look much better than what they had in Westeros. Daenerys was very fond of the gown. After all, what woman doesn't love beautiful things? And as a queen, she certainly needed adornments to highlight her status in public appearances. What is it? Daenerys asked curiously. This. With Josh's operation, Daenerys received a trade notification. After confirming the trade, she looked. It was a collection of jewelry and tableware. Her gaze quickly became fixated. Because, like the court gown Josh had previously gifted her, these jewels and utensils were exquisitely crafted. Undoubtedly, Daenerys was not someone unfamiliar with luxury. In terms of wealth, Josh couldn't compare to her, not even a little. So purely in terms of the number, size, and quality of gemstones, Josh couldn't possibly offer her a surprise. Even the average royal, noble, or tycoon on Earth might not match up to Daenerys, but just because the raw materials weren't superior didn't mean the craftsmanship couldn't be. Anyone who's watched Game of Thrones and paid even a little attention would have noticed the crude execution of the seemingly stylized jewelry in that world. While handmade craftsmanship can certainly give artisanal pieces a kind of soul that machine products lack, even the best craftsmanship requires technical support. In ancient times, gem cutting was a highly intricate and labor-intensive job. Especially diamonds, due to their extreme hardness, they were difficult to cut. And because hard also means brittle, one wrong move and a perfectly good diamond could be shattered. Aside from that, certain materials that are now common and cheap were extremely rare and valuable in ancient times. For example, aluminum. Extracting aluminum requires electrolysis, so in a world like Westeros, which is still in a semi-slavery, semi-feudal state, its rarity is imaginable. So what Josh gifted Daenerys was a set of exquisitely made aluminum jewelry embedded with tiny diamonds. The tableware was also all made of aluminum. These things, which were essentially worthless in early 20th century America, could become the prized possessions of any royal or noble in Daenerys' world. Such exquisite jewelry. Huh? What's this material? I thought it was silver. So light. At first, Daenerys had assumed these were simply finely crafted silver or platinum, naturally occurring, but once she held them, she realized they were made of a metal even lighter and softer than silver, something she had never seen before. This is aluminum. I don't mind telling you it's a metal with an extremely high abundance in our world. Theoretically, it's the same in your world, but the extraction process is quite special. With the level of technology in your world, it's basically impossible to produce. Maybe your dragon's fire could do it, but the yield. Josh raised his brow and didn't finish the sentence, but Daenerys had already understood. Interesting. I think I get your point. Daenerys' face lit up with a smile. I must say, this is indeed a very intriguing idea, Josh. Honestly, aside from gold, is there nothing else you want? Really now, Josh, at this rate, my treasury is going to be drained by you. Since Josh clearly stated that this stuff was worthless in his world, that meant Daenerys could acquire it at a low price in exchange for ordinary gold, platinum, or other valuables. Then resell it to nobles and the wealthy at prices far exceeding even gold or platinum and make a huge fortune. Another win-win trade. Haha, your majesty jokes. With all the things I've given you, it won't be easy to empty your treasury. But speaking of which, I really do have some new ideas about our deal. Josh smiled as he spoke. Let's hear it, Daenerys said. Raw materials. Josh replied. In the bedroom, Margot, who had changed into a silk nightgown, was leaning against the headboard reading a book. Margot was not a literary type, so she wasn't reading anything deep like essays or poetry, but rather an ordinary popular novel. She was so absorbed in the book that she didn't notice that Josh had been in the study for a little longer than usual. It wasn't until Josh opened the door that he caught her attention. She lifted her head, only to see Josh carefully closing and locking the door before mysteriously heading towards the window. What's going on, darling? Margot asked, her curiosity piqued. Nothing. I just want to give you a gift, Josh said, pretending to be mysterious. What gift? Let me guess, jewelry. Margot asked, a bit surprised but then delighting at the thought. Oh, dear, you're too accurate in your guess. Now it was Josh's turn to be surprised. How did this woman guess so precisely? Is it really jewelry? That would be wonderful. Show it to me, Margot said, eagerly excited. However, Josh could tell that while Margot was indeed delighted, her level of anticipation wasn't as high as one might think. This was perfectly normal. As a wealthy woman whose father had once been a major jeweler, Margot had seen and handled countless high-end jewelry. Not counting the large diamond ring she had already put away, Josh had seen her other jewelry, which were all collection-level pieces. so it wasn't realistic to expect an ordinary piece of jewelry to excite her much. That's why, even though Josh had known Margot for so long and their relationship was very close, he hadn't given her many gifts, he simply didn't have anything that could measure up. On the other hand, Margot had been gifting Josh everything from cars to houses, from clothes to accessories. She even seemed eager to give him everything she had, including herself and her enormous fortune. It couldn't be helped. The initial disparity in their power and status naturally existed. So, the reason Margot was excited was not because she expected this gift to be particularly valuable, but because it was the first gift Josh had given her. Thinking this way, Josh felt a bit guilty toward her and couldn't help but feel more tenderness toward her. However, in this case, Margot was actually wrong in her expectations. Because the jewelry Josh was about to give her was indeed far more precious than she could imagine. No, it wasn't just precious, it was absolutely unparalleled in the world. Therefore, Josh didn't try to overly tease her curiosity. He was afraid that doing so might stir her emotions too much and overwhelm her, so he simply took the gift out of his pocket. When Margot saw the gift Josh brought out, she froze for a moment before her eyes widened, and then she covered her mouth tightly with both hands. Her eyes were full of the dazzling brilliance of the crystal glowing under the dim light of the table lamp. The gift Josh was giving her was both normal and extraordinary. It was normal because it was a diamond. Although Margot was not skilled at managing businesses and had to sell off her family's jewelry empire, Margot had grown up in a jewelry business environment and was quite skilled in appraising jewelry. She immediately recognized that the crystal in front of her was a genuine diamond, and more than that, it was an extremely rare pink diamond. ROS. But an ordinary pink diamond wouldn't have caused Margot to lose control. What really caused her to lose composure was the abnormality of the gift. That was the size of the diamond. Everyone talks about pigeon egg-sized diamonds, but have you ever seen a diamond as big as a chicken egg? And it's a pink diamond? Before today, the largest diamond Margot knew of was the famous Cullinan diamond, discovered in South Africa in 1905 and donated to the British royal family. The Rolls-Royce SUV with the same name was inspired by this diamond. How big was it? It was about the size of a grown woman's palm, measuring 10 centimeters in length, 6.5 centimeters in width, and 5 centimeters in height, weighing 3,106 carats with a faint bluish tint. However, this diamond had been cut into 9 large stones and 96 smaller stones back in 1908. And the one Margot was looking at now? Although it wasn't as large as the Cullinan, it could still be called a peerless gem, surpassing even the second largest diamond, the Mountain of Light, with clarity that was also impeccable. Its weight was estimated to be over 1,000 carats. And it was a pink diamond? Pink diamond? Pink diamond? Said 3 times for emphasis. Let's not talk about diamonds being a scam. In the 21st century, diamonds have become a scam for 2 reasons, massive reserves and the emergence of synthetic diamonds. However, the first reason applies to regular diamonds, those small bits of diamonds. According to research conducted in later years, the Earth's diamond reserves total hundreds of trillions of tons. Looking at this number, diamonds shouldn't be so valuable. However, in reality, most of these diamonds are buried very deep underground and are difficult to mine. Based on the available and easily extractable reserves in 1943, there were only a few 100 million tons. Still, even with this number, diamonds weren't enough to justify their value on the market. These few 100 million tons of diamonds are also not of uniform quality. Only about 50% can be classified as gem quality diamonds. Of these, when considering the 4CS standard, weight, clarity, color, and cut, less than 1% of diamonds can be considered top tier. These diamonds do match the market value assigned to them. As for the remaining 99% of diamonds, they aren't worth much, but that doesn't stop jewelers from packaging them as high-end items and selling them at top-tier prices. From this perspective, the statement made by a certain celebrity from China holds some truth. Diamonds below 1 carat may not be worthless, but they certainly don't have significant collectible value. So, the true reason diamonds have become a scam is the advent of synthetic diamonds. With the right production techniques, synthetic diamonds can be made in any color, size, and with the best clarity. But when did synthetic diamonds appear? After the 1970s. And initially, only non-gem quality diamonds could be manufactured. It wasn't until around 2000 that the technology caught up enough to create gem quality diamonds. Therefore, the diamond Josh held in his hand was a real, one-of-a-kind treasure for this era. Is this really for me? Where did you get it? No one knows about it, right? Faced with such a treasure, Margot was able to forcibly suppress her emotions and not shout out, which could be considered quite composed. After holding it in for a long time, tears started to fall, and Margot's emotions finally calmed down. She then whispered a series of questions. It was really hard to hold it in. Margot wasn't foolish. She knew what such a treasure meant. Its value was a small matter. The real issue was that if the existence of this gem were to be revealed, Margot really feared that she and Josh might end up dead in the streets. This kind of treasure could make the whole world go mad, and unless one had the imperial scale of the empire on which the sun never sets, it would be impossible to keep it safe. And why did the British royal family choose to cut the Cullinan diamond? Didn't they know that bigger is more valuable? They were also afraid of it being coveted. So, receiving such a gift from Josh left Margot uncertain whether Josh truly loved her or if he was trying to harm her. Fortunately, this worry was not hard to resolve. Just like what the British royal family did back then, cutting the diamond would make it safer. And the reason Josh gave such a diamond to Margot was precisely because of this idea. With her father being a jeweler, Margot had indeed learned about diamond cutting for a period of time. Of course, in the past, Margot had only cut smaller diamonds. This large a piece? She hadn't even seen one before. As for certificates and the like, come on, back in the 1940s, there was no such thing as a certification body. The world's most authoritative diamond institution, the Gemological Institute of America, GIA, was only established in 1931 but didn't become a major, trustworthy institution until the 1950s, and the 4C standard was only introduced around that time. So, there was no certification to worry about at this point in 1943. Darling, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, as long as you don't tell anyone, only the two of us will know about the existence of this diamond, Josh smiled and explained to Margot, sensing her concerns. It wasn't surprising. Just 10 minutes ago, this gem was still in the hoard of the Dragon Queen Daenerys from another world. How could anyone in this world have seen it? The aluminum and finely cut diamond jewelry Josh gave her allowed Daenerys to see a continuous new source of income. In return, Daenerys provided him with a large number of various jewels, the most common being diamond rough stones. Just like on Earth, diamonds on the continent of Westeros had been classified as jewels long ago, but they weren't particularly popular. The reason was not that they were in abundance, but because, with ancient technology, polishing diamonds was a massive project that made mass production nearly impossible. On the other hand, diamonds were easily used for cutting metal. However, this pink diamond was not initially on the list of jewels Daenerys gave Josh. Because diamonds of this caliber, no matter how difficult it was to cut and polish them, were still considered top-tier jewels in Westeros. Moreover, the pink color was one that Daenerys loved, so it was stored in her private, high-end vault. But when Daenerys made the trade, she carelessly allowed Josh to pick a gem from her treasure vault. Then, there was no further discussion. Daenerys was probably hiding somewhere in her palace, drawing circles now. Are you sure? Josh's words made Margot even more confused. Such a precious diamond, and only the two of them know about it? Did you just dig it up from the ground outside? Don't worry, nothing's going to happen. Look how well it matches you. Josh didn't elaborate further, simply holding the diamond up in front of Margot's broad chest. However, as soon as he did, Josh found himself unable to look away. The pink diamond, under the slightly dim light from the bedside lamp, emitted a brilliant pink glow, casting a soft light over Margot's fair skin. It created a unique, breathtaking scene. Margot, who had been nervous about the diamond, looked up and was startled by Josh's intense gaze. Before she could even cry out, she was already pushed onto the bed by Josh. Diamonds? To hell with the diamonds? With the bed's mattress springs working under extreme pressure, the forgotten pink diamond was slowly pushed out of the bed by the spring's reaction force, eventually falling onto the floor with a soft thud. Thankfully, the bedroom floor was wooden. If it had been tile, that treasure-level diamond might have only lasted in this world for less than half an hour before meeting its demise. So you want to open a sugar factory, an aluminum alloy factory, and a craft company. After who knows how long, still tingling from the after-effects of their intense activity, Margot leaned against Josh's chest and played with the diamond in her hand as she spoke. The aluminum alloy factory and the craft company are not difficult, but the sugar factory, the raw materials are hard to get now, aren't they? Margot didn't oppose Josh's idea of opening factories at all, considering that the scale of the factories he wanted to set up wasn't large, and it wouldn't cost much. It would probably take only a few $100,000 to get them started. For Margot, who had recently received a large insurance payout due to Tony Wendy's death, it was practically pocket change. And as for her little man, Josh, she would be willing to give him even more if necessary. She wouldn't mind if all of it was lost. Especially since the diamond Josh had just given her, even if she were to break it into pieces and sell it, was worth far more than her current fortune. But, just like the issue she had raised, opening an aluminum alloy factory and a craft factory was easy. Although it was wartime, aluminum, as one of the most important materials for aviation in this era, was still a controlled material. However, unlike other restricted materials, the bauxite from which aluminum is made was not subject to restrictions, because the main sources of aluminum in the US at this time were Brazil, so there was no problem with the raw materials. The real issue was with the finished aluminum products. Therefore, if Josh wanted to open an aluminum alloy factory, there would be no difficulty. In fact, he would be encouraged by the federal government, and the finished aluminum products would all be purchased by the military. Although the price wouldn't be very high, it would definitely not result in a loss. As for the craft factory, Josh had explained that it would mainly process cheap glass, defective diamonds, and other ornaments, which had little to do with the war. However, the sugar factory posed a significant problem because sugar in this era was mainly made from cane sugar. The main raw materials were beetroot and sugarcane. As for fructose, which had become widely available and was highly harmful but extremely cheap in the later years, it did exist in this era, but the production process was underdeveloped, and the yield was low, making it more expensive than cane sugar. While sugarcane and beetroot were abundant in the Americas, they were seasonal crops, unlike metal ores, which could be mined directly and needed a growing cycle. Moreover, due to the Pacific War, the Southeast Asian region, another major area for sugar production, had its shipping routes blocked, leading to a shortage of sugar in the US. The raw materials were only allocated to large corporations, so without sufficient connections, it would be nearly impossible for Josh to get enough raw materials. But what Margot didn't know was that Josh wasn't planning to get the raw materials from this world. He intended to source them from the world of Game of Thrones. Why was Daenerys willing to pay a large sum for sugar from Josh? Was it because the Game of Thrones world had no sugar? Of course not. The world of Game of Thrones simply lacked the technology for refining sugar. Therefore, as long as Josh imported raw sugar from the Game of Thrones world and refined it, the sugar produced, whether sold back to Daenerys or in this world, would be a massive profit. Of course, this model wasn't without its downsides. The main issue was that it would be easy for the federal government to discover the problem. After all, if you didn't have raw materials, how could you produce so much sugar? The reason was simple. Josh's primary purpose in opening the sugar factory wasn't really about cane sugar. It was about a type of sugar that hadn't appeared yet in this era, the extremely cheap high-fructose corn syrup that would become widespread in later years. Have you heard of fructose? What if I told you I have a technology that can extract sugar that's sweeter and cheaper than cane sugar from corn starch? Josh spoke in a low voice, responding to Margot's confusion. The so-called high-fructose corn syrup is actually the fructose-glucose syrup, which is very common in the food processing industry and has gradually replaced sucrose in the later years. This sugar originally appeared after the 1950s, but the process is not complex. The main ingredients are two substances, saccharase and glucose isomerase. The former was extracted as early as the 1930s, but it was not commercialized. The latter was only discovered in the 1950s. But for Josh, the former is enough, because the latter's role is mainly to convert glucose in the syrup into fructose, thus increasing the sweetness of the syrup. Only the former is responsible for hydrolysing starch to produce syrup. Josh learned about these two substances because of a person he met before crossing over, a person who got him into the raw materials processing business for fast-moving consumer goods, basically a supplier of ingredients for bubble tea shops. At the start of his business, Josh often helped in his spare time, so he has some understanding of this field. However, Josh is not a biologist, so he definitely can't produce saccharase or make fructose-glucose syrup by himself. But that's okay. This type of work can be outsourced. Chicago is the educational center of the Midwest, with 19 four-year universities, including famous institutions such as the University of Chicago, Northwestern University, and the University of Illinois, as well as many research institutes. Finding a few professionals in this field is not difficult. Since you are confident, go ahead and do it. Just tell me how much money you need. After Josh revealed his plan, Margot responded. However, since you want to start a business, you will need to interact with some influential people. By the way, I received an invitation to a weekend wine party yesterday, sent by Uncle John. I wasn't planning to attend, but since you want to start a business, let's go together. I'll introduce you to some people. It will be helpful for your business. Speaking of which, although Josh had been with Margot for a while, she had never taken him to such an occasion. It wasn't because Josh couldn't handle it. In fact, after her father passed away, she had attended fewer of these parties. At first, it was because people kept bad-mouthing Tony Wendy's in her ear, which she disliked, and she had even argued with some of her old friends because of it. When she later found out that these bad-mouthings were all true, she was even less interested in attending these occasions, because she was afraid of losing face. Moreover, due to the entanglement with David Leibler, she had no desire to go, so this matter was never brought up. But if Josh wanted to start a factory business, he would need various connections, so attending this wine party was necessary. That's why she brought it up. Oh, what kind of wine party is it? Josh asked upon hearing this. It's a war bond fundraising wine party hosted by the city government, and Uncle John is the organizer. All the prominent figures in Chicago will be attending. Margot explained. With circumflex Nigerian Naira, yes. Upon hearing this, Josh felt that attending this wine party was indeed necessary. Will it cause you any trouble? Josh asked. He had never attended such a high-end wine party in either of his lifetimes. What trouble could there be? It's a perfect opportunity for them to know that I'm doing well now. Margot smiled gently. Is there anything I need to be mindful of? Josh asked. Just dress nicely. Soon, the weekend arrived. After getting all dressed up, Josh and Margot arrived at the venue for the wine party, the luxurious estate of the Leibler family. By the time they arrived, many guests had already gathered, and the yard was filled with various luxury cars of the era. In comparison, Josh's wine-red Lincoln Continental seemed a bit unremarkable. Of course, if he had taken out the Cadillac V16 from the system's warehouse, it would definitely attract more attention. But now was not the right time. Although Josh, through his association with Margot, had half-entered Chicago's upper class, this wasn't enough to guarantee his safety. After all, those Italians could act crazily enough to even plot the assassination of a president. So, without adequate means of self-defense, that car could only be considered a private collection for now. Fortunately, the system's space was time-locked, so the car wouldn't face any maintenance issues. After Margot handed the invitation over to the doorman for inspection, they were smoothly admitted into the party hall. Hey, Margot, long time no see. As soon as they entered, a familiar face spotted Margot. It was a beautiful lady, about the same age as Margot. Long time no see, Gabrielle. Margot responded enthusiastically, clearly very familiar with the person. Then, with an apologetic look, Margot was pulled aside by Gabrielle for a private conversation. As women usually have private talks, Josh couldn't interfere or stop them, so he could only look around to relieve his awkwardness. He casually picked up a drink from a passing waiter. Josh didn't dislike drinking, but he wasn't fond of it. He had tried it before, and this body's tolerance to alcohol was decent. "May I ask your name?" At that moment, an elegant middle-aged man approached Josh and asked. "Josh Kane." Josh introduced himself. "Patrick Chess. Gabrielle is my wife." The man introduced himself and pointed to Gabrielle, who was talking with Margot. Josh suddenly realized why the man had come to talk to him. Soon, the two of them started chatting casually. Since they weren't familiar with each other, they couldn't discuss anything too private, so the conversation soon turned to the current war situation, which was a typical topic for men to discuss. Furthermore, this was a war bond fundraising wine party, so discussing the war was quite fitting. However, through this conversation, Josh left a deep impression on Patrick, who had initially just treated him as an ordinary conversation partner. Patrick was the owner of a department store in Chicago, but during World War I, he had served as a logistics officer in the military, so he wasn't inexperienced in military matters. Some of Josh's insights into the current war situation gave him a fresh perspective. "Josh, with your knowledge, it's a pity that you're not serving in the military to make a name for yourself," Patrick lamented. Josh inwardly rolled his eyes at this. Join the military? This body had only attended high school, 9th grade. What could he do in the military? Carry artillery shells on the front line? Although the rapid expansion of the military during World War II allowed many to join, not everyone could become an officer. The better branches, such as the Air Force or Navy, required at least a high school diploma. So, if Josh were to join the army now, he would only be a regular infantryman. Moreover, Josh had no intention of joining the military. What kind of brainwashing would make him want to sell his life to a country that had no emotional ties to him? Wouldn't it be better to comfortably sleep with a rich woman? Mr. Chess, Josh isn't even 16 yet, so he's not old enough to join the army. Margot, who had just finished talking to Gabrielle, overheard Patrick's words. She walked over and linked her arm through Josh's, saying disapprovingly. Hearing Margot's words, Patrick was stunned. He took another look at Josh and realized that he did look a bit young. However, Josh's tall figure, calm demeanor, and impressive knowledge had made him overlook this detail. But 16, Patrick glanced from Josh to the mature and alluring Margot. Tisk. Fortunately, in this era, the law wasn't as strict, and this kind of situation wasn't unusual among the upper class. If it were the 21st century, Margot might be facing criminal charges. Temporarily bidding farewell to the Chess family, Margot took Josh to meet one of the hosts of the event, John Leibler. "Good evening, my little darling, I'm so glad you could come, and you're as beautiful as ever." The elderly man, who seemed quite friendly, was very happy to see Margot and gave her a gentle hug. Standing beside him were two other people, one of whom was David, whom Josh had met before, and who was now glaring at him with a hostile expression. The other was an elderly man of a similar age to John Leibler. "Thank you, Uncle John. By the way, let me introduce you to Josh, whom I mentioned to you." After greeting John, Margot introduced Josh, who had been standing beside her. "Hello, Mr. Leibler, I'm Josh Kane. It's a pleasure to meet you," Josh said with an upright and respectful tone. "Not bad, young man. Have fun." John gave him a quick appraisal, nodded, and then extended his hand. This gesture indicated that John had at least tentatively accepted Josh, or at the very least wasn't opposed to him. Of course, it was more of a courtesy toward Margot, who was a closer acquaintance. Josh, being quite perceptive, stretched out his hand and shook John's briefly. "By the way, let me introduce this person. This is lawyer Alonzo Emery, my old business partner." After shaking hands, John introduced the elderly man beside him, and as for David, John knew exactly what kind of person his son was. If Margot and David had hit it off, he would have been happy to see that, but since Margot had clearly shown no interest in David, he wouldn't make things awkward for himself. Naturally, he didn't make an introduction and certainly wouldn't look for trouble with Josh over his useless son. After all, who would make a scene with a guest at a party they were hosting? No matter how poor or insignificant the guest was, the host would not want to ruin their reputation. And although David was a playboy, even he knew this logic. No matter how unfriendly his gaze toward Josh was, he didn't approach him to provoke him. "Hello, young man. If you ever need any legal advice, you can come to me." Compared to John's casual manner, lawyer Emery was much more enthusiastic. Although lawyers held a high status in America, they essentially provided services for capitalists. Even though Margot had kept a relatively low profile in recent years, she was once a prominent socialite and incredibly wealthy. Furthermore, Emery knew that not long ago, the widow had received a hefty insurance payout, which he had handled himself. So Margot was essentially one of his major clients. Given the financial connection, Emery naturally treated Josh with more warmth. After briefly chatting with the lawyer and exchanging business cards, Josh and Margot left. The primary purpose of such a social event was to make acquaintances and exchange cards. Any serious discussions wouldn't happen in this setting. Under Margot's guidance, Josh met some of Chicago's prominent businessmen and politicians. As time passed, the event started getting down to business. Since it was a fundraising event, speeches by politicians were inevitable. The speakers included the mayor of Chicago, a Democratic senator from Illinois, and a military representative. Josh, do you think we can win this war? Margot asked as she looked at the senator delivering an impassioned speech on stage. Of course, America will certainly win this war, Josh answered without hesitation, being well versed in the historical trajectory. Although Margot's world was likely a parallel universe, Josh believed the overall course of history would likely remain unchanged. Unless, of course, he had ended up in the world of the man in the high castle, but even then, Josh wouldn't have to worry too much. After all, he was of Austrian descent. Interestingly, during World War II, being of Austrian descent had a rather peculiar status in the Axis powers, due to cultural and linguistic similarities with Germany, and given that Josh was a former failed art student, Austrians were naturally close to the Germans. Arnus. On the American side, Austrians were considered victims of invasion and didn't receive the same kind of attention as Germans did. So, how many bonds do you think we should buy? Seeing Josh's firm belief in America's victory, Margot's confidence grew as well. If possible, the more the better. Josh thought for a moment and whispered in Margot's ear. His words were purposeful. At this time, if there were any investment that was guaranteed to yield profits, it would undoubtedly be purchasing federal war bonds. Moreover, the profit rate was an astonishing 100%. Of course, the condition for achieving that 100% profit rate was that you bought the bonds at a reduced price. During World War II, American war bonds were sold for 75% or 50% of their face value, to be redeemed in 10 years. Bonds with a face value of 25 and 50 were sold at 75%, while those with a face value of 100 and 200 were sold at 50%. In other words, you could buy a $100 bond for just $50, and 10 years later, you could exchange it for the full $100. Of course, you could redeem the bonds before the 10 years were up, but in that case, you would only receive interest based on the amount you paid, calculated at a 2.9% compound interest rate every 6 months, resulting in a much smaller return. Additionally, during World War II, there was no need to worry about inflation with American war bonds. Because after the war, America accumulated the largest gold reserves in the world and established the Bretton Woods system. Until the collapse of the Bretton Woods system in 1971, the value of the dollar was equivalent to gold, and inflation was very low. So, purchasing as many bonds as possible now, in 1943, would certainly not be a problem in terms of losing out to inflation by the time they were redeemed in 1953. Are you really that confident? Margot asked. Why? Do you have other thoughts? Josh asked, noticing something unusual in her expression. I'm thinking, should we go big? Margot replied. Upon hearing this, Josh immediately understood what she had in mind. It was like the charity galas in the later years. Buying war bonds was essentially a form of comparison. If you became the person who bought the most bonds, do you think you wouldn't be noticed by the upper echelons of American society? Would you not be showcased as an example? It was no longer just about purchasing bonds, it was about buying a special kind of access. Of course, with Margot's financial resources, it was impossible for her to become the #1 bond buyer in the whole country. While there weren't too many billionaires in this era, there were certainly quite a few. Margot couldn't compete with those people. But as for being the #1 bond buyer at this specific fundraising event, that wasn't entirely impossible. Do you have confidence in it? Josh asked. I'm fairly confident. After all, there was a fundraising event held at the end of last year, and the highest purchase back then was only $2 million. I don't think it will exceed that this time, so I think $3 million should be enough for first place. Margot replied. Josh nodded upon hearing this. It made sense. From the time America formally entered the war in November 1942 until December 1945, over 3 years, 8 series of war bonds were issued. So even the wealthiest people couldn't buy tens of millions of dollars worth each time, otherwise, their businesses would have no operating capital. Buying a few $100,000 per issue was considered normal. Thus, $3 million should indeed be enough. And while the sum was large, Margot had recently received a substantial insurance payout, which was almost exactly the same amount, so it wouldn't cause her any financial strain. But when the event was nearing its end, and the senator read out the name of the highest bond purchaser, Josh was completely stunned. Josh Kane, $3 million. As Margot and Josh had anticipated, the purchase of $3 million in war bonds became the highlight of the evening. Josh, who had started as just an unknown, became the center of attention at the party. Guests kept coming over to chat with him, including John Leibler, the mayor, and the senator, who had previously not paid much attention to him. Guests who knew about Josh's relationship with Margot had a completely different opinion of him. Originally, they all thought that Josh was just a pretty boy kept by Margot, but they had no idea that he was actually a big prize. Apart from Margot and Josh, and the bank manager who was handling the checks, no one knew that Margot was the one who actually paid for the money. As long as they didn't say anything, no one would believe that the money came from Margot. After all, it wasn't $30,000 or $300,000, but $3 million. Most of the guests there probably didn't even have that much in total assets. So, no one would believe that Margot would spend such a huge sum on just a pretty boy. Even John Leibler, who was very familiar with Margot, didn't believe it. Margot, you really didn't need to do this, Josh said helplessly, after dealing with waves of guests, walking over to Margot. But this is the best outcome, isn't it? I don't run a business, and I don't need the title, but you're different. After tonight, people all over Chicago, and even across many parts of the United States, will know your name. This will greatly benefit you when you start your business or factory, and even if you want to go into politics in the future, this will be excellent capital, Margot said, smiling softly. Looking at the thoughtful Margot, Josh couldn't help but feel deeply moved, but at that moment, there was some commotion at the party. Then Josh and Margot saw John Libler, along with a group of people, hurriedly leave the venue. For a while, the guests at the party began to whisper. Although the main focus of the party was on the mayor, the senator, and the military representative, who were part of the fundraising for the war bonds, John Libler was the host, and it was unusual for him to leave early. Hello, may I ask what happened? Margot stopped a waiter to ask. Sorry, madam, I'm not sure either. The waiter shook his head. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Libler had to leave early due to some personal matters, so don't worry too much. Tonight's event has been a great success, and we are very grateful to Mr. Josh Kane and all of you for your support. Let's all raise our glasses. Seeing that the atmosphere at the venue was off, someone from the war organization immediately stood up to lift the mood. At that moment, Josh noticed that the lawyer who had been with John Libler, named Emery, was sneaking away from the edge of the venue with a nervous look on his face. But this didn't concern Josh, and he didn't know what had happened. After staying at the party for about half an hour, some guests started to leave. Josh and Margot figured it was time to go and prepared to leave. As they stepped outside, a figure suddenly rushed toward Margot. Luckily, Josh reacted quickly and stood in front of Margot. The person was very small, and the collision caused her to fall to the ground. Josh was fine, but the person quickly got up and apologized profusely. I'm sorry, sir, I'm so sorry. It was only then that Josh and Margot realized that the person was wearing a maid's uniform and must be a servant from the Libler family. She had her head lowered, so her face couldn't be seen, but she appeared to be quite young, probably around Josh's age. It's all right, but are you hurt? Margot, with a kind heart, immediately forgave her and asked with concern. Hearing Margot's gentle voice, the maid lifted her head and looked at the two of them. Hepburn. As soon as the maid raised her head, Josh couldn't help but blurt out a name. It was none other than the future Hollywood star Audrey Hepburn, whose fame would explode in China. However, hearing Josh call her name, the maid froze for a moment, then hesitantly asked, Sir, were you calling me? But my name is not Hepburn, I'm Sabrina. Are you sure you're not mistaken? New beta. Now it was Josh's turn to feel embarrassed. He had mistaken her for someone else? Wait a minute, Josh suddenly realized that since Margot was also a character from a movie, this Audrey Hepburn in front of him could very well be another character from some movie as well. Unlike the famous Hitchcock film Dial M for Murder, Josh knew about Audrey Hepburn but had only seen Roman Holiday and Breakfast at Tiffany's, and didn't really know much else about her works. The girl in front of him, named Sabrina, didn't match the image of Audrey Hepburn in those two films. As Josh was lost in thought, suddenly a sharp pain shot through his waist. He immediately snapped back to attention. Turning to look at Margot, who was gazing up at the sky, Josh was speechless. Was this something all women did? Sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else, Josh apologized to Sabrina. It's all right, sir, madam, it was my fault for bumping into you both. Sabrina quickly waved her hands, then cautiously said, Sir, madam, I have something urgent to attend to. May I leave now? Of course, Josh moved to the side to let her pass. Thank you, sir, thank you, madam. Sabrina thanked them repeatedly before hurrying into the hall. Who is Hepburn? After Sabrina left, Margot leaned closer to Josh and asked, What, are you jealous? Josh smiled and asked in return, Why would I be jealous? You're not mine. Margot said with a slight irritation. Well, just a few minutes ago, she was calling him darling, and now he wasn't hers anymore. It changed fast. Don't be mad, I'll come clean. She's a Dutch girl I met when our family was fleeing during the war, about my age. But after the war started, I haven't seen her again. This girl really looks like her, Josh said, half-truthfully. In his original timeline, Audrey Hepburn was indeed starving in the Netherlands at this point, but Josh wasn't worried about anyone verifying that. Besides, since this world was a parallel timeline similar to a movie, whether Audrey Hepburn existed was still unknown. Sorry, darling, I brought up bad memories. Margot immediately softened when she heard Josh mention the Dutch girl he had met during their escape. Her jealousy instantly turned into sympathy for Josh. Back then, Josh was only 10 years old, and life during their escape must have been extremely difficult for such a small child. As for Audrey Hepburn, she was completely forgotten. With the war in Europe so chaotic, whether that Audrey Hepburn Dutch girl was still alive was uncertain. And so, the small incident with Sabrina quickly passed. Josh and Margot continued their affectionate moment, preparing to head home. However, on their way home, the police cars speeding by and the checkpoints at every intersection made Josh and Margot feel that something was off. Officer, may I ask what happened? When they passed by a checkpoint, Josh couldn't help but ask one of the policemen. Seeing the policeman hesitate, Josh discreetly handed him a $20 tip. Tempted by the money, and seeing how Josh and Margot were dressed in high-end clothes and riding in an expensive car, the policeman finally whispered the cause. Do you know Libler Jewelry? Their vault was robbed, and they're saying the loss is at least several million. The policeman leaned closer to Josh and whispered. Upon hearing this, Josh and Margot instinctively exchanged a glance. No wonder John Libler had left early, it turned out something serious had happened. Josh's mind immediately recalled the image of Emery, the lawyer, nervously leaving the venue earlier. The next morning, after breakfast, Josh sat in the living room reading the newspaper. However, his expression seemed a bit strange, and it was unclear whether he was angry or happy. "Darling, what's wrong?" Margot came over, noticed his expression, kissed his cheek, and asked with a smile. "To be honest, it's hard for me to believe that the person in this newspaper is me," Josh said, his tone full of helplessness as he handed the newspaper to Margot. It was a Chicago Tribune, the earliest newspaper in Chicago and the third largest in the United States. Margot took the newspaper and looked at it, laughing. The headline on the front page read, 3 million, the determination of an Austrian nobleman's son to fight against the fascists. The article reported the event from last night's fundraising gala, where Margot bought $3 million worth of war bonds in Josh's name. However, after being embellished with some dramatic flourishes, the tone of the article became rather odd. The article described Josh and his deceased parents as a heroic Austrian noble family that had fought against the fascists, who had been persecuted when Germany invaded Austria. They were forced to flee across the sea to America. After arriving in the United States, Josh's parents continued to struggle against the fascists for the sake of national vengeance, until they tragically passed away. Josh inherited his parents' legacy and continued their fight, spending all his family's fortune, throwing away $3 million, just to support America's fight against the fascists. The passionate words in the article were hard for Josh to believe. When did he become so great? And when did their family become nobles? Oh, right, during the interview after the fundraiser yesterday, when a reporter asked about his family, he had mentioned that his grandfather, who was in this body, was an officer in the Austro-Hungarian Empire and had a noble title. But the Austro-Hungarian Empire had been dissolved for over 20 years, and the Habsburg dynasty had died out. His grandfather had died in World War I. To think the reporter would intentionally exaggerate this detail was truly absurd. However, thinking about it, it seemed that rich Americans often had a fascination with nobility, so perhaps it wasn't completely incomprehensible. Of course, the reason the newspaper wrote it this way was mainly to boost the sales of war bonds. The implied message was, even a small-town man like that one supports the war so heavily. As American citizens, shouldn't you all do your part too and buy more bonds? This isn't too bad, is it? At least our goal was achieved. After today, I believe everyone in Chicago, and many parts of the United States, will know your name. This will definitely help you when starting your business in the future, Margot said with a playful smile. And in my heart, you've always been the greatest. But this isn't fair to you. Josh sighed. Actually, he didn't want the title, but Margot was so determined. She even forbade Josh from mentioning that the money was hers. It was as if she would threaten to burn the bonds, worth $6 million, if he dared to speak the truth. Facing such a forced situation, Josh couldn't refuse. We don't need to say that between us, do we? If you really feel indebted to me, get the factory up and running as soon as possible and make the business bigger, Margot said, hugging Josh again, speaking softly and tenderly. Her gentle encouragement made Josh feel energized. Oh my, look at this. The Libler family's vault was robbed, one security guard was injured, and one of the robbers was shot. Famous crime expert Elvin Lindenschneider may be involved in this case. What that cop said was true. Uncle John's family's vault really was robbed. At that moment, Margot flipped to the second page of the newspaper and suddenly exclaimed, Omicron S. Yes, I saw that too. But don't worry about your Uncle John, because in a case like this, the insurance company is much more urgent than the Libler family, Josh casually replied. If it were in normal times, such a major case would make headlines, but during a war, it couldn't overshadow Josh's prominence. Right now, the United States was also busy creating anti-fascist heroes in various fields, all for the sake of the war. But as Josh said, the ones most desperate in such cases are often not the victims themselves, but the insurance companies. The vault that was robbed from the Libler family was a large commercial vault, not a private family vault, so it must have been insured. Ah, right. There was insurance? Once Josh reminded her, Margot, who had been a bit worried about her Uncle John, instantly relaxed. By the way, how's that lawyer, Emery? What's he like? At this moment, Josh suddenly asked. Emery? Why bring him up? Margot seemed a little surprised. Well, it's nothing. He's one of the top lawyers in the city, and I'm about to set up a company. I'll definitely need legal support, Josh answered without mentioning that he found the lawyer suspicious, instead offering a casual excuse. If you're talking about legal matters, according to Uncle John, he's the most professional. But as for his character, Margot hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Josh became curious. I heard this top lawyer's private life is quite a mess. He has a young girl, who could be his granddaughter, as his mistress. I heard this when I hired a private detective to look into that dead guy, Margot whispered. Upon hearing this, Josh raised an eyebrow. It seemed like Margot was openly talking about the lawyer, but really, she was warning him. To be honest, Margot was overthinking. With a top beauty like her around, there weren't many others he'd be interested in. But when he thought of this, Sabrina's image suddenly appeared in his mind. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought without the star aura. The girl was nothing special. I'm going to an interview at McKinsey later. Do you want to come with me? Josh decisively changed the subject. The McKinsey company he mentioned had nothing to do with the antisocial McKinseyism of the 1950s. It was a management consulting company. In the future, it would become one of the world's top management consulting firms. Josh was about to set up 3 factories at once, and he knew he couldn't do it alone, so he needed to hire people, especially professional managers. One of McKinsey's services was headhunting. The professional manager system and headhunting business in the US started early. Headhunting had already appeared by the 1920s and was well established by the 1930s. Last week, Josh had already provided McKinsey with his staffing needs, and by Friday, they had already sent him some resumes. So, the interview he was attending was for him to interview others, not for someone to interview him. I'm not going. I'm not interested in that stuff, and I've already gotten a set of equipment from Uncle John. It should be delivered today. For the next period of time, I'll be busy with that giant pink diamond, Margot said. The giant pink diamond referred to the huge pink diamond she planned to cut herself, as it wasn't suitable for exposure. The interview at McKinsey's company went very smoothly. Josh successfully recruited 5 suitable candidates, 3 professional managers with relevant work experience, 1 accountant, and 1 administrative secretary. All 5 were men. This was very normal. Before World War II, even in a modernized country like the United States, the proportion of women in the workforce was very low, and they were mainly concentrated in jobs such as teaching, office clerks, or female-friendly roles like services and retail. Only after the United States officially entered the war, with a large number of men enlisted in the military and a severe labor shortage, did many women enter various industries under the encouragement of the Roosevelt administration. However, after the war ended and male labor returned in large numbers, women lost job opportunities to some extent. This situation wasn't improved until the 1960s. Not only jobs, but also higher education opportunities were limited for women. Although many public universities allowed women to attend college in the 19th century, these universities were mainly community colleges, whose focus was vocational and technical education, teaching simple social skills. Prestigious universities like Harvard, Yale, and Caltech only started admitting women after the 1970s. Even schools like MIT, which began admitting women as early as 1911, had a very low admission rate for women. Thus, in this era, there were very few highly educated women, and even when 1 or 2 appeared, they were usually daughters from wealthy families, working for their own families. So, unless Josh wanted to hire a decorative vase, he had no choice but to hire men. But if he really wanted a vase, why would he need a headhunter? After the interview, Josh assigned the first tasks. The 3 professional managers were responsible for finding suitable factory locations, while the secretary and accountant's tasks were to find appropriate office buildings. With the tasks assigned, Josh politely declined the invitation to dinner from the McKinsey company executives and was preparing to head home. However, as soon as he left the McKinsey building, he saw a large fleet of police cars rushing past him. At the same time, from the nearby Lakeshore district, the sound of beans frying could be heard. Well, that was actually the sound of submachine guns. Although Josh didn't know exactly what had happened, following the principle of it's better to avoid trouble, he decisively chose the opposite direction and planned to take a detour home. Watching the commotion? No way. When submachine guns are involved, it's not the kind of thing you can casually watch. Bullets don't have eyes. However, as Murphy's Law states, the more you avoid something, the more likely it is to find you. Because he took a detour, Josh ended up on a seldom-used park path, and suddenly, a person darted out in front of him. Josh instinctively slammed on the brakes. Since the road was narrow and his speed wasn't fast, he didn't hit the person, but after seeing who it was, Josh regretted hitting the brakes. The person was very tall. Josh estimated at least 2 meters, but that wasn't the key. The key was that the person was holding a gun and aiming it at Josh. No. Hey, buddy, don't be impulsive, we can talk about this. Facing the gunpoint, Josh quickly raised his hands, but inside, he was already preparing to draw a shotgun from his system's inventory and fire when the person wasn't paying attention. Sorry, sir, we just need a car. The tall man gestured with his gun, signaling Josh to get out of the car. Well, he was polite, but that didn't change the fact that you were about to die. But, you all. Just as Josh was feeling puzzled, an elderly man in a black suit, holding a black leather bag, emerged from the bushes by the roadside. Wait, Lyndon Schneider? As soon as Josh saw the old man, he immediately remembered the news about the robbery in the morning's newspaper. What a coincidence, Josh thought to himself. Sorry, sir, but we do need a car. Lyndon Schneider politely removed his hat, gave Josh a small bow, and apologized. But the moment he saw Josh's face, he paused for a moment before saying, Young man, who is Heinz Kane to you? Hearing this name, Josh froze, because it was the name of his late father. You knew my father? Josh frowned. Oh, of course, you must be Josh Kane. I'm Erwin Lyndon Schneider, a friend of your father, the elderly man said. Well, I know you're Lyndon Schneider, I'm Josh Kane, we're even on the same newspaper, Josh thought to himself sarcastically. However, since the old man knew his father's name, it was likely true. Although the old man spoke English, he had a strong Bavarian accent, and with the surname Schneider, as well as his somewhat old-fashioned manner, he was probably of German or Austrian descent. But my father never mentioned that he had a thief friend, Josh replied with a smirk. And I don't think any friend would point a gun at their friend's child. Understandable. If I were a father, I wouldn't tell my child I had a criminal friend either. Surprisingly, the old man wasn't offended by Josh's sarcasm. Instead, he acknowledged it generously and then turned to the tall man, saying, "Dix, put the gun down." The tall man clearly trusted Lyndon Schneider and immediately lowered his gun. "Kid, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble, and you probably saw the news. Our situation is really bad, the police are after us, so we need to borrow your car. Once the police arrive, don't feel obligated to keep our secret, just tell the truth. I believe the police won't make things difficult for you. Also, take these as compensation." As Josh was considering whether to use this opportunity to deal with the seemingly dangerous tall man, Lyndon Schneider opened his black leather bag, pulled out a handful of priceless raw diamonds, and shoved them into Josh's hands. This left Josh feeling a bit embarrassed. Although his Lincoln Continental was quite valuable and had a special meaning because it was a gift from Margot, the pile of jewels the old man just handed him was worth enough to buy at least 10 more cars. Playing with the jewels in his hands, Josh couldn't help but think. Then, as the old man started the car, Josh spoke. "I think you might need a place to hide." The old man, Lyndon Schneider, and the big guy, Dix, were now wanted criminals, and naturally, Josh couldn't take them back to his own home. That would be irresponsible to Margot and irresponsible to himself. So, he took them to the small apartment his parents had owned. Although he had been thinking about selling it for a while, it hadn't been sold yet. Bringing them here meant that, even if they were caught later and turned him in, he would have a solid reason to deny it. For instance, Lyndon Schneider only knew his father and had the keys to the place, so him going there had nothing to do with Josh Kane. As long as Josh stuck to this story, even if they tried to implicate him, the police and the courts wouldn't be able to convict him. Moreover, unless the two of them were complete idiots, they would have little incentive to turn on Josh. Despite the fact they had stolen a huge amount of jewelry, from the details in the newspaper earlier that day, it seemed there had been no casualties from the theft other than one guard who had been injured. And as long as there had been no murder, even if the two were caught, they wouldn't be facing a serious charge, according to the laws of the time, especially since both were white. At worst, they'd get a few years in prison. If they played their cards right and built a relationship with Josh, they might even get him to help them get out sooner. And what was the point of turning on Josh? Once they arrived, Josh approached the building manager, pretending to ask about the apartment for sale, while Lyndon Schneider and Dix took the opportunity to slip past his line of sight and go upstairs. Then Josh followed up, opened the door, and let them in. Luckily, no one was encountered during the entire process. "I asked the building manager, and the police only searched this place this morning, so you should be safe here for now," Josh said, closing the door behind them. "Thank you so much, kid." Lyndon Schneider once again gave Josh a stiff bow. "Don't thank me yet. Let's hear what's going on. According to the papers, there should be more than just you two. The gunfire I heard earlier in Lakeside District, was that your people too? And what's your relationship with my father?" Josh waved his hand and asked. Lyndon Schneider and Dix exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they told him everything. It turned out that the robbery was indeed related to the high-profile lawyer Emery, as Josh had suspected, and he was one of the masterminds. Of course, Lyndon Schneider himself was also a mastermind. This whole thing started about a month ago, when Lyndon Schneider had just gotten out of prison. Yes, the wanted criminal expert had only recently been released from jail. The first thing he did after getting out was to come to Chicago, where he met with a local underground broker named Colby, saying he had a big business deal that required some manpower and a buyer. With Grave NS. The deal was to steal the Leibler family's jewelry vault. Since Lyndon Schneider was well known on the streets for his high intelligence and trustworthiness, Colby was very eager to help him and introduced him to one of his big clients. That big client was none other than lawyer Emery. Emery not only agreed to fund the operation but also promised to buy the stolen jewelry at a price higher than the black market rate. Tempted by the lucrative offer, Lyndon Schneider agreed to the deal. He quickly recruited a team, including Dix and his other 3 companions, Lewis, Goss, and Cody. The entire robbery went smoothly at first, but after the theft, things took an unexpected turn. As they were leaving, a guard happened to appear in their path. Although Dix successfully knocked out the guard, unfortunately, the guard's backup weapon fell to the ground and went off by accident. One of their group, Lewis, was shot. To avoid being caught altogether, they had to split up. Goss took Lewis back to his house to seek help from an underground doctor. Lyndon Schneider, Dix, and Cody took a separate route to meet Emery, where they planned to exchange the jewelry for payment. This is also why, the night before, Emery had quietly left after John Leibler had left, in a hurry to meet them for the handoff. What they didn't expect, though, was that Emery had never intended to pay them. From the very beginning, he had planned to double-cross them. Emery's financial situation had been terrible for years, and he was on the verge of bankruptcy. There was no way he could afford to buy the jewelry. Instead, he planned to take the jewels and flee to Mexico. He also had an accomplice, a thug named Bob Brano. The problem was, they had picked the wrong opponents. Lyndon Schneider was a non-violent criminal who relied on his brains. Dix and Cody, on the other hand, were not. As a result, Emery's plan to double-cross them failed, and his most trusted henchman, Bob Brano, ended up becoming Dix's victim. Just as Dix and Cody were preparing to kill Emery, Lyndon Schneider stopped them. Their situation was already bad enough. They had lost the buyer, couldn't get the money, had nowhere to run, and disposing of so much stolen jewelry was not going to be easy. So Schneider came up with a plan. He suggested Emery contact the insurance company. In such a situation, insurance companies would often agree to buy back the jewels privately to cover their compensation for the losses to the Libler family. Emery agreed to this and disposed of his accomplice's body. At that point, it seemed like everything would pass. However, Schneider had become a prime target for the police ever since he was released from prison, due to his reputation as a notorious criminal expert. Add to that the pressure from the Libler family and the local government. Even without direct evidence, the police issued a warrant for Schneider's arrest. Soon after leaving Emery's mansion, they were spotted by the police. During the escape, their companion Cody deliberately drew the police away, allowing Schneider and Dix to escape and run into Josh, who was trying to take a different route home. During this recounting, Schneider once again emphasized that he had a very good relationship with Josh's father. In fact, it was because of him that Josh's family had come to America. Josh didn't comment on this, as he had no way to verify it. However, since Schneider was able to mention his father's name so easily and handed him a large bag of diamonds, it seemed that there was some truth to it. In any case, since Josh had the ability to help, he figured there was no harm in offering some assistance. There was, after all, a lot of room for negotiation in this situation. If you trust me, you might as well turn yourself in now, Josh said after a moment of thought. Why? Schneider asked, confused. Because, as you said, Emery is a major part of this. Why don't you get together, put all the blame on him, and I'll help. I know John Libler. If he finds out that his lawyer is behind all this, I'm sure he won't hesitate to help you pin Emery as the inside man. That way, you'll only be considered accomplices, and with the right lawyer, you won't get more than a few years in prison. I can even help with parole or house arrest. Wouldn't that be better than being on the run? Josh explained. Anyway, you haven't caused any serious injuries other than killing one of Emery's thugs in self-defense. Schneider fell silent, pondering. Indeed, Josh's suggestion was very reasonable. But, tightening his grip on the bag of diamonds, he still felt reluctant to part with it. Sir, I'm afraid it's not that simple, Dix suddenly spoke up, interrupting Schneider's thoughts. We haven't caused too much harm in this case, but I don't want to hide anything from you. Half a month ago, we accidentally killed a tennis player, and we have a few other criminal records. This might not be as easy to resolve by just turning ourselves in. Josh was caught off guard by his words and choked, coughing loudly. Mr. Kane, are you all right? Seeing Josh suddenly coughing violently, both Schneider and Dix asked with concern. After all, Josh had become their only hope. Cough, cough, I'm fine, just choked on some saliva. Josh waved his hand to indicate that he was okay. He then turned his attention to Dix and began sizing him up. So he was a good man. He apologized for not recognizing him earlier. It couldn't be helped. The hiding spot that night was several dozen meters away from the group, and it was the middle of the night. The street lights in this era were extremely dim, so Josh couldn't have seen their faces. It was completely normal that he hadn't recognized them. Sir, is my situation putting you in a difficult position? It's okay, I can leave now. Mr. Schneider has nothing to do with that case. Let him go surrender, Dix stood up and said when he noticed Josh staring at him. That's not necessary, Josh said thoughtfully. If you have other cases, it might be troublesome, but it's not a big deal. If worse comes to worst, I'll help you get a boat, and you can go hide in Canada until the storm blows over. If it had been before, Josh wouldn't have bothered with this big guy named Dix. If it weren't for Schneider knowing his father, he wouldn't have cared. Besides, Dix had once pointed a gun at him. But since Dix was the one who took the fall for him, it slightly improved Josh's opinion of him. What's more, his defense of Schneider earlier really surprised Josh. According to what Schneider had just said, although Dix and his group were accomplices in the case, they had known each other for less than a week. It was a simple employer-employee relationship according to their agreement. The jewelry worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was entirely Schneider's, and Dix and his group were just paid a fixed fee of $20,000 per person. Yet, despite the $20,000 fee, Dix and the others had not shown any interest in the jewelry and had gone to great lengths to protect the old man Schneider. Even now, they were still defending him. This was beyond Josh's expectations. Is this how the thugs in this era are, so loyal? Shouldn't the correct action for these kinds of thugs be to kill the old man Schneider, and then run off with the jewels? Wouldn't this be too troublesome? Dix was also surprised when he heard Josh's words. Normally, yes, it would be more troublesome, but in this case, you're not the focus. The focus is Mr. Schneider and the jewelry. As long as he surrenders, without the pressure from the Libler family and the insurance company, the police would love to close the case right away. Once the martial law in the city is lifted, this matter will become simple. So before that, you'll need to lay low, Josh explained. If that's the case, then thank you very much, Mr. Kane. Dix, who had been on edge for the past day and night, finally let out a sigh of relief and sat back down on the couch. But as soon as he sat down, he covered his waist and started sucking in cold air. You're injured. Josh raised an eyebrow when he saw this. He then saw that the waist area of Dix's shirt, under his coat, was already soaked with a large patch of red. It's fine, just grazed by a bullet. I've already bandaged it before. Dix shook his head and said. Josh didn't believe a word of it. How could a graze cause that much bleeding? And how could it hurt so badly that it made him break out in cold sweat? Your wound can't be left untreated any longer. If you don't stop the bleeding, it could be a serious problem, Josh said, looking at Dick's wound. But you're lucky new. With that, Josh walked into the bedroom, and not long after, he came out with a medical kit. Of course, only Josh knew that the kit had actually come from his system space. As a time traveler, cherishing life was a basic practice. Especially in this chaotic time, who knew what they might encounter? Even in relatively stable America, it was never bad to prepare more. Especially with his system space, he didn't have to worry about having too many things or worrying about things expiring. Opening the medical kit, there were some basic tools and gauze, along with some medicines, including morphine and sulfa drugs. No penicillin. Although Alexander Fleming had already discovered penicillin in 1928, it had initially been ignored. The true confirmation of penicillin's medicinal effect didn't happen until 1940. And it wasn't until the year before, 1942, that American pharmaceutical companies began to plan its production. Even now, penicillin was still in the clinical phase. When penicillin was eventually released to the market, it was directly classified as a controlled substance by the federal government. So, the best antibacterial drugs available on the market now were sulfa drugs. The three big men in the room were not professional doctors, so their method of treating Dick's wound was simple and rough. They had him bite a cloth, sprinkled sulfa powder on the wound, gave him a 5 mg dose of morphine for relief, and wrapped it with gauze. Undoubtedly, morphine is highly addictive, but the dosage is very important. According to later research, doses under 5 mg are relatively safe. The reason so many soldiers became addicted during World War I and II was because of the massive doses, often 30 to 50 mg, given for survival. This is all I can do for now. You should rest here for a while. Later, I'll see if I can get a doctor to come over. Mr. Schneider, let's go meet Mr. Leibler, Josh said after quickly treating Dick's wound. He had done what he could. Now, it was up to Dick's luck. Thank you, sir, Dick said, very sincerely. Thank yourself, Josh smiled slightly, leaving Dick's puzzled. Josh didn't explain, and he took Schneider with him to leave. However, before they left, Josh made a phone call to confirm John Leibler's location. After all, this was not an ordinary theft case. It involved Emery, a famous top lawyer in Chicago, who was also a longtime partner of the Leibler family. So, it was important to inform Mr. Leibler beforehand. Especially if Josh wanted to help Lyndon Schneider reduce his sentence, Mr. Leibler's attitude was crucial. At that moment, John Leibler, still busy because of the theft case from the previous night, was not eager to meet with Josh when his secretary first reported the appointment. However, after thinking about the scene Josh caused last night and the content of the newspaper he had seen this morning, he realized that Josh had already been elevated to the status of an anti-fascist hero. It seemed like the tide had turned in his favor. After a moment of consideration, he agreed to meet with Josh. What he didn't expect, though, was that Josh would bring such a huge surprise. 2 hours later, Josh and John Leibler were standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in Leibler's office, watching as Lyndon Schneider was escorted into a police car. At this point, Lyndon Schneider had already been forgiven by John Leibler. However, since the case was of considerable influence, some necessary procedures still had to be followed. Lyndon Schneider would still have to stay in the police station's detention center for a while, but there was no need for him to go to prison. Josh, I truly appreciate you for what you've done this time, John Leibler said kindly to Josh. His thanks were sincere. Lyndon Schneider's confession had solved a huge problem for him. This problem wasn't just about the stolen jewelry. Although the jewelry was claimed to be worth millions, anyone with some knowledge of the jewelry industry would know that the cost of those items wouldn't exceed 30% of their value. This loss wasn't a big deal for the wealthy Leibler family. At most, it would be a little troublesome to restock, and they would lose some indirect profits. What pleased John Leibler the most, however, was that Josh had exposed Emery as the big insider, especially before the police discovered it. As a lawyer who had worked with the Leibler family for decades, Emery held many secrets about the Leibler group. If these secrets were to leak, it would cause far more damage to the Leibler group than the loss of the jewelry. If the police had been the first to discover Emery as the mastermind behind the case, it was hard to say whether there would have been some unexpected complications. Josh's action of bringing Lyndon Schneider to John Leibler first for forgiveness had, by accident, done him a great favor. It gave him enough time to clean up the loose ends of these sensitive secrets. Uncle John, you're too polite. You're Margot's elder, so you're naturally my elder too. We're family. Josh responded to John's gratitude in a very tactful manner. Yes, we are family. John Leibler was momentarily stunned when he heard Josh's words, then laughed heartily and patted Josh on the shoulder. If Josh's generous purchase of war bonds yesterday had only caused John Leibler to change his opinion of him, then now, he had truly recognized the young man in front of him. Nigerian Naira. One had to say, Margot had not misjudged this time. Father, I heard. What are you doing here? Just then, John Leibler's second son, David Leibler, burst in. Upon seeing Josh, his face immediately darkened. What's with this rush? Can't you see I have a guest? No manners at all. Seeing his son's behavior, John Leibler immediately became angry and scolded him. Compared to the calm and composed Josh, John's youngest son, in his 30s, was indeed a source of worry. Fortunately, John had never expected this son, who was always distracted and obsessed with women, to inherit the family business. His oldest son, who was in charge of the family business in the eastern states of New York, was the one John truly valued. David had clearly long been used to his father's scolding, so he shrugged it off without caring much and reluctantly greeted Josh. Josh wasn't bothered by it. He said goodbye to John Libler and left the Libler group. Before leaving the Libler group, he had already called Margot, so he wasn't in a hurry to return. Instead, he went to buy some food and daily necessities to bring to Dick's. He didn't want to risk Dick starving to death before his injuries could finish him off. However, on the way, Josh keenly noticed that the police, who had previously set up roadblocks and searches everywhere, had disappeared, leaving only the usual number of patrolling officers. Clearly, with Lyndon Schneider's confession and the jewelry theft case being solved, the police were happy to avoid further complications. "You look much better," Josh said when he arrived at the small apartment. He saw that Dix's complexion had improved considerably compared to before. Dix's injury was a bullet wound, and it seemed he hadn't injured any internal organs. As long as the bleeding stopped and there was no infection, there was no need to find a doctor. Yes, the bleeding stopped. "Thank you so much, Mr. Kane. I wonder how things are outside now." Dix thanked Josh first and then asked. "There's good news and bad news," Josh replied. "The good news is that the police have pulled back. You don't have to worry about them continuing their search, and you don't need to run to Canada anymore." "That's indeed good news. What's the bad news?" Dix nodded and asked. "Your companion, Cody, was killed in the crossfire with the police." Josh shrugged and relayed the information he had received from the police. "What about Lewis and Goss?" Hearing that Cody was dead, Dix sighed. Although he had expected it, hearing the news of his friend's death still made him deeply saddened. But he quickly regained his composure and asked about the other two partners. "The police didn't mention them, so they're probably not caught." Josh shook his head. "Thank you." Hearing Josh's words, Dix let out a sigh of relief. This was another bit of good news for him. "All right, don't think too much about it. Rest well. I'll come back tomorrow." Josh left the food and daily necessities, then left. He had delayed so much time, Margot would be worried by now. Sure enough, when Josh returned home, Margot asked about his visit to the Libler group that day. Josh didn't hide anything and explained the encounter with Lyndon Schneider and how he had persuaded him to confess. "I can't believe it was all planned by Emery. It's too unbelievable," Margot said in shock after hearing that a familiar person was involved in the jewelry theft case. But once she knew the matter had been resolved, she felt at ease. Josh also felt that this matter should be over now. However, if there were no accidents, there would still be some unexpected twists. The next morning, the newspapers reported the breaking of the jewelry case, but in addition to Lyndon Schneider's confession, a few other things were somewhat unexpected to Josh. One was that Emery had committed suicide by gunshot before the police arrived. Another was that around the same time that Lyndon Schneider confessed, a man named Colby, who had acted as an intermediary, was apprehended by Officer Dietrich, who managed to get everyone, including Emery, to confess. That night, the police found Lewis' house. However, by then, Lewis had already died from his injuries, so the police only managed to arrest one of the accomplices, Goss. Now only Dix was still being sought. Fortunately, this little surprise wouldn't cause any problems for Josh. In May, after spending more than a month in the detention center, Lyndon Schneider walked out of the steel gates carrying his luggage. The moment he stepped outside, he saw Dix leaning against a car across the street, smoking. "Welcome home, Doctor." Seeing Lyndon Schneider come out, Dix stubbed out his cigarette and casually tossed it away before walking up to him. "Hey, Dix, how do you dare appear here so openly? Aren't you wanted?" Lyndon Schneider asked in surprise. On the night he entered the detention center more than a month ago, he had personally seen the other accomplice Goss and the broker Colby being brought in by the police. He had also learned that Colby had betrayed everyone. Since that was the case, Dix should also be a wanted man. Yet now, here he was standing openly in front of the detention center. Wasn't that too bold? "Ha ha ha, wanted? That was ages ago. My warrant was withdrawn more than half a month ago," Dix replied with a smug smile as he took Lyndon Schneider's suitcase. "What happened?" Lyndon Schneider asked, completely confused. "It's actually quite simple. Colby recanted his confession, and Goss took all the blame. So I was cleared," Dix said with a hint of sadness. Although he was off the hook, his good brother Goss now had to spend 2 more years in prison, which he still felt bad about. Was it Mr. Kane? Upon hearing Dick's explanation, Lyndon Schneider immediately understood. The only person with that much influence had to be Josh, the one who had persuaded him to turn himself in. In fact, he knew very well that his early release was due to Josh's help, plus, his time in the detention center had been quite comfortable. Originally, he had thought it was because he was a friend of Josh's father and that was why Josh had looked after him. But now, knowing that Dix was also under Josh's care, he realized there might be other reasons why this son of an old friend was helping him so much. Of course, who else but Mr. Kane? He's the one who asked me to pick you up today. "Come on, get in the car, I'll take you to see your new home," Dix said, slapping Lyndon Schneider on the shoulder and pulling him toward the car. "New home? What new home?" Lyndon Schneider asked, puzzled. "Of course, a warm apartment. Or did you think you'd be sleeping on the street?" Dix joked. This is arranged by Mr. Kane as well, isn't it? Said Schneider. So you're working for Mr. Kane now? Absolutely. Bosses as generous as Mr. Kane are rare. Look at this car, Chrysler. How do you like it? Mr. Kane gave it to me, Dix said proudly, patting the steering wheel. It's a very nice car. Schneider nodded as he touched the leather seat. It was a Chrysler Airflow, not exactly a luxury car, but definitely a good one. No need to be envious, you'll have one too. Dix laughed heartily. Dix drove fast, and in about half an hour, they arrived in front of an apartment building near the Northern District. It was only a few blocks away from Josh's old place, but the apartment was much more spacious, over 80 square meters. For a single man like Schneider, it was quite large. With grave NES. Here are the keys. Get some rest for now, I'll come by later to pick you up. To celebrate your release, I've prepared a surprise for you, Night Rose. Heard of it? The girls there are seriously spicy. Dix said. Dix, all this is arranged by Mr. Kane, right? Maybe I should thank him in person, said Schneider. After all, I just got out of detention, and here I am with a house and women I'm not exactly feeling at ease. Don't worry, buddy. Just enjoy yourself today. You'll see Mr. Kane tomorrow, Dix reassured him. But his words didn't bring much comfort to Schneider. Fortunately, Schneider's unease didn't last long. Just like Dix had said, the girls at Night Rose were spicy enough to make him forget all his troubles. By the time he woke up, it was already close to noon the next day. And at noon, led by Dix, he finally met Josh in a restaurant. The restaurant wasn't large, but it was very clean. The odd thing was that although it was lunchtime, there were no other customers in the restaurant besides Josh, and only one waitress was on duty. That's Anna, Lewis's wife. After Lewis died, it was just the two of them, mother and son. So I used my share of the money to take over this restaurant and let Anna run it. At least now they have some security, Dix explained after seeing Schneider's confusion. And today, the place is temporarily closed because Mr. Kane is coming. Hearing Dix's explanation, Schneider understood. But being a sharp man, he also noticed that Dix's care for the mother and son seemed more than just kindness. Not that it had anything to do with him. Mr. Schneider looks much better now. I heard from Dix's 4 girls. Mr. Schneider, you're really still going strong, Josh greeted with a smile as he saw Schneider walk in. Schneider couldn't help but blush at the teasing. Although he was no longer young and, as a Bavarian, had a rather conservative nature, that didn't stop him from enjoying life. After being locked up for so long, he had planned to go big and indulge himself afterward, but unexpected events landed him back in detention for another month. He'd been holding it in for way too long. So last night, naturally, he'd gone a bit wild. Mr. Kane, you flatter me. I must thank you for your generous hospitality. I owe you so much, and I still don't know how to repay you. If there's anything you need me to do, Mr. Kane, please don't hesitate to ask. Schneider said respectfully. At first, he had only seen Josh as a junior. But now, he fully regarded Josh as a big shot. Very good. It seems Mr. Schneider understands why I've done all this. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. What I need you to do isn't difficult. I have a lot of sensitive goods that need to be moved, and I also need to procure certain items. You know the current situation in America, so I need someone sharp enough to handle these matters, Josh said straightforwardly. The moment Schneider heard this, he immediately understood. Sensitive goods to be moved, items to be procured, in plain terms, it was smuggling, wasn't it? And honestly, he had found the right guy. I'm very familiar with this job. These are the first batch of goods you two will be handling. In a warehouse in the industrial zone on the outskirts of Chicago, Josh pointed at the wooden crates stacked full around them as he spoke to Schneider and Dix. Then he pointed at a nearby crate. Dix, open it. Dix stepped forward and opened the crate as instructed. Upon seeing the contents, Dix's eyes lit up, and Schneider's eyes also widened. Such high-quality tobacco, Schneider exclaimed. Is this entire warehouse filled with tobacco? That's right, all of it is coarsely processed dry tobacco. Your job is to figure out how to sell it. Whether you sell it as raw leaves or roll it into cigarettes first, I don't care. Once it's sold, each of you gets a 10% cut, the others get 10% to split among them, and the rest is handed over to me. Alternatively, what you hand over to me can also be other goods I need, like firearms, steel, cloth, food, etc. If you can find a profitable trade, let me know ahead of time. How about it? Any problems? Josh looked at Schneider as he asked. In later times, when people talk about high-profit illegal industries, the first thing that comes to mind is often drugs and gambling, deadly sins, or arms trafficking. Especially drugs, which can yield hundreds of times the investment. But what many don't realize is that in the US, drugs have never been the most profitable illegal industry. By the 21st century, despite annual drug sales exceeding $100 billion in the US and the massive scale of the industry, experts have calculated that due to the high processing difficulty, dispersed market, and high-risk transportation costs, the actual net profit margin isn't that high, not even 20%. The illusion of extreme profitability comes from the many middlemen and layers of markup in the supply chain. In fact, compared side by side, drugs aren't as lucrative as health supplements. Take sugary bird's nest drinks, for example. With just 0.001% bird's nest and the rest being sugar water, a small bottle costs at most $3 to produce but sells for $30, netting a 1,000% profit. As for arms, the truly profitable deals are always the legal ones handled by major arms dealers. Illegal trades are just scraps. Even the so-called Lord of War only made a little over $1 billion in his most profitable year. So what is the most profitable illegal industry in the US? From 1919 to the 1950s, it was alcohol thanks to prohibition. After the 1950s, it was cigarettes, illegal cigarettes. Yes, even legal tobacco is a high-profit industry, but illegal tobacco? That's profit within profit. Take New York in 2021 as an example. Because it had the highest national tobacco tax, the average retail price for a pack of legal cigarettes was $13, with a wholesale cost of $12.50, yielding a profit of only 50 cents per pack. But for smuggled cigarettes, the cost for smugglers was less than $1 per pack. Even after transportation, it didn't exceed $3. They could sell it to downstream vendors for $5 to $6, with a profit margin of at least 200%. Downstream vendors, selling it below market at $12 a pack, still made $5 to $6 profit per pack, a profit rate of over 100%. Even in regions where cigarettes were cheaper, the average retail price still exceeded $7. In many parts of the US, you can buy Chinese cigarettes cheaper than in China itself due to tariff concessions. Cigarettes in China aren't cheap to begin with. This kind of staggering profit is why over 60% of the US cigarette market is made up of illegal or counterfeit cigarettes. And compare the risks. How dangerous is drug dealing compared to selling cigarettes? Except for marijuana, which is gradually being legalized, drug selling and use still carry heavy sentences, and more importantly, strip many civil rights. Punishments used to be even harsher in earlier decades. But selling cigarettes? Unless caught red-handed by the IRS, most of the time it just results in a fine. The level of risk isn't even close. So starting in the 1950s, the mafia, with its tightly organized structure, operational efficiency, and advanced supply chain management, began shifting its industrial focus to tobacco. Yes. Let the bumpkins in Mexico and Colombia play with drugs. A side note, since the 1990s, 90% of illegal cigarettes in the US have been made in PRC, made in China. The only issue is that managing an upstream supply of illegal tobacco requires highly competent managers. That's exactly why Josh valued Lyndon Schneider so highly. This guy was called a criminal expert not just because he was smart and experienced in smuggling, but because he was a legitimate doctor, a PhD student at the University of Munich School of Economics. Who knows why such a person ended up a thief? Then again, considering Germany's post-WWI fate, maybe not that surprising. How much tobacco is there in total? Lyndon Schneider looked around the packed warehouse and asked solemnly. 40 tons. Josh said with a smile. 40 tons? Lyndon Schneider gasped, his hand trembling slightly. In this era, the price of cigarettes varies due to different purchasing power. A carton of cigarettes costs about $10. That doesn't seem expensive, but adjusted for purchasing power, it's actually costlier than in later times. After all, by gold comparison, the dollar in 2021 had depreciated nearly 40-fold. 40 tons of tobacco, if you go by the honest standard of 1 gram per cigarette, equals 40 million cigarettes, 2 million packs, 200,000 cartons, worth about $4 million. But illegal cigarette makers aren't exactly honest. Roll them looser, or mix in some dry grass, and production doubles $8 million. Even subtracting downstream sales profits, there's at least $2 million to be made. Even if they only keep 20%, that's still $400,000. Isn't that way better than stealing jewels? $1 million in gems might get you 30% at most. And cigarette sales are less risky. Can I do it? Of course I can. Lyndon Schneider's eyes were glowing red. Selling illegal cigarettes isn't just about high profits and low risk. Often, cigarettes can be bartered for things money can't buy, especially in chaotic regions like Europe right now. If he could get this tobacco to Europe, Lyndon Schneider could practically trade it for a mountain of gold. But Mr. Kane, to smoothly distribute this much tobacco, I'll need some starting capital and I'll also need more weapons and manpower. Lyndon Schneider said after calming down a bit. Dix has already prepared the men and weapons. As for money, here's $50,000. Also, I'll introduce you to someone. Come out, Lieutenant Dietrich. Josh clapped his hands. A man in plain clothes stepped out from the warehouse. It was Sheriff Dietrich, who had appeared several times before. Mr. Kane? Long time no see. Mr. Schneider. Sheriff Dietrich respectfully greeted Josh, then turned to Schneider with a touch of arrogance. So it's Sheriff Dietrich. Schneider greeted him with a strange look, instantly understanding why Josh introduced this cop. The tobacco's profits were the carrot, and this sheriff was the stick. But having a cop like this on their side really would make tobacco sales much easier. By the way, Schneider, your early release was largely thanks to the sheriff's efforts. Also, he and his colleagues will get a share of the tobacco profits too. You'll be working closely together, Josh said with a smile. We're all smart here, we understand what this business means. And this is only the first batch. If you do well, I guarantee you'll all be rich. But if anyone starts getting funny ideas, I suggest they think very carefully about the consequences first. The men quickly voiced their agreement. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. I have other matters to attend to. After giving instructions, Josh didn't linger and left. Was Josh worried Schneider might steal the tobacco? Not at all. He had 2 layers of protection. Dix's men were all cowboys from Kentucky, family men with roots. Even Dix himself was tied down by Lewis' widow. If Schneider wanted to hijack the tobacco, he'd need their cooperation. The other layer of protection? Sheriff Dietrich. A full-blown crooked cop, Josh had dirt on him collected while helping clear Schneider and Dix's names. Plus, this cop had a family too. With both pressure and incentives, the corrupt sheriff had easily switched sides. Especially considering the profits from a few dozen tons of tobacco would normally be enough to line the sheriff's pockets for a decade. As for betrayal, Josh didn't care. Selling illegal cigarettes isn't a big crime. And as long as Josh was willing to spend money, not only was it unlikely he'd lose a lawsuit, even if he did, with Margot's help and a bit of cash, he'd still walk free. But those other guys, the only real concern was if these people got desperate and turned violent. But that was highly unlikely. When you know that sticking with Josh means steady, massive profits, who'd be dumb enough to pull a one-time scam? Unless they could bypass Josh and get to the source. But where's Josh's source? Westeros? Go ahead and take it if you can. That's right, aside from his legitimate trades, tobacco was a new high-profit business Josh discovered through his dealings with Daenerys. But in Westeros, tobacco isn't smoked, it's chewed, like betel nut. That was actually the earliest way humans used tobacco. Because of its sour taste, it was called sour leaf. Finished tobacco isn't sour, but alkaline, because it's mostly flue-cured. Fresh leaves are full of citric and malic acid. These acids are extracted during curing, leaving a white powder. Thanks to its medicinal properties and high addictiveness, tobacco was popular among nobles and thus widely cultivated in Westeros. Even more so on Daenerys' lands. It was slavers' bay labor was free, so costs were extremely low. But for a queen focused on conquest, this stuff was useless. So she sold it to Josh at a very low price, giving him another huge surprise. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, summer had arrived. The weather in Chicago was starting to heat up. In the early morning, Josh, dressed in a polo shirt, sat leisurely in the yard drinking coffee. Of course, he didn't only drink coffee. He wasn't from Shanghai, where people acted like they'd die without it. Occasionally, he'd have some black tea as well. As for green tea, it wasn't that he didn't want to drink it, but in the American market, like in the UK, black tea was mainstream. Except in Chinatown, it was hard to buy green tea anywhere else. The problem was, with the Pacific War raging, goods from Asia simply couldn't be shipped over. Even in Chinatown, it was difficult to find green tea, and most of what was available was low-quality tea dust. Things might be a bit better on the West Coast in Los Angeles, but in Chicago, located in the Midwest, So for the time being, Josh had no choice but to stick to coffee and black tea. Fortunately, he was now wealthy and influential. If he were just an ordinary person, even coffee and black tea would be hard to come by. Both were rationed goods. Coffee was limited to 1 pound every 5 weeks per person, and black tea to 20 grams a week. What, are we feeding cats here? Good thing he was young and could tough it out for another 2 years. My dear, I've got some bad news. It looks like you've been targeted by the United Service Organizations. Margot, dressed in a white sheer summer dress, sat down next to Josh with an invitation in her hand. It's only been a little over 3 months. They're here to sell war bonds again. Josh's head began to ache as soon as he heard United Service Organizations. It was early July now. Back at the end of March, he had bought 3 million in war bonds all at once, which brought him significant fame and benefits. For example, the establishment of 3 factories had gone smoothly, with approvals and supply chains practically rolling out the red carpet. Especially the syrup factory. Thanks to hiring researchers from the University of Chicago, they had successfully begun mass production of the enzyme saccharification process a month ago, and the first batch of corn syrup passed testing just a week ago. After military representatives sampled the product, the entire batch and the subsequent production was directly purchased by the military. Josh had effectively hitched a ride on the coattails of the most powerful army of the era. Quality aside, in terms of size and equipment, the US military at this time was undoubtedly #1 in the world. But it hadn't come without a price. Since then, he had become a target of various anti-fascist organizations of the time in America, all looking to take advantage of him. Aren't you a leading figure in the anti-fascist movement? If you have the money to buy $3 million in bonds, surely it's not too much to spend a few thousand or tens of thousands supporting our cause. Still, it wasn't too serious. These small groups were easy enough to deal with. For instance, he'd say, I already spent all my money on war bonds. How about I donate some of those to you instead? Usually, that would shut them up. Because what these groups needed was cash and supplies. Bonds were great, but they couldn't be used as money in the short term. And if they didn't cash them in, were they really supporting the anti-fascist cause, or just lining their own pockets? But trying to cash in war bonds at the bank directly? No way. The military sold bonds to raise funds for the war. Redeeming them before maturity might be understandable for ordinary people short on money, but for an anti-fascist organization, that would look like sabotaging the military. However, dealing with groups associated with the military wasn't so easy. After all, Josh's syrup factory had just received a large military order claiming he had no money wouldn't hold up. In this regard, the US military was a model client. Most orders were paid upfront or on time, with no delays. Not like the Brits next door, who paid with ES. Josh had only just received his payment, and now the United Service Organizations were at his door. This was a government-designated partner organization under the Department of Defense. The tone of their invitation was clear. You made a lot of money off that military order, shouldn't you support us a bit? Maybe buy some more bonds? After all, they have a good interest rate. It's not like you're losing money, right? Ari. In this situation, how could Josh refuse? If he didn't buy, he could kiss future military orders goodbye. Of course, Josh wasn't particularly interested in the military contracts themselves. After all, he had a trading system selling the same syrup to Daenerys yielded profits many times greater than selling to the military. But the title of military supplier mattered to him. With that kind of status, it would greatly help his social ascent in America and his integration into various capital circles. And in 2 years, once the war was over, that title would become even more valuable. Whether he went to Europe or Japan, he could easily become someone of high status and strip resources there at minimal cost. So, even if he had to donate outright, he had to protect that status. Still, the feeling of being at the mercy of the military was annoying. Haha, darling, don't be so upset. Compared to Howard in New York, you're doing pretty well. He was forcibly drafted by the military, Margot said with a smile, trying to comfort him as she noticed Josh's displeasure. How can I compare to him? He's an aviation expert. I'm just a high school dropout. Josh shook his head, but a question crept into his mind. Wasn't Howard Hughes supposed to live in Los Angeles? My dear, you shouldn't belittle yourself like that. You just turned 16, yet you already own 3 factories and have landed military contracts. Especially your syrup factory's saccharification enzyme and high fructose syrup, their monopoly products. In the future, your achievements will surely surpass his. Margot walked behind Josh, wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and said close to his face, by the way, this time the United Service Organizations are visiting Chicago with a whole bunch of Hollywood stars: Jane Russell, Whitney Frost, Pauline Goddard, and many other big names. Especially Whitney Frost. Her performance with Judy Garland in Ziegfeld Girl was amazing. Whitney Frost. Josh looked completely puzzled. He had never heard of her. He vaguely remembered Jane Russell, Howard Hughes's mistress. She got banned for being too revealing in a wartime film and ended up playing minor roles afterward. Oh right, there should be a program schedule on the invitation. Let's take a look, Margot said cheerfully. Josh gave a helpless smile and opened the invitation in front of him. In the next second, his expression changed dramatically. Margot, what was the full name of the Howard you just mentioned? Josh asked. Howard Stark? Why? Margot replied. Oh, by the way, before he was forcibly drafted by the Department of Defense last month, he held some kind of big technology expo in New York. Too bad I found out too late, or we could have gone. There were supposed to be all sorts of cool things there. At this moment, Josh's voice trembled slightly, which Margot found strange, but she still answered truthfully. Standing behind him, Margot didn't notice Josh's ashen face or the way his eyes were fixed on the program list in the invitation, staring at the segment titled, Captain America, who's brave and strong to save the American way. Female chorus. Not everyone can storm the beaches under fire, but we can all cheer them on. Who vows to fight day and night to defend the truth. Female chorus. Series E defense bonds. Every one you buy adds another bullet to a soldier's gun. Who spreads the message door to door for the country, holding the flag high across the land, from east to west, across the nation, draped in stars and stripes, he shoulders the mission. Female chorus. Unlike the previous small-scale, upper-class fundraising event, this time the United Service Organization's bond promotion targeted the entire public. Naturally, it wasn't held in a private estate, but in the Chicago Theater, one of the 3 largest theaters in the United States. It was built in 1865 and has a history of over 70 years, having been rebuilt once. It can accommodate 4,000 spectators. This time, the USO would be staying in Chicago for a full week. Inside the theater, Josh sat in the VIP section, a stiff smile frozen on his face as he watched a muscular man dressed in a star-spangled costume perform a cringe-inducing musical number surrounded by dancing and singing beauties. However, Josh was one of the few whose smile looked forced. Most of the audience was visibly thrilled, clapping, and cheering with shining eyes. What's wrong, Josh? You don't seem to like the play? I think it's very well written. Margot clapped her hands excitedly beside him as she asked. Nothing. I'm just not used to such lively environments, Josh replied with a forced laugh. But of course, Margot, his bedmate, wasn't so easily fooled. Ever since they received the invitation a few days ago, Josh had been visibly distracted. She had asked him several times, but Josh had brushed her off with vague responses. What else could he say? Tell her that he originally thought this was just a regular parallel world, and he was planning to become a business tycoon using the dimensional trading device, only to now realize this is a high-powered Marvel universe, and he's terrified? No way to say that. But to be fair, it was partly Josh's own fault. He didn't read enough newspapers. Back in his previous life, as a city man of the internet age, he didn't have a habit of reading newspapers. After coming to this era, he did start reading them daily, but mainly the Chicago local papers, so it wasn't surprising he missed news about Howard Stark. With Daenerys knew. Afterwards, he went back and found reports on Howard Stark and Captain America. They had exactly the same appearance as in the movies. Stark Industries' scale also matched the film version. If it were the comic version, Josh remembered that Stark Industries was founded by Howard's father and had already grown before WWI. But according to the information he gathered now, Howard was born in 1917 in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. His father was a fruit vendor and his mother a garment factory worker. Howard Stark graduated college in 1934 and started from scratch. Stark Industries was only founded in 1939 and started growing with military and British contracts. Though its growth had been rapid, it had only been 4 years. It was still far from a major conglomerate. In terms of industry scale, let alone compared to titans like Rockefeller, it wasn't even close to the Leibler family. So, while it was well known on the East Coast, in the Midwest and West Coast, it wasn't nearly as popular. In this pre-internet age where information didn't travel fast, and Josh had only been in this world for a few months, it was quite normal that he hadn't paid attention to Stark Industries. Originally living quite comfortably, Josh was now horrified to discover that he was actually in the perilous Marvel universe. Luckily, after a few days and some calm reflection, Josh came to terms with it. So what if it's the Marvel universe? The truly high-risk era doesn't start until the Avengers main storyline. Before that, although Hydra is causing trouble, it's mostly in secret, and overall danger isn't too high. And the main Avengers storyline? That's decades away. The Battle of New York is in 2012, nearly 70 years from now. Thanos snapping his fingers? That's in 2018. Who even knows if he'll live that long? Though with his dimensional trading device, it was unlikely he wouldn't. Mr. Kane, come take a photo with our Captain America. You've just bought another $1 million in bonds. We must let the entire country know of your contribution. After the Captain America show ended, Senator Brandt of New York, one of the USO's organizers, beamed at Josh and extended the invitation. Naturally, Josh wasn't the top bond purchaser this time, but Senator Brandt didn't care. $1 million was still a huge amount, and those who bought more were mostly old money consortia. So even though his total was lower, no one doubted Josh's sincerity. In fact, Senator Brandt still planned to present Josh as a model of modern American youth in promotional campaigns. It's my duty, Senator. I'd be happy to take a photo with our Captain America. But, could I ask if he'd remove his mask for a few extra shots? I think that would make it more meaningful. I'd like to keep them as souvenirs, Josh said with a practiced smile. As he heard the invitation, Josh suddenly thought a photo with this era's Captain America would be quite meaningful. After all, this red-hot captain would be frozen in the Arctic within 2 years. Oh, of course. That's a perfectly reasonable request. The senator was slightly surprised, but it was no big deal. Captain America originally wore a mask during performances to protect his identity as a super soldier and prevent targeting from the Germans. Later, it became a symbol of Captain America. If an ordinary person had asked to take a photo with Captain America without the mask, the senator naturally wouldn't have agreed. But for someone like Josh, a model anti-fascist youth and a major financial backer, such a small request, of course, the senator wouldn't refuse. Thus, Josh easily stood next to the unmasked Captain America. Hello, Captain. Seeing you up close, I realize you're even taller than I imagined. I wish I had such a fit physique, Josh said with a smile, eyeing Captain America in front of him. Mr. Kane, you flatter me. You're still young, I'm sure you'll be taller and stronger than me in the future. Steve Rogers looked at Josh in front of him, listened to his praise, and couldn't help but sincerely respond. After all, just a month ago, he had been a small guy, about 1.6 meters tall. In contrast, Josh, who was already 1.8 meters tall at just 16, was the one he truly envied. Even now, after becoming a super soldier, he was only 1.88 meters tall and didn't look much taller than Josh. The only difference was that Josh's physique looked a bit thin. He couldn't help it. Josh did exercise, but building muscle wasn't something that happened overnight. I thought you didn't like Captain America, but seeing how happy you were taking photos with him, you actually seemed to enjoy it, Margot said with a smile, sidling up to Josh after the photos were done. Margot, do you believe this? He will become a true hero admired by the world. Josh didn't directly respond to her comment but instead said something that left her a bit puzzled. But just then, a very tall and burly figure suddenly pushed through the crowd and came up beside Josh. Dix, what are you doing here? Josh was a little surprised to see the big man appear. Boss, something's happened. One of our shipments got hijacked. Dix leaned close to Josh's ear and whispered. Josh, who had been in a good mood, immediately turned grim upon hearing the news. Margot, let me take you back first. There's a situation at the company, Josh said to Margot beside him. Margot understood that something must have happened, but didn't ask much. She simply nodded obediently and followed Josh out of the theater. And on the stage, Steve Rogers, who was taking pictures with others, looked thoughtfully in the direction Josh had left. Clearly, he had noticed what just happened on Josh's side. Speak. What happened? After dropping Margot off at her home, Josh got back in the car, motioned for the driver to start driving, and asked Dix, was it the cigarettes or the sugar? The sugar Josh referred to wasn't corn syrup. Corn syrup, as a new product, had a government contract. The entire supply was allocated to the military. However, aside from producing syrup, Josh's sugar factory was also producing refined white sugar. As for the raw materials, those were undoubtedly sourced through his deal with Daenerys. Crude black sugar or raw sugarcane was imported from Westeros at low cost, then processed in his factories into pure white sugar. Part of it was sold back to Daenerys at a high price, while the rest flowed into the Chicago black market, raking in massive profits. Combined with tobacco, these two black market businesses brought Josh far more profit than the military contracts. Of course, being illegal operations, they were naturally targets of envy and attack. So Josh wasn't exactly surprised this day had arrived. Both 10,000 cartons of cigarettes and a ton of sugar all headed for New York were hijacked at the docks. 5 of our men were killed, 2 seriously injured. Only one escaped and called me. Dix replied heavily those who died were his men, after all. Josh narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Damn, at a minimum of $10 per carton of cigarettes and $20 per kilo of sugar, that was $120,000 worth of goods gone. Any idea who did it? Josh asked. Not yet. They were efficient. By the time we got there, the goods were gone. Dix shook his head. But I've already notified Mr. Schneider and Mr. Dietrich. Don't know if they've dug up anything useful. Josh nodded and fell silent, deep in thought. About half an hour later, Josh's convoy of 3 vehicles arrived at Anna's restaurant, the widow of Lewis, who had died of his injuries after being shot in that jewelry heist. Originally, Dix had just wanted to help her and her child out of friendship. But to be fair, Anna, though just a working-class widow, had remarkable looks and a stunning figure. While not quite as beautiful as Margot, she was at least on par with the socialites Josh had met and even rivaled the so-called stars from the United Service Organizations. Because of that, Dix's help turned into your wife, I'll raise her, and now he was even planning to marry her. Due to this connection, the restaurant gradually became a regular meeting place for Josh and his men. As for the 3-car convoy, they were all Josh's bodyguards. While Josh still had a ways to go before reaching the level of Chicago's top moguls, he was now a man of wealth, power, and growing fame. It was impossible to move around like he used to, alone. So he had recruited over 20 men to serve as his personal guards. These men were all recruited from the port refugee camp. Chicago, though a Midwestern city, was America's 3rd largest and a major draw for immigrants. Thanks to Lake Michigan and the Great Lakes shipping route, it had direct access to Europe, which meant many European refugees ended up there. Those with money or connections could enter Chicago directly. But the 30,000 plus poor, connectionless refugees were stuck at the port's refugee camp, living off rotten, spoiled food distributed by the government and waiting for immigration processing. They wouldn't starve to death, but many still died from illness, cold, and other causes. Conditions were only marginally better than concentration camps, so recruiting people was no problem for Josh. He chose those with families, people who cared about their children and spouses, most of whom were ex-soldiers, mainly of German or Austrian descent, with a few from Northern Europe. As for why he didn't recruit Asians, come on, the refugees from Europe didn't include any Asians. Asian refugees were all in Los Angeles, halfway across the continent. These family-oriented refugees valued stability. With generous relocation money and centralized housing for their families, Josh easily secured their loyalty. Since it was already late, the restaurant had closed. Inside were only Lyndon Schneider and Dietrich, who had been waiting. Any leads? Josh asked as he plopped himself down on the couch. The sheriff has some clues. Clearly, the two had discussed things before Josh arrived, and Schneider pushed Dietrich forward. Not surprising among Josh's men, only Dietrich was a true local player in Chicago. Josh turned to Dietrich. I've got informants in every district. As soon as Dix called me, I started asking around. Tonight, 5 gangs had major activity. One was the Italian Moretti family and another the Irish Fat Man crew. But those 2 are unlikely suspects, they were busy fighting each other. Moretti's hitmen were wiped out by the Fat Man's men. The other 3, the Italian Falcone family, a Spanish gang called Wild Dogs, and a Jewish group. I personally think the Falcones are unlikely. Their boss, Salieri, was jailed 5 years ago, and they've been in decline ever since, Dietrich explained. So the prime suspects are the Spaniards and the Jews. Josh tapped the table. Yes, but it's still just my speculation. Their movements tonight make them most suspicious. To be certain, we'll need to track down the missing shipment. Who knows, maybe it was some reckless newcomers trying to make a name. Dietrich shrugged. That's the nature of Chicago, America's 3rd largest city, with extremely complex ethnic factions. There were over a dozen major gangs and countless smaller ones. New ones popped up or disappeared practically every day. Josh nodded. Even in the underworld, where you didn't need evidence like the police, when multiple suspects were involved, you had to investigate thoroughly. Accusing the wrong party was a minor problem, being used as someone else's pawn was deadly. All right, keep digging. All of you stay on this. Let me know the moment there's any news. We might not be a formal gang, but we're not some sewer rats to be trifled with. Also, Schneider pay Dix from the shipment fund, 10 grand for each man killed, 5 grand for the seriously injured. Tell everyone if they're willing to shed blood for me, I won't let them down, Josh ordered. The compensation Josh quoted moved everyone present. In this era, most gang members who died got maybe $1,000 or $2,000 if their boss was feeling generous. More often than not, they got nothing. That's why many young men preferred joining the military. Besides the higher salary, the $6,000 death benefit was a big reason. Even into the 21st century, the U.S. military's death benefit remained $6,000. But after World War II, compensation came mostly through insurance. The 6 grand became symbolic. so Josh's 10 grand payout was extremely generous by this era's standards. Everyone knew he was buying loyalty, but so what? Who doesn't like a boss willing to spend money? And for Josh, money wasn't a problem. He still wasn't one of the true top-tier moguls, but spending a few tens of thousands to win people over was nothing to him. With the Dimension trading device, making money was too easy. Forget the profits from selling sugar and cigarettes on the black market. Just from his dealings with Daenerys, Josh's warehouses were piled high with gold and silver. Talk. What exactly is going on? 2 nights later, at the same restaurant, Josh looked at Lyndon Schneider in front of him and asked. Just half an hour ago, he had received a call from Schneider. There was news about the stolen goods. It was done by the Jews, Lyndon Schneider replied. Is the information reliable? Josh asked. It's confirmed. The intel came from our partners in New York, the Corleone family, Lyndon Schneider nodded. Originally, that shipment was meant to be sold to them, but now, according to the information from over there, the goods have shown up in the hands of their rivals, the Masseria family. And their partners in Chicago are the Jewish gang. Since we've identified who's behind it, you don't need me to tell you what to do next, do you? Josh said. Hearing the name of the Corleone family didn't surprise Josh. He had known about it for a while. As the boss behind the scenes, Josh didn't interfere with the day-to-day business, but he did need to know the basic information such as the major underground forces in Chicago, the 5 families of the New York Mafia, and some large gangs across the US. So when Lyndon Schneider first got in touch with people in New York, Josh already knew about the Corleone family. Josh didn't care too much at the time. After all, there was already Margot, the female lead of the telephone murder case, and Sabrina, who seemed to be Audrey Hepburn's role from the original world. So if the Godfather showed up too, so be it. Besides, compared to the recently revealed Captain America and Howard Stark, the Godfather was really no big deal. Boss, I'm afraid this matter won't be so easy to handle. However, seeing Josh's expression, Lyndon Schneider hesitated. Oh, why? Josh frowned. Because according to what the Corleone family revealed, this operation wasn't led by Chicago's Jewish gang, but was actually ordered by the Masseria family. Lyndon Schneider explained. Masseria family? Luciano? Did our business offend him? Josh began to take it seriously. If it was just Chicago's Jewish gang, Josh wouldn't care, but if it involved the Masseria family, that was another matter. The head of the Masseria family was the same person who would later become the head of the Genovese family, one of the 5 families of New York in Josh's original world. Of course, the Genovese name came later, after World War II when Vito Genovese took over. Right now, Genovese was just the current head of the Masseria family and merely the third in command under Luciano, the man Josh referred to. And Luciano, he was a significant figure in the mafia, even said to be the boss of all bosses among the families. Even the Corleone family had to give way during his time in charge. Because the Mafia's national syndicate, La Cosa Nostra, also known as the Mafia Commission, was founded under Luciano's leadership. Under his guidance, the Mafia even enacted 2 strict bans: no selling of drugs and no murdering law enforcement officers. However, Luciano had been imprisoned for years now by the current governor of New York, Dewey. In prison, he served as a librarian, only able to remotely control the Masseria family. Josh's operation had only been around for a few months. They shouldn't have had any serious conflict with the Masseria family. Could it be because of doing business with the Corleones? But that didn't make sense. Even though the Masseria and Corleone families weren't exactly friendly, they still maintained a surface-level balance. Thailand bot. No, the order didn't come from Luciano, but from his most important assistant Meyer Lansky. Lyndon Schneider shook his head. Meyer Lansky? We don't have any dealings with him either. Josh was confused. Of course, Josh knew who Meyer Lansky was: Luciano's most trusted partner, strategist, and the godfather of the Jewish faction in the Mafia. He was held in high regard throughout Jewish organized crime in America. No, boss. Before us, the Jewish gang controlled by Meyer Lansky was the country's largest underground cigarette production and sales group. Tobacco was also one of their main sources of income, Lyndon Schneider explained. Our cigarettes are of better quality and cheaper. I think that's why they moved against us. Hearing this, Josh finally understood. So he had accidentally stepped on the toes of the biggest Jewish gang in America. This was indeed a tricky situation. Although Josh's development was rapid, he had only been around for a short time, and his organization couldn't compare in size to these long-established mafia families. What's the Corleone family's stance on this? Josh asked coldly. Their stance is non-interference. If we can get the goods to them, they'll take them, but beyond that, they won't get involved, Lyndon Schneider said helplessly. If my guess is correct, this time was just a warning. If we continue to ship in large quantities, similar incidents will probably keep happening. Obviously, the Corleone family didn't want to get involved in this mess. Though tobacco was highly profitable, it wasn't enough to make them confront Meyer Lansky over it. They want to make money but not take on any risk. What a clever scheme. Josh was clearly dissatisfied with the Corleone's attitude, but there wasn't much he could do. Jews, what a troublesome group, Josh thought, and a trace of disgust flashed across his face. That disgust wasn't just because they stole his goods. It also came from what Josh had known in his past life, when he was still a citizen of Xia. Many people only knew that during World War II, Jews were ruthlessly persecuted by the Germans. Few knew that Jews also had deep grudges with Xia people. One example was the infamous Fugo plan. During World War II, Xia had sheltered many Jewish refugees, but many of those Jews ended up colluding with the Japs, attempting to establish a Jewish state in Northeast Xia, a plan that ultimately failed. Another reason was the notorious Exclusion Acts. Some might wonder, weren't the Exclusion Acts pushed by the US government? What did they have to do with the Jews? Actually, quite a lot, and it even had to do with tobacco, because the root cause of it all traced back to a Jewish man named Samuel Gompers. Gompers immigrated from England to New York in 1863. As a young man, he worked as a cigar maker, and back then, a large portion of the US cigar workforce was Jewish. But the best cigars weren't made by Jewish workers, they were made by Asian workers in California, including Xia people. Xia workers were diligent and produced high-quality cigars at low wages, making it hard for Jewish workers led by Gompers to earn much money. That's when Gompers began to hate Xia people. Shrewd and active in labor organizing, Gompers quickly gained influence among industrial workers and, in 1875, became head of the U.S. Cigar Makers Union. It was from this position that Gompers launched the first wave of anti-Xia laws, inciting white laborers to hate Asian workers. Because of him, exclusionist sentiment spread from the Jewish community to every stratum of American society. Meyer Lansky, he really is a troublesome figure, Josh said as he lightly tapped the table and sighed. It wasn't that Josh was afraid. It was just that, for someone of Austrian descent like him, the fact that the other party was Jewish made things very complicated. Especially since Meyer Lansky wasn't just a Jewish mafia godfather, he also had another identity, that of an anti-fascist vanguard. During Roosevelt's New Deal era, Lansky had worked with the authorities to bring down the infamous American fascist group, the Silver Shirts. So Lansky had not only underworld connections, but also extremely extensive political ties. As a newly arrived immigrant and an Austrian at that, directly clashing with someone like Lansky was very unwise. But soon, Josh began to smile. Why should he go up against Lansky directly? The man probably didn't even know of his existence. After all, from the very beginning, it had always been Lyndon Schneider and Dix handling production and sales. Lyndon Schneider was also a German immigrant, but Dix was a true blue Irishman. And the 7 people who were killed or injured when the goods were hijacked, they were all Irish too. Before the rise of Black and Latino gangs, which 3 ethnic groups formed the major mafia factions in America: the Irish, the Italians, and the Jews. And which group had the largest numbers and scale? Not the Italians, and not the Jews, but the Irish, the earliest of the 3 to immigrate to America. They were the true forefathers of American organized crime. However, the Irish mob had a big flaw: they were overly fond of low-level violent crime and lacked organizational discipline. Their elite class was even more devoted to politics. Over time, the Irish elite became the most dominant ethnic group in American politics. By the time Josh had traveled back in time, 45 U.S. presidents had been of Irish descent, not to mention countless governors and senators. But as the Irish increasingly took over the political sphere, the underworld, originally their turf, was gradually taken over by the more organized Italians and Jews. A with ring above and beta. Schneider, I know what you're worried about. But have you forgotten? Dix and his brothers are all Irish. And from the beginning, the biggest gang population in America has always been the Irish. They just don't stick together like the Italians or Jews. But what if we could organize them? Josh said, just as Schneider was wondering why he was smiling. Lyndon Schneider was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood what Josh meant. Actually, it wasn't that Schneider hadn't thought of this before. It was just that, like many Germans of this era, raised with Prussian-style education and often quite capable, they naturally landed in the elite tiers of society: the military, business, politics, science. These were their domains. Even someone like Lyndon Schneider, a criminal, followed the path of an organized robber. They typically looked down on street gangs. Just like Schneider, though he'd been working with Dix all along, he always saw Dix and his men simply as muscle and labor. That's also why, despite being the largest single ethnic group in America, you rarely hear of a gang that's primarily German. Even when Germans did dabble in the underworld, it was more likely in the form of groups like the Silver Shirts or the SS. But Josh was different. He didn't carry that inborn arrogance of the Germanic ethnic groups in this era. So now he was imagining, what if he built a gang where the leadership and foot soldiers were Irish, but the middle management, the core backbone, was highly organized Germans? He could even copy the structure of the Italian mafia, which had already laid out the blueprint. If he couldn't even copy that much homework, Josh might as well go home and cuddle Margot to sleep. Very soon, Josh summoned Dix. Schneider had kept him away earlier, fearing the hothead would cause trouble once he heard the news. Jews? Boss, just say the word, I'll take my guys and wipe the Jewish gang off the map. As expected, the moment Dix heard who'd hijacked the goods, he jumped up. If Josh, his benefactor and boss, hadn't been sitting there, Dix might have already stormed off with his crew to hit the Jewish gang. Calm down, Dix. Revenge will come in due time. Right now, I want to talk to you about something else. Josh waved his hand and gestured for him to sit. Whatever you say, boss. Dix sat down at once. Dix, have you ever thought about becoming a boss yourself? Josh asked directly. Like Colosimo or Dean O'Banion once were. He didn't mention Al Capone because Capone was Italian. Colosimo and Dean O'Banion, however, had been the big bosses in Chicago in the 1920s, true Irishmen. Although both were eventually replaced by Capone and other Italians, a large part of that was due to bad luck and the fact they weren't as ruthless as Capone. After all, when everyone was using submachine guns, few were crazy enough to bring out a heavy machine gun like Capone did. Boss, I don't quite get what you mean. Dix scratched his head. His straightforward nature meant he wasn't quite as quick on the uptake as Lyndon Schneider. It's simple. I plan to start a gang. Let's call it the Blackwater Gang. But I won't be the boss, you will. Mr. Schneider here will be your advisor. You'll also go to the refugee camps and recruit veterans to serve as instructors and officers. As for the rest, you handle it. Later, buy a plot of land outside the city and build a military camp. Every member will undergo military training. It might be a bit demanding, but I think as long as the pay is good, most people will go for it. I'll give you enough startup capital. Once the gang is formed, you'll keep distributing goods for me. I'll give you a 30% cut of the profits. Aside from that, I won't take a cent of the gang's other earnings. It's all yours. Josh laid it all out. My only two conditions: no selling powder, no human trafficking. Hearing Josh's proposal, Dix was thrilled. Though simple-minded, he wasn't stupid. He understood that in this setup, he wouldn't be a puppet, but a real gang boss with major autonomy. Schneider, on the other hand, had a strange look on his face. Because in his view, Josh wasn't building a gang, he was building a private army. A militarized gang? That was terrifying just to imagine. And if they had the right weapons, the mafia and the Jewish mob wouldn't stand a chance. And this kind of model? The Italians and Jews couldn't copy it even if they wanted to, because they got into the mob to make money, not to go to war. No gang boss would invest that heavily in training his underlings. Meyer Lansky, he really is a troublesome figure, Josh said as he lightly tapped the table and sighed. It wasn't that Josh was afraid. It was just that, for someone of Austrian descent like him, the fact that the other party was Jewish made things very complicated. Especially since Meyer Lansky wasn't just a Jewish mafia godfather, he also had another identity, that of an anti-fascist vanguard. During Roosevelt's New Deal era, Lansky had worked with the authorities to bring down the infamous American fascist group, the Silver Shirts. So Lansky had not only underworld connections, but also extremely extensive political ties. As a newly arrived immigrant and an Austrian at that, directly clashing with someone like Lansky was very unwise. But soon, Josh began to smile. Why should he go up against Lansky directly? The man probably didn't even know of his existence. After all, from the very beginning, it had always been Lyndon Schneider and Dix handling production and sales. Lyndon Schneider was also a German immigrant, but Dix was a true blue Irishman. And the 7 people who were killed or injured when the goods were hijacked, they were all Irish too. Before the rise of Black and Latino gangs, which 3 ethnic groups formed the major mafia factions in America: the Irish, the Italians, and the Jews. And which group had the largest numbers and scale? Not the Italians, and not the Jews, but the Irish, the earliest of the 3 to immigrate to America. They were the true forefathers of American organized crime. However, the Irish mob had a big flaw: they were overly fond of low-level violent crime and lacked organizational discipline. Their elite class was even more devoted to politics. Over time, the Irish elite became the most dominant ethnic group in American politics. By the time Josh had traveled back in time, 45 U.S. presidents had been of Irish descent, not to mention countless governors and senators. But as the Irish increasingly took over the political sphere, the underworld, originally their turf, was gradually taken over by the more organized Italians and Jews. A with ring above and beta. Schneider, I know what you're worried about. But have you forgotten? Dix and his brothers are all Irish. And from the beginning, the biggest gang population in America has always been the Irish. They just don't stick together like the Italians or Jews. But what if we could organize them? Josh said, just as Schneider was wondering why he was smiling. Lyndon Schneider was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood what Josh meant. Actually, it wasn't that Schneider hadn't thought of this before. It was just that, like many Germans of this era, raised with Prussian-style education and often quite capable, they naturally landed in the elite tiers of society: the military, business, politics, science. These were their domains. Even someone like Lyndon Schneider, a criminal, followed the path of an organized robber. They typically looked down on street gangs. Just like Schneider, though he'd been working with Dix all along, he always saw Dix and his men simply as muscle and labor. That's also why, despite being the largest single ethnic group in America, you rarely hear of a gang that's primarily German. Even when Germans did dabble in the underworld, it was more likely in the form of groups like the Silver Shirts or the SS. But Josh was different. He didn't carry that inborn arrogance of the Germanic ethnic groups in this era. So now he was imagining, what if he built a gang where the leadership and foot soldiers were Irish, but the middle management, the core backbone, was highly organized Germans? He could even copy the structure of the Italian mafia, which had already laid out the blueprint. If he couldn't even copy that much homework, Josh might as well go home and cuddle Margot to sleep. Very soon, Josh summoned Dix. Schneider had kept him away earlier, fearing the hothead would cause trouble once he heard the news. Jews? Boss, just say the word, I'll take my guys and wipe the Jewish gang off the map. As expected, the moment Dix heard who'd hijacked the goods, he jumped up. If Josh, his benefactor and boss, hadn't been sitting there, Dix might have already stormed off with his crew to hit the Jewish gang. Calm down, Dix. Revenge will come in due time. Right now, I want to talk to you about something else. Josh waved his hand and gestured for him to sit. Whatever you say, boss. Dix sat down at once. Dix, have you ever thought about becoming a boss yourself? Josh asked directly. like Colosimo or Dean O'Banion once were. He didn't mention Al Capone because Capone was Italian. Colosimo and Dean O'Banion, however, had been the big bosses in Chicago in the 1920s, true Irishmen. Although both were eventually replaced by Capone and other Italians, a large part of that was due to bad luck and the fact they weren't as ruthless as Capone. After all, when everyone was using submachine guns, few were crazy enough to bring out a heavy machine gun like Capone did. Boss, I don't quite get what you mean. Dix scratched his head. His straightforward nature meant he wasn't quite as quick on the uptake as Lyndon Schneider. It's simple. I plan to start a gang. Let's call it the Blackwater Gang. But I won't be the boss, you will. Mr. Schneider here will be your advisor. You'll also go to the refugee camps and recruit veterans to serve as instructors and officers. As for the rest, you handle it. Later, buy a plot of land outside the city and build a military camp. Every member will undergo military training. It might be a bit demanding, but I think as long as the pay is good, most people will go for it. I'll give you enough startup capital. Once the gang is formed, you'll keep distributing goods for me. I'll give you a 30% cut of the profits. Aside from that, I won't take a cent of the gang's other earnings. It's all yours. Josh laid it all out. My only two conditions: no selling powder, no human trafficking. Hearing Josh's proposal, Dix was thrilled. Though simple-minded, he wasn't stupid. He understood that in this setup, he wouldn't be a puppet, but a real gang boss with major autonomy. Schneider, on the other hand, had a strange look on his face. Because in his view, Josh wasn't building a gang, he was building a private army. A militarized gang? That was terrifying just to imagine. And if they had the right weapons, the mafia and the Jewish mob wouldn't stand a chance. And this kind of model? The Italians and Jews couldn't copy it even if they wanted to, because they got into the mob to make money, not to go to war. No gang boss would invest that heavily in training his underlings. Outside Cook County Jail in Chicago, 5 luxury cars were parked across the street. In one of them, Dix sat leisurely inside, smoking a cigarette and waiting for the prison gates to open. Today was a rather special day for him, for 2 reasons. 1. Today was the day his good friend, Gus Minnis, was getting out of prison. Gus Minnis was once a member of Dix's small crew, and one of the main participants in the jewelry heist. After that case, with arrangements from Josh and coordination by Sheriff Dietrich, Gus Minnis voluntarily took full responsibility for the fatal beating of Tony Wendy's. As a result, unlike Dix and Lyndon Schneider, who were exonerated or released on bail, he was sentenced to 5 years for manslaughter. But Dix had never forgotten this good brother of his. With the power of money, various sentence reductions and parole were arranged, and after only half a year, Gus was now free to leave prison. As the metal gates of the prison creaked open, a slightly hunched figure walked out under the escort of prison guards. Don't misunderstand, the hunch wasn't from any mistreatment in prison. Gus had always had a bit of a stoop. In fact, over the past 6 months, he lived in a private cell, had special meals, didn't have to work like other inmates, and Dix even occasionally sent in a few girls for him. His days were anything but harsh. This is the land of capitalism. If you have money and connections, even prison life can be quite luxurious. Only those with neither wealth nor power suffer through hard labor and rough treatment. When Dix saw Gus, he immediately stubbed out his cigarette and got out of the car to greet him. On the other side, Gus beamed with joy when he saw the imposing Dix, no jealousy in sight. This wasn't his first time in prison, so he knew clearly that without Dix, he could never have lived so comfortably in there, let alone gotten out this early. And now, to be welcomed in such a grand way by Dix upon release, he felt that taking the fall had been well worth it. Ha ha ha, welcome back, man. Dix gave Gus a big bear hug. But with his slight hunch and height of less than 1.7 meters, Gus looked rather comical next to the nearly 2-meter-tall Dix. What's with all the spectacle? Must have cost a fortune, huh? People might think some mob boss just got out. Gus joked. After 6 months inside, he only knew that Dix had started working for a rich boss, nothing more, so he assumed all this was just an extravagant welcome. Ha ha ha, who else would the big boss be? It's me, of course. Come on, let me introduce myself, boss of the Irish Blackwater Gang, Dix Handley. Dix thumped his chest proudly as he spoke. Dude, have you been drinking? Gus was stunned for a second, thinking Dix must be drunk and rambling, so he leaned in to sniff, but there was no smell of alcohol. Ayo, get out of here? I'm serious. Enough talking, today's your big day. I'm gonna show you the real deal. Seeing the disbelief on Gus' face, Dix rolled his eyes, threw an arm around his shoulder, and dragged him into the car. But as soon as he got in, Gus sensed something was off. Unlike the other 4 vehicles, high-end but relatively affordable Ford the 5th 8S Dix car was a Cadillac Fleetwood Series 75 luxury limousine. Back in the day, even President Roosevelt, a certain leader across the ocean, and many heads of state had cars like this. Naturally, this luxury ride was also favored by business elites, politicians, and mob bosses alike in the U.S. In the Godfather movie, the Don's ride was a car just like this. The vehicle was over 5 meters long, offering an incredibly spacious interior. But that wasn't what caught Gus' attention. What did was the additional small seat by the rear right door, and an object on the floor in front of the back seat covered by a tarpaulin. Dix, what the hell are you up to? Gus swallowed nervously. Even with the tarp, the shape underneath clearly suggested it was some kind of deadly weapon. Heh, like I said, I'm taking you to see the real world. A sinister grin spread across Dix's face. At his command, the convoy began to move. Goss sat obediently in his seat, staring at the deadly weapon under the tarp, not daring to make a move. By now, he realized that in just 6 short months, his old buddy wasn't the petty thug robbing people on the streets anymore. He'd become a true underworld boss. The convoy drove for an unknown amount of time before finally stopping in a small alley. When the window rolled down, a lackey who had been waiting rushed over. "What's the situation?" Dix asked him. "They went in 15 minutes ago," the lackey replied. Dix checked his watch and said, "Keep a close eye." The lackey nodded and ran out of the alley. Dix leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Goss, watching this former companion of his, didn't dare ask or say anything. But he already had a pretty good guess as to what Dix was planning. Unlike Dix, who had come to Chicago halfway through life, Goss had grown up here and knew the area well. This place was part of the territory of one of Chicago's biggest gangs, the Jewish mob. About half an hour later, the same lackey came running back in a rush. "Boss, they're coming out now," he shouted, panting. "Move out, now." Dix opened his eyes and shouted toward the front and rear. The convoy roared to life and drove out of the alley, stopping 2 blocks away. Across the street stood a luxury hotel and a group of sharply dressed men was walking out of the hotel. They were leaders of the Jewish mob, here for a meeting. As seasoned gangsters used to living on the edge, they instantly sensed something was wrong when they saw the convoy stop across the street. Instinctively, they reached for their guns and began to retreat, but it was already too late. Windows of the 4 surrounding cars rolled down, and several Thompson guns appeared, spitting fire. In the Cadillac, a panicked Goss, prompted by Dix, opened the door. At the same time, Dix sat on the small seat by the door, pulled off the tarp, and revealed the hidden weapon beneath, a Colt M1895 light machine gun. The next second, the roar of the machine gun echoed through the streets. Goss instinctively covered his ears as spent shell casings rained down, some landing on him and burning through his clothes, making him flinch from the heat. Gunfire roared as blood spilled along the street. The passing crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. Faced with such ferocious firepower, 7 or 8 members of the Jewish gang, including their boss and lieutenants, didn't even have time to draw their guns before they were already lying in pools of blood. Dix and his men, after emptying 2 rounds of magazines, didn't even glance back. They quickly drove away from the scene. The whole process lasted no more than 2 minutes. It was only about 10 minutes after they left that the police, having received the report, arrived slowly at the scene. And there were only 2 cars, 4 or 5 officers. But this wasn't due to negligence by the Chicago police. Rather, at the same time, in this area alone, over a dozen similar attacks had occurred. Without exception, all of these locations were major strongholds of the Jewish gang. The only difference was that in other locations, the attackers' firepower wasn't as intense, at most using submachine guns, unlike here, where even a machine gun had been deployed. At this time, Dix's convoy had already arrived at an unmanned dock. All the used firearms and leftover shell casings were collected and loaded onto a waiting boat. Then, someone piloted the boat into deep water and threw all the weapons overboard. At the same time, part of the crew swiftly replaced all the license plates of the cars, and then drove off in different directions. These cars would be taken to different repair shops, repainted in various colors, leaving no trace. Dix, on the other hand, brought Goss onto another vehicle waiting at the dock. "How do you feel?" Dix took 2 bottles of whiskey from a case in the car, opened them, handed one to Goss, and asked. "It was shocking. I've only seen such scenes in the newspapers. It's a bit overwhelming." Goss took the whiskey and took a hefty swig. "Ha ha ha ha, you'll get used to it, my good brother. Work with me from now on, the entire Chicago underworld will be ours." Dix laughed heartily, patting Goss on the shoulder. Goss took another deep swig of the whiskey. Though deeply shaken, the feeling was undeniably exhilarating. What happened in Chicago seemed to trigger a chain reaction. In the following days, several Jewish gang bosses in New York were assassinated, the attackers highly trained. In Atlantic City, 2 major local Jewish gang leaders and their men were riddled with bullets in the middle of the night, car and all. In Los Angeles, Benjamin Siegel, one of the most famous Jewish mobsters of the time, was sniper shot from long range. In San Francisco, the local Jewish gang boss's home was set on fire. Jewish gang bosses across the country were being attacked one after another, soon drawing the attention of both the Italian mafia and federal authorities. The mafia's concern was straightforward. Ever since the establishment of the commission by Charlie Luciano and Meyer Lansky, the Italian mafia and Jewish gangs had maintained close cooperation. Many Jews served as advisors to the Italians. With their partners under attack, they naturally couldn't remain indifferent. As for the authorities, it was even more straightforward. So many people dying in broad daylight, there was no way they could just pretend not to see it. With acute. Especially since many of them already had secret dealings with the Jewish gangs. Preliminary investigations quickly uncovered a key detail. All the Jewish gang members who had been attacked or assassinated were closely connected to Meyer Lansky, the most renowned Jewish mob boss in the US. In plain terms, those killed were either Lansky's confidants or close friends. In other words, the attackers likely had a grudge against Lansky, but even so, it wasn't easy to pinpoint who was behind it. After all, as the top Jewish gang boss in the US, Lansky had more enemies than could be counted. However, judging from how highly trained all the attackers were, both the mafia and federal authorities quickly suspected agents of the Little Mustache, a veiled reference to Hitler, and Hydra. The reasoning was simple: the attackers were well-trained and exhibited a distinctly European military style, precise, swift, and methodical, the trademarks of soldiers or spies. As for the motive, that was also clear. During the rise of pro-fascist groups in America like the Silver Legion, it was Meyer Lansky who, under the quiet support of the authorities, organized numerous Jewish gang members to fight against the Silver Shirts. And they didn't even use guns, just fists and stares were enough to make the Silver Shirts afraid to show their faces. During that time, Lansky also helped the FBI crack many German and Hydra espionage cases. So in a sense, Lansky was a thorn in the side of German and Hydra intelligence operations. At this point, neither the Mafia nor the FBI ever considered that this series of attacks was actually just a gang war meticulously planned. The scale was too large, the targets too spread out, and none of the attacked Jewish gang properties, goods, or money had been touched. This didn't fit the usual behavior of gang warfare at all. Faced with this, the Italians quietly refrained from any extreme response, merely starting to take over the now ownerless territories. Meanwhile, the FBI ramped up checks on recent European arrivals, and their investigations really did uncover quite a few spies. Yet the wave of attacks was not over, because the man who should have been the central figure in all these cases, Meyer Lansky himself, had been overlooked. Or rather, not so much overlooked as simply absent. At the time these attacks occurred, Meyer Lansky wasn't even in the United States, he was in Havana, Cuba. This period of Cuban history was marked by warlord rule. American gangsters, thanks to bribery, operated in Cuba almost without restraint. And Meyer Lansky was one of the main leaders in charge. So he spent nearly half of each year in Havana. But when news of the series of attacks in the US reached Cuba, Lansky, as the boss, could no longer stay put. He immediately boarded a yacht to return to Miami. Although the US aviation industry had developed rapidly, international routes were still limited. Only the Boeing 314 flying boat to Britain and a few routes to Canada. Cuba, despite being close to the US, had no air routes due to its unstable political situation. Travel between Cuba and the US could only be done by ship. Fortunately, Havana and Miami are less than 400 kilometers apart, a half-day trip by steamer. When Meyer Lansky arrived in Miami, his men were already waiting at the dock in cars. As the top Jewish gang boss, his security was naturally very tight, 4 or 5 vehicles, more than 20 men guarding him closely. But just then, a Ford pickup carrying hay passing nearby revealed its true face. As the hay on the back was lifted, a deadly weapon was suddenly exposed to Lansky and his men. It was a weapon even more fearsome than the M1895 Dix had used in Chicago, the M1919. Mr. Josh, your previously ordered heavy-duty degreasing service has been completed. Have a pleasant day. Half an hour later, in a villa in West Palm Beach, barely 100 kilometers from Miami, Josh smiled in satisfaction as he listened to the voice on the phone. Hanging up the call, Josh happily opened a bottle of champagne, poured 2 glasses, and headed toward the backyard. In the open-air pool in the backyard, a mermaid was swimming gracefully and freely. What happened? You look so happy. Margot, who had slowly swum to the edge of the pool and poked half of her body out of the water, looked curiously at Josh holding 2 glasses of champagne. Although the United States had already issued a law prohibiting the sale of alcohol to minors when Prohibition was repealed in 1933, it did not prohibit minors from drinking. So, in this era, underage drinking was actually still quite common. But Margot knew this guy didn't like alcohol. He only drank a little champagne or wine on important occasions, and never took the initiative. Now, opening champagne on his own clearly meant something good had happened. Nothing really, just completed an investment. Although there won't be returns in the short term, and I lost quite a bit of money, the future looks promising. Josh smiled, handed a glass of champagne to the beauty, clinked glasses gently, and said, "When you're happy, how can you not have fine wine and a beautiful woman by your side? So that means, you're done with work now, right?" Margot smartly didn't ask about the investment. After finishing the champagne with Josh, she asked, "Yes, why?" Josh nodded. "Then come down here." Margot grinned mischievously, grabbed Josh, and pulled him into the pool, then quickly swam away, treading water not far off, laughing recklessly at the flustered Josh. "Very good, woman, you've successfully gotten my attention. Are you ready to face the revenge coming your way?" Josh raised himself from the water, pretending to be serious as he looked at Margot. "Revenge? Little sir, do you think you can catch me?" Margot said mockingly. "Well then, what man could tolerate that? Don't run. Just wait till I catch you and show you how little I am." Josh furiously swam toward Margot at full speed. Soon, the courtyard was filled with shrieks and pleas for mercy, which before long turned into melodious moans. Compared to cold Chicago, Florida's warm climate made Josh and Margot reluctant to leave. So, the two decided to settle long-term in Palm Beach and even bought a plot of land to build their own vacation estate. After all, the current villa was just rented. In the future, they could come here to vacation every fall and winter. It wasn't just an indulgence, it was also a very worthwhile investment. After all, Palm Beach would become a billionaire's haven in the future. Although land prices weren't cheap in Palm Beach even during this period, they were far from being unaffordable. Building an estate posed little financial burden for Josh and Margot. Moreover, with the Jewish gang no longer in the way, Josh's tobacco business suddenly became smooth sailing, bringing in huge sums of money every day. However, since the tobacco production and sales hubs were mainly in the northern big cities, and he had successfully established a foothold in New York, Josh often had to travel back and forth among Chicago, New York, and Miami for resupply and collections. The reason he didn't set up factories in the South was simple: while sales weren't impossible there, profits would be significantly lower. There were many tobacco-producing states nearby, and neighboring countries like Cuba were major tobacco producers, making prices difficult to raise. Because of this, Josh had to fulfill a prior promise and spent nearly $30,000 to buy a modified DC-3 as a private plane for convenient travel. Meanwhile, under Dick's and Lyndon Schneider's leadership, the Blackwater gang's influence rapidly expanded alongside the booming bootleg tobacco and sugar business. Plus, thanks to the gang's powerful yet non-territorial style, they were very welcomed by Irish gangs across the country, mainly because Blackwater left enough profits in the bootleg trades for those gangs. Thanks to these lucrative businesses, Dick's successfully accumulated a large network and reputation among Irish gangs nationwide, and had vaguely become the de facto head of the national Irish mob. Seeing the Irish gangs they had previously suppressed rising to match their power, the Italian mafia naturally felt threatened. The large-scale takeover of the Jewish gang's bootleg tobacco market made them realize that the ones who had taken down the Jews might not have been spies after all, but this mysterious Blackwater gang. But after several confrontations, they found that against the revitalized Irish mob and the manipulative Blackwater gang behind them, they held no advantage. In terms of boldness and ferocity, the Irish were in no way inferior to the Italians. They had only lacked a strong leader and sufficient organization before. But now, with Dick's as a leading figure, and supported by German and Austrian-descended members, who, while less cunning than Jews, were more organized, the Italians could hardly gain the upper hand. Even if local Irish mob bosses and senior members were eliminated, the Blackwater gang would quickly use their Irish identity to elevate new leaders from the ranks and restore strength swiftly. So, if they wanted to crush the Irish momentum again, they had to take down the mysterious Blackwater gang. The problem was, the Blackwater gang had no fixed territory, and Lyndon Schneider's cigarette factory was semi-mobile to avoid police detection. The Italians couldn't even touch the edges of Blackwater's operations. As for their supply chain, Josh's delivery points were even less predictable. Thanks to his system warehouse, every time supplies were needed, he would temporarily rent a location and notify Dick's to pick up the goods. Even Blackwater members didn't know where pickups would happen until the last minute. How could the Italians possibly find out? As for going directly after Dick's, the head of Blackwater, the mafia had tried that too, but Josh's insistence on military training for the gang finally paid off. Several mafia attempts to assassinate Dick's were narrowly avoided. And the result? Furious retaliations against the Italians. The involved mafia families were wiped out, and their businesses devastated. Most notably, every Italian mafia outfit in Chicago was completely wiped out, and their territory divided among local Irish gangs. Chicago had returned to the Irish era of 20 years ago. After witnessing several terrifying reprisals, the Italians were scared. They shifted to trying to tackle Blackwater through official channels, but again, they failed. As latecomers to American immigration, Italians were rare in the upper echelons of power. In the past, they relied heavily on their Jewish allies for political access, but now, Irish and German descendants far outnumbered Italians and Jews in high places. President Roosevelt himself was of Irish descent, and military leaders like Eisenhower and Nimitz were German. Previously, the Irish mob had been too dysfunctional to compete, so their ethnic kin in high office had turned a blind eye. But now that the Irish mob was rising and, importantly, paying their dues, which side would those politicians take? By this time, it had become very clear that the ones who took down Meyer Lansky and other Jewish leaders were the Blackwater gang. Yet the FBI and other law enforcement agencies took no action against Blackwater. One reason was that Blackwater was rising and played by the rules. Another was that Blackwater covered its tracks so well that the FBI had no solid evidence. And so, the Italian mafia and Jewish gangs who should have entered their golden era in this decade were mysteriously and thoroughly suppressed. Under such a situation, time swiftly moved from 1943 into 1944. And the second dimensional beacon from Josh's long-awaited dimensional trading system finally arrived. One night in February 1944, Josh sat alone in the study of his Chicago residence, quietly waiting. Today was the day the new plane beacon would refresh, so he had specifically arranged for the Blackwater gang's resupply to fall on this day, returning to Chicago. The goal was to avoid all interference. As time ticked by, the countdown on the system finally hit 0. Deploy the beacon immediately. Seeing the new plane beacon refresh, Josh couldn't wait to give the order. Plane beacon deployed, searching for a matching user. Following Josh's command, the beacon was launched. Under Josh's expectant gaze, more than 3 minutes passed before a prompt indicating a successful match appeared on the system screen. The screen changed, showing the interior of a cave. Wait, a cave? Josh's heart sank slightly, because in his opinion, the environment in which the beacon's host lived could somewhat reflect the potential of the trading partner. Just like Daenerys, the first person matched, she was in a fallen state, living in a Dothraki tent. Fortunately, Daenerys herself was extraordinary and quickly got out of her predicament. But even she had a tent at the time, and now, a cave. And when the host appeared, Josh felt even worse. Because the other party was a bald wild man wearing a patchwork of various unknown furs. Did he get matched with someone from a primitive tribe? Huh? What's this? Plane trading system? Interesting, very interesting. It can actually connect and facilitate trade between people from different universes. Fascinating. I wonder what level of civilization could invent such a powerful thing. Truly awe-inspiring. Just as Josh was lamenting his bad luck, the other party spoke. And that first sentence made Josh freeze. The beacon gives hosts some basic information when matched, but that information only helps the host understand the function of the trading device, knowing the what but not the why. It doesn't actually teach them anything. But now the other party was throwing around conceptual terms like universe and civilization, clearly not something a primitive person could say, even with the system's real-time translation. Just from those two words, the person couldn't possibly be a primitive. Could it be that, like Daenerys, this person had fallen into hardship for some reason and ended up like this? Hello, I'm Josh Kane, a plane merchant. May I ask how I should address you? Josh asked tentatively. Hello, Mr. Khan. I'm Nonolias Yuri. You can just call me Yuri. As for my identity, scientist? Politician? Military strategist? Ha ha ha, forget it, I'm just a fallen man now. Yuri smiled and shook his head. Nonolias Yuri? Yuri? At first, Josh didn't think much of it, but when he saw the bald head, a flash of inspiration hit him. Could this be that Yuri? Only, his appearance. Judging by your expression, it seems like you know me. The other party saw the change in Josh's expression and immediately guessed his thoughts. You're Yuri? The former operations minister of the Soviet Bear Nation, who later founded the Yuri Nation. That Yuri? Josh didn't hide it, swallowed hard, and asked with some disbelief. Yes. Oh, you really know me? Could it be that we're from the same world? Or does your world have a counterpart similar to me? Hearing Josh's question, Yuri was also surprised. No. While our worlds share many similarities, my world doesn't have you. And the timeline of my world should be far earlier than yours. It's only 1944 now. But I did previously meet another chosen one from your world, someone from the Rising Sun Empire. I learned about you from him. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and died before he could even trade with me. Josh's mind spun rapidly, and he instantly came up with a reason, shifting the blame to the Japanese guy from the same Red Alert world. He was absolutely thrilled now. This wasn't bad luck, this was a jackpot. Like winning the lottery's grand prize? This was Yuri. Yuri? The one from Red Alert who could be compared to Einstein? No, even more badass than Einstein? The Rising Sun Empire? Then you really were unlucky. That tiny nation only barely survived between the Allies and the Soviets. Even if he had lived, he probably wouldn't have had anything good to trade with you. Yuri sneered when he heard the name. In his time, the Rising Sun Empire was just a colony of the Allies and a front line in the standoff between the Allies and the Soviets. Mr. Yuri is absolutely right. However, Mr. Yuri, your current situation doesn't seem very good either. Josh asked tentatively. He already had a guess about Yuri's situation because in Red Alert 2, Yuri's Revenge, there were 3 possible endings for Yuri. The first was that only his brain remained, stored in the Kremlin's basement. The second was that he was locked in Einstein's psychic prison. The third, which clearly resembled the current Yuri, was that he was sent to the Cretaceous period by the time machine, fate unknown. Ahem, that Rising Sun Empire guy didn't tell you my outcome? Yuri asked. But even as he asked, with his intelligence, it wasn't hard to guess whether Soviet or Allied, Yuri's fate would have been classified, especially since the time machine was a top-secret project. Right, he only said you disappeared. No official details were released. Josh feigned ignorance. All right then. My current situation is indeed quite bad. I'm alone, far from civilization. The era I'm in is the Cretaceous. But I think that might be good news for you. Yuri stroked his chin as he spoke. Oh, how so? Josh asked curiously. Do you recognize this? Yuri held up a piece of silvery white metal. This is. Josh regretfully admitted his ignorance. This is iridium? Metal iridium. Yuri sighed. Don't tell me you don't even know what iridium is. Metal iridium? Of course Josh knew what metal iridium was. He had to thank the first Avengers movie for that. There was an important scene where Loki went to Germany and gouged out an old scientist's eye. Then Hawkeye scanned the retina on the other side and stole a big chunk of iridium from a vault. That piece of iridium was then used as a stabilizing device for the Cheetorai's portal. After watching the movie, Josh specifically looked up what this stuff was. He learned it's a relatively expensive platinum group metal with extremely stable chemical properties, the most corrosion-resistant metal, and insoluble in acids. In its dense state, even boiling aqua regia can't dissolve it. Its reserves on Earth are extremely scarce. It's mainly used to make all kinds of advanced scientific instruments and is very suitable as an alloy additive. It is also an important raw material for smartphones and new energy vehicle batteries. The price reached as high as $5,000 to $6,000 per ounce. In RMB, that's $1,000 to $1,500 per gram. Sounds high-end and valuable, right? But there's a harsh reality. This stuff actually isn't that easy to sell. Even in the 21st century, when electronics are everywhere, global demand in the best years only reached a little over 10 tons, and just a few tons in low years. And that's in the electronics-saturated 21st century. In 1944, Josh's time, know what this stuff was used for? Fountain pen nibs. To put it bluntly, the consumption is extremely low. Sell a little, and it's not worth the trouble. Sell a lot, and it won't sell at all. It's pure chicken ribs, tasteless but a pity to discard. However, when Josh explained this, Yuri started cursing. Stupid? Utterly stupid? Who the hell told you to sell it? Since you've come in contact with people from my timeline, do you know about the war factory? About apocalypse tanks? About Tesla troopers? About Tesla coils? About the magnetic reactor? Not just the Soviets, even the Allies' various military technologies use massive amounts of iridium in their core components. In our world, iridium has become the most hotly contested strategic resource between the Allies and Soviets, and you're telling me it won't sell. If they weren't in different universes, from the way Yuri looked, Josh would probably have been strangled to death on the spot. And faced with Yuri's outburst, Josh opened his mouth but had nothing to say. What could he say? That his world didn't have that kind of technology? Yeah, never mind 1944 America. Even in the 21st century of his past life, most of Red Alert's tech only existed in dreams. But Yuri's attitude was clear. Josh didn't have it, but he did. Even in the Cretaceous, as one of the most overpowered tech geniuses in the Red Alert world, Josh believed Yuri, like a future Tony Stark, could build a battlesuit with the right tools. What? Tesla trooper armor isn't a battlesuit? The man doesn't even fear getting run over by tanks? Hehe, Lord Yuri, don't be angry. I'm just young and ignorant. I didn't recognize something valuable. Just thinking about all those insane Red Alert technologies made Josh drool. He quickly tried to butter up Yuri. Whatever you need, just say the word. If I can get it, I will. At least you know your place. Don't rush other things first. Get me some food and drink, especially vegetables and alcohol. The damn Cretaceous era only has dinosaurs and ferns. I can barely see any decent-sized mammals, though the Cretaceous did have small mammals. Also, get me a computer. Never mind, it's 1944, no computers yet. Get me a typewriter and some paper. I'll give you a list of the equipment I need, sorted by priority, and you can procure it gradually. Oh, and if possible, send a few people over for me, you know what I mean. Yuri added with a wink. In the Cretaceous, thanks to his psychic control abilities, Yuri didn't need to worry about survival. Unlike his clones, the original Yuri could control over 100 normal people at once, let alone dinosaurs with brains the size of walnuts. Okay, that was a joke. Of course, large dinosaurs didn't literally have walnut-sized brains. But they definitely weren't as smart as humans, so they weren't hard for Yuri to control. The reason Yuri survived this long was because he had taken control of several T-Rexes and an entire raptor pack, so food, water, and safety weren't issues, but long-term isolation made loneliness inevitable. As a would-be conqueror, Yuri hadn't yet stooped so low as to be like certain people from the subcontinent who'd do things with lizards. Now that he had a dimensional trading device, if he didn't enjoy himself, wouldn't that be letting himself down? When Josh heard Yuri's request, he immediately understood. People? Huh? No problem. He didn't buy people through the trading system because he lacked means of control and feared the device's secret would be exposed. But selling people to Yuri? That was another story. Of course, as a man of conscience, Josh deeply abhorred human trafficking, but if the people sold were Japs, that was different. Japs were chickens, not people. Nothing wrong with that. And where would he get Japs from? Easy. After Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt, citing wartime needs, ordered the forced relocation of huge numbers of Japs from the West Coast to 10 relocation camps in the interior, up to 120,000 of them. In addition, hundreds of thousands already living inland or on the East Coast were ostracized. There were quite a few in Chicago too. Give Dix a heads up later, and it should be easy to acquire a batch. And thinking about it, these Japs were suffering discrimination and marginalization in America. By sending them to the resource-rich Cretaceous, under the care of a super-powerful Yuri, Josh would actually be saving them. Compared to that, what is freedom worth? Didn't they worship the strong anyway? The more Josh thought about it, the more right it felt. Japs, not unacceptable, but I still prefer white ones. When Josh said he could only send Japs, Yuri was clearly not thrilled. But as long as they weren't black, it was fine. Of course, Yuri didn't mind if Josh sent blacks too, they could always mine. Whites are fine too, but you'll have to wait until the war ends next year. I'll go to Europe and get some for you then. Josh stroked his chin and promised. In the immediate post-war period, nearly all of Europe was famine-stricken. The victors were slightly better off with US aid, but the defeated countries were in dire straits. Back then, rounding up people under the guise of confession wouldn't draw much attention. Besides, it'd count as saving them. Better to pioneer in the Cretaceous than starve to death, right? Yep, this was also a good deed. No problem. Josh felt he was such a kind person. Right, Mr. Yuri, for the early trades aside from iridium, prepare some dinosaur eggs for me too. Josh suddenly thought of it. Francesca, are you asleep? Josh walked out of the room and called downstairs. Not yet, sir. Do you need something? Came the sound of hurried footsteps. A young girl in her early 20s peeked out from the staircase below. She was a newly hired maid in Josh's house, of Italian descent. Since Josh and Margot had spent the entire winter in Florida, several of their experienced servants had been taken along, leaving only 2 behind in the Chicago villa to take turns watching the house. Francesca was one of them. Is there still something to eat in the house? If possible, prepare some for me, add more vegetables, make it enough for 2. And also bring up 2 bottles of red wine, Josh asked. Although he hadn't been home much, Josh always notified the stay-behind servants before returning. Plus, they had to eat too, so the house was stocked with some basic supplies. It wouldn't be possible to trade with Yuri on a large scale just yet, but satisfying his cravings temporarily was doable. As for the materials needed for actual trade, Josh had already called Lyndon Schneider to make arrangements. He figured everything would be ready by noon the next day. Mr. Kane, would veal steak be okay for the main course? As for vegetables, we have some mushrooms, lettuce, carrots, and cabbage, Francesca asked carefully. You handle it. Oh, and add some fruit, Josh said casually. After all, he wasn't eating it himself. As for Yuri, before being bound by the dimensional beacon, the guy had already been in the Cretaceous period for over a year. Although, as a superhuman skilled in psychic control, he didn't need to worry about survival and had dinosaur meat to eat every day. But without proper cookware and seasonings, his life must have been pretty grim. You can imagine. So never mind veal steak and vegetable salad, even just a few slices of dry bread would probably seem delicious to Yuri right now. Yes, sir. Francesca nodded and went to prepare the meal. Josh, meanwhile, returned to chat with Yuri. Although Josh himself had no real interest in an old, lonely bald man, the guy had been isolated for over a year and was now in a chatty mood after finally seeing another human being. He wouldn't stop talking. Given the value of the super technology from the Red Alert world, Josh had no choice but to humor him. He listened to the old man go on and on about how he evolved from a psychic experiment subject to the Soviet Union's most important scientist and military strategist, and eventually into an ambitious dictator who nearly established a powerful Yuri empire on the moon. After over half an hour of this monologue, Francesca knocked on the door, carrying the prepared food. Josh temporarily shut down the trading system and opened the door to let her in. But after setting down the food, Francesca didn't leave right away. Instead, she looked at Josh hesitantly. Is something the matter, Francesca? Josh immediately realized she probably had something she wanted to say. It's like this, Mr. Kane. Last winter, my younger brother got into some trouble and was arrested. Because he speaks Italian, he was conscripted into the army. Last November, he was captured, but Captain America rescued him. However, he was shot while escaping. He only just recovered and was granted a 1-month leave. He'll be back in Chicago next week, Francesca said hesitantly. Oh epsilon-s. And? Josh asked, somewhat curious. Rescued by Cap last November? That was probably the mission where Captain America saved Bucky and gained fame. That operation didn't just save members of Bucky's 107th Infantry Regiment but also soldiers from other units. Some were British, French, even Soviet troops totaling in the thousands. It was exactly why Cap became a hero celebrated by all the major allied nations, not just the US. It's my mother. She knows you're a powerful man, so she wanted me to ask if there's any way my brother could avoid being sent back to the battlefield. My father died in an accident last year, and my brother is the only male left in our family. My mother is terrified he won't return again. Mr. Kane, I beg you please help us. I'll do anything you ask. Francesca pleaded. Anything? Josh, mentally a man in his 30s, immediately misunderstood. He sized up Francesca's maid uniform. Well, a proper maid's outfit was very conservative, floor-length, and unflattering, so there wasn't much to see. But her face was quite delicate, not a stunning beauty, but easily an 80 out of 100. Then Margot's exquisite face suddenly flashed in his mind, and he shook his head. What's his name? Which unit is he in? Josh asked. For him, it really wasn't a big deal, just a phone call. And a servant in his household was part of his people. Helping with a small favor was nothing. Vito Scaletta? He's in the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment of the 82nd Airborne Division. Francesca answered eagerly, initially thinking Josh had refused when she saw him shake his head, but then lighting up at his question. All right, I got it. I'll take care of it. Josh waved her off, signaling she could leave. Francesca sensibly exited the study. Josh reopened the trading device since Yuri was still waiting. He sent over the food and wine, and in return received 2 dinosaur eggs. They were Pachycephalosaurus eggs. But Yuri didn't trade them to Josh for incubation or anything, just to let him taste them. According to him, Pachycephalosaurus eggs were the best tasting eggs he'd eaten during his time in the Cretaceous. Excellent, top-tier red wine. But it's a pity I still prefer vodka. Yuri took a swig from the wine as soon as he retrieved it from the trading device. There'll be vodka in tomorrow's supply drop. That stuff is dirt cheap. 1 bottle of red wine could buy dozens of vodkas, Josh replied. He didn't drink much himself, but seeing Yuri guzzle it like that made his eye twitch. That red wine was from Margot's private stash. It was expensive. But Yuri didn't care at all, devouring the food enthusiastically. He only had a few bites of veal steak, but he went to town on the vegetables and fruit salad. After all, meat wasn't scarce in the Cretaceous, but vegetables were. Occasionally he might find some young ferns to substitute, but otherwise it was extremely limited. While Yuri was eating, Josh took the opportunity to give a brief overview of his own world. And when Josh mentioned Red Skull, Captain America, the super soldiers, and the Cosmic Cube, Yuri's interest was clearly piqued. If possible, could you get some of that energy sample from the Cosmic Cube you mentioned, and also some super soldier blood? Asked Yuri, now full and satisfied. Different technologies from different worlds might create new sparks. But as soon as Yuri made the request, Josh frowned. because whether it was the super soldier's blood or a sample of weapons powered by the cosmic cube, it was basically impossible for Josh to get, not to mention the cosmic cube itself. Back when he realized this world was the Marvel Universe, as a transmigrator, he naturally had his eyes on the super soldier serum and the cosmic cube, but it could only stay as wishful thinking. Captain America wasn't like the Mafia. Even if Josh equipped the Blackwater gang with tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter planes, chances were they still wouldn't be able to touch a hair on him. The final result of trying would be Josh getting labeled a spy coveting top US military secrets and ending up behind bars. As for Hydra weapons powered by the cosmic cube's energy, forget about it unless he went to Europe and wiped out several Hydra armies, there was no way to get them. The brutality of the European front was something everyone knew, and the presence of Hydra made the danger level rise exponentially. Unless you were a super soldier like Captain America, ordinary people were just cannon fodder on that battlefield. So Josh had never even considered stepping into Europe before the war ended. But Yuri had the nerve to ask for these things. Wasn't he joking? I understand. No rush on this. Once we begin formal trading, I'll try to get you some equipment first. With that gear, you and your men should be able to move more safely on the European battlefield. Of course, if you truly don't want to go, I won't force you. Yuri, a psychology expert, could tell from Josh's expression what his concern was and quickly withdrew his suggestion. Even with good equipment, it would at best increase the chances of obtaining energy weapon samples. But getting a super soldier's blood sample is still extremely difficult, Josh said after thinking it over. Right now, the only super soldiers in the world were Captain America and Red Skull. Trying to get blood from either of them was insanely difficult. Plus, in early 1945, Red Skull would be teleported to Vormir, and Captain America would fall into the Arctic Ocean. Josh had at most a year. As for trying to recover Cap's body after he fell into the ocean, come on, the Arctic is huge. Finding a crashed plane in it isn't easy. In the movie, Cap was only found because glacial movement brought him to the surface. In comparison, the cosmic cube might actually be easier to find because of its high energy signature. That's why Howard Stark could find the cube but not Cap. Back when Bucky was captured, he had also been injected with a knockoff super soldier serum made by Dr. Zola. But even to get Bucky's blood, Josh would have to go to Europe. After all, once Cap and his buddies set foot in Europe, they never returned to America. No worries, just let things happen naturally. If it's meant to be, it will be. If not, don't force it. That's life, isn't it? Yuri replied, quoting an old proverb. You know Chinese. Josh was stunned at the perfectly spoken line. Why not? I know 18 languages. Yuri raised his eyebrow. Okay, you're the boss. You win? But while super soldier blood is hard to get, there's another kind of very special blood. I wonder if you're interested, Josh asked Yuri. Oh, what kind of blood? Yuri was curious. Legendary creatures dragons, Josh answered. Of course I'm interested. Yuri's eyes lit up. Why was he interested in super soldiers? Because Yuri wasn't just a physicist, he was highly skilled in biology as well. In the Yuri faction of Red Alert, there was a super soldier type unit, brutes. They were the result of combining various animal genes with human ones. So the first thought he had when hearing about super soldiers was to integrate their genes into his brutes. Dinosaur genes were also part of his plan. Now, hearing that Josh could get dragons, he was even more excited. That's good, but it's still too early to talk about this. The most pressing thing now is to help you re-enter the industrial age. By then, I'll probably have a lot of things that need your help researching. Let's stop for today, it's really late. Seeing it was already past midnight, Josh felt tired and took the initiative to end the lengthy conversation. Nui, sorry, dear. Some changes came up in business. I may not be able to leave Chicago for a while. Early the next morning, Josh called Margot. No problem. I'm getting tired of staying here anyway. Might as well come home. Hearing Josh couldn't come back, Margot figured staying alone in Florida wasn't fun either, so she decided to return to Chicago. Winter there was almost over anyway. Josh certainly had no objection. After saying goodbye, he made another call to arrange a private plane to pick her up. Francesca. After hanging up, Josh called out to the maid who was busy making breakfast. Sir, is there something you need? Francesca asked. There are 2 ostrich eggs a friend gave me in my study. See if you can cook one. Just put the other in the fridge, Josh instructed. The so-called ostrich eggs were actually the Pachycephalosaurus eggs he had traded from Yuri. Of course, he couldn't tell her they were dinosaur eggs, so he passed them off as ostrich eggs. Luckily, though Pachycephalosaurus were much larger than ostriches, their eggs weren't any bigger. Francesca was a bit puzzled by Josh's request. Ostrich eggs? She'd never cooked one. But Josh had asked, and since she had just begged him for help yesterday, she couldn't refuse. Still, since it was an egg, aside from being big, it probably cooked like a regular egg, right? Nervously, Francesca found the 2 eggs in the study, carried them to the kitchen, and put one in the fridge while preparing to crack the other. Wait. Just as she was about to start, Josh walked into the kitchen. I'll do it myself. You can go. Although Francesca was confused, she obediently left the kitchen. After confirming she was fully gone, Josh let out a sigh of relief. Because he had just remembered if the egg wasn't fertilized, there'd be no issue. But if it was even slightly developed, that would be a big problem. So he hurried over and sent the maid away, ready to handle it himself. The shell of the dinosaur egg was thick. It took some effort to crack it open, but fortunately, it wasn't fertilized, just like a normal egg. It did smell pretty fishy though. Could it even taste good? He whisked the egg and made himself some scrambled dinosaur egg. Once it was cooked, the strong odor mostly dissipated. Tasting it, the texture was tenderer than chicken eggs, actually quite tasty, but at over 3 pounds, it was a hefty portion. And eggs aren't something you should eat too much of, so Josh only ate a third. The rest would, of course, be handled by the maid. After finishing breakfast, Josh left the house to pick up his delivery. How's it going? Any difficulties with that new batch of goods? In the restaurant, Josh asked Lyndon Schneider, who was seated beside him. Although the agreed time hadn't yet arrived, since both of them worked in offices, they naturally tended to arrive early for meetings or gatherings. Dix wasn't so fortunate. With the Blackwater gang's sphere of influence expanding continuously, he was constantly traveling and didn't stay in Chicago long term. At this point, he was more or less a frequent flyer, so arriving a little late was perfectly normal. As for Sheriff Dietrich, no, thanks to Josh, he had now become the district police commissioner, equivalent to a precinct chief. With that position, it wasn't appropriate for him to regularly show up in this restaurant, so unless Josh deemed it necessary, he rarely participated in these meetings anymore. Most of it isn't a problem, but those industrial machines and Jap chickens will take some time, replied Lyndon Schneider. Although he found it strange that Josh suddenly wanted some Jap chickens, he was tactful enough not to ask further, and certainly didn't see it as violating the rules Josh had set for the Blackwater gang. Ever since Pearl Harbor, aside from a few Akita dog types or bleeding hearts, no American citizen saw the Japs as human. Immigrants from other Asian countries hated them even more. Asians already faced discrimination in the US during this era, and the Japs single-handedly pushed that discrimination to its peak. Not to mention, back in Asia during this time, the Japs didn't treat people from other countries like human beings at all. They never repented. Forget Unit 731, even places like Hashima Island were horrific. That Japan, even in the 21st century, had the audacity to try registering it as a World Heritage Site showed just how little humanity was in their bones. So Josh had no psychological burden in extraditing a few Japs to Yuri. As long as it's not a problem. No need to rush, take your time. Any other good stuff came in? Josh nodded, then asked. There actually is one special batch, some M1897s that were used for military training years ago. Don't know if you're interested, boss, said Lyndon Schneider. Shotguns? That's not interesting. Josh thought of the Winchester M1897 and shook his head. That thing was only useful in trench warfare. With its short range, it wouldn't be of much use in the world of Game of Thrones. Ahem, boss, it's not the shotgun. It's artillery. The French lady. Lyndon quickly corrected him. Josh's eyes immediately lit up when he heard French lady. It turned out that Lyndon was referring to the French Schneider Company's M1897 75mm field gun, and the manufacturer was actually Schneider's namesake. But that wasn't the point. The point was that this artillery piece had a much more famous nickname to Chinese people, the 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian cannon. Though it was famous and widely used during WWI, the unavoidable truth was that by the later stages of the war, it was already outdated. After WWI, it became obsolete, either dismantled or sold to Asia. Only the US, still following an isolationist policy pre-World War II, had retained a number of these French ladies for training purposes. With America's full industrial mobilization after joining the war, the military had already upgraded to more advanced artillery. These now outdated French ladies had lost their place, but Josh didn't mind at all. This type of outdated, lightweight, easy to transport artillery with decent firepower was perfect for Daenerys, especially now that she had recuperated and landed on Dragonstone, preparing for her full-scale campaign into Westeros. This batch of cannons would be great for sieging cities or blasting White Walkers. Now that's good stuff. How many? What about shells? Josh asked. 200 in total. As for shells, not that many, on average less than 5 units per gun, mostly he and shrapnel rounds, Lyndon replied. A US artillery unit defines one unit as 50 shells. So, about 250 shells per gun. That kind of quantity wouldn't be much in Europe, maybe enough for a small-scale conflict, but for Daenerys, it was enough to flatten all obstacles in Westeros. Alpha OES. Sounds good. Contact the seller, negotiate the price, and arrange a warehouse. I'll have people pick them up later. Josh nodded. Lyndon, of course, had no objections and wouldn't ask how Josh was planning to transport them. Both he and Dix knew Josh had a transportation team that could appear and disappear without a trace. A while later, Dix arrived, with Goss beside him, now effectively the Blackwater gang's number 3. Sorry boss, I'm late. As always, Dix greeted Josh respectfully. Josh appreciated that kind of attitude very much. No worries, we just got here early. Sit down. I heard those Italians are getting restless again. Josh waved his hand and poured him a glass of his favorite Kentucky bourbon from home. Yeah, the issue's mainly in New York. A few families brought in some Jewish guys again, and the Irish gangs there are having a hard time breaking through their blockade, Dix said after taking a sip. Tisk, Jews again. Hard to get rid of them completely. Josh shook his head. Annoying as they were, you had to admit they were resilient. Fortunately, it's not too big a deal. Their influence is mostly confined to New York State. Other places Philadelphia, Atlantic City those mafia groups are gradually leaning toward us, since they can make more money with us, Dix said with a smile. That's good. It's all about making money not shameful. But keep info security tight. Don't trust them too much. If the day comes when you can't make them money anymore, they'll be the first to take you out, Josh said while nibbling on a cookie Anna had brought. He wasn't surprised that some regional Italians were gravitating toward Dix. Just like how, when Italians were suppressing the Irish, many Irish gangs had turned to the Italians. After all, they were all bottom-tier ethnicities, biased against each other but not to the point of extermination. Profit came first. By the way, boss, now that Blackwater's influence has expanded, we've got lots of new operations. You interested in any of them? Dix asked. Didn't I say that already? I'm not interested in gang business. Aside from a few shipments, the profits from your other ventures are all yours, Josh replied. Boss, don't turn me down so fast. I'm talking about legit businesses. Dix chuckled. Judging by your sleazy face, how legit can they be? Josh joked, laughing along with Lyndon Schneider. No, really boss, I mean it. The 2-meter-tall man looked a little anxious when Josh didn't believe him. Okay, no more jokes. Go ahead, tell me, Josh said, reining it in. I've got 2 Hollywood movie studios, a partial stake in Blue Network, a newspaper, 3 factories, and I'm planning to get a piece of Las Vegas too, Dix said slowly. As soon as he finished, he saw Josh and Lyndon Schneider staring at him with wide eyes. You don't know until it's said, and once it's said, what a shock. Dix gave Josh quite a surprise. Unlike Lyndon Schneider, who was only amazed because of the film companies, this guy, although talented, is really just an old pervert once you get to know him. What truly surprised Josh was the nature of these industries. Leaving aside the casino in Las Vegas, which was obviously what it was, and the 3 factories whose nature was still unknown. The rest of the industry's film companies, Blue Network, and a newspaper. These 3 combined are practically the embryonic form of a media empire. Some people might not know about the Blue Network, but when you mention ABC, American Broadcasting Company, many will recognize it. The Blue Network was actually the predecessor of ABC. Before 1941, both the Blue and Red networks were part of the National Broadcasting Company, NBC. The difference between the two was essentially that of commercial versus non-commercial broadcasting. The Red network offered commercially sponsored entertainment and music programs. The Blue network primarily provided non-sponsored broadcasts, particularly news and cultural programs. Later, due to the federal government's concern that NBC controlling 2 radio networks gave it too much power, essentially a monopoly, NBC was ordered to divest one of them. NBC kept the Red network, and the Blue network became an independent company. Just last year, in 1943, it was acquired by a candy businessman named Edward Noble for $8 million. Josh had seen the news about the Blue network being acquired in the newspaper and only then remembered the matter. The other party was also from Illinois, so the acquisition made it into the Chicago Tribune. At the time, Josh didn't have much money on hand, and $8 million was quite a burden, so he could only sigh at the opportunity. He never expected Dix would now be offering him a portion of those shares. You have to understand, because of the sugar factory, Josh and Edward Noble were actually business competitors. Under normal circumstances, it would have been extremely difficult for Josh to obtain shares in the Blue network. How did you get shares in the Blue network? Josh couldn't help but ask curiously. I have to thank those Italians for that. Previously, there was fierce competition between the Irish and Italians in Springfield. The Irish asked us for help. After clearing out the Italian operations, this was part of the reward the local Irish gave me, Dix replied with a smile. Springfield is the capital of Illinois. Its transliteration is Springfield, home of the famous Springfield Armory. What about the other industries? Josh asked again. The 2 film companies were both Jewish-owned. The larger one belonged to that Jewish guy Siegel I took down. The smaller one was owned by another local Jewish boss. As for the newspaper, it's not much, just a local tabloid, Dix explained one by one. As for the 3 factories, they're a cotton yarn mill, an agricultural airfield, and a tire factory. But aside from the cotton mill, the other 2 are barely operational and are close to bankruptcy. Arno, yes. Josh nodded at that. These were all good businesses in his eyes. The agricultural airfield and tire factory clearly suffered from raw material issues and lacked military contracts. Otherwise, during World War II, a time when everyone was making money, bankruptcy wouldn't even be on the table. All right, make a full list of these industries for me. I'll have an accounting firm evaluate them, and I'll purchase them from you at market price. Also, regarding the Blue network, I need you to acquire all the shares. Josh nodded, quickly making a decision. After the business talk, Josh prepared to leave. Dix and Lyndon Schneider tried to drag Josh over to the chicken farm, saying they had some new stock recently. But Josh firmly refused, though the real reason was because Margot was returning tomorrow, and if he partied too hard tonight, he'd be too exhausted the next day. He didn't want to upset his beautiful sister over something like that. Besides, the first batch of goods to be traded to Yuri was still waiting to be transported. That first batch mainly consisted of vegetables, grains, and various basic daily necessities. In addition, there was a typewriter, some paper, and ink. In return, he received several kilograms of unrefined iridium and a freshly updated long list. So over the next few days, Josh was busy running shipments. delivering all sorts of daily necessities and basic tools to Yuri, including cars, tractors, excavators, and various construction machinery. He was swamped. Also, the 200 French ladies intended for sale to Daenerys were successfully traded during that time. A few days later, Chicago Union Station. Woo-woo. With a loud train whistle, a passenger train slowly pulled into Chicago Union Station. Before the train had fully stopped and as the doors just opened, a soldier in standard U.S. Army uniform couldn't wait to jump off. He exited the station, looked around, and quickly spotted the person there to pick him up, a plainly dressed young girl. "Vito, over here," the young girl called out excitedly to the soldier. The soldier immediately ran toward the girl. Other travelers around them stepped aside and gave the two young people fond smiles, thinking they were lovers. But clearly they misunderstood. These two were not lovers, but siblings. "Hey, sis, it's so good to see you. Give me a hug." The soldier ran up and hugged his smiling sister. "Vito, it's so wonderful to see you again." The girl quietly hugged her brother. "Didn't I tell you there was no need to come pick me up?" Vito said to his sister after the hug. "No way. If I hadn't come to pick you up, you might not have found our new home," the girl said. "New home? You moved? You didn't mention that in your last letter," Vito exclaimed. "Because we just moved recently. The new place is much better than the old one. And not only did we move, I've also paid off Dad's debt," the girl replied, visibly relaxed. "Looks like your boss is really something." Vito nodded. From their letters, he knew his sister had become a maid in someone's household. At first, he wasn't too happy about it. After all, being a maid isn't exactly the most respectable job, but judging from his sister's tone, her current life seemed quite good. "Yes, Mr. Kane and Ms. Margot are both very kind," the girl answered. That's right, this girl was none other than Josh's maid, Francesca. And the soldier was her brother, just back from the battlefield, Vito Scaletta. "You even have a car." As they left the station and came to a car, Francesca gestured for him to get in, and Vito was even more surprised. "This isn't my car, and I don't even know how to drive. Mr. Kane arranged it after learning I'd be picking you up today." "This is Mr. Brooke, one of Mr. Kane's bodyguards." "Mr. Brooke, this is my brother, Vito," Francesca said to the driver. Only then did Vito notice there was a chauffeur in the car. But as soon as he saw the driver, Vito had a feeling this guy was probably a soldier, just like him. "Thank you, Mr. Brooke." After arriving home, Francesca got out of the car and thanked the driver. "Don't mention it, just doing my job for the boss." Brooke waved his hand and drove away. "Seems like your boss might be even more impressive than I imagined." Watching the car drive off, Vito said to his sister. "Why do you say that?" Francesca asked, puzzled. "If I'm not mistaken, that driver used to be a soldier, and the kind who's seen combat," Vito explained. "Really? I'm not too sure about that. But it's not surprising. Mr. Kane isn't just a newspaper-featured anti-fascist hero, he's also a supplier to the military. So it's not unusual for him to have a few veterans around, right?" Francesca thought for a moment and said. Seeing her naive expression, Vito shook his head and didn't say more. Others might not notice, but having fought in Europe, he knew very well Brooke's demeanor didn't resemble that of a typical laid-back American soldier, but more like those German soldiers he encountered when he was captured. "Why is our new home here? Isn't this Irish territory?" Redirecting his focus, Vito couldn't help but ask as he looked around the neighborhood. The new home was in the west side, which was a much better environment than the Little Italy they used to live in. But to Vito, that was a problem. For the past decade or so, the living areas of new Italian immigrants were clearly separated from those of other ethnic groups. Unless they were wealthy, Italians wouldn't willingly move into neighborhoods dominated by others. For example, if an Italian lived in Little Italy and ran into trouble, he could spend a little money to get the local Italian mafia to handle it. But if you lived in the Irish district, who would help you then? Before getting drafted, Vito had also been a street punk, and he understood how these things worked. "Vito, don't say things like that. There's no Italian mafia in all of Chicago now. The Irish are in charge, but don't worry, Mr. Kane has a high status in Chicago. The local gang members know I work for him and wouldn't dare bother us." Francesca immediately tried to reassure him. "All right. By the way, sis, have you seen Joe since I got drafted? He took all the goods in that last deal. Did he give you the money?" Vito changed the topic. The Joe he referred to was none other than Joe Barbaro, the same guy who stole a car, got into debt thanks to Josh, and was later hired by Tony Wendy's to tail Margot. But that poor guy had already been killed by Josh and traded to Daenerys through the exchange device. What she did with him, planted flowers or fed him to her dragons, wasn't Josh's concern. Before Vito was drafted, he had been running with Joe. It was during one of their nighttime shoplifting sprees that Joe ran off, leaving Vito to get caught. Because Vito spoke Italian, he was drafted into the army. "No, I haven't seen him since you were arrested, let alone gotten any money. If it weren't for Ms. Margot's kindness, we wouldn't even have had money to bury father. Now that you're back, you'd better find a proper job and stop messing around with those people," Francesca said earnestly. "Dear sister, you're overthinking. The war isn't even over yet," Vito said helplessly, not yet knowing Francesca had pleaded with Josh. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you I already asked Mr. Kane to find a way so you don't have to go back to the war. He agreed. Tomorrow, you have to come with me to thank him," Francesca finally told Vito. "What? Really? Is that possible?" Vito's eyes widened in disbelief. "Of course. Since Mr. Kane agreed, it'll definitely happen, Francesca said confidently. Vito opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. That night, lying on the bed in his new room and feeling the soft and comfortable mattress, Vito couldn't sleep for a long time. He hadn't enjoyed such peace and comfort for over a year. If he really didn't have to go back to the battlefield, like his sister said, that would be amazing. But then he couldn't help thinking of someone's invitation. Oh well, who knows where they're fighting now? They've probably already forgotten about him. Oh. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, Vito followed his sister to Josh's villa. Vito Scaletta. In the study, Josh looked at the tall and handsome Italian youth before him and asked. He had to admit, the sister was pretty, and the brother wasn't bad-looking either. God knows how their drunkard of a father produced such a good-looking pair. Yes, sir, I'm Vito. Vito replied somewhat nervously. Josh looked younger than him, but there was a natural air of authority about him, like facing a high-ranking officer. This is your discharge certificate. Josh nodded and pushed a document over. An official file from the Veterans Administration, so no need to worry about any lingering consequences. Thank you so much, Mr. Kane. Vito's eyes lit up. He finally understood what kind of influence this Mr. Kane his sister mentioned actually had. Normally, in times of war, unless you faked a medical condition, there was no way to get discharged. But Josh just handed over an official document from the Veterans Administration. Vito had never even heard of that happening. It's nothing. Francesca works diligently, and I'm not a stingy employer, so I won't refuse a small request. Josh waved his hand, then asked, I heard that Captain Rogers saved you while you were in Europe. Yes, sir, it was Captain Rogers who saved both Captain Bucky and me. If it weren't for him, I probably would have died on Hydra's test bench. Vito replied with timely flattery. The moment he walked into the study, he noticed the photo on the wall of Josh with Captain America without the mask. That made him instinctively think that Mr. Kane must know Captain America, and probably had a good relationship with him, but Josh didn't care at all about the flattery. He cared about something else entirely. You're saying you and Bucky were on the test bench? Josh, who hadn't taken Vito very seriously before, now stared at him with a serious expression and asked. Yes, sir. At the time, Mr. Bucky and I were tied to the experiment table and injected with some strange, unknown drugs. Although the military lab later checked and found nothing seriously wrong, I believe that if it weren't for the captain arriving in time, we would have definitely died. Because during our captivity, we never saw anyone come out of those laboratories alive. Sir, is there a problem? Seeing Josh was curious, Vito didn't hesitate to explain the situation at the time. After speaking, he noticed Josh's thoughtful expression and felt a bit strange. Ah, it's nothing. I just didn't expect your experience to be so thrilling. If written as an autobiography, it would definitely be a bestseller. In that case, letting you retire halfway might have deprived the world of a legend. Josh responded casually after coming back to his senses, though his mind was spinning rapidly. Injected with drugs along with Bucky? Wouldn't that be the Winter Soldier Serum? Of course, like Bucky, Vito should still just be a semi-finished product for now. But who says semi-finished products are useless? Maybe. But I think being able to return safely and reunite with my family is already the greatest happiness. Vito raised the document in his hand and said with a smile. Exactly, family is everything. Josh nodded, then suddenly asked, Vito, now that you're back, do you have any plans for the future? Maybe become a dock worker like my father? At least that's what my mother hopes. Vito said helplessly. He couldn't help it, his elderly mother just wanted a peaceful and stable life. But for a hot-blooded young man just 20 years old, that clearly wasn't what he desired. Oh, a war hero working at the docks? Sorry, I mean no disrespect to your mother, but that is quite unexpected, but from the looks of it, you clearly haven't made up your mind yet. So, would you be interested in working for me? Josh was a bit stunned when he heard Vito's words. Dock workers in this era weren't like the skilled laborers of the future. Even though future dock work would also be tough, the pay would at least be decent, but in this era, dock work was pure manual labor and often exploited by foremen. It was basically the lowest class job of the time, mostly done by blacks and newly arrived immigrants. Having a strong, good-looking guy like Vito do that kind of work really was too much of a mismatch. Work for you? Can I? Vito was pleasantly surprised to hear Josh's offer. Unlike when he had just come back and was unsure of the situation, now he had a basic understanding of Josh, a big boss, for sure. Even though he didn't know the pay yet, it definitely had to be far better than being a dock worker. Plus, his sister worked for Josh, so his stubborn mother likely wouldn't oppose it either. Of course, why not? Josh shrugged. Thank you so much, Mr. Kane. Vito agreed without hesitation. Since you're one of us now, there's something I won't hide from you. Josh waved off the thanks and continued. You've met Brooke, right? Josh asked. Yes, sir. Vito nodded. Last year, your sister borrowed a high-interest loan to bury your father. I was the one who covered it, and Brooke handled it. I'm not telling you this to gain gratitude or ask you to repay it, but because during the process, Brooke discovered something else. Your father's death might not have been an accident. Josh said. Newbie. What? Is that true? Vito's expression changed drastically. He had always thought his drunkard father had drowned by accident, just like his sister said in her letter. He hadn't doubted it, because based on his father's heavy drinking, it did seem like a possible outcome. But if what Josh said was true, and it wasn't an accident, then that was a whole different matter. Vito didn't like his drunk of a father, true, but that was still his father, and at least in childhood, the man had left him some good memories. Whether it's true or not, you'll have to investigate yourself. I was just a bystander in all this. If it wasn't for my wife Margot's request, I probably wouldn't even have paid that money, let alone looked into it. But now that you're back and working for me, I'm telling you, go find Brooke, he'll tell you the details. Don't worry about the job for now, handle this first. Josh said slowly. After hearing Josh's words, Vito immediately understood what he meant by telling him all this. It was both a favor and a test of loyalty. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Vito nodded and left Josh's study. After Vito left, Josh was silent for a moment. He got up, walked to the door, locked the study, then opened the trade device and connected to Yuri. What's up, Josh? Yuri's face soon appeared. The background was still the cave, but although only a week had passed, the cave was already completely transformed into a large laboratory. Some controlled Japanese foot-basin chickens were busy at work inside, and the once wild-looking Yuri was now clean, dressed in a proper white lab coat, once again resembling the near-world dominating villain he used to be. Got some good news, a semi-finished replica super soldier just walked right to my door. So I'm asking if you're interested in doing some research. Do we have enough equipment now? Josh looked around at the devices behind Yuri and asked. All this lab equipment had been bought at high prices from the University of Chicago. Many were custom-made and usually not available this quickly. But Josh's high offer convinced the university to sell, seeing it as a chance to upgrade their gear. Of course, Josh wouldn't lose money because it was Yuri who was footing the bill in the end. Iridium wasn't easy to sell in this era, but platinum was. And since iridium is a byproduct of platinum, if Yuri had a large iridium mine, there must be plenty of platinum too. Of course I'm interested. But to study this properly, I do still need a few more pieces of equipment, Yuri said, his eyes glinting slightly. Mr. Brooke. After leaving Josh's study, a heavily burdened Vito quickly followed the servant's directions and found Brooke, who was polishing a car. Oh, Vito, what's the matter? Brooke stopped his work and asked. It's Mr. Kane who asked me to find you. He told me that you know something about the cause of my father's death. Vito said, looking at Brooke. Ah, so it's about that. I do know something. Get in the car. Brooke nodded and motioned for Vito to get in, then he took the driver's seat. Without hesitation, Vito got into the passenger seat. Brooke drove, taking them to the port area, where Vito's father had worked at the docks. Hey, who are you? When the car stopped, a worker immediately stepped forward to ask. I'm looking for Vinny. Brooke casually tossed a cigarette at him. For people at this level of society, a few cigarettes could solve most problems without needing any money. And for Brooke, since his boss, Josh, was in the tobacco business, their group of bodyguards, in addition to their salaries, received 3 packs of cigarettes each month as a benefit. They lived more comfortably than American soldiers and didn't mind a few cigarettes. Vinny, someone's looking for you. The worker sniffed the cigarette, grinned, and stuck it behind his ear, then turned and shouted. Soon, a shifty-eyed young worker emerged from the crowd of people unloading goods. Ah, Mr. Brooke, it's you. When the young man saw that it was Brooke looking for him, he hurried over and fawned. Though he didn't know Brooke's true identity, he knew that Brooke was a big shot. Tell me again what you know about Antonio, Brooke said to the young man. Antonio was Vito's father's name. So, it's about that. He. The dock worker named Vinny grinned and rubbed his hands, but instead of continuing, he looked at Vito and asked, who's this? That's none of your concern? Now, tell me. Brooke snorted and tossed a pack of open cigarettes at Vinny. Yes, I spoke too much. Seeing the half-used pack of cigarettes, Vinny immediately stuffed it into his pocket with a grin. If I'm right, Antonio's death was done by Steven. Steven? Who's Steven? Vito immediately asked. He's the #1 thug for our boss, Derek, the head honcho around here. That night, I saw them leave together, but only Steven came back, and he was soaking wet. The next day, we found out Antonio drowned in the canal. How ridiculous! The canal is barely a meter deep, even a kid wouldn't drown in it. Vinny described vividly. Vito, standing next to him, felt a surge of anger. Although this was just the words of this dock worker, he already believed 90% of it. He didn't know who Steven was, but he did know Derek. Derek was his father's boss and a well-known local thug. Vito had heard his name many times when he was involved in petty crime. Do you know where Steven and your boss Derek are now? Brooke nodded and then asked. Of course. Over there, that's their office. At this time, they should be there. Vinny pointed to a row of warehouses on the other side of the docks and indicated the second floor. Thanks, Vinny. You can go back to your work now. Brooke patted Vinny's shoulder after looking at where he pointed. Okay, Mr. Brooke, but you're not going to tell anyone about this, right? If Steven hears about it, he'll kill me. Vinny asked carefully. Of course, only the 3 of us know about this. Don't worry. Brooke reassured him. Vinny then grinned and went back to his work. What are you planning to do? After Vinny left, Brooke looked at Vito, who had lit a cigarette and was smoking in silence. Of course, I'm going to get revenge for my father. Vito flicked the cigarette butt away and stumped it out. Then I think you might need a little help. Brooke nodded, then motioned for Vito to follow. Vito, a bit puzzled, followed Brooke to the back of the car. When Brooke opened the trunk and lifted the cover to reveal what was inside, Vito couldn't help but widen his eyes. With circumflex any. Inside the trunk, neatly arranged, were 5 or 6 Thompson submachine guns, emitting a faint glow as they lay on a bed of sponge pads. There were also 7 or 8 handguns, all military-grade M1911s. You can pick what you're comfortable with. Brooke patted Vito on the shoulder. Wait, what do you mean? Are we just going to go in guns blazing? These people have seen our faces. Vito was a bit dazed, then pointed to the dock workers who were unloading goods. You're kidding, right? Don't worry, Mr. Kane's influence is far beyond your imagination. These workers wouldn't dare to turn us in. Even if someone does, the police won't come after us. Besides, it's not us doing this, it's you, or do you think you can't handle a few punks? Brooke said carelessly. When Josh told Vito to find him, Brooke already knew what Josh meant. Brooke wasn't just a regular bodyguard, he often did errands for Josh. This was exactly what Vito had thought earlier, a favor, but also a loyalty oath, to openly take revenge for his father's death. From now on, Vito wouldn't be able to betray Josh. No, I can handle it. Vito understood what Brooke meant and wasn't scared at all. After all, someone who had been through the artillery-heavy European battlefield wasn't afraid of a few dock thugs. What a joke? Without hesitation, he grabbed 2 M1911s, checked the magazines, loaded them, then tucked them into his waist. He also shoved 2 more into his lower back. Finally, he grabbed a Thompson submachine gun and slipped it into his coat. Luckily, it was still late winter, so with the cold weather and his coat, it was hard to tell that Vito had so many weapons hidden under it. Vito signaled that he was ready, and Brooke drove him to the dock office building. A few minutes later, as the sound of gunfire echoed from above, Brooke calmly lit a cigarette. When Vito came down, the cigarette was already finished. Not bad. Nice work. Brooke gave a satisfied expression when he saw Vito getting into the car, then immediately started the engine. What should we do with these? Vito raised the guns in his hand. Just toss them in the back seat. I'll take care of them later. Brooke said. Vito nodded, threw the guns in the back seat, then pulled out several stacks of dollars and various gift vouchers from his pockets. What's this? Brooke raised an eyebrow when he saw. They were in the safe. That guy was actually quite rich, but according to the rules, this should be handed in, right? Vito said. Ha ha ha, what are you thinking? We're not a mafia. Our boss wouldn't care about this small change. Keep it, it's perfect for buying yourself a couple of new outfits. Brooke laughed loudly. Indeed, mafia groups often had such rules, but Josh? How could he care about this money? Although it seemed like quite a bit, over $10,000. Vito chuckled awkwardly. His mindset was still stuck in his days as a petty crook and soldier. When he was a thug, the gang leader would usually take 5 or 6 shares, or even 7 or 8 if they were really harsh. Even in the army, if there was a good haul, the officers would take their share first. This was his first time encountering a boss like Josh who didn't require his subordinates to turn in their earnings. After a brief hesitation, he still took half of the money and handed it to Brooke. What's this for? Brooke asked, surprised. Thank you for your help. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to take revenge so easily, Vito said. Brooke smiled again when he heard Vito's words. What an interesting kid. This time, he didn't refuse, but directly took the money and tucked it into his jacket. Josh didn't forbid this kind of additional profit from the work, so Brooke had no reason to reject it. After all, no one would complain about having too much money. While taking the money, Brooke's fondness for his young colleague increased significantly. Most of the time, only those who knew how to share could go further. Vito's revenge did not stir much of a ripple in Chicago. After all, the people who died were just a small dock boss and a few of his henchmen. These people might have been local thugs in the underworld, but they were not even real gangsters. Their deaths were hardly worth anyone's concern. A little money was thrown around, and the police file simply noted it as a gang shootout. And that was that. Starting from the next day, Vito officially became a member of Josh's bodyguard team. The only thing that puzzled Vito a bit was that, to be a bodyguard for Josh, he had to undergo a so-called physical checkup. During the checkup, it felt like they had drawn too much blood from him. However, when he learned that his monthly salary was a whopping $200, all doubts disappeared. After all, when he was in the army, his salary was only around $100. Paratroopers received an extra $50, but now it has doubled. Plus, as a bodyguard, their daily tasks were light. With 3 shifts and Josh not being a micromanager, the bodyguards mostly had a comfortable routine with only occasional military training. Vito quickly adapted to his new life and began to enjoy the job. In less than a week on the job, he was notified that he should get ready to accompany Josh to Los Angeles, to Hollywood. Vito was excited. After all, it was Hollywood. What young American wouldn't long for it? Damn it, old man, how could you do this? Josh muttered as he looked at the information about a young girl and the familiar face in the photograph. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and stared at Lyndon Schneider, who was sitting across from him. Though the girl's name on the file was Angela Filey, Josh immediately recognized her face. She was none other than the famous Hollywood actress from his original world, Marilyn Monroe. However, after the experience with Sabrina, the maid from the Leibler family, who had looked like Audrey Hepburn, Josh's reaction this time wasn't as strong. Moreover, Monroe was not his type. The reason Josh was so disdainful of Lyndon Schneider was entirely because this girl in the file was only 18 years old, and according to Lyndon, she had already been his mistress since last year. which meant, at that time, Angela was only 17. And how old was Lyndon Schneider? This old man was over 50, older than Josh's father. A classic case of an old cow eating young grass. Haha, it's really nothing. This girl was with that old fart, Emery, and had been with him for more than 2 years already. So, what does it matter if I take her now? Lyndon Schneider sneered with a lecherous smile. Josh fell silent upon hearing this. Well, this girl had already been with Emery for 2 years. How old was she back then? It turned out that Angela was the mistress of the well-known lawyer Emery, who had committed suicide by gunshot. Lyndon Schneider had actually met Emery when they were planning a jewelry heist, and he had been thinking about this girl ever since. After Emery died, Lyndon, after being released from prison and joining Josh's crew, quickly earned a lot of money. So, the old man made his way to Angela. Coincidentally, Angela was the type of girl with no survival skills. She had been entirely dependent on Emery, and after his death, she didn't have much money left. When Lyndon found her, she was already considering whether to go work at a chicken farm. So, Lyndon just showed a little of his wealth, and without hesitation, the girl attached herself to him. Damn, this wicked money-driven society. When I'm old, I will definitely keep a few young girls. Josh thought to himself angrily. Alright, I got it. Just bring her along when you come with me. Josh tossed the file back to the old man. The reason Lyndon Schneider brought this girl's information to Josh was because Josh was about to take over 2 movie companies, and Lyndon wanted to find something for his mistress to do. However, his actions did give Josh a hint. There was no doubt that if Josh gave this Angela girl a bit of packaging, she wouldn't necessarily become as famous as Monroe, but she could certainly gain some popularity with a little push. In his previous life, Monroe's rise to stardom was heavily influenced by 2 men named Kennedy. Of course, her death was also linked to these 2 men. That's the irony of it all. Although Josh now had some influence in the United States, he was still nowhere near compared to those 2 brothers. Their father, Old Kennedy, was the head of the Boston Financial Group, a super rich man who had held high office in Roosevelt's administration and had immense prestige in both business and politics. The 3 brothers, all still young, had all become senior officers in the military. Yes, at this point, there were still 3 brothers, not 2, because they had an older brother, a pilot in the Air Force, who would die in a plane crash during a mission that summer. The remaining 2 brothers worked in naval intelligence and quickly moved into politics after the war, eventually becoming congressmen. How could Josh, who started his career relatively recently, compare to such figures born with golden bricks? Of course, in the long run, these 2 brothers posed no threat to Josh. Sooner or later, they would all go off the deep end. Yes, many people only knew that the president's older brother, John Kennedy, was assassinated, but few knew that his younger brother, Robert Kennedy, would also be shot dead during a presidential campaign 5 years later. It was quite tragic. But if Josh remembered correctly, the death of the Kennedys in the Marvel Universe was also related to Hydra, wasn't it? Alright, moving off topic. What would happen to the Kennedys in the future had nothing to do with Josh. What Josh was thinking about now was, since he had Angela, the Marilyn Monroe, could he also bring in Sabrina, the Audrey Hepburn, to his movie company? And his rich sister, Margot, well, forget it. No need for that. By the way, were there any other famous, yet still rising, actresses in this era? Elizabeth Taylor? In Josh's original world, this girl was already a famous child star, but in this world, Josh hadn't heard of her. She probably didn't exist. No worries though. Having Monroe and Hepburn in his hands was already a great start. The DC-3 slowly landed at Los Angeles Airport. Los Angeles Airport was actually the future Los Angeles International Airport, which had already opened in the 1930s. However, at this time there were no international flights, so naturally the word international didn't exist. Of course, the airport's scale was nowhere near what it would be in the future. After all, flying was still quite a luxurious mode of transportation at the time, and most DC-3 passenger planes weren't equipped with seats, but with beds. For instance, the DC-3 that Josh had purchased was outfitted with 12 beds. This time, exactly 12 people came to Los Angeles together with Josh. Josh, Margot, Lyndon Schneider, and his little lover Angela, Sabrina, and Francesca. The remaining 6 were bodyguards, including Vito and Brooke. Francesca's presence was easy to explain. Being a maid, she naturally served Josh and Margot. But honestly, it wasn't hard work at all. Because Josh and Margot were never the type to be fussy, traveling with them was definitely considered a cushy job. If it hadn't been for her connection to Vito, she might not even have gotten the opportunity. As for Sabrina, she had been coaxed into coming by Josh. Though she appeared to be the Libler family's maid when Josh first met her, in fact there was no direct employment relationship. She was only there because her father was John Libler's chauffeur, so she helped out at the Libler home to earn some pocket money. Also, the girl was only 15 years old. Josh merely painted a small picture of the potential for upward social mobility that fame could bring, and with John Libler's encouragement, he easily acquired the girl's contract. Of course, Josh didn't hide this from Margot. He told her directly that the girl had star potential, and he planned to make her a celebrity. Margot was very understanding and did nothing to object, because she knew that if Josh really had any improper thoughts about the girl, he could just act secretly. There was no need to tell her. So she chose to trust Josh without reservation, and along the way, took great care of the young girl who was leaving home alone for the first time. By the time they got off the plane, the girl was practically hugging Margot and calling her sister. Well, one had to admit this was Margot's cleverness at work too. By getting close to the girl, she ensured that if anything happened in the future, it wouldn't be clear whose side she'd take, Josh's or hers. Compared to Sabrina, Angela seemed a bit out of place with Margot and the others. There was very limited interaction between them. While nothing inappropriate was said, there was an obvious feeling of cold rejection. This wasn't because Margot saw her as a threat, but simply because she thought Angela was low class and not worth her attention. Clearly, this difference in treatment didn't come from a difference in status, otherwise Margot wouldn't have treated Sabrina and Francesca so gently. Angela clearly understood this, so she clung to Lyndon Schneider the whole time like a frightened little quail. Margot's powerful aura gave her immense pressure. Faced with this silent war between women, Josh and Lyndon Schneider chose to stay silent throughout. No joke, both men were seasoned pros. Josh would have to be crazy to care about a woman who had nothing to do with him. Angela's position in his mind was very clear, a subordinate's lover and a tool to make money. RNE. Lyndon Schneider, for his part, wouldn't offend the bosswife over a mere plaything either. As they got off the plane, Vito and Brooke led the way. Josh and Margot came down first, followed by Francesca and Sabrina, with Lyndon Schneider sensibly bringing up the rear with Angela. "Welcome to Los Angeles, Mr. Kane." As Josh stepped off the plane, two sharp-suited men who had been waiting near the runway stepped forward in unison to greet him. Behind them was a row of cars. These two were the general managers of the two film companies. One company was called Seagull Pictures, with a manager named Pete. The other was Rose Pictures, with a manager named Brad. By the 1940s, the framework of the 8 major Hollywood film studios had already formed. But just like in the future, beyond those 8 giants, Hollywood was still full of countless small companies. These two were the latter. Despite calling themselves film companies, both had previously just been tools for gangs to network with local elites. Their nature was more like those later companies that specialized in training wannabe models. They would use extremely low costs to trick young girls dreaming of Hollywood fame into signing a series of unequal contracts. Then use those contracts to force the girls to comply. Don't be surprised, even in the 21st century, many entertainment or film companies still do this, though they're more discreet about it now. In this era, it was almost semi-public. However, of the two companies, Seagull Pictures had a slightly better situation because it had once belonged to the Jewish mob boss Benjamin Siegel. Siegel was also a show-off himself and had even acted in a few films, but he didn't make much money from it. He mostly lost money. Still, because of that, Seagull Pictures had fairly complete equipment and facilities, making it look like a proper film company. By contrast, Rose Pictures was basically an empty shell. Of course, now that Josh had arrived, those shady operations would definitely stop. There was no need for them anymore. In fact, he was even planning to merge the two companies into one. Keeping both would just waste money and resources for no reason. That said, Josh had no intention of firing the two managers. Because before coming to Los Angeles, he'd looked through the records and found that these two actually had some talent. Given the nature of the companies under the gangs, they weren't really expected to make money from films. But surprisingly, these two had managed to make a few movies with extremely limited resources and even turned a profit, though the ones starring Siegel himself were exceptions. In particular, the manager of Rose Pictures had managed to shoot profitable films using minimal funds by renting equipment and studio space. It was quite impressive. Even if the profits weren't huge, it still showed their capability, so Josh planned to give them a chance. Of course, the details would have to wait until he inspected the two companies in person. Because of its low latitude and coastal location, Los Angeles' climate is much warmer than Chicago's. Riding the gentle sea breeze, the motorcade quickly arrived in Hollywood. Although Pete and Brad had already arranged a hotel in advance, it was still early and not mealtime, so Josh and the others decided to first take a look at the two companies. At this time, although Hollywood was already renowned, it was still far from what it would become in the future. The famous Walk of Fame hadn't yet been established. It wouldn't be built until 1958. This, for Josh, was actually an opportunity. As long as he proposed the idea, the Hollywood city government would likely have no reason to reject such a clearly reputation-boosting concept. The group first went to Rose Pictures but came back out not long after, because as previously mentioned, it was just a shell company with only an office space and nothing else. As the local host, Brad was a bit embarrassed, but as a former puppet manager, there wasn't much he could have changed anyway. However, there was a huge pile of female artist contracts, and surprisingly, the quality was quite high. As for those photos, truly artistic? Very nice, aren't they? In the car, watching Josh flipping through the stack of photos and materials with great interest, Margot finally couldn't resist and pinched him several times. "Hihi, I'm just seeing if there are any good prospects worth nurturing," Josh quickly said with a smile. Margot rolled her eyes, clearly saying, "Yeah, right." If it weren't for the fact that she had read the two screenplays he wrote, which were indeed quite intriguing, no one would believe a guy who had never touched the film industry could come up with anything worthwhile. Yes, the main reason Margot trusted Josh so much was because he had prepared a few scripts in advance and showed them to her, which she found quite interesting. Of course, calling them scripts was generous. They were more like story outlines. After all, Josh had never really worked in film and didn't know how to write proper screenplays. But he could write novels? In his past life, during his spare time at work, he had also followed the online novel trend and written a few. Though they might not have been great, he could still clearly tell a story. And although there were no computers in those days, there were typewriters. Drafting a story outline didn't take much time. Later, he could hand it off to professional screenwriters for refinement, and that would be good enough. After all, movies of this era were still quite rough in many ways. The dialogue was thin, and as long as the actors performed decently and the story was appealing, the film would likely make money. Soon, they arrived at Seagull Pictures. Compared to Rose Pictures, Seagull Pictures was in much better shape. Although small in scale, it had all the necessary components. However, while heading toward the general manager's office, the group heard a heated argument. "What's going on?" Josh frowned upon hearing it. "Oh, she's a somewhat well-known actress. Ever since the previous boss Seagull died, she's been making a fuss trying to terminate her contract," Manager Pete replied after listening briefly. "Oh, this company actually has a celebrity? What's her name?" Josh asked in surprise. "Whitney Frost." Hearing the name, Josh exchanged a glance with Margot. They hadn't expected it to be a fairly famous actress, someone they'd seen at last year's USO show, the same one Captain America attended. They hadn't thought she would be an actress at Seagull Pictures. "How long is her contract with the company?" Josh asked with interest. In those days, actors generally signed directly with film studios. Though talent agent systems already existed, they held little sway against studios because there were too few platforms. "Arno Thailand body. Not that long, only 3 years left," Pete replied. 3 years isn't long. "So, has our company mistreated her?" Josh asked. "Not really. Even though we haven't made many movies, she's basically our leading lady and gets treatment equal to top-tier stars. It's just that after Seagull died, our access to resources diminished," Pete explained. "Oh, then there's nothing to discuss. Just handle it by the book," Josh nodded, saying no more. He certainly wasn't going to suggest releasing her from the contract. Though she was famous, in the end, she was still just a money-making tool for the company, nothing earth-shattering. And they didn't have any real personal connection, just one brief encounter, so Josh wasn't going to take her too seriously. But then, he saw a troubled look on Pete's face. "What? Is there a problem?" Josh asked him. "Well, Mr. Kane, the reason this woman dares to make a fuss is because she recently got involved with a powerful business figure, someone not easy to deal with." Pete leaned in and said quietly. "A big businessman? Who?" Josh frowned. "Calvin Chadwick, owner of Isodyne Energy Group," Pete whispered. Just like with Whitney Frost, Josh didn't have much of an impression of the name Calvin Chadwick. Although he had watched most of the Marvel movies in his previous life, he hadn't really followed spin-off shows like Agent Carter, so he didn't know what the names meant. But Isodyne Energy Josh had heard of. One reason was that after connecting with Yuri, the tech mogul, via the dimensional trade device, the energy industry had already become a planned part of Josh's future development. So naturally, he had done some research on U.S. energy sectors. Isodyne Energy was one of the major energy corporations in the country, controlling electricity supply in several major cities like New York and Los Angeles, with considerable power. The other reason was that the company was one of the participants in the still-secret Manhattan Project. Of course, the Manhattan Project was a secret. But while researching the American energy industry, Josh had found that many energy companies were involved in a project located in Tennessee called the Manhattan Engineering District. With his knowledge as a time traveler, it was hard not to associate it with the famous Manhattan Project. No wonder Pete felt this matter was tricky. If this actress really had tied herself to the boss of such a company, then she might indeed have become a phoenix flying onto a high branch. Signaling for Pete to lead the way, the group headed to the actors' department. Inside one of the offices, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking arrogant and aggressive, was loudly berating one of the department's staff. On the couch nearby, a dignified woman calmly smoked a cigarette, none other than Whitney Frost, with whom they had a brief encounter before. "Never thought I'd run into you here, Whitney," Josh said as she walked straight into the office, greeting Whitney. "Where did this brat come from? Who gave you the right to call Whitney by her name? Didn't your mom teach you any manners?" Before Whitney could respond, the middle-aged man was already shouting. Josh and Margot's previously smiling expressions instantly turned cold. Vito, standing behind Josh, reacted swiftly. He stepped forward and landed a hard knee into the man's stomach. "Son of a," the middle-aged man fell to the ground and tried to keep talking, but Vito stumped his face hard, sending teeth and blood flying. He couldn't utter another word. Most people in the room were stunned by Vito's sudden violence. Only Josh and the other bodyguards looked at Vito with admiration and appreciation. Who would have thought that this seemingly refined young man was so sharp and so ruthless? "Vito, you should tone it down a bit next time. Don't make it so bloody, especially when there are ladies present," Josh said as he patted Margot reassuringly, though there was no real scolding in his tone. "It's fine, just a small scene." Margot shook her head to show she was all right. Vito's sudden move had startled her, but now that she'd come to her senses, she looked at the groaning man on the floor with satisfaction, casting an approving look toward Vito. To her, insulting Josh was no different from insulting her. "Yes, sir. Madam. I'll be more careful next time," Vito said with a slight smile, respectfully stepping aside. He'd clearly made a good impression on both boss and madam. "Who the hell is this guy?" Josh nodded, then looked at the middle-aged man groaning on the floor. "My deepest apologies, Mr. Kane. He's my agent. He had a disagreement with the staff here and lost his temper. I hope you can forgive his rudeness." Before Pete or the scolded staff member could reply, Whitney had already stood up and answered, her expression one of fear. Actually, from the moment Josh spoke, Whitney had already remembered this young tycoon from Chicago. But before she could react, her agent had already started yelling. She cursed her useless agent, inwardly incapable of handling real business and only causing trouble. Though she wasn't afraid of Josh, that didn't mean she wanted to make a needless enemy. Indeed, her fear was just an act. This woman hid her true self far better than anyone there imagined. So he's just an agent? From the way he acted, I thought Mr. Chadwick himself had shown up. Josh said coldly. I apologize, Mr. Kane. This has nothing to do with Mr. Chadwick. My agent was only here to resolve my contract issue. He offended you, that's his fault. But let's not drag others into this, shall we? Whitney frowned slightly at the mention of Chadwick, but upon seeing Pete beside Josh, she seemed to understand something and spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. Josh didn't reply immediately. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Whitney for a while before sneering, Ms. Frost is right. Let's not drag in unrelated people. In that case, have your agent apologize to my subordinate, and we'll call it even. Your subordinate. Whitney paused and looked at Vito. I wasn't talking about him. I meant him. Josh twitched at her glance and pointed at the staff member who had been scolded earlier. So Mr. Kane has taken over this company, Whitney thought to herself. Is that a problem? Josh said expressionlessly. He didn't want to start beef with Isodyne Energy out of nowhere, but that didn't mean he'd tolerate someone cursing him out to his face. No, not at all. Now that Mr. Kane is backing Sigil Pictures, the company's rise is just around the corner. Seems I was too hasty wanting to terminate the contract. Harvey, get up and apologize to Director Murdoch. Whitney smiled ingratiatingly and kicked the man on the ground. Be Epsilon. Sorry, Director Murdoch, Mr. Kane, it was my fault, please forgive me. After the beating and seeing how Whitney treated Josh plus hearing him mention Chadwick the agent, Harvey realized he'd messed with someone he shouldn't have. Despite his busted mouth, he kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Who said Westerners don't kneel or bow their heads? This guy looked pretty practiced at it. Enough. Get lost. Josh waved him off, not even bothering to look. The agent instinctively glanced at Whitney. What are you waiting for? Get out. Whitney snapped, furious. Only then did the agent flee like he'd been pardoned. As he passed the doorway, someone tripped him. He tumbled multiple times but didn't dare make a sound, scrambling to his feet and stumbling away. Judging from how the two bodyguards at the door were staring at the ceiling, it was obvious they were the culprits. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Kane. I didn't expect our reunion to happen under such circumstances. I've thought it over. I had a good working relationship with Sigil Pictures before. The reason I wanted to cancel was due to Mr. Sigil's passing and the company being left leaderless. Now that you've taken over, there's no need for termination. After Harvey left, Whitney tried to make amends by backing off the contract termination. For her, being an actress was just a stepping stone and a good cover. Which company she signed with didn't matter much, though making more money would certainly be nice. Still, compared to making an enemy of Josh, money was the lesser concern. You're too kind, Ms. Frost. It's only natural for people to pursue better opportunities. I don't blame you. Josh waved it off. Mr. Kane is truly magnanimous. And actually, you can just call me Whitney, Whitney said, her expression slightly relaxed. Still, aside from that first Whitney, Josh had only referred to her formally. Clearly, he wasn't fully appeased. It's better to keep things formal when discussing business. But since you're not canceling the contract, let's hope for a smooth partnership. Josh extended his hand. Originally, he wanted her to just terminate and leave, but since she was willing to stay in exchange for forgiveness, he didn't mind giving her an out. Besides, while he planned to focus future promotions on Angela and Sabrina, they were still green. Having an established star like Whitney to lead them would accelerate their growth. Of course, we'll definitely work well together. Whitney forced a smile and shook Josh's hand. I'm sure you're busy, Mr. Kane. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll treat you properly next time we meet. Please do, Josh nodded. Only then did Whitney breathe a sigh of relief and leave the office after nodding to Margot, Pete, and the others. But before leaving, she shot a glance out of the corner of her eye toward Vito, who had remained silently in the corner. That young man's fierce, agile actions had left a strong impression on her. To the lab. As soon as she stepped out of Sigil Pictures, entered her waiting car, and closed the door, her expression and demeanor shifted drastically. She shot a glare at the agent in the passenger seat and gave the order to the driver. All right, now that the outsiders are gone, let's talk business. Back in the office, Josh convened the execs. From now on, Rose Entertainment and Sigil Pictures will officially merge and be renamed DreamWorks. For the time being, the general manager will be my deputy, Mr. Lindenschneider. Brad and Pete will serve as deputy managers. As Josh finished, Lindenschneider stepped forward, greeted the group, and announced his presence. This appointment made Pete and Brad frown. They knew things would change under new leadership, but that didn't make it feel any better. No need to be discouraged, Josh smiled. Linden's post is temporary, mainly to help with the initial integration. Later on, it'll be up to you two. I'll assess your performance based on the tasks I give you. Whoever does better will lead the company, and the other will assist. His words instantly reinvigorated the two managers. Linden then pulled out 2 screenplay outlines from his briefcase. One was The Sound of Music, the other was The 7-Year Itch. The former was for Sabrina, the latter a classic Marilyn Monroe film was for Angela. Technically, Roman Holiday would have been the best fit for Sabrina, being Audrey Hepburn's signature role, but Sabrina was still very young, and as a maid with no training, she'd struggle to convey Princess Anne's grace. The Sound of Music, on the other hand, suited her perfectly. Its anti-war message and historical context also aligned well with Josh's background. Clearly, Josh valued Sabrina more than Angela. While The 7-Year Itch was a good film, its artistic merit was questionable. It was mostly remembered for Monroe's seductive image and not much else. 2 scripts, 2 actresses the 2 managers could pick for themselves. In the end, Pete chose The 7-Year Itch, and Brad picked The Sound of Music. In northern Hollywood, Burbank County, inside a laboratory belonging to Isodyne Energy Group, actress Whitney Frost, who just hours earlier had been dressed fashionably, had now removed all her makeup and outfits, donned a white lab coat, and was operating a variety of high-tech equipment from this era, her expression solemn as she busied herself. There was not a trace left of the Hollywood star. Just as she was immersed in her work, the lab door opened, and a middle-aged gentleman with a flippant demeanor walked in. He was Calvin Chadwick, the controller of Isodyne Energy Group and one of the great American tycoons of this era. "Honey, I heard you went to the film company today and ran into a little trouble." Chadwick didn't speak at first. He waited until Whitney had completed a task and her hands were free before he asked. Interrupting this woman's research could lead to serious consequences, something he definitely didn't want to risk. A minor issue. If it weren't for that idiot of an agent of mine, there wouldn't have been any problem at all. Removing her gloves, Whitney let out a sigh and proceeded to recount what had happened that day. "Oh, Josh Kahn? Austrian? I think I've heard that name before." After hearing her out, Calvin clearly didn't think her failure to terminate the contract was a big deal, but he did show notable interest in Josh. After all, he too was of Austrian descent. "You'd better not stir up any trouble. The club's top priority right now is the Manhattan Project," Whitney immediately warned, seeing through the man's thoughts. Clearly, from Whitney's tone and demeanor, her relationship with Calvin was not simply the cliché of an actress clinging to a rich man. In fact, Whitney appeared to be the dominant party in their relationship. "Of course I know that. But to be honest, the military and the White House are keeping an incredibly tight grip on this project. It's been very hard for us to get close to any of the core secrets, even with all the crucial technologies you've provided," Calvin said with a shrug. "Don't those old geezers have any other methods?" Whitney frowned. "Nope. That bastard Schmidt caused too much chaos. We wasted a lot of our blood supply, and now the entire upper echelon of this country is on edge." Calvin shook his head. "Humph. That fool will eventually be destroyed by his own arrogance." A trace of gloom passed over Whitney's face at the mention of Schmidt. There was no doubt the Schmidt they referred to could only be one person, the Red Skull currently wreaking havoc in Europe. No kidding. From what I've heard, Captain America has been giving him a lot of trouble lately. I bet he's in deep water now," Calvin said with schadenfreude. "Alright, what are you really here for? You didn't come just to talk nonsense, did you?" Whitney shot him a glance. "Oh honey, that hurts. We're about to get engaged, remember? Can't your fiancé stop by just to show a little concern about your work?" Calvin replied, feigning a wounded tone. "Humph, cut the crap. Your lousy acting doesn't work on me," Whitney said coldly, frowning. Okay. The United Service Organizations is organizing a morale-boosting tour to the British front lines. The club wants you to go as Whitney," Calvin said, shrugging off his earlier pretense. "To the UK? Why?" Whitney asked, confused. According to intel the club received, Howard Stark developed a substance called nightlight in Britain. Originally it was a drug intended to improve soldiers' alertness and wakefulness during combat. But due to its side effects, it had been shelved. We weren't even aware it existed until recently, when General John McGinnis stole it from Stark's lab and airdropped it to the Soviet troops at Fino, Calvin explained smoothly. "What side effects? Did something go wrong?" Whitney asked. "Oh yes, very serious side effects. It causes people to lose their minds, attack each other, and even if they're not killed, they eventually die from asphyxiation due to throat swelling. However, the club believes it could still be very useful to us, so they hope you can find a way to get your hands on it." Calvin nodded. "Indeed, that stuff could be quite useful. Got it. I'll register with the USO team tomorrow," Whitney agreed after a brief moment of thought. One more thing. The Soviets recently established a new organization called Leviathan. If possible, try to gather some intel on it as well," Calvin added. "Leviathan, got it." Whitney repeated the name softly, then nodded and turned back to her experiments. As she resumed her work, she glanced back at Calvin and said, "Why are you still here?" "Alright, I'm leaving now." Faced with Whitney's attitude, Calvin could only shrug helplessly and exit the lab. "Look into this Josh Kane." But the moment he stepped out, Calvin summoned a subordinate and instructed them to investigate Josh's background. Clearly, he hadn't taken Whitney's warning about not making trouble seriously at all. After leaving the lab, Calvin quickly drove to a high-end club in the city. A sign hanging on the building prominently displayed the name, Competitive Social Club. Naturally, Josh knew nothing about the conversation that had taken place in the Isodyne lab. At that moment, he was in the study of a manor villa in Beverly Hills, listening to Yuri on the other end of the communicator explain a new product. "This is the Magnetic Storm infantry armor. It uses a portable magnetic storm coil as its power source. It may look bulky, but thanks to its mechanical exoskeleton technology, the wearer doesn't actually feel much weight. The exterior armor can withstand direct rifle fire, and all the joints are covered with treated dinosaur leather. It's well sealed, so it also offers considerable protection against chemical attacks. Its only flaw is that it's a bit slow, and it doesn't fly, Yuri said as he gestured toward a suit of armor beside him on the screen. Josh, watching the armor on the screen, felt a surge of excitement. This custom magnetic storm infantry armor from Yuri still bore that signature Soviet ruggedness, but compared to the in-game version, it looked a whole lot cooler. As for the movie company matter, Josh merely set the general direction and invested some money into his 2 films, then left it to Lyndon and the group of industry professionals to handle on their own. Given Lyndon's shrewdness and his control over personnel and finances, it wouldn't be easy for the company to go off track. Besides, those industry professionals weren't fools either. In this era overrun by gangsters, unless one had a very powerful background, any employee trying to swindle money from an investor had to carefully consider one issue after taking the money: would they still be alive to spend it? As for Josh himself, after getting rid of the movie company's mundane matters, he didn't return to Chicago. Instead, he traveled around with his beautiful elder sister, sightseeing and having fun. Since it was a rare trip to the West, why rush back? It's not like he lacked money. But he hadn't enjoyed himself for many days when Lyndon Schneider came knocking again. "How come you have time to visit me today?" In the study, Josh asked Lyndon while instructing Francesca to go make some coffee. "Well, it's like this. I was sorting through some company documents recently and came across a letter from the United Service Organizations," Lyndon began. "What? Them again?" At the mention of the USO, Josh immediately felt a headache coming on. In the past year or so, he had already bought over $5 million in bonds. These guys couldn't just keep squeezing one sheep dry forever. "Boss, you misunderstand. It's not about buying bonds. It's a public letter to major Hollywood film companies. They're planning a large-scale performance tour to the European front lines and hope the film companies will voluntarily send actors to participate," Lyndon quickly explained after seeing Josh's reaction. "Oh, I see. Then let's send someone. Didn't we still have a lot of girls under contract from before the merger? Spend a little money and see who's willing to go. No need to report this kind of thing to me." As soon as he realized it wasn't about buying more bonds, Josh relaxed. Although selling bonds was a guaranteed investment, with the resources Josh currently controlled, he could turn a profit greater than bond interest through virtually any venture. Naturally, he didn't want to tie up too much of his liquid assets in that. "Of course. But I received a special application today from Whitney Frost. She volunteered for the tour," Lyndon said. "Huh? That woman, is she really that patriotic?" Josh was quite surprised upon hearing Whitney's name. Unlike the domestic tour where he first met her, this trip to the front lines carried far greater risks. Even though Germany was in decline, it hadn't reached the point of complete collapse. As for Hydra, despite being harassed by Captain America and the Howling Commandos for the past 6 months, it was still in its prime. So, major stars typically wouldn't appear in situations like this. Especially considering that beyond the safety concerns, conditions on the front were harsh, living in barracks, eating army rations. Plus, the performance itself was volunteer work. Funding came from donations, and the pay was minimal. Ordinary actors earned $10 a day, big stars no more than $30. So, for a first-tier actress like Whitney, volunteering for such a thing was rare. In Josh's previous life, the only A-list American actress on record to do so was Marilyn Monroe, but that mostly referred to actors. For singers, there were more. That Whitney took the initiative to apply was quite odd. "Exactly. And she seems quite determined, so I wasn't sure what to do. After all, she's still the company's leading star. If anything happened to her, it would have a big impact on us," Lyndon explained. "When is the performance scheduled for?" Josh pondered and suddenly recalled something. Wasn't the Normandy landing about to happen soon? It was already late April. If he remembered correctly, the Normandy landings were in June. "End of May," Lyndon answered immediately. Josh nodded. So that's it. The military wanted to boost morale for the landing operation. And the end of the European war was now only a year away. Thinking of the equipment Yuri had provided him during this period, Josh couldn't help feeling tempted. Though he didn't want to meddle in the war itself, he certainly didn't want to miss out on the post-war European feast. But if he wanted to secure the juiciest portions, he couldn't wait until the war was entirely over. If he acted too late, he'd lose out to the financial tycoons. Let her go. Not only her, Angela should go too. And you and I must go in person. After thinking it through, Josh decisively made his decision. But this decision left Lyndon stunned. "What the hell? I came here just to ask about one actress, and now you've dragged me and your mistress into this too? What are you afraid of? We're not going to fight. We're going to do business." Informed Dix, in the coming period, he's to collect every material resource he can get: food, sugar, fabric, alcohol, and tobacco. "Don't sell anything for now. Stockpile it all." Josh gave the old man a glare and ordered. "Boss, you mean?" Hearing the order to collect these strategic supplies, Lyndon widened his eyes in realization. "That's right. Just as you're thinking during this difficult time, we'll bring our warmest regards to our European brothers and sisters. Of course, these regards will require a tiny bit of payment on their part." Josh revealed a cunning smile. "But boss, what about transportation? Lyndon hesitated. No doubt, if these materials could be transported to Europe, they could be exchanged for wealth many times greater than their domestic value. But at the same time, getting them over there would be a big challenge. He did know Josh had a covert logistics network, but that was domestic. This time they were going to Europe, which was a whole different ballgame. That's not your concern. Just focus on gathering materials. Even if you manage to collect enough to fill all of Chicago, I'll have a way to transport it. Josh shot him a look. Yes, boss, I'll get right on it. At that, Lyndon's heart tightened. He bowed and quickly left Josh's residence to carry out his orders. After Lyndon left, Josh didn't idle either. He immediately contacted both Daenerys and Yuri. Currently, Daenerys was sweeping through Westeros undefeated. Given the spoils, she probably didn't have much surplus food, but things like tobacco useless for survival could likely be collected in large quantities. As for Yuri, the Cretaceous era lacked many things, but there was one thing it had in abundance. Meat. Dinosaur meat. Under Yuri's encouragement, Josh had tried many types of dinosaur meat after the dino eggs. Most herbivore meat was actually quite good, like a blend of chicken and beef, with little odor. So Josh could easily process it into canned meat and sell it. Over the past 2 months, he had sent a large amount of industrial equipment to Yuri. Now, Yuri could mine and smelt most common metals. And since the Cretaceous was full of open pit mines, Yuri had no trouble sourcing resources. Otherwise, Yuri wouldn't have been able to build that magnetic storm infantry armor. Among the many mines was an ultra-large bauxite mine. So all Josh had to do was send Yuri a few canned food production lines. What? You're going to Europe? Are you crazy? That's a battlefield? A battlefield. During dinner, as soon as Josh mentioned it, Margot immediately and fiercely objected. Margot, I'm just tagging along with a relief group to do some small business. I'm not going to the front lines, there's no danger. Seeing Margot's intense reaction, Josh tried to explain helplessly. With the situation in Europe now, it's all ruins. What money is there to make? And are we really short of money? Margot couldn't understand Josh's thinking. Not everyone has the sharp eye to see the countless business opportunities buried beneath the ruins of the European battlefield. In Margot's view, based on past newspaper reports about the devastation in Europe, the people there barely had clothes to wear or food to eat. What money could there be? Even if there was money, it would be in the hands of aristocrats, the wealthy, or royalty. Even their governments were probably close to being drained by the Federation. Margot, in a way, we are short of money? Because it's not just a little money, it's a lot of money. Josh remained calm and patiently explained. As the cradle of modern civilization, Europe has looted massive wealth from nearly the entire world over the past few centuries. That kind of wealth can't be wiped out by 1 or 2 large-scale wars. If everything goes well, this trip to Europe could multiply our assets tenfold. Multiply their assets tenfold? Margot was momentarily stunned. How much were she and Josh currently worth? Just Josh's sugar factory alone, which had been steadily receiving military contracts, had reached assets close to 10 million in just the past year. Adding in Josh's bond investments, her own assets, and the properties they had just acquired in Florida, Chicago, and Los Angeles, they easily had another 10 million. So even without counting Josh's private business dealings that she never asked about, their combined assets totaled over 20 million. Tenfold? That would be over 200 million? What did that mean? Before World War II, American billionaires were rare, mostly concentrated in the 8 major financial families like Morgan and Rockefeller. There were very few. It wasn't until the war profits kicked in that billionaires began popping up like mushrooms after the rain, so 200 million, in this era, was an absolutely staggering number. Even someone like Margot, who had lived a life of comfort and luxury since childhood, couldn't help but be tempted. As for whether Josh was capable of making that kind of money, Margot wasn't too worried. After all, just a year ago their net worth had only been 6 or 7 million, and in that short time, it had already tripled. That alone was proof enough of this young man's capabilities. So she hesitated, unsure if she should keep trying to stop Josh. Margot, at most I'll be gone for 6 months. It's for our future, it's worth it, isn't it? Josh wrapped his arms around Margot from behind and spoke softly. Fine, but you must promise me not to go anywhere too dangerous. Also, bring more people with you. We can always make more money, but you must come back safe. Margot turned and hugged Josh, whispering, of course. I'll bring Vito, Brooke, and the others. They're all familiar with Europe, so it won't be dangerous. And I'm not going to fight in a war. I won't be going to dangerous places. Josh held the woman in his arms and whispered to comfort her. But what Margot said next left him utterly stunned. Josh, I'm pregnant. After a long embrace, Margot suddenly said softly, what? When did this happen? Josh held Margot's shoulders and looked at her in surprise. Before we came to Los Angeles, I wasn't feeling well one day, so I saw a doctor. The doctor said I might be pregnant, and I did the AZ test. It wasn't until this morning that the doctor's call confirmed it. What? You're not happy? Margot's cheeks flushed as she looked at Josh and asked. Modern pregnancy tests didn't appear until the 1960s. In the 1930s, pregnancy was tested using a biological assay called the AZ test. Though reliable, it was time-consuming, complex, and expensive. So it was completely normal that it took nearly a week after arriving in Los Angeles to get the results. No, I'm not unhappy, it's just, such a surprise, such a joy. Josh was a bit at a loss. He really was at a loss. In his previous life, Things had gone pretty well too, but he hadn't even gotten married by his 30s. So this was the first time in both lives that he was about to become a father naturally. It was an emotionally complex moment. But mostly, it was joy. Still, Josh wasn't completely unprepared for Margot's pregnancy. Even though modern condoms had appeared in the 1920s and became popular in the 1930s, Josh and Margot had never used them. There was no birth control policy in the US, and other people used protection because they couldn't afford to raise a child. That wasn't a concern for Josh or Margot's families. And they had been together for a year already. It was actually a bit late that Margot was only now pregnant. Seeing Josh's childlike, overwhelmed expression, Margot couldn't help but laugh. Then her face turned redder, because she suddenly remembered, Josh wasn't even 17 yet. He was born in August 1928, and now it is April 1944. So in a way, he really was still a kid. And now he was going to be a dad. Of course, in that era, this kind of thing wasn't that unusual. Even in the 21st century, the age of adulthood in many European countries was still 16. And in the UK and US, if one had independent income, 16 was essentially considered adulthood. Look at you. The doctor said I'm at most 2 months along. By the time you come back from Europe, it'll be just in time for the birth. Margot gently caressed Josh's cheek. What Europe? I have to stay home with you and the baby, Josh said immediately. At that moment, business was the last thing on his mind. He was entirely focused on becoming a father. Come on, that's not necessary. Didn't you say you're going to Europe for our future? I also want our child to be born into a family with a billionaire father. As for home, Francesca and the others will take care of everything. Hearing Josh's somewhat impulsive response, Margot smiled and reversed the persuasion. You're right. I need to earn a great fortune for our child, and prepare a grand gift for his birth. Josh frowned for a moment, then nodded and added with a gleam in his eye, what if I buy Neuschwanstein Castle as a first birthday gift for our child? Although this wasn't the same world, the timing of the war's end likely wouldn't be much different. At any other time, it would have been nearly impossible to acquire the fantasy-like Neuschwanstein Castle. But right after World War II, combined with Josh's Austrian heritage, it could be quite feasible to acquire the castle. It was right on the border, just a few kilometers from Austria. Although the region was in the French occupation zone right after the war, it was effectively under US control. If Josh spent more time cozying up to the military and claimed status as a war victim, acquiring some land from Bavaria wouldn't be a big deal. Though it would probably be too late for the child's birth or first month celebration, it would still work perfectly as a first birthday present. If it's a boy, he'd be a little prince. If a girl, a little princess. With a real castle. Just imagining it made Josh feel delighted. Not just the child, even Margot was completely captivated by the picture Josh painted. Disney had been founded back in the 1920s. Despite some bumps along the way, it was already a major company. So with Disney's rise, Neuschwanstein Castle's fame had begun to spread in America. Naturally, Margot knew about this castle. Then, no way, I want Neuschwanstein Castle for myself. You'll have to come up with something else for the kid's birthday gift. Margot left that declaration and then ran off back to the bedroom, leaving a dumbfounded Josh behind. This woman, she's even fighting over the baby's gift before it's born? About a week later, Josh said goodbye to Margot. Along with Lyndon and 6 bodyguards, he set off for Europe with a group of beautiful young ladies from the company, including Whitney and Angela. They didn't take a ship, they flew. Of course, it wasn't a DC-3. Though the DC-3 was decent, its range was only a little over 1,000 kilometers, not nearly enough for the vast Atlantic. They flew in a Boeing 314, one of the largest aircrafts of that era, even bigger than the famous B-29 bomber. Though slightly inferior in altitude, that was understandable, as it was a twin-wing seaplane. It was a pre-war custom order by Pan Am from Boeing, specifically designed for transatlantic flights. This was also the first model in history to support transatlantic flights. Only 12 were made. It could carry 74 passengers on short trips and 40 on long-haul sleeper flights. After the US entered the war, 3 of these planes were lent to Britain under the Lend-Lease Act. The rest were requisitioned by the US military to transport goods or officers and soldiers. Josh and his group were able to board this plane because they were going to the front lines for a morale-boosting visit. Of course, ships were also available, and traveling by sea was far more comfortable than flying. In fact, most actors and singers from other companies who were going for morale-boosting chose to travel by ship, but Josh absolutely refused to go by sea. Although it was already 1944 and the Empire was on its last legs, especially in this world where it had been badly backstabbed by Red Skull, that didn't mean the ghosts of the Atlantic had vanished. In the original world, over 200 ships of various kinds were still sunk in 1944. More importantly, at this point in time, German submarines were completely out of control. No matter what kind of ship you were on, if you were sunk, they'd often surface and use machine guns to wipe out any survivors. Josh wasn't about to gamble on those odds. By comparison, air travel was much safer. At this point, German fighter planes could no longer appear over the Atlantic. Moreover, this kind of seaplane had a very high safety margin. 4 engines meant it could still fly even if 1 or 2 failed. And because it didn't fly very high or very fast, emergency landings were relatively easy. Even if he had the worst luck and something went wrong, and they had to land or parachute into the Atlantic, Josh could easily survive thanks to his plane trading system. Since Josh's group was only a little over 20 people, the military naturally wouldn't waste transport resources letting them have the whole plane, so they traveled alongside a few military officers. Of course, the ranks weren't high, just junior officers. The highest was a captain. When these officers saw Josh and Lyndon boarding with a group of stunning young women, their eyes practically popped out. Although none were particularly famous, anyone signed by a film company wasn't going to be plain looking. And upon learning that these ladies were going to the front lines to boost morale, they were even more excited, especially since Whitney, a famous movie star, was among them. No Thailand body. As soon as the plane took off, one eager second lieutenant tried to strike up a conversation with the girl, but before he could get close, Vito blocked his way. Vito. Seeing things about to escalate, Josh immediately called him back and stood up to address the officers. Gentlemen, I'm Josh Kane, owner of DreamWorks. These ladies are my employees, here to cheer up the heroes at the front, of course. That includes all of you. So I won't stop you from enjoying a bit of romance during this journey. I'm sure the ladies won't mind getting to know a few war heroes. But one condition: there must be no coercion. I trust you gentlemen are not the kind of people who would stoop to that, are you? Of course not, Mr. Kane. Anyone who tries that, we won't let him off easy. Hearing that Josh was okay with them chatting up the girls, the officers immediately cheered and applauded, showering Josh with praise. This trip is long, we might as well enjoy it. I brought some small gifts along to share. Vito, bring over the boxes. Josh raised his hand, interrupting their cheer, and gave Vito a knowing glance. Vito quickly understood and pulled out 2 boxes from under the bunk. Then he opened them. One was filled with more than a dozen bottles of wine, the other with cigarettes. Flights of this era had no bans on smoking or drinking. Security checks were also very lax, so bringing this stuff aboard was no problem. A little grape juice from my family's estate, not famous wine, but it tastes pretty good. I hope you all enjoy it. Josh raised an eyebrow and tossed a bottle to the officer who had first stepped forward earlier. The man caught it eagerly. The other officers, seeing the wine, became even more excited. Josh tossed out bottles one by one. The officers were ecstatic, just short of calling Josh their brother. They didn't care much about the cigarettes because cigarettes were military rations. As long as you used them sparingly, no soldier lacked them. But wine was another matter, rare and expensive. Besides, alcohol was officially banned in the military. However, in most cases, the military turned a blind eye to soldiers drinking. As long as you didn't cause trouble or drink in front of officers or MPs, no one cared. That's why Josh called it grape juice instead of wine. It was clearly a bald-faced lie, but sometimes, mutual understanding without saying things outright was exactly what you needed. What Josh was doing hit all the right notes for these junior officers. Look, wine, smokes, beautiful women making friends with soldiers was just that simple. As for why a wealthy tycoon like Josh would bother cozying up to junior officers, the reason was simple. Don't be fooled by their low ranks. These were the people most in touch with frontline intel, the ones who blended in with the troops. And often, these company or platoon level officers could be more useful than high-ranking generals. Josh expected to stay in Europe for about 6 months, so getting to know more officers and becoming familiar with them was definitely not a bad idea. You never knew when he might need their help. Mr. Kane, you're not like the other rich folks I've met. Aldo, consider you a friend from now on, said Aldo, the same officer who'd first approached the girls. But now, he seemed more interested in Josh. With him was another officer with a more refined demeanor. Dick Winters, 101st Airborne Division, he introduced himself. Hearing this, Josh's eyes lit up. Meeting Winters, a future world-renowned World War II hero, on the plane was a pleasant surprise. Josh had a great time chatting with him along the way. At least throughout the flight, chatting with these officers and listening to their bragging kept things from getting too boring. After more than 20 hours of flying, the Boeing 314 roared as it landed on the sea surface outside the port of Liverpool. A seaplane, whether taking off or landing, could only do so at a port. Soon, several small boats from the port came out and ferried Josh and the other passengers ashore. Although it had once suffered heavily from bombing, with the US officially entering the war and the support of the Allies, this most important port on the Atlantic route quickly regained vitality. All kinds of civilian and military supplies from the US were unloaded here and then transported by train or truck throughout the UK. A very pleasant journey. It was our honor to meet Mr. Kane, said Aldo and Winters, along with the rest of the officers, as they reluctantly bid farewell to the girls and came over one by one to thank Josh and say goodbye. A few officers even guaranteed that if Josh ran into any trouble in Britain, they would be there to help. They weren't exactly boasting. Although Britain had never formally fallen, with the massive influx of American soldiers, the British homeland wasn't much different from being occupied by US forces. During World War II, Germany caused Britain the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives. But the US military was even more devastating, bringing 1.8 million lives to Britain. Except, while the Germans used weapons, the American soldiers used dollars, stockings, canned food, chocolate, coffee, tea, or even just a few pieces of bread. For example, London's Piccadilly Circus, in the 21st century, is an entertainment hub. But right now, it was a beauty pageant venue for American GIs. At night, they would strike a match and pick out their target for the evening. There were even unimaginable scenes like this, British pilots flying suicide missions over Germany, while in the rear, US airmen were using trucks to ferry British girls into military camps. If Josh remembered correctly, the ones responsible for this feat were likely the 8th Air Force. That famous barbecue master LeMay was probably with the 8th Air Force at this time. Not long after the officers were picked up by jeeps driven by their comrades, the vehicle to pick up Josh and his group also arrived, 2 jeeps and a truck. Josh, Lyndon, and Whitney could ride in the jeeps, while the girls would have to squeeze into the truck. But they wouldn't have to endure it for long. As an important port, the USO had a dedicated base in the city to receive people like them, and the environment was quite nice. It had originally been a high-end local hotel. ROE. According to the normal plan, Josh's group would stay here for one night and then take a train to London, where, under the USO's arrangements, they would tour various US military units for performances. But Josh wasn't really here for morale boosting. So after arriving at the base, he left 2 bodyguards with the girls and handed them over to the relevant USO personnel. Unlike the local British girls, these hometown girls were US citizens and not so easily bullied, so Josh didn't need to worry about their safety. As for Josh himself, he took Lyndon and the other 4 bodyguards, including Vito and Brooke, to the US Military Logistics Department in Liverpool. In just half an hour, Josh used a case of pre-prepared grape juice and a small amount of US dollars to obtain a special pass issued by the Logistics Department and rented 2 iconic Willis Jeeps of the US Army. At the time, many American businessmen who dared to venture to Britain for profits did this kind of thing. The military usually turned a blind eye because these businessmen often brought small gifts that were especially popular in Britain. As for whether this kind of activity would cause trouble, come on, as long as they weren't messing with their own people, who cared? Allies? So what if they were allies? Without our support, you Brits would be done for. What's a little humiliation? So not only did the US military look the other way, but even the British High Command could only pretend not to see. Joking aside, with 2.8 million Allied troops in Britain, more than half of whom were Americans, would the British dare say no? So even without wearing military uniforms, Josh's group could move about unhindered in this land, thanks to their US Army jeeps and special passes. And their first destination was Birmingham, just 160 kilometers from Liverpool. Screech. A few hours later, the 2 jeeps stopped in front of an inconspicuous tavern on the outskirts of Birmingham. "Boss, this is the place," Lyndon Schneider said, pointing at the tavern. Since Josh's group had come to Britain for business, they naturally needed a partner. In theory, the best partner should have been the US military, but the US military was too dominant. Spending money to have them as a protective umbrella was fine, but doing real business with them? Josh would only get scraps. So using the US military as a cover and partnering with the local mafia was the best choice. And if they were going to pick a local mafia as a partner, they might as well pick the biggest one. Britain's largest and most powerful gang was in Birmingham. Why not London? Simple. Too many nobles in London. So London had many small gangs but no big ones. Do you think the royal family is a pushover? That's why Britain's biggest gang was never in London, it was in Birmingham. Many foreigners might associate Birmingham only with that championship-level football team, making its reputation less than cities like Manchester or Liverpool. But in fact, Birmingham was Britain's second-largest metropolis. The gang they were looking for was called the Peaky Blinders. Josh and his crew didn't know much about British gangs, but Lyndon, having once been involved in smuggling across Europe and America, knew about this Peaky Blinders base that even many Birmingham locals were unaware of. Americans? What are you doing here? The appearance of 2 US military jeeps obviously didn't go unnoticed. Soon a few people came out of the tavern, looking warily at Josh's group and asking, "We're businessmen from the United States. We have a deal we'd like to discuss with Mr. Thomas Shelby." Lyndon straightened his coat and stepped forward to reply, "You're the one who said you wanted to do business with me." About half an hour later, a middle-aged man wearing a suit, with a scar on his face and a somewhat weathered expression, stormed into the tavern with a few subordinates. He walked straight over and sat down grandly across from Lyndon Schneider, looking at him as he spoke. Yes, it was Lyndon, not Josh. At this moment, Josh was standing behind Lyndon in the role of an assistant. This kind of matter involving dealings with gangs was more suitable for an old fox like Lyndon. Moreover, smuggling was ultimately a grey business, and it was naturally best for Josh not to take the front stage. "You're Thomas Shelby." Lyndon looked the man up and down and asked. "That's right. My friends call me Tommy. Aren't you going to introduce yourself, sir?" The man confirmed his identity with a smile and then asked Lyndon, "I've got some goods, quite a large quantity, so I need a reliable partner." Lyndon replied in an arrogant and commanding tone, "Then you've come to the right place. In all of Britain, if you want someone who can distribute goods across the country, you won't find a second beyond the Shelby family, but one thing must be clear, we don't touch powder." Tommy smiled faintly. The Razor Gang was what outsiders called them, but like most gangs, they referred to themselves by their boss surname. Tommy didn't mind Lyndon's arrogance. He was a smart man and understood that the global situation was already quite clear. America's rise was unstoppable. And after getting beaten up badly by the little mustached man, Britain no longer had the glory of its old empire days. The flamboyant presence of American soldiers throughout major British cities was proof enough of that. Naturally, we don't deal in that harmful stuff either. In fact, the goods we're moving are urgently needed across all of Britain, even all of continental Europe. Lyndon nodded, then looked at Josh. Josh promptly lifted a box by his feet and placed it on the table, then opened it. The contents were simple: several packs of various brands of cigarettes, some loose tobacco, and a few cans of tinned meat. In fact, Josh had prepared far more goods than these, but these were the types that couldn't be sold openly. Strictly speaking, only the cigarettes were truly unsuitable for open sale. The canned meat would normally be fine unless it was this kind of dinosaur meat. Seeing the items in the box, Tommy was quite surprised. He had assumed the Americans wanted them to sell sensitive materials, but cigarettes and canned meat, he hadn't expected that at all. In peacetime, tobacco might be considered slightly sensitive. But during wartime, for a Britain that had long since begun selling off its belongings, it didn't even count as sensitive. Currently, Britain's situation was such that any useful supplies you could bring in were considered legal. Smuggling wasn't even a concept anymore, they didn't even collect taxes on it. Oh epsilon. I don't quite understand. Goods like these, sir, you could easily sell through the trading companies. There's no need to come to us. Although tempted by the deal, Tommy hesitated due to uncertainty about Lyndon's background. As a gang boss with decades of experience, he didn't believe in windfalls falling from the sky. Could it be there's something wrong with these goods? Mr. Shelby, you're overthinking it. You can try the goods yourself and decide. I guarantee all of it is just like these samples, top quality. Lyndon, sensing Tommy's concerns, smiled slightly and didn't directly mention any conditions. Instead, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a can of meat, gesturing for Tommy to try them. Tommy glanced at one of his subordinates, who didn't hesitate. He picked up the can and immediately began eating the meat with his hands. After just one bite, his eyes lit up, and he started wolfing it down. Seeing this, smiles crept across the faces of Lyndon, Josh, and the others. In truth, the taste of these canned meats, identical to US military rations, was very average, even quite poor, overly salty and greasy. Without heating, an ordinary person would have trouble swallowing them. The fact that the man devoured it so eagerly could only mean one thing: he hadn't tasted anything oily or meaty in a long time. Watching his subordinate behave so disgracefully, Tommy's cheek twitched. He discreetly kicked the man under the table. Over the past few years, Britain had been in terrible shape, and even those in the underworld weren't doing much better. Going hungry was a common occurrence. But to behave like this in front of guests was still quite shameful. Yet even after being kicked, the man showed no intention of putting down the can. He cleaned out the entire 1-pound tin and even licked the inside for leftovers. Around them, the other Razor Gang members were practically drooling. Ha, country bumpkin. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of such distinguished guests. Tommy gave a slightly awkward but polite smile toward Lyndon. Mr. Shelby, no need to be so modest. Britain is simply going through its most difficult time. As the war situation becomes clearer, I believe all of this will soon pass, Lyndon replied, politely raising the other party's status. As for your earlier concerns, Mr. Shelby, the truth is simple. My boss is not looking for a one-off deal. He wants to establish a partnership that will remain stable even after the war ends. As soon as Lyndon said this, Shelby immediately understood. Yes, at this stage, anything could sell in Britain. Nothing was really illegal, but once the war ended, everything would change. Canned meat would quickly lose its value. Tobacco might retain some worth, but once the British government recovered, illicit cigarettes would become a prime target for crackdown. So if someone wanted to continue selling illicit cigarettes or other contraband long-term in Britain or Europe, the best choice was indeed to partner with a strong gang. I was too suspicious. The Shelby family would be very happy to take this deal. When can we get the goods? And about the payment? Shelby's face showed a hint of embarrassment at the mention of money. These days, even landlords don't have surplus grain. Prices in Britain had skyrocketed. If Josh's group brought too much, even the Razor Gang, the largest gang in the UK, might not be able to pay in full upfront. That's easy. We can deliver the goods first. As for payment, we also accept goods in kind: gold, jewels, land, all acceptable, as long as they're clean. Lyndon replied with a smile. 2 days later, in a warehouse on the outskirts of Liverpool, Thomas Shelby and his men saw the first batch of goods, a warehouse packed to the brim with piles of canned food and cigarettes. In addition, there were also 300 guns and ammunition. These were extras that the Shelby family had specifically requested. Don't think that just because they were the biggest gang in Britain, guns were easy to come by. In fact, gun control in Britain had always been much stricter than in the United States. And during wartime, before the arrival of American troops, the British Army had maintained tight military control on the home front, making weapons even harder to acquire. The small number of firearms the Shelbys currently possessed were leftover stock from before the war, with very limited ammunition. Without weapons, it would be impossible to properly protect the goods. Josh, of course, didn't mind fulfilling this reasonable request. Conveniently, he did have some weapons stockpiled in his system warehouse, so selling a portion to Shelby was no problem. Seeing the warehouse full of supplies, Shelby was filled with emotion. After 4 years, this was the first time he felt so wealthy. These items might not have meant much to the family before the war, but now they were life itself. Still, no matter how tempting the goods were, Shelby never once considered double-crossing them. No, it wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he didn't dare. Because outside the warehouse, a full platoon of US soldiers was standing guard. This US platoon was a result of Josh making connections with some officers during the plane ride. One of the officers, a first lieutenant in the army, had his unit stationed just 10 kilometers away from this warehouse on the outskirts of Liverpool. With just a few bottles of fine liquor, the lieutenant had arranged for a training exercise for an entire platoon. Under these conditions, even if you gave Shelby 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare try anything. In terms of soldier quality, American troops weren't necessarily exceptional, but when it came to firepower, the 3 years since America entered the war had made them world famous. A platoon may have only had a little over 30 men, but in addition to the standard issue Garans and Thompsons, they also had at least 2 light machine guns, 1 heavy machine gun, and 3 mortars. This kind of setup, having a bunch of gangsters go up against it for a double cross, Shelby wasn't Captain America, he couldn't take on 100 men. And if even a small conflict broke out, and a few American soldiers got injured or killed, Birmingham might be occupied by the US military the very next day. Josh may not have had that much influence, but the American military sure was known to protect its own. Mr. Shelby, these goods are now yours. I'll be waiting in London for your good news, Lyndon said haughtily after verifying the goods. Of course. The Shelby family highly values your friendship. We will do our utmost to gather the payment within a week. Shelby nodded and shook Lyndon's hand, but his gaze subtly swept over Josh, who was standing not far behind Lyndon. Arnobi. Although Lyndon Schneider's performance was flawless, Thomas Shelby still had a gut feeling that this young assistant's identity was not simple. After handing over the goods to Shelby, Josh and his team withdrew with the US soldiers. One had to admit, in this era, roaming freely under the protection of the American military on Allied soil, it was truly exhilarating. Boss, I think he noticed, said Lyndon, swaying slightly in the jeep, speaking to Josh beside him. So what if he did? If he's even a little smart, he'll swallow it down and keep quiet, Josh replied with a light laugh, unconcerned. Truth be told, if it weren't for wanting to continue doing business in the post-war period, Josh wouldn't have had many reservations in Britain. In these times, as an American and a military supplier with decent relations with the armed forces, as long as he didn't go off the rails and target the royal family, even if he caused a huge mess in Britain, the worst he'd face would be an extradition request. What was there to be afraid of? After settling the secondary distributor, the Razor Gang, Josh and his team departed for London the next day. The goods for the Razor Gang were mostly low-end items. After all, a gang's level was limited. But Britain, after plundering the world for centuries, had deep foundations. Even the average citizen had accumulated considerable wealth. Throughout World War II, many British citizens weren't lacking in money, they were just lacking in supplies. During this period, any ship full of goods that arrived in Britain could be sold out within days at several times the price. It wasn't a matter of affordability, it was a matter of availability. That's the downside of being an island nation. Once blockaded, outside goods can't get in, and even if you have money, there's nothing to eat. But once the blockade ended, Britain's strong foundation meant recovery would come quickly. After World War II ended, Britain's economy was the fastest to recover in the world except for the US because it had wealth at home and resources in the colonies. Britain's true decline came in the 1950s, due to a wave of colonial independence movements and later deindustrialization. All Josh was doing now was extracting a little pocket change early from these wealthy Brits. Still, Josh's system warehouse held plenty of high-end goods, fine candies, chocolates, cigars, canned fruits, liquor, even fresh fruits and beef, lamb, and pork. These weren't things the average British citizen could afford, only selling them to the London elite would maximize profits. Just as Shelby had said earlier, this meant working with London's big trading companies. Josh couldn't just show up on their doorsteps to peddle goods himself, that would be humiliating. Because they were delayed a few days, by the time Josh and his team arrived in London, the actresses from the film company were already busy participating in USO tours organized for the troops, performing at different camps daily, so they weren't at the hotel during the day and only returned at night. But when the women returned that night, Josh immediately noticed something wrong. Where are Whitney and Angela? Josh asked, frowning as he watched the actresses enter the hotel one by one. Lyndon Schneider's expression also darkened. Apologies, sir. Miss Whitney has been very close with Howard Stark since arriving in London. As for Angela, she's been spending a lot of time with a colonel named Joseph Kennedy. It's not that we didn't try to intervene, but the two ladies went willingly, we had no way to stop them. The two bodyguards looked at Josh and Lyndon somewhat awkwardly. Mostly at Lyndon, because they knew Whitney's relationship with Josh was purely professional. Even if she was playing cards with Howard Stark, the one getting cheated on was her wealthy American boyfriend, not Josh. But without a doubt, it was Lyndon who got a real green hat put on his head. And honestly, there was nothing the bodyguards could do. Angela had gone willingly, and the man involved was a US Army colonel. What could they possibly do? Josh could only cast a sympathetic glance at Lyndon, whose face was pale and twisted. Tisk tisk, these clinging vines were clearly not the faithful type. But Joseph Kennedy, wasn't that the eldest of the Kennedy family who blew up in the sky over Britain? Kennedy and Monroe. Now that was a hell of a cursed romance. In the following days, Josh and Lyndon did not see Angela return to the hotel where they were staying. Later, according to information gathered by their subordinates, Josh and Lyndon found out that Colonel Kennedy had specifically arranged for Angela to stay in a house in the West End of London. During the period when the US military was stationed in Britain during World War II, London's West End had completely become an area where American soldiers went for recreation. The soldiers' area mainly consisted of Hyde Park and Piccadilly Circus. By night, the corners of these places would be filled with the scent of heather flowers, and every morning, the cleaners had to remove frames of safety helmets from these areas. Yes, these guys were too lazy to find a proper place. No wonder 1.8 million lives were lost. However, high-ranking military officers like Kennedy definitely wouldn't be interested in those places. They preferred the high-end apartments. In those apartments, a lot of women wearing luxurious fur coats were waiting for them. Many senior American officers, in fact, openly stayed in those apartments belonging to widows or even non-widows, only returning to the barracks during the day. Kennedy, as a colonel in the Navy, was a high-ranking officer, and arranging a residence for Angela was nothing difficult. But for Lyndon, this was pure humiliation. However, Lyndon was not the type to easily lose his temper. He was a seasoned veteran who had been navigating the gray areas since World War I. He knew very well that in such a special time, confronting a military officer with real power was a foolish move. Not to mention that he was a man who walked the gray area. Even his boss, Josh, who was considered a tycoon in the US, would find it difficult to deal with the military in Britain directly. So without needing Josh to persuade him, Lyndon immediately acted as if nothing had happened, focusing on his work, helping Josh contact the local gangsters in London and sell high-end goods. But both he and Josh knew that this matter wouldn't end that easily. They hadn't gone looking for trouble, but that didn't mean their troubles wouldn't come to them. Specifically, trouble found Josh. Josh, this farewell, when we meet again, it may not be so easy. Aldo and several other officers clinked their glasses with Josh in the Rainbow Club in London's West End and drank their beers in one go. The Rainbow Club was run by the American Red Cross and was specifically for the US military. It was the base for American soldiers' recreation in London. New beta. Not only did the club serve food all night, but it also had a large dance floor that could accommodate 1,000 couples at once. In the movie Captain America, this is the place where Captain America made a dance date with Peggy Carter. Normally, non-military personnel, especially men, couldn't enter here. Only women could enter with an invitation from an American soldier. However, Josh was a bit different. Firstly, he was American, and secondly, he worked as a supplier for the military. He was considered a semi-military person. In addition, he had also become a supplier for this club. After all, he had a lot of valuable goods that were worth more than dollars or pounds. In the past month or so, almost all of London's upper-class and high-ranking US military officers knew about this influential American tycoon. During this period, he had also run into Aldo and the other officers whom he had met on the plane. As for Winters, who had a relatively good relationship with him, he was not there. The 101st Airborne Division was stationed far from London and rarely came. Today, Josh was here specifically to bid farewell to these officers. Because today was already May 28th, only a week was left before the famous Normandy landings, originally scheduled for June 5th, but actually June 6th. All American soldiers had already entered a final state of readiness, and on the streets, ordinary American soldiers on leave were nowhere to be seen. Only officers like Aldo could still be here. But by tomorrow, they would not be able to leave the barracks either. Relax, buddy, the little mustache over there is finished. Our forces are several times theirs. You guys are the best. I believe you can all return triumphantly. I'm waiting to go to Paris to celebrate with you. Josh also drank his beer in one go, then patted Aldo's shoulder and said with a smile, "Humph, you capitalists, all you can do is hide behind the battlefield and suck the blood of brave soldiers." At that moment, an unpleasant voice came from behind Josh and the others. Everyone looked over and saw a colonel standing not far away. Standing beside him was Angela, who was lowering her head, not daring to look at Josh. "This colonel, do we know each other?" Josh squinted slightly. Although he had already guessed the identity of the person, he still asked as if he didn't know. "Joseph Kennedy? You're Josh Kane, right?" Colonel Kennedy said as he walked closer to Josh, but was blocked by Aldo, who sensed the unfriendly presence. "What? Do you have a problem, Lieutenant?" Kennedy looked disdainfully at Aldo, who was blocking his way. "Oh, sorry, sir. I just wanted to greet you and salute you." Aldo gave a military salute, then said, "But I heard your tone, seems like you have a problem with the army. So what? Do you have an opinion on what I said?" Kennedy sneered. In World War II, one of the most famous conflicts was the rivalry between the Navy and Army. In fact, such conflicts existed in most countries, and the US was no exception. As a Navy colonel, Kennedy naturally had a prejudice against the Army, especially since Aldo was just a lowly lieutenant. "Of course not, sir. Our Army never picks fights with fools." Aldo narrowed his eyes and responded, placing extra emphasis on the word sir. "Very well, it seems you're not convinced. I never like to use ranks to oppress people. Everyone, listen, this has nothing to do with military rank." Kennedy shoved his glass into Angela's hand, and then pointed at Josh, who had a grim expression, sitting behind Aldo. "Joseph, don't." Seeing this, Angela felt uneasy and was a bit scared. "Don't worry, darling, they dare not do anything to me." Before Kennedy could finish his sentence with a smile, Aldo's fist had already slammed into his face. Seeing this, Josh and the other army officers immediately felt a heavy weight in their hearts. This was bad. They hadn't expected Aldo to actually make a move. Although Kennedy had said military rank didn't matter, anyone who took those words seriously was an idiot. This wasn't just hitting a superior officer, it could easily escalate into a conflict between the Navy and the Army. Causing trouble just before the big battle like this meant that Aldo, who had struck first, would definitely end up at a military court. Stop him! Josh quickly shouted. A single punch might still have some room for damage control, but if Kennedy got seriously hurt, no one would be able to save Aldo. Josh didn't need to shout, as other officers had already recognized the seriousness of the situation and quickly grabbed Aldo, who still wanted to continue beating Kennedy. Scumbag, I'm going to kill you. Kennedy, who had been caught off guard by a punch, was naturally still unwilling to let it go. He immediately turned to return the favor to Aldo, but as soon as he swung his fist, someone grabbed him, and he couldn't move at all. Who is it? Kennedy, in a fit of rage, turned around and was instantly stunned because the person holding him was of extraordinary status. Although the person's rank was not high, Kennedy knew that he would definitely not be able to beat him. The person's title was Captain America? With Captain America's intervention, the fight naturally didn't happen. However, this brawl at the Rainbow Club didn't cause much of an uproar in the outside world, but it did cause quite a stir within the US military. It's often said that the discipline in the US military is poor, but that is mostly in relation to external matters. Internally, it is actually very strict. Whether it was Colonel Kennedy deliberately provoking a patriot like Josh, who contributed to the military in the rear, or Aldo hitting a superior officer, both were extremely serious breaches of military conduct with a major negative impact. Especially since it happened just before the Normandy landings, an incredibly sensitive time. Not to mention the fact that it involved a conflict between the Navy and the Army. But precisely because the matter involved the two branches of the military, there were major disagreements within the Navy and Army on how to deal with Kennedy and Aldo. In the end, the issue even reached General Eisenhower, the supreme commander of the European Allied forces. It was fortunate this was in the European theater, where Eisenhower's word was law. If it had been in the Pacific theater, with the rivalry between two giant military figures, Nimitz and MacArthur, the situation would have been much harder to resolve. 2 days later, after 2 internal military court hearings, the results were decided. Kennedy was demoted by 2 ranks but remained in service. Aldo, on the other hand, was demoted to a non-commissioned officer. On the surface, this seemed fair. Kennedy had a higher rank, so his 2-rank demotion seemed more significant. But many, including Josh, knew that Aldo was actually the one who suffered more because, with Kennedy's status as a Navy officer and the power of the Kennedy family, it would be easy for him to rise back through the ranks. However, for Aldo, rising back up was almost impossible. The gap between soldiers and officers couldn't be bridged with a few merits. However, Aldo's superior was very supportive. After multiple requests, Aldo was assigned a mission. If he completed it, all his disciplinary actions would be erased. But there was no doubt that the mission was extremely dangerous. Some Jewish American high-ranking officials in Washington wanted the lives of certain German SS officers. The reason for this was obvious. The Jewish people had a deep sense of revenge, and after the war, the Mossad hunted down German officers scattered across the world for decades. Many of the names on this list of officers were in Paris. Therefore, Aldo, as the leader of a small unit composed of soldiers who had committed military offenses, was sent to Paris to carry out this difficult task. Yes. Don't say too much, just complete the mission, and I'll throw you a grand celebration in Paris. Josh said to Aldo, fully geared up and about to board the plane at an army aviation base. I definitely won't miss that. There better be good drinks. Aldo said with a smile, giving Josh a punch. Josh smiled slightly and reached out his hand. Aldo, somewhat confused, wondered why they were shaking hands now, given how familiar they had become. Was this necessary? But he still shook Josh's hand, and as he did, he felt something cold and cylindrical pressed into his palm. Use it in a critical moment, just inject it directly. Just as Aldo was puzzled, Josh gave him a bear hug, whispered in his ear, and then stepped back, waving him off. Though Aldo had many questions, he understood and tucked the object into his sleeve, making sure it wasn't visible. Once the plane was airborne and the turbulence settled, Aldo took out the item Josh had given him. His face changed slightly when he saw it. It was a very high-end metal syringe, and on the edge of the metal part, there was some glass, revealing a shimmering green liquid inside. What was this? Aldo was even more confused. But since Josh had told him to use it only in an emergency, he guessed it was something life-saving. As for whether Josh would harm him, Aldo never even thought about it. To him, Josh was a true friend, and he had already risked his career to fight a colonel for him, so Aldo naturally believed that Josh regarded him as a friend too. His intuition was correct. Josh had indeed given him something that would save his life. This was a serum that Yuri had spent over a month extracting from the blood of the defective super soldier Vito. Combining it with the beastification potion from the Red Alert world and dinosaur genes, they had created a new type of super soldier serum. This serum could temporarily transform a human into a dinosaur warrior. The effect was similar to the lizard doctor from Spider-Man, dramatically increasing strength, allowing one to shrug off small-caliber gunfire, and granting extremely strong healing abilities. Speed, reflexes, and other physical traits would also be greatly enhanced. However, unlike the super soldier serum, this enhancement wasn't permanent. It would last for about 4 to 6 hours. During the transformation, the user's sanity would be affected, but it would return to normal once the effect wore off. Since extensive human experiments had already been conducted on the footbasin chicken, it was confirmed that there were no immediate side effects, though the long-term effects were still unknown. That was why Josh had told Aldo to use it only in emergencies. Initially, Josh had only befriended Aldo out of his own interests, like he did with other lower-ranking officers. But after the club incident, Josh had genuinely recognized Aldo as a true friend because Aldo wasn't afraid to act. Such friends were hard to find, and it would be a shame if Aldo died on the battlefield. Besides, this issue wasn't over yet. Looking at the plane disappearing into the sky, Josh thought quietly to himself. Though the outcome of this conflict was that both Kennedy and Aldo had been disciplined, and Josh, as the victim, seemed unaffected, this was just a surface appearance. Joseph Kennedy's sudden demotion by 2 ranks, although he would have a chance to rise again, would undoubtedly have a significant impact on his future career. The Kennedy family behind him wouldn't care who started the trouble. They would only care about the loss of their interests. So it was clear Josh had now made an enemy of the Kennedy family. Furthermore, even if the Kennedy family was willing to let the issue slide, it depended on whether Josh would allow it. Josh hadn't intended to make a fuss about Angela's issue. She was just a parasitic woman, not worth the trouble, but Kennedy's almost direct slap-in-the-face provocation at the club had truly pissed him off. Even though he knew that by doing nothing, Joseph Kennedy would probably not live for many more months. Just as Josh was collecting himself and preparing to leave, he saw Captain America with his large group of subordinates, the famous Howling Commandos, also preparing to board a plane. Josh couldn't help but feel puzzled. The next day was D-Day, and Captain America and the Howling Commandos were about to head somewhere? Could it be that they, like Aldo, were heading behind enemy lines? Aldo's matter, thank you, Captain. Although their relationship couldn't be considered very close, they were at least acquaintances. And if it weren't for Captain America's intervention, Aldo's situation probably wouldn't have ended so quickly. So Josh, both emotionally and logically, should greet the other party. No need to thank me, I just truthfully said everything I knew. Captain America nodded slightly at Josh as he spoke. You guys are? Josh glanced at the Howling Commandos behind him, asking with some curiosity. We're heading to Stalingrad. Captain America didn't hide it and answered directly. Although military operations should be kept confidential, firstly Josh was considered half an insider to the military, and secondly, Captain America only mentioned the general destination without specifying the time or mission, so it didn't count as a violation of regulations. Watching Captain America and his team walk away, Josh curled his lips. Good grief, no wonder this world is dominated by American comics. Mother Russia is having an even harder time than in the world he came from. Hydra's strength far surpassed that of the little mustache, Hitler, so even now, when the Allies are about to land in Normandy, the Battle of Stalingrad still hasn't ended and needs Captain America and his team to assist. Unbelievable. The current situation in Europe was that the territories occupied by Germany were limited to its northern homeland and regions like France and Poland, southern Bavaria, Czechoslovakia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkans, all the way to the Stalingrad area had already been entirely occupied by Red Skull's Hydra Corps. But that's not surprising. Although the Soviet troops were fearless, they couldn't withstand Red Skull's cheat mode. While other countries were still struggling with oil and supplies, Hydra's troops had already begun mass-equipping weapons powered by the limitless cosmic cube. If not for Captain America constantly sabotaging those weapons factories, the Allied forces in Italy might have already been pushed into the sea. In that case, it's about time I contribute more to the anti-XX cause as well. Josh thought with a slight smirk, then turned and walked toward a jeep parked in the distance. To Colonel Ross' office. Josh said to Vito in the driver's seat. Vito didn't speak, just nodded and started the engine. The Colonel Ross Josh was going to see was, of course, not the future Thunderbolt Ross. Judging by the era, that Thunderbolt probably hadn't even been born yet. This Colonel Ross was named William Ross, an Army colonel and Aldo's superior. It was he who helped Aldo apply for this mission. Also because of Aldo, Josh had established a connection with this Army colonel. With Josh now officially at odds with Joseph Kennedy, he no longer had a choice regarding his alignment within the military. The Kennedy family held too much influence in the Navy. The eldest brother was in naval aviation, the second brother who would later become that wildly imaginative president was with naval intelligence, and the third brother was also in the Navy. RA Beta. Under these circumstances, Josh naturally didn't want to be too close to the Navy anymore. Given that, he had no option but to align with the Army. As for the Air Force and Marine Corps, that was simple. The U.S. Air Force was split off from the Army Air Corps after World War II, officially established in 1947. And the Marine Corps, Josh would have to be crazy to associate with that fourth-tier unit. Plus, the Marine Corps was in a miserable state now, with a total strength of only about 500,000, equipped with Army cast-offs, most of them basking in the Pacific sun. As for the Pentagon and Allied Supreme Command, Josh wasn't at that level yet. But when Josh arrived at his destination and was led into Colonel Ross' office by the Colonel's adjutant, he found that besides Colonel Ross, there was also an elderly man in uniform, one with 3 gleaming stars on his shoulder. A Lieutenant General. Mr. Kane, have a seat. Let me introduce, this is General John McGinnis. Colonel Ross said upon seeing Josh. It's an honor to meet you, General. Josh greeted the other man respectfully. Although Josh now had decent ties with the military, a general was still someone to show respect to, especially one who clearly had years of service and possibly deep connections. Pleasure to meet you too, Mr. Kane. Seeing Josh's polite manner, General McGinnis's expression softened, and he sighed. Young and promising Mr. Kane is far better than certain others. Was that a compliment? McGinnis's cryptic comment left Josh a bit puzzled. No need to overthink, young man, just speaking my mind. General McGinnis waved his hand, seeing the confusion in Josh's eyes. Mr. Kane, didn't you mention before that you wanted to hire some retired officers as advisors for your company? Well, how about General McGinnis? Colonel Ross chimed in at this moment. That floored Josh. What? You're recommending a lieutenant general as a consultant? Regarding this advisor thing, Josh had casually mentioned it to Colonel Ross earlier, said he was interested in the military industry but lacked insight into the military's needs, so he wanted to hire some disabled or retired officers as consultants. He'd said this partly because he truly was interested in military industry, and partly to strengthen his ties with the army. He just hadn't expected Colonel Ross to go this far recommending a lieutenant general, but I'd certainly be honored to hire an outstanding general like McGinnis as a consultant. I'm just not sure this is such a crucial moment for the military. Why is General McGinnis? Josh directly voiced his question without hesitation. At such a critical time in the war, a lieutenant general was retiring? No one would believe that. The reason is simple. Like that boy Aldo, I made a grave mistake. So I've been stripped of all duties, and retirement is my only option now. General McGinnis responded directly to Josh's question, holding nothing back. And after hearing his explanation, Josh finally understood why the general had said what he did earlier. The certain others General McGinnis had referred to? None other than the now red-hot chief scientist of the Allied Strategic Scientific Reserve, Howard Stark. And the reason General McGinnis had been relieved of all duties? Also because of Howard Stark. The specific incident? It had to do with a special drug called Nightlight. That's right, exactly the one Whitney had discussed in the Isodyne Energy Group's lab in Los Angeles with her scandalous boyfriend Calvin Chadwick, and also one of the reasons she came to the front lines. Acing Josh, a potential future employer, General McGinnis ignored Colonel Ross' overt and covert signals and told the story exactly as it was. It was simply that under his lead, with Howard executing, they attempted to develop a drug to enhance soldiers' alertness and awareness during wartime called Nightlight. But after only preliminary biological testing, meaning lab mouse experiments, Howard had already determined it to be a failed drug. However, General McGinnis did not believe that a drug developed with such effort could be a failure. He thought it might have miraculous effects in actual combat. Of course, he certainly wouldn't use this stuff on his own soldiers. So he ignored Howard's objections and directly included the drug in airdrop supplies, delivering it to the frontline Soviet soldiers. The result, an enhanced Soviet company, nearly 300 troops, was completely wiped out. Only 4 survivors remained. Afterward, Howard and General McGinnis had a fierce confrontation over the incident, which eventually alerted the Supreme Command. In the end, the military sided with Howard Stark and awarded him a multi-million-dollar contract, essentially burying the matter. As for General McGinnis, he was stripped of all his duties and ordered to retire within a deadline. There was no doubt that this constituted an internal military scandal and was an absolute blemish on McGinnis's military career. But for this stubborn and somewhat hot-tempered old general, he disdained hiding the truth or lying to someone he considered an insider like Josh. After McGinnis finished speaking, Josh did not immediately respond but instead fell into brief contemplation. However, what he was pondering wasn't whether or not to reject McGinnis because of this, but rather that the initial purpose and properties of the Nightlight drug were strikingly similar to a drug Yuri had once mentioned to him. That drug belonged to the Yuri faction and was once widely used by ordinary soldiers, a secondary-level psychic stimulant. Basic troops of the Yuri faction, the Yuri initiates, gained not only heightened awareness from this drug compared to normal soldiers, but even slight psychic abilities. However, for this psychic power to truly be effective in battle, it needed to be paired with a special psychic helmet. Otherwise, a regular soldier couldn't even kill a mouse with all their psychic output, not very useful in combat. But even without the helmet, the drug was still a powerful and practical combat enhancer. The only issue was that it had some side effects. Being a neurological stimulant, it was highly addictive. But that minor drawback was negligible compared to the Nightlight drug, which had fatal consequences. Mr. Kane, if this puts you in a difficult position, feel free to say so. I wouldn't make things hard for a young man over something like this, said McGinnis, seeing Josh still silent and assuming he was pondering how to turn him down. No, General, you're overthinking it. What I'm considering isn't about that. In fact, I'd be honored to hire you. I was just thinking this situation might not be beyond salvage. Josh quickly waved his hand to explain. He was being truthful. McGinnis' case was indeed a serious scandal, but it was mostly political. Compared to the potential network and influence that came with hiring General McGinnis, that little bit of scandal was nothing. Not to mention, it was Soviet soldiers who were harmed, not American citizens. It posed no real risk to Josh. But if possible, keeping McGinnis in the military would be even more valuable. Mr. Kane, what do you mean? McGinnis and Colonel Ross exchanged a look, curious. I mentioned before that I was interested in getting into the military-industrial field, right? In fact, the reason I came to see Colonel Ross today was to recommend a new type of combat drug, and coincidentally, this drug is very similar to what you both just mentioned as Nightlight, perhaps even stronger. It may even grant some extraordinary abilities. Of course, it has a minor side effect. If not dosed properly, it can become addictive like morphine. Also, it's a bit pricey. Josh introduced the drug to the two without hesitation. With Tildanu. Of course, that pricey comment was just for show. As something widely used by Yuri's ordinary troops, the actual cost of the drug was not much higher than morphine. But did that stop Josh from putting a premium price tag on it? Are you serious, Mr. Kane? General McGinnis and Colonel Ross both appeared visibly excited. Would I have any reason to lie? Josh smiled and spread his hands. McGinnis and Ross didn't answer because indeed, he had no reason to lie. Do you have a sample? Asked General McGinnis. Of course. It's at a biological lab I acquired not long ago. I also bought a pharmaceutical plant in advance, just in case the military needed immediate production. Josh smiled. I hadn't settled on a name before, but now, let's call it Bright Light. What do you think? In fact, Josh, well aware that this highly practical drug would have no problem selling, had already had Yuri begin mass production once the adjacent facility was upgraded. Good, good, good. Bright Light it is. Let's go see this drug now. General McGinnis and Colonel Ross were eager to see the drug's effects. If the drug proved effective and could be administered to some troops before the landing campaign, even minor results could completely turn McGinnis' career around. He had clawed his way to Lieutenant General. How could he possibly accept falling just short of the finish line? As for whether this would offend Howard Stark, don't be ridiculous. Josh didn't even know the guy. Besides, once he entered the military-industrial arena, Howard Stark's company would inevitably become his biggest competitor, so whether he offended him or not didn't matter at all. Look, this is my lab. Check this out. My carbon polymer stab-proof suit. Most of the world's bayonets can't pierce it, and that's a new rotor aircraft. Leonardo da Vinci proposed the concept in the 15th century, and in my hands, it'll become a reality. In a London mansion, a tipsy Howard held Whitney close, giving her a tour of his private lab. Oh, Howard, you're such a genius. By the way, what's that? Whitney leaned affectionately on Howard, pointing to a sealed lab room deeper inside. Those are various chemical compounds, pretty dangerous stuff, so I won't take you in there, Howard said, glancing that way and waving dismissively. You know, Howard, I really adore your brilliance. So, don't you think, this invention pairs well with me? Suddenly, Whitney jumped into the cockpit of the rotor aircraft, really a helicopter cabin, and lifted her skirt, revealing long, slender legs in black stockings, seductively teasing Howard. Perfect. Definitely perfect. Howard didn't hesitate and immediately started getting handsy. And so, amidst the machines, the two launched into a steamy session. Howard, lost in lust, didn't notice Whitney's eyes occasionally and subtly glancing toward that chemical lab. In the early hours of June 6, 1944, the largest amphibious assault in human history was initiated by Allied airborne forces. More than 2,400 transport aircraft dropped 3 airborne divisions, over 35,000 paratroopers into areas about a dozen kilometers inland from the coast. But back in London, a team of U.S. military police suddenly stormed into the manor that Josh had purchased in the suburbs less than a week ago. Officer, may I ask why you're trespassing on private property in the middle of the night? Awoken from his sleep, Josh calmed Vito and the others who were confronting the military police, then asked the officer leading the team. Apologies for disturbing you, Mr. Kane. This is an order from Colonel Chester Phillips of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. There's a serious case involving the theft of military secrets, and we need your cooperation in the investigation, the officer said respectfully. Unlike the notoriously harsh military police of other nations, U.S. MPs were known from their inception for their mild demeanor. This was evident throughout World War II, during which the U.S. Army had over 50,000 deserters and more than 10,000 cases of soldier misconduct, yet only 49 were sentenced to death and only 1 execution was actually carried out. Arguably the most lenient military discipline in the world, of course, this leniency only applied internally. So faced with Josh, a figure of some special status, the MP officer remained very courteous. However, theft of military secrets? Related to the SSR? Josh was baffled. Other than 2 brief encounters with Captain America, he hadn't had any involvement with the SSR. You mean secrets from the Strategic Scientific Reserve? I don't recall ever interacting with them, Josh asked the officer. Sir, I'm only following orders and don't know the specifics, but I heard, it may be related to that celebrity under your employment. The MP captain hesitated slightly before revealing this tidbit. That celebrity under me? Whitney? Realization dawned on Josh. Damn, could that woman be a spy for the Soviets or the Nazis? No wonder she was so eager to come to the front lines, and immediately got close to Howard Stark, one of the SSR's top scientists. Damn, he was getting dragged into this for no reason. I understand. But before I go with you, I need to verify your identities. Josh didn't argue further now that he understood the situation, and chose to cooperate. His connection with Whitney wasn't deep beyond an employment relationship, there was little personal involvement. He had nothing to hide. Even if the SSR wanted to pin something on him, they'd have to consider the implications, so it likely wouldn't be serious. He was just curious about what kind of military secret Whitney had stolen to cause such a commotion. But before going with the MPs, he had to confirm their identity just in case they were impersonators. Of course, the MP captain said without hesitation, giving his unit number, rank, and name. Josh then directly made a phone call to General McGinnis. It wasn't about showing off at this hour. Most of the officers he knew, like Colonel Ross, were likely busy commanding at the front lines and hard to reach. Alpha E. Even the logistics officers wouldn't be idle. As for lieutenants or captains, they were probably out at sea waiting to be shot at, no telling how many would make it back. Only General McGinnis, who had yet to be reinstated, was likely free at the moment. Josh, put the officer on the line. I'll speak with him, General McGinnis said seriously after understanding the situation. Sir, General McGinnis would like to speak with you, Josh said, handing the phone to the MP captain. Hearing McGinnis's name, the captain was clearly startled and accepted the phone very respectfully. Yes, sir. I understand what to do, the captain said into the phone, then returned it to Josh and gave a salute. Apologies for disturbing your rest, sir. Since General McGinnis has vouched for you, we'll take our leave. With that, he turned and left with his men, as if being chased. They're leaving just like that? Vito asked, bewildered. He knew the US military police were easygoing, but this quick retreat without further question was truly strange. No matter the country, old generals who've been in the military for decades always have deep connections. Alright, let's get some rest, no one's coming before sunrise, Josh said with a grin after finishing his call with McGinnis. Sure enough, he slept soundly through the night, and it wasn't until around 8 a.m., after breakfast, that someone came to see him again. This time, it wasn't the MPs, but intelligence officers from the Strategic Scientific Reserve themselves. Let them in, Josh said to his men while sipping tea in the parlor. At first, he didn't pay much attention to the newcomers, but when the three officers walked into the parlor, Josh's eyes flashed slightly. Captain Carter, I didn't expect it to be you. Josh greeted the female officer leading the group before she could speak. Yes, the one leading them was none other than Captain America's companion, Peggy Carter. Mr. Kane, you know me? Carter asked, slightly surprised. Though she and Steve Rogers were likely already close at this point, she mostly served as an intelligence liaison for the Howling Commandos and didn't often operate directly with them. After Captain America's disappearance, she briefly served as their commanding officer and took part in numerous military operations. So she hadn't been present during any of Josh's previous encounters with Rogers. Naturally, she and Josh hadn't interacted much. Of course, I'm fairly acquainted with Captain Rogers. I know he's especially fond of English roses, Josh said with a wink at Peggy Carter. To be fair, Captain America had good taste. This Miss Carter wasn't a stunning beauty, but she was indeed well endowed. 32DD. Yes, double D. That's D in US sizing and E in UK sizing. Which meant Miss Carter was at least an E cup to start with. He couldn't help but want to feel for himself. Josh stole a few extra glances. Hearing Josh's teasing, Carter's expression became slightly awkward, but she quickly composed herself, having experienced such situations before. I didn't expect Mr. Kane to know Steve. In that case, I hope our conversation will go smoothly, Carter smiled. Of course, I'll answer everything, Josh motioned for the three to sit. Well then, Mr. Kane, please tell me where you were and who you met on June 3rd and 5th. Carter began her questioning without hesitation after sitting down. Ms. Carter, do you mind if I ask what exactly Whitney is accused of stealing? After all, she's my employee. If she truly violated military law, then naturally she's at your disposal. But if she's being wrongfully accused, I have a responsibility to stand up for her. After answering a series of questions from Peggy Carter, Josh countered with his own. I'm very sorry, Mr. Kane, but I can't divulge too many details. As for Ms. Whitney, we only need her to cooperate with an investigation right now. If it's determined that she's not a suspect, we'll certainly let her go. Perhaps because of Josh's acquaintance with Captain America, Peggy Carter, despite being tight-lipped, still revealed a bit of information about Whitney. The implication being that Whitney is currently just a strong suspect and has not yet been convicted. Ha ha ha, what's so secretive about this? Josh, can you believe it? They're saying that the thing your actress tried to steal was Nightlight. Just then, a hearty voice rang out from the doorway. It was General McGinnis. General, the Nightlight project is a top-level strategic scientific reserve secret. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to disclose it so publicly? Hearing McGinnis' words, the stern Carter couldn't help but question him. To me, that so-called secret is nonsense. Besides, Josh is no outsider to the Army Department. General McGinnis scoffed dismissively. Don't think only that Playboy can come up with inventions. I'm not afraid to tell you, under Mr. Kane's leadership, our army has developed a brand new combat-ready serum. As for your Nightlight, even a dog would turn its nose up at it. Hearing this, Carter's expression turned sour, though what dominated her face was surprise at the mention of a serum that Josh had led the research on. General, Mr. Kane, may I ask if I can learn more about this serum? Carter couldn't help asking. What, suspecting we copied the Nightlight? That's not something you're authorized to know. Go ask your superior. McGinnis barked bluntly. His attitude left Carter in an awkward position. But he was a US general, and she was just a temp worker from the British military. What could she really do? General, I believe we should be gentler with a lady, Josh smoothly interjected, easing the tension at just the right moment. After all, he and Cap were at least on nodding terms, and he couldn't just watch Carter get humiliated. Haha, you're right. All right, Mr. Kane and I still have matters to discuss. Ms. Carter, if you don't have anything else, would you mind giving us some privacy? General McGinnis was clearly in a good mood. He didn't mind Josh's interruption at all and even lowered his tone accordingly, but his words still strongly suggested she should leave, just phrased in a more polite way. Mr. Kane, thank you for your cooperation. We won't disturb you further. Seeing McGinnis' tone had softened, Carter gathered her emotions, forced a smile, and said her goodbyes to Josh. Josh simply nodded, saying little. What? Got your eye on her? Can't blame you, she's got one hell of a figure even under all those layers. If I were younger, I'd fall for her too. Watching Carter's swaying figure as she walked away, General McGinnis slapped Josh on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. You're reading too much into it, General. I just have a decent relationship with Captain Rogers, Josh replied, tugging the corner of his mouth into a smile. Steve Rogers? With that woman? McGinnis was momentarily stunned. Though he had dealings with the Strategic Scientific Reserve before, the relationship between Cap and Carter had been kept fairly low profile and wasn't widely known. That's right. They knew each other even before Steve's transformation, Josh confirmed with a nod. I see, then yes, I suppose we do need to treat her a little more gently. McGinnis nodded. Despite Captain America only holding the rank of captain, after leading the Howling Commandos to repeated victories in Europe, his status had become strategically significant, far above that of McGinnis, who had been relieved of active duty. Drink. Josh offered. Whiskey got any? McGinnis didn't hesitate. He knew full well how resourceful his partner was, barring any accidents, after Normandy he'd likely be reinstated. So his relationship with Josh was no mere employer arrangement, it was a strategic partnership, especially with that serum in the mix. Whether he could advance further before the war's end likely hinged on Josh. Of course. Josh walked over to a cabinet, took out an unlabeled bottle of whiskey, poured a glass, and handed it to McGinnis. What's the situation exactly? Damn, that's good stuff. Where's it from? McGinnis took a swig and smacked his lips in appreciation. Heh, just homemade brew. The ingredients are a bit special. If you like it, take a couple bottles home. You know I don't drink much. Josh smiled. The whiskey had actually been distilled in Westeros based on his provided technique, using top-quality barley and spring water. It wasn't mass-produced. With circumflex nuis. Josh himself wasn't a drinker, but those who had tasted it, especially Dix from Kentucky, praised it highly. Now McGinnis was saying the same, so perhaps it was worth turning into a premium gift. Then I won't be shy. Honestly, today's issue is pretty simple. 2 nightlight serums from Stark's lab were swapped out, and when they were discovered, your actress just happened to be in his bedroom. Plus, she's been the one in closest contact with Stark recently, so naturally she became the prime suspect. In fact, they don't have any real evidence at all. As for you, I sent Colonel Phillips on that side 2 samples, never heard another word. Your serum is leagues ahead of Stark's junk. If they want to come after you, they'll have to go through General Eisenhower first. McGinnis downed his drink in one gulp, grinning. Too bad I won't get to see that brat. Stark's face must be priceless. General Eisenhower knows too? From the front line. Josh perked up with interest. That's right. Using a new combat serum obviously needed his approval. But don't worry though, the formal landing just began. The airborne troops that set out at dawn have already sent back word. The 2nd Battalion of the 506th Regiment, which used the serum, achieved results far exceeding other units. Now it's up to how the 8th Infantry under Ross performs. General McGinnis beamed with pride. Back then, Josh had provided over 2,000 doses of the bright light serum to the military, enough for 2 regiments. So General McGinnis had pulled all the strings he could to push it through. Eventually, Colonel Ross' 8th Regiment of the 4th Infantry Division and the 506th Regiment of the 101st Airborne Division received the right to use the serum. Wait, 506th Regiment? Isn't that where Company E is stationed? What a coincidence. But not that surprising, both the 4th Infantry Division and 101st Airborne were elite units, leading the charge. Good horses deserve fine saddles. It only made sense for the best equipment to be given to these top troops. Just as Josh and General McGinnis were drinking and chatting cheerfully, Peggy Carter stormed back into the Strategic Scientific Reserve headquarters and barged into Colonel Phillips' office. She happened to see Howard Stark there as well, and the two were discussing something. Peggy, you're back. Colonel Phillips greeted her upon seeing her enter. Colonel, I saw General McGinnis at Josh Kane's estate. He mentioned a drug called Bright Light. What is that? Carter got straight to the point. Phillips didn't answer immediately but looked over at Howard Stark. A few samples were sent over. I did a bit of analysis. It's a highly potent neural stimulant similar to nightlight, but its effects are several times stronger than the amphetamines and methamphetamines currently used by the military, with far fewer side effects than nightlight. Also, its components are completely different. The only side effect is that, like amphetamines and methamphetamines, it has a considerable addictive potential, but the generals don't consider that a big deal. Howard shrugged, briefly explaining the bright light drug. The amphetamines and methamphetamines he referred to, both of which would later be classified as illegal drugs, were standard military-issue medications in this era, the former used by the Allies, the latter by the Germans. In fact, the US military continued using them until the 1970s, when they were finally banned. So Bright Light's minor side effects were hardly worth worrying about at this time. However, while Howard explained the drug, his face showed none of the disappointment or frustration that General McGinnis had likely hoped for. Having supplanted Einstein's role in this universe, where Marvel canonically has no Einstein, and being this era's greatest scientific mind, Howard Stark's temperament was beyond what McGinnis could gauge. Even knowing that the name Bright Light was chosen to mock him, Howard didn't take it seriously at all. So, Josh Kane is completely cleared of suspicion. Hearing this, Peggy Carter let out a sigh of relief. Investigating someone of Josh Kane's stature was no easy task. It involved too many layers and connections. Both Phillips and Howard nodded. The appearance of Bright Light rendered Night Light meaningless. As for Night Light's harmful side effects, please, it might as well have been mustard gas. In this context, Josh Kane had absolutely no reason to steal Night Light. And that actress? Carter asked, not forgetting to shoot a disdainful glance at Howard. Howard awkwardly rubbed his nose. Let her go after 48 hours, Colonel Phillips thought for a moment before replying. That woman has strong nerves. She hasn't confessed to anything so far. The lie detector showed nothing. And we have no concrete evidence she swapped the drugs. Her identity prevents us from using harsher methods. So that's just it. Carter was slightly unwilling. To her, Whitney was highly suspicious. Nothing we can do. The frontline troops using Bright Light have already reported back with glowing reviews, so higher UPS don't want to dwell on this anymore. At this point, seeing Carter's frustration, Colonel Phillips suddenly gave a mysterious smile. Actually, whether this is the end or not, isn't up to us. What do you mean? Carter was confused. Soon, 2 days passed, and good news from the front lines kept pouring in. The Normandy landings were a resounding success, and after the 506th Regiment of the 101st Airborne Division, the 8th Regiment of the 4th Infantry Division also reported great results. Almost without hesitation, the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force placed a massive order with Josh Kane's newly established Kane Industries. 10 million doses of Bright Light, priced at $20 each. This was already a very high price and had been carefully calculated by Josh based on the drug's purity and effects. After all, unlike the Super Serum, which provided lifetime benefits from a single dose, this was a consumable product. Each dose lasted approximately 24 hours, and continuous use was necessary to maintain effectiveness. If priced too high, even the wealthy US military couldn't afford it. Besides, this 10 million unit order was just the first batch, but the cost wasn't entirely covered by the US. The US paid for 50%, the UK 30%, and the remaining 20% by France, Canada, and other nations. What? Britain and France were broke? No problem, the Lend-Lease Act was still in place. America didn't mind lending a little more. Upon receiving the order, the pharmaceutical factories Josh had previously acquired in London, Birmingham, and other British cities immediately ramped up full production. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of pre-manufactured doses were promptly shipped to the front. Fortunately, Yuri had originally developed this drug for his mind core with the intent for it to be mass-produced. Its ingredients were simple and easy to source. The necessary plants were common in Josh's own universe and also existed in Westeros. Even though Yuri's Cretaceous world didn't have these plants, its climate was also well suited for their cultivation, which had now begun on a large scale. Of course, whether it was Daenerys or Yuri, they weren't growing the ingredients just for Josh. This kind of drug that enhanced military performance was something they wanted for themselves too. But it was precisely because of this that Josh could fulfill such a huge order. Otherwise, given Britain's current conditions, sourcing raw materials alone would have been a major issue. And so, under these circumstances, Whitney, who had never confessed and couldn't be convicted, was finally released by the military police. Welcome home, Whitney. After being held for 48 hours without rest, a haggard-looking Whitney stepped out of the military police building to find Josh waiting outside with Vito and others. Mr. Kane, was it you who got me out? Whitney was surprised to see Josh. Inside the military police facility, she had been under tight surveillance with little contact with the outside world. She had mentally prepared herself for long-term detention by the military. Being released after just 48 hours was completely unexpected. But seeing Josh at the door, she realized that perhaps her generous boss had pulled some strings. Of course, Whitney, I believe you're innocent. Just bad luck, that's all. That playboy Howard, tisk. Josh shook his head as he spoke. Yeah, I misjudged him myself. Whitney quickly went along with the sentiment. All right, don't overthink it. I've prepared a welcome back dinner for you. Eat well, get some sleep, everything will be behind you. Josh gently patted Whitney's shoulder and led her to the car. Whitney didn't refuse. Though the military police had fed her, going 2 days without sleep had left her without much appetite. Wait, we're not going back to the hotel. After Vito had driven for a while, Whitney realized something was off. This wasn't the way to their residence. You were with Howard before, so you might not know I bought a manor in the countryside. And with the war on and no current activities for the entertainment troupe, everyone's moved in, Josh explained with a smile. Whitney nodded, saying nothing, but felt a flicker of caution inside. However, when the car actually pulled up to a countryside manor, and she saw the company actors laughing and relaxing in the garden, her guard lowered. Then, following Josh into the dining hall and seeing a lavish table full of food, her defenses dropped even further. Eat up. I'm hungry too. Let's eat together. Josh gestured for Whitney to sit, then sat down himself and began eating. Whitney, long tempted by the aromas, didn't hesitate and began devouring the food. But as she ate, she suddenly felt weak all over, and her consciousness started to fade. At that point, there was clearly nothing she could do anymore. Just before she lost consciousness, the last thing she saw was Josh standing coldly beside her, saying, "Did you really think this matter was over? Naive." When Whitney groggily regained consciousness again, she found herself tied to what appeared to be an experimental table. Not far from her stood a bald man in a white lab coat, his back turned to her as he busied himself at a lab station. She quickly recalled what had happened. Josh Kane had drugged her. Though she didn't yet know why he had done it, she knew she needed to find a way to escape. "You're awake." As Whitney's mind raced, trying to think of a way out, the bald man suddenly spoke. A Russian. Though he was speaking fluent English, Whitney's sharp instincts picked up a slight Russian accent. But, why would Josh Kane be involved with a Russian? Or was this Russian just someone Josh had hired? "You're very perceptive, miss." The bald man was slightly surprised by how easily Whitney had identified his origin. No wonder Josh had said she wasn't ordinary. Indeed, this bald man was none other than Yuri. And the place Whitney now found herself in was no longer her original world, but a parallel universe in the Cretaceous period in a new lab Yuri had established. Thanks to industrial equipment provided by Josh, a previous shipment of Japanese prisoners, and dinosaurs used as draft animals, after months of effort, Yuri had built a sizable camp capable of extensive industrial production. The only remaining issue was the shortage of available manpower, but that situation was improving. Although Josh World wasn't suitable for supplying too many people to Yuri, after Daenerys invaded Westeros with her army and quickly wiped out several lords, she gained a large population. Among them, aside from some basic laborers, many nobles and their followers seen as burdens and unwilling to submit were bundled up and handed to Josh, who then passed them along to Yuri. Although these people were too primitive for detailed work, Yuri wasn't picky. Josh's reason for sending Whitney to Yuri was simple. He needed to confirm whether Whitney had indeed stolen the nightlight drug, and if so, who she was working for. Although the military had dropped the nightlight theft investigation due to the emergence of the bright light drug, Josh was not willing to let it go. His current safety and rising position in the military were entirely thanks to the bright light drug. But if he didn't have bright light, then Whitney's incident would undoubtedly have implicated him. Josh was not a forgiving man. If Whitney had really stolen the nightlight drug and possibly threatened his interests, he definitely wouldn't let it slide. The most straightforward way to uncover the truth was, without a doubt, to hand her over to Yuri for interrogation. Josh had no doubt that in the hands of someone like Yuri, a master of psychic control, Whitney would confess everything down to her first period at age whatever. "Who are you? Where is Josh Kane?" Whitney still didn't realize the severity of the situation and was thinking about escape. "Heh, you're a smart woman. You should know your current situation. So now I'm the one asking questions, not you. Tell me, which organization do you work for, and why did you steal the nightlight drug?" Yuri asked casually. He could have used psychic control to extract everything, but that would have been too boring for him. Josh had given him a whole day, so Yuri didn't mind chatting with this pretty girl a bit longer. Several hours later, Yuri walked out of the lab, leaving Whitney lying on the table, her eyes unfocused and her spirit seemingly broken. "Who is she working for?" Josh asked directly once their communicator connected. "The Social Sports Club, but it also goes by another name, Hydra's Council of Nine. But it's not the same group as the one with Red Skull. To be precise, Red Skull is a dissenter and traitor from within them. Also, Whitney Frost isn't her real name. Her real name is Agnes Cully," Yuri replied directly. "Are a Nigerian Nairo. Hydra? Damn, I knew it." Hearing the name, Josh slammed the table. He'd had a hunch during World War II, only a few organizations were capable of this sort of thing. Still, hearing the name out loud rattled him. "What's her position in Hydra? What does she know?" Josh asked. "She holds a fairly high rank, an important mid-level member and a talented researcher. Some of her ideas even amazed me. Oh, and here's all the intel she has on the Council of Nine." Yuri transferred several sheets of paper. Josh retrieved the documents from his system. It was a very long list. As he read the names, his expression turned stiff. These were the members of the current Council of Nine in the US Hydra branch. But if it's a Council of Nine, why are there only 8? Because the last member, Red Skull Johann Schmidt, had been kicked out. As for future Hydra leaders like Alexander Pierce, he was still a kid. Even so, just these 8 were enough to make Josh's skin crawl. These corporate giants already had their hands deep in every corner of America. Compared to this united group, Josh Kane was at best a fat shrimp. This snapped him out of the cockiness he'd started to feel after receiving the military's huge order. "Stay calm, don't get cocky." He continued reading. Aside from the council member list, the documents contained numerous operations Hydra had conducted over the years, like the assassination of President McKinley in 1901, the orchestration of the Great Depression in 1929, the provision of super soldier materials to Schmidt, and even a 1940 assassination attempt on Howard Stark to steal his prototype of the vibranium shield that would later become Captain America's weapon. It was a long list, and there was even intel on the founding of Leviathan. All of this was incredibly valuable to Josh. "Thanks, Lord Yuri," Josh said after finishing the documents. "No need to thank me. We're partners." "But what are you going to do with the woman?" Yuri asked. "She's yours," Josh waved dismissively. He didn't want to get too involved with Hydra just yet. Keeping her was pointless. And how would he explain her disappearance to the public? Too easy. A few days later, a headline appeared in London's newspapers. Famed Hollywood actress Whitney killed in tragic accident while hiking, struck by unexploded German bomb, body unrecognizable. One afternoon in late July, Josh was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea in the garden while writing a letter to Margot. Since arriving in the UK, Josh had made it a habit to write Margot a letter every week to let her know he was safe, and Margot always replied. At this time, there were no transatlantic calls, and telegrams allowed only brief messages, so letters were still the most common form of long-distance communication. Moreover, since Josh had connections, he could use military air transport and logistical networks, so it usually only took a few days for the letter to reach Margot. Of course, this was mainly because his correspondence with Margot was usually casual and not classified. If it were communication with Dix instead, it would be done via encrypted telegrams. While Josh was writing, Vito drove a jeep into the estate, asked the servants where Josh was, and then hurried to the garden. "Boss, looks like it's done." Josh had just finished writing the letter, folded it, put it into an envelope, handed it to a waiter nearby, then picked up an empty cup and poured a glass of iced tea, pushing it to the other side of the table, signaling Vito to sit. "It's done." The job was carried out by the younger brother of a high-ranking member of the Razor Gang. He's ground crew at RAF Breise Norton. It took more than half a month to identify the right plane, then he found a maintenance opportunity to place the item on board and wired it as you requested. Vito didn't stand on ceremony, sat down and drank the iced tea in one gulp, then lowered his voice to speak. "Well done, you've worked hard during this period. Take 2 days off and relax." Josh smiled slightly upon hearing this, took out his wallet, pulled out a £1,000 white pound note, and handed it over. Before World War II, Britain, as the most economically developed country in the world, had massive international trade volume each year. Even though the pound had strong purchasing power, issuing only £100 and £50 notes was insufficient, so the largest denomination of the time was £1,000. In fact, after the war, a £1,000,000 note was also issued, but that was specifically for the Marshall Plan, with only 9 printed. The £1,000,000 note in Mark Twain's story came from this. However, by next year, these old white pounds would be declared void because, in the last few years of World War II, Germany had printed a whopping £1.4 billion in counterfeit notes, throwing the market into chaos. After that, the newly issued pounds from 1945 to the late 1960s would only go up to £5. With the colonial system collapsed and the rise of the dollar, the demand for high-denomination pounds dropped drastically. But now that Josh was doing business in the UK, and with few dollars circulating in the British market and due to foreign exchange controls, he couldn't refuse pounds entirely. So, when British elites came waving large pound notes begging Josh to sell them goods, he reluctantly agreed under certain terms. First, he would not accept £5, £10, or £20 notes, as these had the highest market circulation and were the most commonly forged by the Germans. Other denominations were accepted but only with a 30% markup. And the pounds he received? Josh tried to spend them quickly buying British industries and on daily expenses all paid in pounds. But when purchasing industries, the 30% markup didn't apply. In fact, he'd bargain at least 30% down. Given the market conditions in Britain at the time, many fixed assets couldn't fetch good prices and had few buyers, giving Josh an ideal opportunity to buy cheap. So, with these back-and-forth exchanges, Josh ended up making at least 60% more profit. Indeed, war profiteering was extremely lucrative. No wonder even low-level officials risked violating national laws to get involved. Josh swore he wasn't insinuating anyone, just stating Britain's current state. And because Josh now held large sums in pounds, he was generous when rewarding subordinates starting at £100, and £1,000 for someone like Vito who had worked hard for over a week wasn't excessive. A Thailand bot. "Thank you, boss." Vito happily accepted the money and expressed his gratitude. While Josh and other American businessmen might look down on pounds, Vito didn't. With £1,000, he could hire dozens of British women, high-class ones, and party for days. Of course, Vito wouldn't actually do that. Even a body of steel couldn't handle that many women in one day. "Oh, right, boss, on my way back I saw some old friends from the 82nd Division. They said the 82nd and 101st Divisions have returned to the UK for rest." Vito continued after pocketing the money. He had previously served in the 82nd Division, so it was natural he'd know people. "Oh, is that so?" Josh stroked his chin, then said, "Perfect. When you leave, go find Lyndon. He should still have some fruit, beef, and ale. Have him take inventory and send a batch to Generals Ridgway and Taylor. Also, ask him to extend my invitation to the 2 generals and other senior officers. We'll host a banquet at the Ritz Hotel tomorrow night to celebrate their triumphant return. And be sure to send a personal invite to Lieutenant Winters of Easy Company." As the war neared its end, the Allies had completely secured the Atlantic shipping lanes. Supplies flowing into the UK increased, and with Josh's earlier mass distribution of goods, Britain's basic supply situation had greatly improved. Although Josh's goods were still making him money due to low costs, the days of obscene profit were fading. Only fresh fruits, beef, and other high-end items still had significant demand. But Josh had basically made enough. Aside from tobacco, his other businesses were winding down. Once the Allies recaptured Paris and moved into the European mainland, these goods could sell for better prices. Land transport costs were far higher than sea freight. As for surplus goods in external warehouses, Josh couldn't be bothered to take them back and simply gave them to the military to earn goodwill. Especially Ridgway and Taylor both had bright futures ahead. Making friends now was definitely the right move. And coincidentally, the next day during Josh's banquet for the two division's senior officers, a U.S. Navy air squadron received a bombing mission. Less than an hour after takeoff, one of the bombers suddenly exploded mid-air, its debris scattered into the English Channel, not a single piece recoverable. Such incidents weren't rare during World War II, so no one suspected foul play. Only on the Navy's casualty list did a new name appear, Major Joseph Kennedy. "Boss, thank you." A few days later, when Lyndon Schneider reported to Josh, he said with sincerity, "Thank me? For what? I should be thanking you? Over the past 2 months, you've helped me earn so much. Very well done. Here's your bonus." Josh smiled and pushed a suitcase toward him. But Lyndon Schneider didn't accept the case with joy as Josh expected. Instead, he looked hesitant. What happened? Seeing this, Josh's smile faded. Lyndon knew full well the case held a large sum of money. With his personality, this wasn't normal. Something was definitely wrong. "Boss, someone from the old country came and wants to see you." Lyndon hesitated for a while, then finally gritted his teeth and said it. The old country? Josh was confused at first, then quickly realized what it meant. If it were about Josh himself, then of course it would refer to China as the old country. But coming from Lyndon's mouth, there was only one possible meaning. Bavaria or Austria? Josh asked, pondering. Bavaria or Austria? Not Germany and Austria. There was a lot of subtle meaning in Josh's question. To modern people, Bavaria always seemed to be a part of Germany, with little connection to Austria. But in fact, since the time of the Holy Roman Empire, Bavaria had always been a staunch supporter of the Austrian Habsburg family. It was only with the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, the continual decline of the Habsburgs, and the successive rise of France and the Prussian Federation that Bavaria drifted away from Austria. Even though they ended up in two different countries, in terms of religion, ethnic sentiment, and other aspects, Bavaria remained closer to Austria. They both considered each other family. Even in the 21st century, voices in Bavaria calling for independence or unification with Austria never completely died out. In short, the ties between the two were messy and deeply intertwined. Josh's father's side was Austrian, while Lyndon was from Bavaria. When they talked about back home, it could only mean one of those two places. As for northern Germany, that wasn't even in their concept of home. Of course, Austria. After all, most of Bavaria is now under the control of the Hydra Corps, said Lyndon Schneider. In Josh's previous life, Bavaria was the German hinterland and even the location of the Wolf's Lair. But in this Marvel-based world, the first thing Red Skull did after rising was to seize this critical strategic region and attempt to establish his Hydra Empire centered on Austria. So now, Bavaria and Austria were no longer under the control of the little mustache man, i.e., Hitler, but were firmly in Red Skull's hands. As for why someone from there would seek Josh out now, he could pretty much guess the reason. Originally, when it was just Hitler losing ground, those people weren't in a rush. Red Skull's power was even greater. But just last month, Hydra suffered a major defeat on the Soviet front. The reason? Captain America led the Howling Commandos to parachute into the Hydra Corps' rear, sabotaging key supply lines and frontline munitions factories. The story had spread throughout the Allied forces, and Captain America's reputation had soared. Because of this victory, the Soviets launched a full counteroffensive and were pushing toward the Balkans. Clearly, the Austrians had realized that Red Skull, like Hitler, was unreliable and were now seeking an exit strategy. And for Austrians, the best retreat path was undoubtedly the Allies, not the Soviets. "So where is this person?" Josh nodded and asked. "It's a woman. She's staying at the Ritz Hotel right now," Lyndon replied. "A woman?" Josh raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Yes, her name is Ophelia Salkisn, a very young and beautiful lady," Lyndon shrugged. "You're smitten with her." Josh frowned. He knew what kind of LSP, lecherous straight perv, Lyndon was. Could he have been seduced? No, don't worry, boss. I know which women I can and can't touch." Lyndon immediately pledged his loyalty, sensing Josh's thoughts. "You'd better. Fine, bring her to see me tomorrow afternoon." Josh gave Lyndon a skeptical look up and down. Lyndon's insistence only made Josh more suspicious. "Yes, boss." Lyndon nodded repeatedly. "Go, take the money with you." Josh nodded, signaling him to leave. Lyndon nodded, lifted the money case, and hurried off. Watching him leave, Josh was lost in thought. Then he got up, closed the study door, and initiated a communication request to Yuri. "What is it, Josh? This isn't our scheduled time. I'm very busy." Yuri appeared after a moment, wearing protective gear, clearly in the middle of a dangerous biological experiment. "No, sorry, Mr. Yuri, but I really need your help with something urgent." Josh apologized. "Do you have any devices that can detect or prevent mind control?" "Huh? Ran into a telepath." Yuri looked surprised. "Not sure yet, just a suspicion," Josh explained. Previously, he hadn't been too worried about mind control. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, such powers weren't very common, mostly seen in Wanda and Vision, and they didn't appear until at least 70 years later. But in the X-Men series, mind control was practically everywhere. However, after learning this was the Marvel world, Josh had already ordered the Blackwater gang to look into it. There were no signs of mutants, no Xavier, no rich families with corresponding kids in New York. So Josh had been a bit careless in this regard. But Lyndon's behavior today made Josh realize the need for precaution. Of course I have such things. You never asked before, so I figured you didn't need them, Yuri shrugged. Wait a bit, I'll sanitize and change clothes. Of course. But can I ask what you're working on? Josh nodded and asked curiously. Oh, nothing special. Just some prehistoric viruses I found. I'm trying to make them more lethal, Yuri said casually. Josh gulped hard at that. He suddenly remembered this big shot was also a virus expert. In the game, Yuri's faction had viral snipers and neuroassault vehicles, biological WMDs. Good thing the trading system didn't allow the transfer of non-declared materials like viruses or bacteria unless the trade partner approved. Otherwise, Josh might really not dare to trade. Yuri was quick. A few minutes later, he reappeared on the trade terminal's screen. He also had 3 items in his hand. One was a pen-like cylindrical metal device very similar to the neuralizer from Men in Black. The other 2 were a helmet and a vial of medicine. This is called Revelation. Press the switch, scan a person. If there are signs of mind control, the light turns red. If not, it's green. This helmet blocks most mind control unless the attacker's ability is 100 times stronger than mine. The last one is a mental immunity serum similar to the helmet, but only lasts about 12 hours and might cause side effects like nausea and vomiting. Not guaranteed, but I recommend the helmet. Yuri explained the pen, helmet, and serum in order. I think I'll need some of each, Josh said after thinking briefly. The next afternoon, right on schedule, a 1938 Bentley appeared at the entrance of the manor. Lyndon Schneider's personal car while in Britain. So-called British luxury cars weren't worth much during this time. For Lyndon, who had helped Josh earn a fortune over the past 2 months, this was nothing. However, to Lyndon's surprise, the manor gates did not open. Normally, the guards would open the gates the moment they saw his car. Perplexed, Lyndon instinctively honked twice. Still, no guards came to open the gate. Just as Lyndon began to sense something was wrong and was about to get out to investigate, the small side gate opened, and 6 of his well-known personal bodyguards, Vito, Brooke, and the rest filed out from inside the school gate, vaguely surrounding the car. Behind them were 2 burly maids. What's going on, Brooke? Lyndon asked, confused, rolling down his window at the sight of the formation. Nothing has happened, Lyndon. The boss has been waiting for some time. But before you meet him, we need you and the lady in the back of the car to step out for a security check, Brooke said. What? You've got to be joking. Since when do I need a check to meet the boss? Lyndon replied angrily and incredulously. This is the boss order, Mr. Schneider. Please get out of the car with the lady, Vito said coldly from the other side, his hand already reaching for his waist. Ma'am, what do you think? Seeing Brooke and Vito were serious, Lyndon turned helplessly to the person in the back seat. This Mr. Kane is certainly cautious. In that case, let's get out, a clear female voice sounded from the back seat. Then, both the driver's and the rear doors opened one after another. Lyndon stepped out obediently from the driver's seat. From the back stepped out a tall, slender young blonde woman in an emerald green leather coat, with delicate features. She was none other than the Ophelia Salkison from the old country Lyndon had mentioned to Josh. After getting out, Ophelia first scanned Vito and the other 5, then looked toward the distant manor and gave a charming smile to a specific window in one of the buildings. Inside that window, Josh, watching through binoculars, felt a sudden jolt upon seeing the woman's outfit. A title sprang to his mind. Madam Hydra? But then Josh frowned. Was there a Madam Hydra in the MCU movies? Probably not in the films, but perhaps in one of the spin-off series. Possibly in a season of Agents of SHIELD, but Josh couldn't recall clearly. If he remembered correctly, the Madam Hydra in that show was just a personality of a female AI in a virtual world created with the Darkhold, and had little relation to the original comic book character. In the Wolverine from the X-Men series, there had also been a Viper lady who resembled Madam Hydra. But if it was that version, wouldn't that contradict Josh's previous assumption that there were no mutants in this world? Josh had only watched a few spin-offs aside from the main MCU movies before crossing over. Otherwise, he would know that in the latest Falcon and the Winter Soldier series, a version of Madam Hydra had indeed appeared. RAO. Of course, that Madam Hydra had little to do with the woman Josh now saw. That wasn't to say Ophelia wasn't Madam Hydra. In fact, Josh guessed correctly, Ophelia was Madam Hydra. It's just that, apart from sharing the same title, Ophelia and the one in Falcon and the Winter Soldier had no other similarities. Just like Black Widow, Madam Hydra was merely a title, and Ophelia was the first generation Madam Hydra. As for which generation the one in Falcon and the Winter Soldier was, no one knew. While Josh pondered the likelihood of her being Madam Hydra, Brooke had already taken out the Revelation device and started scanning Lyndon. Ophelia, who had kept a smile on her face after exiting the car, suddenly looked unsettled upon seeing the Revelation. Although she didn't know what it was, she did sense a trace of psychic power when Brooke pulled it out. Could it be? Sure enough, the moment the Revelation lit up red, all 6 bodyguards raised their guns at once, aiming at both Lyndon and Ophelia without hesitation. Lyndon instinctively turned to look at Ophelia only to see that she had already obediently raised her hands. Normally, Ophelia was very confident in her abilities. Against any one of the 6 individually, she was sure of her advantage. But now, with all 6 pointing guns at her from a distance, and no cover around except the car, she didn't want to test her luck. As for psychic control, she had just tried it. Aside from the already controlled Lyndon, the 6 men and 2 maids showed no reaction. Josh? Although she had detected him, he was too far away outside her range. Despite her strong psychic control abilities, her effective range was only about 10 meters. Inside the manor, Josh, seeing all this from the window, let out a relieved sigh. Good thing he'd noticed something off about Lyndon and stayed cautious. Otherwise, he might have fallen into this woman's trap. Don't shoot, I mean no harm, Ophelia said helplessly to Vito and the others, hands raised. No harm? Controlling our friend, and you call that no harm? Vito sneered. Brooke, who was closer to Lyndon, pulled out an injector and, in a quick step, jabbed it into the small man's neck. Lyndon immediately passed out. He should be fine now. I'll take him inside. You handle things here, Brooke said to Vito as he hoisted the unconscious Lyndon. No problem. You two search the woman. Shoes, hair, underwear, don't miss a single spot, Vito said, nodding to Brooke and then ordering the 2 burly maids nearby. The 2 maids nodded and stepped forward to search the now visibly uneasy Ophelia. You'd better not make any sudden moves, or we'll shoot without hesitation, Vito warned at the change in her expression. Ophelia bit her lip and let the maids run their hands all over her. As for grabbing the maids as hostages, don't kid yourself, the man clearly didn't care about them at all. After a thorough body search, the 2 maids quickly retrieved a pistol, a pocket pistol, a dagger, sharp hairpins, thin steel wires, and a bunch of other strange items from Ophelia. WTF, what are all these? Vito's face turned green when he saw so many items. If this woman had gotten close to Josh while they were unprepared, he couldn't imagine what might have happened. Ophelia's face also looked very ugly. At this moment, she deeply regretted coming directly to the estate. If only she had been a little more patient and waited for Josh to leave the house someday, she would have had 10,000 ways to approach him. This wasn't to say she intended to harm him, she had indeed come with the intention to negotiate. Of course, if Josh had been a little more foolish, like Lyndon with his relatively weaker mind, she wouldn't have minded using a little mind control. But regardless of the outcome, she wouldn't have ended up in such a completely passive situation like this. She had simply been too confident in herself. Since graduating from Hydra Academy and completing countless missions without a single failure, she had completely let her guard down. Let's go. The boss has been waiting a long time. Vito finally gave the signal to open the estate gates after the 2 maids repeatedly confirmed that Ophelia had no metal or sharp objects on her, not even earrings. Several minutes later, under the escort of Vito and the others, Ophelia was led into the estate's reception hall, where Josh was already waiting, wearing a helmet. Ophelia Salkisn? Josh asked from behind a long table, with Vito and another bodyguard between them and the door behind him. Yes, that's me. Nice to meet you. I really didn't expect that Mr. Kane, who's been calling the shots in London these past 2 months, would be such a cautious man. Ophelia couldn't help but speak with a slightly mocking tone. I can't help it. When facing someone like you, a dangerous individual with certain special abilities, it's never too much to be cautious, especially when the other party harbors ill intent. Josh didn't care about her sarcasm. Compared to his own safety, saving face was worth next to nothing. He had worked so hard to build up his wealth, no way was he going to let someone else swoop in, sleep with his wife, and raise his kids. Mr. Josh Kane, I bear no ill will toward you. I came with sincerity, wanting to discuss the future fate of our homeland with you. Ophelia sighed. As for Mr. Schneider, yes, that was my mistake. I just wanted to learn more about you. Spare me the nonsense. If you really came in good faith, then tell me, who do you work for? Josh stared at her sharply. I work for a very ancient organization. Our history can be traced back more than 1,000 years. Seeing the serious look on Josh's face, Ophelia hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Stop, stop, stop. Can't you just say the name of your organization directly? Josh waved his hand and interrupted her. It's not that I don't want to say it, Mr. Kane, but saying the name outright could easily lead to some unnecessary misunderstandings. Ophelia frowned. She did want to say it directly, but the name had become like a rat crossing the street, universally hated. What if Josh refused to even listen to her once he heard it? Heh, then let me say it for you. Hail Hydra, right? Josh sneered and directly shouted Hydra's infamous motto. That shout left not only Ophelia stunned, but even Vito and the others froze for a moment. Why did their boss shout Hydra's slogan so naturally? Could it be, are you with the council? Ophelia couldn't help but ask, having heard Josh say it so fluently. In her mind, besides their faction that followed Red Skull, the only other ones who might know that slogan would be the 9-headed council faction that had broken away from them. No, no, no. Please don't lump me in with you or them. I'm a clean and proper businessman, with absolutely nothing to do with Hydra. I just happen to know a bit about you people. Josh waved his index finger and said. That's impossible. Outsiders couldn't possibly know this much about us. Ophelia protested. She had reason to believe that. After all, in the present day, Hydra, aside from the Red Skull's unorthodox splinter, was still a shadowy organization. Before Fury and Black Widow exposed Hydra and SHIELD to the world in the future, the 9-headed council's Hydra faction had always maintained extreme secrecy. Newbie. Hydra's ability to grow and expand endlessly depended precisely on this secrecy. Otherwise, such a powerful secret organization would have been crushed by world governments long ago. Heh. That's just you Hydra folks being frogs at the bottom of a well. Human history spans hundreds of thousands of years. Recorded civilization spans thousands. Why do you think your little 1,000-year-old organization is the one and only? Josh responded with disdain to the disbelieving Ophelia. The disdain was partly for show, but the content wasn't wrong. If this really was the Marvel Cinematic Universe, then forget about Asgard, the Eternals, or alien civilizations just among Earth-based powers. Camartage, the Ten Rings, Wakanda each had histories older and strength greater than Hydra. They just couldn't be bothered to play your game. Still, Josh's half-truths and psychological tactics managed to shake Ophelia quite a bit. Yes, Hydra had history, but who's to say it's unique? Thinking again about the device Vito's people used to detect mind control, and all the rumors about this Mr. Kane, she was now 70 to 80% convinced. So, Mr. Kane, you belong to some ancient organization too? Ophelia probed cautiously. Ma'am, I think you've forgotten your situation. Right now, I'm the one asking questions, not you, Josh said with a smile. Now tell me, what's the purpose of your faction approaching me? I assume you're not just here to speak on Schmidt's behalf. Of course not. Schmidt has gone completely insane. He wants to destroy the entire world. Upon hearing Josh's words, Ophelia answered without hesitation. We once followed him because we believed he could lead us to the pinnacle of the world. But he failed. Yet he refuses to admit his failure and still insists on using the Tesseract to create even more powerful weapons that could destroy an entire city with a single shot, aiming to perish together with the Americans and the Soviets, but that's not what we want. Hearing Ophelia's words, Josh couldn't help but nod slightly, sensing that she was likely telling the truth. Because according to the plot lines he'd seen in the films of his previous life, very few in Schmidt's Hydra faction followed him to the bitter end, most were merely brainwashed lower-level soldiers. The real elites, once captured, generally chose to surrender and secretly return to the embrace of the Council of Nine, such as Arnim Zola, or Reinhardt better known in the future as Daniel Whitehall. After all, most people are still fairly rational. Waging war is to seek a better life, not to perish together. I believe what you're saying. So, what is the reason you approached me? Josh asked. We're planning a coup in Bavaria and northern Austria. Ophelia said. A coup? Josh was stunned. Yes. After suffering a defeat at the hands of the Soviets, Schmidt proactively reached a ceasefire agreement with Hitler and transferred large numbers of troops to the Eastern Front to block the Soviet counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Hitler also moved more troops to the Western Front to resist the Allied advance. So now the regions of Bavaria and northern Austria are very empty. The stationed German and Hydra forces are all local units, and we have already turned most of their officers. Ophelia explained. Goodness, so these people were planning to switch sides right before the end. Wasn't this the Italians' usual tactic? Since when did the Austrians and Bavarians learn the same trick? Was this even a part of real history? Even in the Marvel universe, he had never heard of such a thing. Seems like aside from the Italians, only Romania did something similar during World War II in Europe. But actually, if Austria could pull this off, they might really be able to avoid the fate from Josh's past life being divided by the four powers for decades and ending up as a permanently neutral state. And they could even reunify Bavaria and Austria. What a brilliant scheme. But alas, Josh couldn't help but shake his head at the thought. Mr. Kane, why are you shaking your head? Ophelia asked with a frown. The idea is good, but setting aside whether or not the coup will succeed, even if it does, what makes you think you can withstand the joint counterattack of Hitler and Schmidt? Those two are both madmen. Josh asked. NB. That's exactly why we came to you. According to what I learned from Mr. Schneider, you have good relations with the senior leadership of the US military. So we hope you can represent us and persuade the Allied command to rapidly advance from Italy into Austria at the same time as our uprising, attacking the Alpine defensive line. We will strike from behind. Once we join forces, whether to attack Schmidt to the west or Hitler to the north, it will be very convenient. Ophelia said with great confidence. And then, when the war is completely over, you can join the feast of carving up Germany as a victorious nation, like France did, and fully integrate Bavaria and Austria, am I right? Josh continued her line of thought with a smile. Of course, that's what we deserve, isn't it? Ophelia replied with a smile. That may be true, but I still don't understand why you approached me. You could have gone directly to the Allied command yourselves. I don't believe you don't have any channels. Josh asked. In fact, getting you to be our spokesperson is just one of our goals. The real reason is that we want to recruit you to join us. At this point, Ophelia took a moment to gather her words and then answered, your connections, funding, even your technology, are all things we need, especially that serum that can cause beast transformation. You captured Aldo. Hearing the mention of the beast transformation serum, Josh's previously calm expression immediately darkened. Because up to now, Josh had only distributed 4 doses of the beast serum. One to the Blackwater gang leader Dix, one each to his 2 most capable bodyguards, Vito and Brooke, and one to Aldo. Josh had instructed all 4 to only use the serum in times of critical danger and hadn't told them its exact effects. So unless one of them had used it, none of them should even know what it really does. But now, Ophelia had directly mentioned beast transformation, which meant they had seen the serum in use. Dix, based locally, had remained in telegraph contact with Josh and showed no abnormalities, so he likely hadn't used the serum. Vito and Brooke were always with Josh and had no opportunity to use it either. So it was obvious something had happened to Aldo. Most likely, the poor guy had been captured by Hydra. No, we didn't capture him, I rescued him. Half a month ago, while passing through Paris, I happened to see him rampaging against German troops in beast form. So I followed him and witnessed him reverting to human form. Ophelia quickly explained. And then you used mind control on him, got everything about me from him, right? After hearing her explanation, Josh stared into her eyes and asked. That explained everything why this fellow countryman had suddenly come to him. Turns out Aldo was the root of it all. No wonder the army department hadn't received any intel about him for over a month. He'd run into trouble. Well, it's just more convenient this way, a habit? I'm used to it, Ophelia said awkwardly. I can understand. If I had such power, I'd probably do the same. Josh unexpectedly expressed approval for her actions. Indeed, if one had such a convenient ability, why not use it? Hearing this, Ophelia relaxed a little, but understanding doesn't mean forgiving. Yet before Ophelia could fully relax, Josh's next sentence instantly made her tense up again. Where is he now? Josh asked. Paris. I've placed him in one of our secret bases there. Ophelia replied quickly. What is this? Ophelia raised an eyebrow as she looked at the crystal-clear liquid in the ornate crystal goblet brought before her by a maid. I've decided to trust you and cooperate with you, but I think certain precautions are necessary. This is a special poison. After drinking it, as long as you take the antidote on time every 7 days, nothing will happen. But if you miss a dose, it will rot your insides and you'll die a horrible death, Josh said with a smile. So, let's see if you're sincere. Upon hearing Josh's words, not only Ophelia, but even Vito and the others gulped. Was there really such a powerful poison that could control people? Fine, I'll drink it. Ophelia's face turned from pale to flushed, hesitated for a long while, and finally gritted her teeth, picked up the glass, and downed it in one go. Straightforward. Josh clapped his hands with a grin. All right, now, wait, why am I? Ophelia was about to speak when she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed onto the table in front of her. Boss, didn't you say it would only take effect in 7 days? What's going on? Vito asked, stunned. TCH, did you really think there's such a poison in the world? I bluffed her. That was just a strong anesthetic. Don't just stand there, tie her up, tightly. Josh rolled his eyes. This wasn't some wuxia or fantasy world, there was no such miraculous poison with a precise time delay. Ah, I get it. The boss knows how to play. Vito chuckled. Get what? My ass, hurry up. Josh urged. Without further delay, Vito pulled out a rope and tied Ophelia up tightly. Once he was sure Ophelia couldn't resist at all, Josh, ignoring the suggestive looks from his bodyguards, drove them out of the room. He didn't bother arguing with them. After they left, he shoved Ophelia into the transaction device and handed her over to Yuri. After explaining his plan, he walked out of the reception room. Seeing Josh come out so quickly, the bodyguards outside glanced at each other. Was their boss that fast? But seeing that his clothes were completely untouched, they realized they were overthinking it. Clearly, their boss hadn't done anything to that woman. They were wrong, of course. Josh wasn't planning to do anything himself, it wasn't necessary, and he wasn't capable of it either. How's Lyndon? Instead of fussing over trivialities with his bodyguards, Josh asked about Lyndon. That old man was over 50, scrawny and small. Josh was genuinely worried he might not be able to handle any rough treatment. Mr. Schneider is resting in the guest room. I was very careful. He should be fine after a nap, replied Brooke, who had already returned. Good. Since there's nothing else going on, you guys go pack up. We'll be heading to France soon. Josh nodded. As he had said before, he planned to cooperate with Ophelia's branch of Hydra, and he didn't even mind joining them. As for how the cooperation would work, that was still up for discussion. He needed to maintain control. But no matter how it went, France was a must. With the Allies advancing successfully in France, the Allied command had already relocated there. Supporting the Austrian coup needed approval from the Allied High Command, specifically from Eisenhower, the Supreme Commander of the Allied forces. In fact, even Eisenhower, as the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, couldn't make the final decision. Approval from Roosevelt and Marshall back in the US was still necessary. But if Josh could get Eisenhower's support, that was already a third of the job done. The White House's opinion would be another third. The final third would come from Britain, France, and the Soviets. When Josh mentioned going to France, the eyes of the bodyguards lit up. France, huh? The French rose, huh? They'd had their fill of British roses for a while now, time to change the flavor. Go, hurry up. Seeing their lecherous expressions, Josh waved them off in disdain. The guys didn't care and happily went off to prepare. After giving out instructions, Josh returned to his study and called a familiar officer from Army Aviation to request a plane headed to the frontline command the next day. Given the wartime tension, there were naturally no civilian flights, barely any civilian ships either. All vessels in the English Channel were military. Luckily, with Josh's current ties with the military, especially the Army, getting a plane was as easy as saying the word. After the call, the dimensional transaction device gave a notification. Josh looked at the time, less than half an hour since sending Ophelia over. Yuri was efficient. He immediately returned to the bedroom, opened the device, and Yuri sent Ophelia back along with some equipment. Ophelia hadn't changed much from before except that the restraints were removed, and she now wore a silver metallic collar around her neck. Of course, there were other changes that couldn't be seen. For instance, a small device had also been implanted in her brain. How's her condition? Josh asked Yuri, looking at Ophelia in the system's storage. Very basic psychic control ability, just at the level of an elite psychic infantryman. I've completed the modified mind control setup you wanted. Plus, with the collar and the micro bomb in her brainstem, she's entirely under your control, Yuri reported. I also read her memories, they match what you told me. The rest of the related intel is in that notebook. While helmet-type psychic defenses were reliable, wearing a helmet all day was too conspicuous. So Josh had asked Yuri to convert it into a military tag-style necklace. Of course, that reduced its effectiveness, but it was enough to counter someone like Ophelia. Having obtained what he wanted, Josh thanked Yuri and closed the device. He then retrieved Ophelia from the system, tossed her onto the bed, and went off to handle his own affairs. When Ophelia finally regained consciousness, it was more than half an hour later. Everything that had happened while she was traded to another world had occurred during her unconsciousness, so she had no idea what had transpired. The moment she woke up, Ophelia checked her body vigilantly. After confirming her clothes were intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. She might be a well-known Madam Hydra in the Marvel Universe, but at this point she was still quite green, barely out of the Hydra Academy, just a bit over 20, and still a virgin. But just a few seconds after relaxing, she felt something strange on her neck. Reaching up, she touched the collar. Frowning, she walked over to the full-length mirror. Inspecting the collar, she instinctively tried to remove it. But the moment she pulled on it, the collar released a powerful electric shock that sent her spasming to the ground. When Josh heard the commotion and walked in, what he saw was a beauty writhing on the floor in convulsions. The next morning, Josh and his party arrived at the Army Aviation Military Airfield. Along with 6 bodyguards and Lyndon, the white glove fixer, there was now also a blonde woman in green attire. Needless to say, this woman was naturally Ophelia. However, unlike the poised and spirited figure she had been when they first met, Ophelia now appeared completely dejected and gloomy. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought Josh had done something terribly cruel to her. Well, strapping an electric shock collar with a built-in detonation device around someone's neck does qualify as pretty cruel. After learning the function of the collar, Ophelia had been completely disheartened. Josh hadn't even told her that a microbomb had also been implanted in the back of her head as a secondary safeguard. Otherwise, she'd likely be even more depressed. The aircraft for this trip was one Josh was very familiar with, the DC-3, more specifically, its military variant, the C-47. The English Channel is just over 300 miles wide, a trivial distance for the DC-3 with its 1,600-mile range. After World War II began, aside from a few civilian versions, most DC-3s were purchased by the military and used as transport aircraft. It became the most widely used model for airdrops and military logistics during the war. The U.S. Army paratroopers also used it. After roughly 2 hours of flight, the plane landed at a battlefield airfield on the outskirts of Caen, a city in northern France. Upon disembarking, the sound of distant artillery fire could still be heard, and aircraft squadrons occasionally flew overhead. Though it was already late July, and the D-Day landing had happened over a month, almost 2 months earlier, Allied positions in France were still extremely dangerous. France isn't a large country, only the size of a palm, so to speak, and Normandy is only about 200 kilometers from Paris. In that narrow stretch of land, over 4 million Allied and German troops were crammed together, with their lines deeply interwoven. The Allied front had yet to advance more than 100 kilometers deep into France. Even this city of Caen had taken the Allies 33 days of fierce fighting and heavy bombing to capture, reducing it nearly to rubble before the Germans finally withdrew. The Allied Forward Command had only moved to the outskirts of Caen last week. And just under 50 kilometers west of Caen, in the city of Saint-Lô, the famed General Patton had personally led his troops to capture the city only a few days earlier. Overall, however, the German army was in full retreat. The liberation of France was only a matter of time. Mr. Kane. Not long after Josh's group disembarked, 3 jeeps sped toward them from a distance and quickly stopped nearby. A lieutenant colonel jumped out and approached, asking. They stood out clearly in the military airfield, being the only group dressed in suits. That's me. May I ask your name? Josh extended his hand politely. I'm Mark, aide-de-camp to General McGinnis. He sent me to pick you up, the lieutenant colonel said, shaking Josh's hand. Following the mass military adoption of the bright lamp serum and its outstanding performance during the D-Day invasion, General McGinnis' previously forced retirement had naturally been brushed aside. Initially, there had been no vacancies, so he was placed in a ceremonial post at HQ. But just a few days ago, something both tragic and absurd occurred. On July 25, during the first phase of the Allies' famous Operation Cobra, in a massive carpet bombing of German positions, one of World War II's most unfortunate generals, Lieutenant General Leslie James McNair, deputy to General Eisenhower and commander of the U.S. First Army, was directly hit by bombs from his own side and blown to pieces. Ironically, the position McGinnis held before his dismissal had been commander of the First Army, and McNair had been his replacement. So, one could say fate was lending McGinnis a hand. Under the circumstances, who better than the former commander to resume the role? There really was no one else. As for General Courtney Hodges, who historically took over that role, he had only been the First Army's second-in-command. In both experience and prestige, he couldn't compare with McGinnis. So General McGinnis happily resumed his original post. And for Josh, backing McGinnis had become his most successful investment since arriving in Europe. With McGinnis reinstated, promotion to full general, 4-star, was a sure thing. As for 5-star general, that was out of the question. Take General Patton of the Third Army, for example. Many people online in the past argued that Patton deserved a 5-star rank. But anyone familiar with the criteria knows that to be promoted to 5-star general, one must have served as a theater commander during wartime, and clearly, Patton, who was only promoted to general near the war's end along with other army group commanders, did not meet that requirement. So McGinnis certainly didn't qualify either. But having a full general as an ally in the military was more than enough for Josh. Since Khan was nearly in ruins and cities were prime bombing targets, the Allied forward command wasn't set up in town, but in a manor nestled in the woods over 10 kilometers away. Upon arriving at the command post and surrendering their weapons, Josh and his party, led by Lieutenant Colonel Mark, were escorted without delay straight into General McGinnis' office. "Josh, welcome to France." McGinnis stood up the moment Josh entered, giving him a warm hug. "Congratulations on getting your position back. I came on short notice and didn't have time to prepare a gift, so please accept this box of cigars as a small token." After the hug, Josh casually took out a box of unmarked cigars from his pocket. "Haha, Josh, you're too kind. There's no need for formalities between us," McGinnis said as he cheerfully accepted the cigars. Though unmarked and looking like anonymous products, McGinnis, who knew Josh well, was aware that the more unassuming something from Josh looked, the better it probably was, like his wine. And indeed, this was true. These cigars had been specially crafted by the best artisans using the finest materials under Daenerys' direction. They were rare gifts that Josh himself only received in limited quantities and were never for sale. "By the way, what brings you to the front lines all of a sudden? Even though the Germans are in retreat, it's still dangerous here, not the best place for business," McGinnis asked after their pleasantries. "This is Ophelia Salkisten, from Austria. We're here on very important business. We need to see General Marshal," Josh said, introducing Ophelia before explaining the plan for a coup in Austria. "Can she be trusted?" McGinnis' expression turned grave. Ignoring Ophelia, he pulled Josh aside to ask quietly. "At least on this matter, she can be trusted. I've confirmed the authenticity of this plan through other channels." Josh nodded. Hearing this, McGinnis didn't reply immediately. He began pacing back and forth in the office. This was a huge matter. Even a small error could cause the Allies to suffer unnecessary losses. If the plan failed, McGinnis, as the person who made the introduction, would bear most of the responsibility. After several minutes of deep thought, McGinnis finally clapped his hands and decided to take the risk with Josh. Josh had played a major part in getting him reinstated. Why not keep betting on him? Even if they lost, what's the worst that could happen? Losing his position again? For someone who'd already been dismissed once, that wasn't a big deal. "Wait here. I'll go report to General Marshal," McGinnis instructed Josh before striding out of the office. Then Josh and the others sat in McGinnis' office, drinking tea for nearly 2 hours before a colonel came in and summoned Josh and Ophelia. Led by the colonel, the two walked for quite a while before entering a spacious conference room. And while gathering of the stars, at that moment, a thought popped into Josh's head. If someone tossed a powerful enough bomb into this room, what would happen to World War II? The process of persuading the Allied High Command went much more smoothly than Josh's expectations. To be precise, the proposal put forward by the Bavaria-Austria bloc, represented by Ophelia, hit exactly the right spot with the Allied High Command. However, compared to Ophelia's original suggestion of coordinating with the Italian allies to jointly attack the Alpine defense line, after discussions, the Allied commanders modified the operation plan. According to the original Allied plan, they were preparing to push northward, crossing Belgium and the Netherlands, and advancing into Germany, just like when Germany broke through France. This was because there were fewer obstacles along this line of attack. Meanwhile, the Alsace-Lorraine line in the east, where the French had built the Maginot Line, was now in the hands of the Germans, making it a tough nut to crack. Along with the original German Siegfried Line, this entire region had essentially become a deadly defensive line. For this reason, neither the American nor the British forces wanted to risk their soldiers by attacking this area. In fact, the American and British forces didn't even want to fight for Paris. In the original timeline, Paris was freed by General de Gaulle, who led his army and joined forces with the French resistance to force the German garrison to surrender. The British and American forces did not participate. But if Austria and Bavaria were to rebel, the situation would be completely different. Half of the border between France and Germany lay in Baden-Württemberg, which bordered Bavaria, and most of Baden-Württemberg was surrounded by Bavaria. If the Austrian and Bavarian forces, which were encouraged to rebel, attacked from behind into Baden-Württemberg, and the Allies advanced from the front, it would be relatively easy to break through both the Maginot and Siegfried lines. At that point, the Allies would have France as their rear base and could march north to take down the Führer while holding off the Hydra in the east. This was far more meaningful than Ophelia's earlier suggestion of attacking the Alpine defense line with the Italian allies. This new route of attack was strongly supported by Montgomery, the British general in attendance, and de Gaulle, the French general. The reason was that this route would not only allow them to attack Paris but also enable a quicker advance into Germany. As the supreme commander of the Allied forces, Eisenhower also couldn't come up with any reason to refuse this plan. Of course, Ophelia did raise some objections. She pointed out that the number of soldiers in the Austrian and Bavarian legions was limited, about 600,000. While that would be sufficient to attack the Alpine defense line due to its shorter distance, it wouldn't be enough to fight through Baden-Württemberg, where the front would stretch much further. In response, the Allied command had a solution. That solution was airdrops. Before Ophelia and Josh arrived, the Allied headquarters had already been planning a massive airborne operation, the Market Garden Operation. The plan was to deploy large numbers of airborne troops to seize several key bridges along the Rhine in the Netherlands, creating a route into Germany. Then, armored forces would quickly advance to join the assault and bring an end to the war as quickly as possible. However, that airborne operation had failed. A few years ago, it was the same route through which the Führer was defeated, so how could he not understand the importance of this region? That was why the German forces along this line fought desperately to stop the Allied armored units. In the end, without reinforcements, the airborne troops suffered heavy losses. Now, Montgomery, who had originally planned this airborne operation, shifted his focus to the Western Front. He quickly proposed a preliminary plan. The plan was to first capture Paris, secure the Western Front, and then conceal the main force, while launching a fierce offensive on the Northern Front to create a false impression that the attack would come from there, drawing the attention of the Germans. Arno. Once the Austrian and Bavarian forces were in action, the Allies would immediately launch massive airstrikes on the Western Front and deploy all airborne forces to seize key strategic points in Baden-Württemberg, creating favorable conditions for the Bavarian-Austrian forces to advance. At the same time, the Allies would launch a frontal assault. The goal was to capture the line of defense before the Führer could react and encircle him. Additionally, the Russians were to be informed to maintain pressure on the Hydra forces to prevent Schmidt's reinforcements from reaching the Western Front. Finally, General Montgomery named this plan Return to the Eagle's Nest because, at the border of Austria and Bavaria, at the foot of the Alps, there was a mountaintop villa built specifically for the Führer, called the Eagle's Nest. The Führer liked the villa, but since it was completed in 1939, he had visited it only about 10 times, and each time his stay lasted no more than 30 minutes. The reason was quite ridiculous but also practical. The Führer was afraid of heights. This preliminary operation plan was quickly recorded and sent via telegram to the United States and London. Because besides de Gaulle, who was present on site, the final decision needed to come from Roosevelt and Churchill. Although the final decision had not been made yet, it didn't stop the Allied forces from starting their preparations. As the liaison, Ophelia also had to return to Austria to report the situation since the real decision-maker was the future father of Austria, Karl Renner, and the other Hydra generals. Can't this thing really be taken off? Before leaving, Ophelia asked Josh, her face darkened. Why are you in such a rush? Things aren't finalized yet. We're still just potential allies. Once things truly get underway, regardless of whether this campaign succeeds or not, once you prove your loyalty to the Allies, I'll naturally help you take it off. Josh smiled and replied, take it off? That would never happen in this lifetime. Just focus on doing your job. Ophelia was helpless and could only hope that her scientists back home could come up with a solution. By the way, remember to have your people bring Aldo back for me when you get back. Josh added. I know. Ophelia shot Josh a glare before boarding the bomber. During this time, the Allies were bombing key strategic targets in the rear of both the German and Hydra forces, so she could just hitch a ride and take the encrypted radio prepared by the Allies, directly parachuting into the Bavarian region without the risk of slowly traveling through the long battlefront. As a super spy, no less than Black Widow, parachuting was not a big challenge for Ophelia. As long as she brought back the radio, the resistance could use it to directly contact the highest Allied command. After Ophelia left, Josh was left with little to do. As for the operation plans, although Josh had good relations with the military, he was not a soldier, so he had no role in that. Business? Don't joke. Although the Allies had captured a few cities in the war zone, they had been reduced to ruins. The wealthy French had all fled, and the remaining population had been bummed into poverty. At this point, doing charity was more likely than trying to make money. Thus, Josh found himself at a loss for what to do. Perhaps, return to London? The response from London was quick. Churchill, who was very eager to end the war, almost immediately made a decision. Similarly, Austria also quickly sent a telegram, agreeing to the battle plan, just waiting for the Allied forces to confirm the time. In contrast, the news from Washington came slower. It was said that some people didn't want the war to end too soon. Well, this was actually quite normal. Fortunately, Roosevelt, who had already served 3 terms as president, had strong control over the government and directly suppressed all opposition. After a week, at the beginning of August, he also agreed to the battle plan. During the waiting period, the Allied forces had already successfully captured Paris. In the original timeline, Paris was liberated on August 25 by the Free French forces under de Gaulle, along with the French resistance, who forced the German garrison to surrender. The Anglo-American forces didn't participate. However, now, due to the change in the Allied forces' attack direction, Paris, after being defeated on the outskirts, surrendered half a month earlier than in the original timeline. So by the time the order from the White House arrived, Josh was already drinking with Aldo, who had been released by Ophelia's people and had been lurking in Paris. Along with them were Winters and his good friend, Captain Nix of the 506th Regiment, Company E, 2nd Battalion. Because the airborne operation against Baden-Württemberg was about to begin, all the airborne troops who had been resting in the rear were replenished with soldiers and redeployed to Paris, just waiting for the next order. Of course, Aldo, Winters, and Nix were drinking alcohol, while Josh was drinking juice. Good brother, no more talking, cheers. Aldo raised his glass and downed it in one go. Pfft, I see you're using thanks as an excuse to trick me into giving you more drinks. Josh rolled his eyes, noting that it hadn't been long since they sat down, yet Aldo had almost finished an entire bottle of his prized whiskey. Nix, who also liked good alcohol, had only drunk one glass, and Winters hadn't even finished a single glass. He was a self-disciplined type, like Josh. Before the Normandy landing, he didn't drink, and only started drinking after becoming the company commander to bond with his soldiers. Hehe, we're good brothers, what's a bottle of wine? Aldo wouldn't admit that after being in France for so long without drinking any good wine, he was now craving it. As they bantered, Winters and Nix smiled gently. All right, no more joking around. The mission is complete, everyone is safe. What are your plans next? Josh looked at Winters and then asked Aldo. Of course, I'll return to the unit. Or do you have other suggestions? Aldo asked, somewhat confused. Actually, yes. Winters' promotion means there's now a vacancy for a company commander in Company E. Are you interested? Josh pointed at Winters. During the Normandy landing, Winters had distinguished himself in command, officially becoming the company commander and also being promoted to captain. After returning to the UK for rest, he had received support from Josh and gained favor from the 506th Regiment and even the division headquarters. Although he didn't receive another promotion in rank, after entering Paris, he was promoted to battalion executive officer, equivalent to deputy battalion commander, over a month earlier than in the original timeline. However, because of this, Company E still didn't have a new commander, and Winters was continuing to serve in the role. Now that Aldo had returned, Josh, through his connections, could easily arrange for him to take over as the company commander of Company E. Although Aldo had taken out several senior German officers in Paris and completed a nearly impossible task, it only cleared his name. It didn't lead to a promotion. The position of company commander in his original unit had long been taken by someone else. Even with Colonel Ross' support, he might only temporarily be assigned a deputy role, so it was better to start fresh with a new unit. Winters supported this plan as well. Thanks to Josh, Winters and Aldo were quite familiar with each other. It was better to have Aldo, whom they knew, take over Company E than to assign it to someone they weren't familiar with. Moreover, the upcoming return to the Eagle's Nest operation was a great opportunity for the airborne troops to shine. Winters could retire as a major, so why not Aldo? An S. Of course, the cost was the danger, so it depended on whether Aldo was willing. Of course, no problem. I've already died once, so why should I care about a little danger? After Josh explained the situation, Aldo agreed without hesitation. When he mentioned dying once, he even winked at Josh when Winters and Nix weren't looking. He kept a tight lip about his transformation. Apart from Ophelia, who had seen through it when his transformation was detected, and had used her mind control ability to extract information from Josh, no one else knew. As for others who were present at the time of his transformation, he had killed them all. Ophelia had also confirmed this when Yuri read her mind, but due to Ophelia's personal ambitions, she hadn't shared anything about the beast transformation serum with anyone other than Josh. In other words, apart from Josh's trusted subordinates and Ophelia, the existence of the beast transformation serum was still a secret. In the short term, Josh didn't need to worry about the leak of this secret. In fact, even if the serum's secret were to leak, it wouldn't have a huge impact. Worst case, Josh could continue cooperating with the military to sell the serum, as long as the dinosaur gene inside was replaced with that of ordinary animals. As for why Aldo could transform into a dinosaur, Josh stuck to the story that it was the gene of a Komodo dragon. After all, the appearance was similar enough. Moreover, this was a short-term serum, and after mass production, Josh would have another stable source of income. The only difficulty was that Josh wanted to enjoy these profits alone. After a few months, the alcohol was thoroughly enjoyed by all. After receiving 2 bottles of alcohol from Josh, Winters and Nix, who had other tasks, headed back to their station. Only Josh and Aldo were left. By the way, I've gotten my hands on something good, don't know if you'll need it. Aldo said. Oh, what good thing? Josh asked, somewhat surprised. You'll know when you come with me, Aldo said as he led Josh to the Cadillac V16 that Josh had arrived in, and tried to push Vito, who was in the driver's seat, to the passenger side. Upon seeing the many luxury cars scattered throughout Paris, which had hardly suffered from the ravages of war, Josh remembered the first collectible he had acquired after coming to this world and decided to show it off. Shit, you've been drinking, get to the back, don't mess with my car. Josh, who remembered vividly a past incident where a drunk driver lost his life, didn't want Aldo to ruin his car. Wrecking the car was a small issue compared to losing one's life. After Josh strongly insisted, Aldo, who had been drinking, reluctantly agreed and sat in the back seat with Josh. They drove out to a farm in the suburbs, and under Aldo's lead, entered the farm's basement. After prying open a wooden wall, they revealed what was inside a whole small room filled with Hydra energy weapons. Hehe, although that woman caught me, during that time I figured out their situation and found this. The German surrender was quite sudden, and when the Allied forces entered the city, those people didn't have time to move these things, Aldo said with a proud smile as he saw Josh's surprised expression. What could Josh say to this? He could only give a thumbs up. Actually, the Allied forces weren't unaware of these items, but they were in the hands of the strategic military divisions. They treated these items with extreme secrecy far more than even the nightlight drug, and only Howard and a few researchers had access. Even General McGinnis couldn't get his hands on them. So, Josh was helpless. To be honest, he still found it puzzling how, at some point in the future, Captain America and Tony Stark could easily infiltrate the heavily guarded military research facility in New Jersey. As for Hydra, aside from Ophelia, who was under Josh's control, the higher UPS of Hydra cared more about the Allied High Command than about Josh the businessman. It wasn't easy for Josh to obtain these items. Moreover, Ophelia's memory didn't even include this special warehouse. After all, her position wasn't that high at the time, and she was only passing through Paris, not in charge of Hydra in Paris. Now, the things Josh had been longing for but couldn't get were so easily obtained by Aldo, and he couldn't help but feel that it was a bit like a dream. TLN, Mega 4000 words chapter. Mr. Kane, can't you give me more? In the presidential suite at the George V Hotel in Paris, de Gaulle looked at Josh Kane in front of him, still somewhat unwilling as he spoke. My people are starving. Mr. de Gaulle, I am a businessman, not a philanthropist, and furthermore, I am not French. A ton of canned meat is out of respect for your personal qualities. Besides, I must remind you that you are not the legitimate representative of France. Josh set down his coffee cup and said with a somewhat indifferent tone. It was already September, and while the Allies were still clearing out the remaining German resistance forces across France, they were also preparing for the final stages of the Eagle's Nest operation. However, the man standing in front of Josh, the last French man, was busy with something else. That was the issue of food. France was short of food, and so was Paris. As one of Europe's traditional agricultural powers and the second largest colonial empire in the world, only after Britain, France had not experienced a food shortage in over 100 years. Even during World War I, France's food supply and other industrial and agricultural products were actually quite abundant. But with the rapid defeat in World War II, the situation changed entirely. Germany, to supply its massive military system, found that relying solely on its own domestic production was not enough. Naturally, it had to plunder from the occupied countries. For countries like Austria, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, which were seen as allies by Germany, the exploitation was somewhat less severe. But for France, a historical enemy, there was no mercy. From 1940 to 1944, during the occupation, 72.5% of the wheat, 100% of the sugar, 87% of the butter, and 64.6% of the beef produced in the German-occupied northern part of France were forcibly requisitioned or bought at low prices by Germany. Most of these agricultural products were either shipped to Germany by train or prioritized for the German occupying forces in France. The situation in the southern Vichy Free Zone was slightly better, but even then, 27.5% of the wheat, 13% of the butter, and 35.4% of the beef were taken by Germany. This was just food, don't even mention other materials. So, even though the German army in Paris had surrendered, sparing the city from the ravages of war, the well-preserved city didn't mean much when it came to hunger. People had to go hungry if there was no food, and if there were no cigarettes, there were no cigarettes. American soldiers outside would trade a pack of cigarettes and some chewing gum for a night with a beautiful French girl, even cheaper than with British girls. Josh, as a tycoon, was no different. The George V hotel where he was staying, which would later become world-renowned, was purchased with materials that were extremely cheap for him. His proxy, Lyndon Schneider, had been extremely busy since arriving in Paris, borrowing transport from the US military, with convoys of goods coming into the city daily from unknown locations outside the city. Renault. All the goods were not paid for in francs. After being occupied for so long, the French economy was already on the brink of collapse, suffering from horrific inflation, and this was just the beginning. If post-war Britain could barely stabilize its economy, France's economy after the war would continue its downward spiral. It wouldn't be until the 1960s, after de Gaulle finally came to power, that it would stabilize. Yes, de Gaulle, the hero of France, had only been a temporary leader shortly after Paris was liberated. He was soon ousted by the newly formed government, and it wasn't until the 1960s that he would return to power. More importantly, the temporary leadership position de Gaulle held now was not recognized by the Anglo-American powers, only his military rank was acknowledged, not his governmental position. This was why Josh said de Gaulle was not France's legitimate representative. Under these circumstances, Josh would be crazy to accept francs. If you wanted to buy his goods, use dollars or real gold and silver, high-end jewelry, fine, but it would be at a 30% discount. Land or property deeds, also acceptable, and he would offer a fair price. Factories, mines, fair enough, but at a 50% discount. Pounds sterling? Sure, but not in small amounts like 10 or 20 pounds. He would accept them at an 80% discount. In just over a month, Lyndon had already made more wealth and assets than he had in Britain. Of course, with such a highly profitable business, it was bound to attract envy. But Josh had the US military transport goods and maintain order in Paris, with their wages paid in cigarettes and alcohol. Dollars were fine too. Who dared to touch his business? Even the last French man, de Gaulle, had to lower himself and visit Josh, a businessman, to beg for charity. But as Josh had said, he was a businessman, not a philanthropist. If it had been in his home country, he wouldn't mind doing a little charity for his reputation, but in France? No need for that. So no matter how much de Gaulle begged, Josh simply dealt with him by giving him a ton of canned meat. Frankly, this was already Josh showing respect to him. That 1 ton of canned meat could easily buy an entire street outside. Then I represent the French government, and I will purchase it. Surely that is acceptable. Seeing Josh showing no sign of yielding, de Gaulle wore a helpless expression. He had hoped that after France was liberated, everything would improve, but after being the representative of the temporary government for less than a month, he realized the situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. A ton of canned meat sounded like a lot, but for all of Paris, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Paris had millions of mouths to feed. Mr. de Gaulle, it's not that I'm stingy, but does the current temporary French government have any money? Josh shrugged with a somewhat helpless expression. What is a temporary government? A scapegoat for the dirty and difficult tasks. Only someone like de Gaulle, a true patriot, or someone with ulterior motives, would delve into it. They had no money and no resources. There were only a few military units that were barely functional, but these military units were only created by de Gaulle in Africa through desperate negotiations. We can offer collateral. However, before de Gaulle could finish his sentence, Josh raised his hand to interrupt. Mr. de Gaulle, don't give me any more empty promises. If your temporary government had anything worthwhile to offer as collateral, you wouldn't be here now, you would be at my country's embassy. Josh said, somewhat impatiently. When Josh mentioned the American embassy, he was referring to the Lend-Lease Act during World War II, where the US provided massive aid to Britain, the Soviet Union, and other allied nations. But among all the countries, France received the least support. The reason was simple: as an occupied country, France did not have a legitimate government recognized by the world. This meant that France had no one with the authority to pledge any of its national assets to the US in exchange for supplies. The only aid France received from the US was for 2 free French armored divisions that de Gaulle had secured through promises of independence for Algeria and various empty pledges. The US provided equipment for 2 armored divisions, but the food crisis in this timeline was still being resolved by the US. However, as the war was not over, American supplies had to first go to the military. Once the military was supplied, the British would be prioritized. France would have to wait a month or 2 before receiving any aid from the US. As for the issue of how France would repay the war debt, it was also tied to the lack of a legitimate government. In the original timeline, after France was fully liberated and established its government, de Gaulle was immediately sidelined. The empty promises he had made were never fulfilled. For example, Algeria gained independence through war, and the modest loans from the US were initially to be repaid by opening the French film market, but after a few years, due to public opposition, that plan was abandoned. Look at France in this state. If Josh believed de Gaulle and gave him supplies, it would be a dog biting the meat buns situation. Hearing Josh's resolute refusal, de Gaulle's expression darkened. He knew that his words carried no weight, but he had to put aside his pride and make promises for the sake of the country. This last French man was actually quite pitiable, carrying the responsibility that he should not have had to bear for the sake of his country. But pity aside, Josh was not going to sacrifice his own interests to help him. However, actually, you have something to pledge. Josh tapped the table and then said, what do you want? As long as it's reasonable, we can consider it. Hearing Josh's words, de Gaulle's eyes brightened. You can't offer French assets, but German assets will do. Josh smirked. De Gaulle, having single-handedly elevated France from a victim to a victorious nation, was a very clever man. He immediately understood the meaning of Josh's words. Indeed, as the temporary leader, he could not make decisions about France's national assets. But after the war, when it came to dividing the spoils from Germany and its allies, as a representative of the French military, he had considerable autonomy. Josh's meaning was clear: he wanted to use France's yet-to-be-determined post-war spoils as collateral in exchange for supplies. That can certainly work. All war reparations France receives after the war can be prioritized for you to choose from, as long as it doesn't exceed the value of the materials you provide. Without much hesitation, de Gaulle agreed to Josh's terms. If you don't use your power, it will expire, and de Gaulle understood this principle well. Of course. Josh agreed gladly. After World War II, France, though the least important of the 4 main Allied countries, still had a significant occupied zone. From 1945 to 1949, it occupied the area for 4 years, and its production could easily repay Josh for the materials he provided. Originally, France might have had an occupation zone in Austria as well, but if the Eagle's Nest operation succeeded, Austria would likely become a victorious nation, and France would no longer get a share. Paris needs at least 120,000 tons of food to escape this crisis. How much can you provide, and what will the price be? De Gaulle asked impatiently. The reason France was short of food, apart from Germany's plundering, was also due to a poor wheat harvest this year. France's wheat, mainly winter wheat, matured between June and July each year. With the war raging, and Germany harvesting much of it, France had barely harvested 1/5 of its normal yield. With so many people to feed, this amount of food was not enough. As for the potatoes planted in August, they wouldn't be harvested until November. In other areas, farmers could stockpile food, but in a large city like Paris, that wasn't feasible. At the very least, enough food for 2 million people for 2 months was needed to survive. This was with Paris implementing a rationing system. 120,000 tons of food, I certainly can't provide that. Josh thought for a moment and then said. Even if he could provide some, he couldn't afford to. Normally, transporting a few tons or tens of tons of food into Paris daily was not unusual, as even during the war, there were still daring individuals transporting goods into the war zones through shipping and land routes, so the amount wouldn't seem too odd. The military wouldn't care. But 120,000 tons at once? Even the US military logistics couldn't provide that much. If Josh dared to do that, it would be impossible to cover up. Moreover, this business of selling supplies was not just Josh's. It involved many American merchants, but their goods were not as good as Josh's, nor as plentiful. Even the US military was involved. Josh could sell meat, but he couldn't deprive others of soup, nor could he ruin the whole pot. Otherwise, that could lead to real consequences. However, 10,000 tons per month is still doable. Josh thought for a moment and then mentioned a number that wasn't too exaggerated. 10,000 tons, which is the load capacity of 2 Liberty ships, would be just about right for a one-way trip from America to Paris, considering the distance and the speed of the Liberty ship. However, mainly canned meat, wheat, and potatoes, I don't have too much of those, so I won't be supplying them, Josh added. That's enough? But what about the price? De Gaulle was no fool, and he knew Josh couldn't possibly provide 120,000 tons of food all at once. However, 10,000 tons of canned meat per month was already much more than he had expected. He was curious, though, about the price. $10,000 per ton. I think that's a very reasonable price. Josh quickly stated a figure without much thought. Hearing this price, de Gaulle's lips trembled. $10,000 per ton. That means $10 per kilogram. Undoubtedly, in terms of the dollar's purchasing power, this was an extremely high price. But for Paris now, this price wasn't too expensive. The official exchange rate between the franc and the dollar was 5 francs to $1. But what were the prices in Paris now? A 1 kilogram chicken cost 100 francs, and even an egg was 3 francs. Converted to dollars, a kilogram of chicken was $20, which was twice as expensive as the canned meat price Josh offered. Moreover, that was the price for a live chicken, and once it became meat, at least 20% would be lost to internal organs and bones. And Josh's canned meat, de Gaulle had tasted it, was packed full of meat, with rich fat and almost no starch. When comparing the two, Josh's price of $10,000 per ton was truly a very reasonable price. Before coming to Josh, de Gaulle had contacted many other big merchants in Paris, but either they refused to sell or the price was outrageously high. None were as easy to negotiate with as Josh. But de Gaulle still felt a heavy heart. 20,000 tons in 2 months, that was $200 million. That amount could have funded the creation of 10 armored divisions. For example, the main force of the Free French 2nd Armored Division consisted of 85 Stuart light tanks, 164 Sherman medium tanks, 36 M10 Wolverine tank destroyers, 64 armored vehicles, 664 half-tracked vehicles and patrol cars, 27 M8 Scott 75mm self-propelled howitzers, and 54 M7 Priest 105mm self-propelled howitzers. What about the price of these weapons? A Stuart tank cost less than $40,000, a Sherman $50,000 to $60,000. The M10 Wolverine tank destroyer was the most expensive, costing almost $100,000. The rest of the various vehicles combined cost just a little over $20 million. So, $200 million could indeed buy 10 armored divisions. This price is very reasonable. De Gaulle, trembling, took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it with a shaky hand, took a puff, blew out a few rings of smoke, and said in a deep voice, "So when will the goods arrive?" "Don't worry, de Gaulle. Although you have a lot of autonomy in the post-war division, we can't proceed without evidence, right? So, a contract will certainly be signed. Also, I'll have our ambassador and General Eisenhower as witnesses. Is that all right?" Josh said calmly. Of course, that's fine." De Gaulle exhaled a long breath and nodded. "Then, here's to a pleasant cooperation." Josh flashed a bright smile and extended his hand to de Gaulle. De Gaulle felt a mixture of relief and heaviness in his heart. He didn't speak but just reached out and shook Josh's hand. "I've arranged a banquet. Would you like to join me for a meal?" Josh didn't mind and even generously invited de Gaulle to dinner. In business, Josh didn't mind making friends, especially with the last man standing for France. After all, he was the last man in France, a rare species. De Gaulle didn't refuse Josh's invitation. After all, for his country and city, he had borne so much. Wasn't he allowed to have a good meal? The next day, under Josh's special invitation and with the presence of the newly arrived U.S. ambassador to France and General Eisenhower, the contract between Josh and de Gaulle was signed in the conference hall of the George V Hotel. In normal circumstances, General Eisenhower, as the supreme commander of the Allied forces, had a high position and was not so easy to invite, and his relationship with Josh was not particularly close. However, this agreement was beneficial to the US side, because the US was actually suspicious about whether de Gaulle or the French government would be able or willing to repay the debts of 2 armored divisions after the war. But now, with Josh signing the contract with de Gaulle, if France dared to default, the US could rightfully cut back on France's post-war reparations. Therefore, Eisenhower was happy to do Josh this favor. The day after the contract was signed, 2 Liberty ships filled with canned meat appeared on the Seine River. These 2 Liberty ships were second-hand ones that Josh had bought at half price from a shipping company in the UK, specifically for transporting large quantities of goods. With the 10,000 tons of canned meat Josh provided, combined with the rationing system that had been in place since the French surrender, the food shortage in Paris was barely manageable. Even though Josh sold the canned meat to the provisional government at a low price, it didn't prevent Josh or other merchants from continuing to make a profit. The food shortage still existed, it just wasn't severe enough to cause death by hunger. The wealthy Parisians were still willing to spend a little more to make sure they had enough to eat. Even if they didn't have money, the beautiful French women could still make some from the American soldiers. Moreover, even if Josh stopped selling food, he could still sell other things. Since no one was going to starve to death, wouldn't the romantic French people still want to smoke some cigarettes, drink a little wine or coffee, and taste some sweets? The provisional government would never provide these things to the people. Thus, Josh kept exploiting the French people while waiting quietly for the return to the Eagle's Nest plan to begin. I thought you wouldn't come back before the plan started. A few days later, in the study of the presidential suite, Josh was gently polishing a bronze dragon head in his hand while speaking to the woman sitting opposite him. Wasn't it that I missed you so much? When I couldn't see you, I couldn't eat or sleep. The woman fiddled with the collar around her neck and smiled charmingly. It goes without saying that this woman was none other than Ophelia. Really? I didn't know I was so charming. Josh raised an eyebrow and carefully placed the dragon head into the box in front of him. Miss him? She probably wanted him dead. Tisk tisk, Your Highness, you're really too modest. All the young girls in Paris want to spend a night with you, but unfortunately, it seems that our prince has some issues with his orientation, Ophelia said mockingly. Hey, are you provoking me? Josh's face turned cold. Actually, Vito and the others had recently reported that there were rumors in Paris. The reason for the rumors was simple. During his time in Paris, Josh had frequently visited places like the Moulin Rouge and the Lido, but no one had ever spread any rumors about him and any woman. In an era like this, especially in a country famous for its romance, this was hard to believe. Add to that Josh's extremely good looks, and it seemed very abnormal. Thus, some rumors began to spread about his orientation, but Josh had always ignored these rumors. Whether or not he was a man was not for them to decide. In the end, he was simply picky. France might be the city of romance, but, to be honest, most women didn't attract him. And after all, these were just rumors. Normally, no one would dare say such things in front of him. Powerful people don't recklessly offend him, and if an ordinary person dares to say such things, they might as well prepare to feed the fish in the Seine. But now that Ophelia brought it up, it was simply a provocation. However, it wasn't surprising that Ophelia was provoking him. She had tried many methods to remove the collar when she returned to Austria, but nothing worked. Her resentment toward Josh ran deep. It's just a pity she seemed to have forgotten the real purpose of the collar. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But, Ophelia had originally wanted to make a few more jabs at Josh, but Josh directly pressed a button on the collar, and she immediately collapsed on the couch, twitching. Tisk, that's all you can do. Josh shook his head, opened another box on the table, and took out a bronze snake head. Yes, these 2 bronze heads were the zodiac heads from the old summer palace. Josh had just purchased them from a French collector, and he had already found the rat and rabbit. When he was in the UK, he had also found 4 others. That means he now had a complete set of 8. As for the other 4, they hadn't been located yet, but Josh wasn't in a hurry. He knew he would eventually find them. Besides these, Josh had also found several national treasures from these 2 countries. For example, Napoleon's laurel leaf gold crown. To be honest, it wasn't very pretty, as the gold leaves had all fallen off, leaving only 3. Just as Josh was admiring the bronze head, the phone in the study rang. Josh picked up the phone, and the voice of General McGinnis, strong and clear, came through. Josh, go to the window. We're starting. Upon hearing McGinnis' words, Josh was momentarily stunned. Then he immediately heard the booming sound and quickly placed the item in his hand down and rushed to the window. He saw the sky blackened, and countless planes flying over Paris, heading northeast. The return to the Eagle's Nest had begun? Really magnificent. Ophelia, who seemed to have regained her senses, walked to the window and stood beside Josh, murmuring at the stunning sight in the sky. Josh glanced at her, then pressed the shock button on her collar. Ophelia collapsed to the ground again, twitching. Josh then turned his attention back to the unprecedented magnificent scene before him. This operation had more planes involved than the Normandy landings. Paris is quite far from the Maginot-Ziegler line, more than 300 kilometers away. However, for the Air Force, this distance is just a short one. By the end of World War II, not to mention bombers and transport planes, even fighters had an operational radius that was close to or even exceeded 1,000 kilometers. Even the German Bf-109, which was often criticized for its short range, had an operational radius far greater than 300 kilometers. In just over half an hour, the first batch of over 3,000 fighter bombers and heavy bombers had arrived over the two defensive lines and began carpet bombing all German fortifications on the ground. At the same time, numerous Allied heavy artillery units, which had already arrived at the front and hidden, revealed themselves and started coordinating with the Air Force, sending out loud roars. Hundreds of thousands of air bombs and artillery shells were dropped onto the German positions. At this time, the German troops on the two defensive lines were completely stunned. Because just before this operation began, the Allies' main force had been launching a fierce attack in Belgium. Why did they suddenly start attacking to the west? But being stunned didn't help, because air bombs and artillery shells wouldn't reason with them. Although these two defensive lines were once called impregnable, in reality, both their military strategy and design style had already become outdated. Facing the Allied carpet bombing, they failed to provide the expected protection. The first wave of bombing alone inflicted catastrophic casualties on the defending German troops. Of course, outdated as they were, it was unrealistic to expect the Allies to break through these two defensive lines solely with bombing. In the original timeline, these two lines delayed the Allied advance for several months, although the main attacking direction of the Allies was not here. After the first wave of bombing, the bombers retreated, leaving behind smoke and debris. The surviving German soldiers cautiously poked their heads out of the fortifications, preparing to repair them. But at that moment, countless buzzing sounds filled the sky. The second batch of over 1,000 medium bombers of the Allies had arrived. For this operation, Britain, the United States, and even France put all their resources into it, using over 5,000 transport planes, more than 2,000 gliders, over 8,000 fighters and bombers. These are the actual numbers from the historical Allied invasion of Belgium and the Netherlands Operation Market Garden. The German soldiers emerging from their fortifications had no time to react before they were hit by another terrifying round of bombing. The fortifications, already in ruins from the first round of bombing, were completely unrecognizable after the second wave. However, this time, the German troops on the positions had wised up. They did not immediately come out but instead stayed hidden inside their fortifications. But this time, they made a mistake because the third wave was not bombers, but a sea of transport planes and gliders, escorted by fighters. These planes flew directly over the two defensive lines, entered the Baden-Württemberg area, and dropped tens of thousands of white parachutes. Over 35,000 men, 568 pieces of artillery, 1,927 military vehicles, and 5,230 tons of supplies were successfully dropped along the route leading to Bavaria. Yes. Apart from a few unfortunate soldiers being hit by anti-aircraft fire or getting stuck in trees during landing, the Allied paratroopers suffered minimal casualties. What? The German Air Force? Sorry, since the Allies' landing, the Germans had almost lost air superiority. The remaining German air forces couldn't pose much of a threat to the Allies' air forces. Moreover, just as the Allies launched their operation, the German homeland had already been bombed. On the German side, the remaining Bavarian Corps, with over 100,000 men, and the Austrian Hydra Corps, with more than 300,000 men, launched a coup, tied white cloths to their arms, and began advancing toward Baden-Württemberg. The garrison troops in Baden-Württemberg were mobilizing to try to encircle the newly landed American paratroopers but never expected an attack from behind and could not organize an effective counterattack. The Germans, resistance forces, and allies were all intertwined, and the entire Baden-Württemberg area had turned into a chaotic mess. Speaking of which, Baden-Württemberg is only about 30,000 square kilometers, one-fifth the size of Sichuan province. However, within just a few days, not counting the main Allied forces that had already begun their ground offensive against the two defensive lines, the Baden-Württemberg area had become crowded with a combined force of 600,000 to 700,000 soldiers from three sides. Not to mention the advanced weaponry that accompanied them. Tisk tisk, the situation was lively indeed. By the time the Little Mustache and Red Skull reacted, it was already too late. The already weak Little Mustache couldn't pull together enough forces to carry out a counterattack like the Ardennes offensive in the original timeline. On the other hand, Red Skull's Hydra Corps had been able to mount a counterattack. But at the same time, two of Hydra Corps' regions, Romania and Hungary, betrayed them. Although these two countries were close to Austria, their defection had nothing to do with the Allies. It was instigated by the Soviet Union. Originally, the main force of the Hydra Corps was locked in a fierce battle with the Soviet forces in the territories of the Soviet Union. With the defection of Romania and Hungary, it directly cut off the Hydra Corps' rear. Now, Red Skull had no time to mount a counterattack. He was forced to retreat in a hurry, pulling back to Croatia and Slovenia, preparing to rely on the natural defenses of the Alps. By this time, Red Skull had realized that relying on conventional warfare was no longer feasible, so he began to gather all remaining forces and fortify every defensive line like an iron fortress. At the same time, he concentrated all resources and ordered Dr. Zola to speed up the development of the cube-powered super bomb and Valkyrie strategic bombers. If direct combat was impossible, they would have to rely on super weapons to destroy the world. For a madman like Red Skull, peace talks were impossible. The only way to ensure survival and make a comeback was to bomb all of America's major cities, but the Allies were unaware of this. With the right timing, location, and people, in just a week, the Allies had completed their strategic objectives, flanking and breaking through the two famous defensive lines, and completed the rendezvous between the Allies and the Hydra resistance forces. After achieving their goals, the Allies did not continue pushing forward recklessly. Because, just like in the Normandy landings, there were still many scattered German forces along the front, and it would take at least a couple of months to clear them all. But overall, the Allied High Command had already started to look forward to the end of the war. However, compared to the optimistic Allied High Command, Josh was feeling worried at this moment. While others were unaware of Red Skull's super weapons, he knew these were more terrifying than nuclear bombs. While nuclear bombs were frightening, apart from the core explosion area, places a little farther out could still have some survivors. But Red Skull's cube-powered super bombs could potentially erase entire cities without a trace. If the history of this world hadn't changed drastically, Josh might have waited for Captain America to deal with Red Skull and watched him freeze the North Pole. But now, history had been completely altered. Originally, if it had just been a coup in Austria and Bavaria, Red Skull might not have been driven to desperate measures. But now that Red Skull had almost lost the Balkans prematurely, the situation was different. What if Red Skull finishes the development of the super weapon in advance and bombs the US mainland? Honestly, whether Captain America would end up like in the original timeline, frozen, wasn't important to Josh. At most, he was just a super soldier. The Beast Serum, aside from its time-limited effect, wouldn't make him much weaker than the enemy, and with enough numbers, Captain America was not unbeatable. Moreover, with Yuri's abilities, it was only a matter of time before a superior super soldier serum was developed. But if America were bombed by Red Skull, that would be a major problem. Josh didn't care how many ordinary Americans died, but damn it, his woman and unborn child were still in the US. Should he ask Margot to relocate? But the kid was already over 7 months old. What if something happened on the way? No, Josh thought he had to find a way to leak the news of Red Skull's super weapon.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.